Chapter 1 I am going to die. The cool night breeze, the light from the half-moon peeking out, and my senses from having lived an assassin all whispered the same words. I shall soon die. I looked around at my surroundings. There were many paths in the garden, between the shrubs that looked as soft as wool. But there was no path to life. There was only the path that reeked of death. Raon. I raised my head upon hearing a voice, one that weighed heavily on my heart. A middle-aged man with what looked like white frost combed into long silvery hair stepped into view. It was him, Darius Robert. Like a morass of death, the enormous garden billowed death into the air due to the presence of a single man, the head of House Robert. Yes. I swallowed hard and opened my mouth. You have shown a competence that befits your title as the leader of the shadows. The family has grown even faster thanks to you moving behind the scenes. I merely did my job. I did not pretend to be happy or otherwise. I bowed my head like an emotionless wooden doll. But Raon, he began softly. Do you think that a shadow needs freedom? Darius reached out his hand. His shadow extended its hand across the ground as well. It is enough for a shadow to follow its master's orders. Thoughts, emotions, feelings are unnecessary. That is correct. Why did you act on your own, even though you knew that? Darius' voice sharpened, becoming cold, and tightened around my heart. And you even broke your indoctrination. Goo, spumps formed along my spine. I bit down on my tongue to hide my surprise. What? I had not spoken or acted differently than before, and I had not the slightest idea how he found out that the indoctrination had lost its effect. Speak. When and how did you break the indoctrination? At that point, it was clear that he already knew everything if he was acting like that. How did you find out? I bit my lip and raised my head. Indoctrination. It was how House Robert controlled the assassination team called Shadow. They abducted or bought young children, and, after killing off their emotions, indoctrinated them, and used them as assassins for the rest of their lives. I too was indoctrinated, but was able to get rid of the dreadful shackles in a strange turn of fate. Because you were preparing to escape the clan. Darius continued leisurely. I put 2 leashes on all of the assassins of Shadow, including you. The first one is indoctrination, and the second ugh. A scream burst from me before I even registered the extreme pain. It was as if my lungs and heart were being sawed through. Rage worm. The insect placed in your body is gouging your heart out at my command. Our rage worm was the worst black magic, the type that could even discern a slave's emotions. It seemed as if Darius had used the rage worm to become aware of my plan to escape House Robert. It's not enough to put on a facade of justice. You even went so far as to have fed me rage worm. You disgusting bastard. It's not disgusting. It's called being thorough, and you did actually break the indoctrination. Darius smiled, the warm gaze that he showed in public on his face. There is a saying that every human lives while wearing a mask. It's just that my mask is a little thicker and more special when compared to others. Darius Robert. I clenched my teeth. I raised my body, stifling the heart-splitting pain. I could not die without doing something. I was abducted at an age that I do not even remember properly, and was raised to become an underground hunting dog and assassin for House Robert. I had lived, forgetting all emotion and feeling, and only coincidentally managed to break free from the indoctrination. I had thought that I could finally live according to my own will, but it was not the key to my prison, but the shackles of death that met me. What sort of sin had I committed that forced me to live like a dog? I do not know. Damn it. A reddish water filled up the dry, off well of emotions. It was a rage that I had never felt before. You can stand in that state? Darius' expression wavered a little. I will not meet my end in disgrace. I grasped the sword at my waist. My senses, which had detected my death, had not changed since I stepped into the garden. I will die here. If I was meant to die anyway, I would not go down without a fight. At the very least, his arm. No, I would at least create a wound and die. Ugh! I unsheathed my sword, the concentrated aura exploding. At that moment, the blade stretching out broke in half. Click! I heard the sound of the necklace around my neck falling to the ground. The world spun as Darius' cold eyes, and the moon flipped upside down. That's when I knew. My head had been cut off by Darius' sword. However, the assassin's sword is not all that meets the eye. The frightening aura hidden behind the broken blade flew towards Darius' face. How vulgar. Darius waved his hand as if annoyed. The final attack went out like a flame at the light gesture, as if he were swatting away a fly. As expected, Darius was a warrior said to be the strongest in the continent. It was expected that I would be unable to win, for he was strong, and I was weak. It could not be helped. Yes, it can. The rage that had begun to spread from the bottom of my heart boiled up like lava. It was unfair that my entire life had been toyed with by Darius, and it was a painful shame that I could not complete the ring of fire that I had obtained by fate. I could not die that way. God, or even the devil was fine. As the rage, the desire to tear Darius' mask off and slit his throat at any cost engulfed my whole body, my world ceased and read. Darius Robert brought his right hand up and frowned. I definitely blocked that. There was a small wound on the back of his hand. even though he had perfectly cut off the final sword attack from that piece of trash. It has been years since he last had an injury that drew blood. Ridiculous. That man had broken from the indoctrination on his own, endured the torture of the rage worm, and had even left an injury on Darius' body. It was disconcerting, wondering what happened to the hunting dog raised to be an expendable object. Only, Raon was now dead. Though he went against common sense, there was no need to bother with him any longer. Clean it. Soldiers hidden in the shadows of the garden rushed out and moved towards Raon's body the moment Darius turned his back. Blink. Raon's necklace, sunk deep in red blood, emitted a bluish light, but there was none who could see it. You have been chosen by Wrath. Wrath will descend upon your body. Your body has died. Reincarnation. A fantastical notion that many believed to exist, but at the same time many did not believe in. Raon did not believe in rebirth either. He had been indoctrinated his whole life, and when he broke free from it he was busy with preparations to escape House Robert. As such, he did not even consider such absurd thoughts. He thought that death was the end. However, Sunshine, look here. A beautiful lady, with red eyes and soft golden locks that flowed down over her shoulder, shook the blue-colored baby rattle. There is also a red one. She held out a red-colored one in her left hand as well. Rattle. Though he wrinkled his face at the sound of the rattles hitting each other, the blonde lady did not stop her shaking. Abu. Raon gave a soft sigh, and reached out for the baby rattle. Yes. Come this way. The blonde lady beamed broadly, and shook the baby rattle more excitedly. There were two things in his field of view. A pair of arms, chubby like sausages, and a lady shaking the baby rattle. I still can't get used to this. These arms are my arms, and that lady is my mother. The lady's name was Sylvia. Though it was still pretty unbelievable, he had reincarnated into that lady's child whilst retaining the memories of his past life as an assassin. He had naturally regarded it as a dream at first. He thought that everything would be over after he got some sleep, but he never seemed to awaken from this strange dream, no matter how much he slept. And so the days had dubiously passed to become 100 days, and it was only then that Raon accepted the fact that he had, in fact, reincarnated. Sunshine. Over here. Hey woo. When he slowly crawled towards the baby rattle, Sylvia stepped back little by little. Yes. A little more. Raon followed Sylvia as he crawled and reached his hand out towards the rattle. Abu. But his body could not endure the weight of his heavy head and started leaning towards the right. Oh. Sylvia flung the baby rattle away and threw her body towards Raon, embracing him in her arms. She's quick. Her body was very fast. Though he could not detect aura, it seemed that she had acquainted herself with some appropriate martial arts. Were you surprised? It's all right. It's fine. Sylvia patted Raon's back. Ooh. Raon shook his hand. Her patting did not stop, although he showed that he was not at all surprised and all right. My sunshine, shall we go see the flowers? Sylvia walked over to the window and opened the curtains whilst carrying him. The warm sunlight shone gently, like a soft cotton blanket. How can she still call me Sunshine? Sunshine, as Sylvia called him, was not his actual name. It was a baby bump name. It was the head of house who had to come and choose his name, but he appeared to be terribly busy and Raon had yet to see a sign of him. Thus there was no choice but to be called by the baby bump name Sunshine, even after more than 100 days had passed. Raon looked about, still in Sylvia's arms. The room was wide enough to be able to run around in. The walls had a luxurious sea-colored wallpaper, and there was magic lighting hanging from the ceiling that lit up, even at night. He could not determine much, for his body was a baby's and slept more than 20 hours a day, but one thing was certain. This was a wealthy family, and one with quite the reputation at that. Not bad. A rich or powerful family was preferable over a normal one in any case, now that he had been reborn. I need to take revenge. The horrifying feeling of having his neck chopped off by Darius was still vivid in his mind. He had thought that all his feelings had been worn away while being raised as an assassin. His memory before death must have been intense, for his rage and thirst for revenge clearly remained. But I should not be impatient. Raon breathed deeply and calmed his emotions. He knew nothing about where he was, or what his position was, as he lived exclusively within this room. It would not be too late to make preparations for revenge after getting a grasp of the situation. The most important virtue for an assassin was patience, and he had once been the best of the assassins. He could rein in his feelings and thirst for revenge any time. Also, he had obtained the Ring of Fire in his past life through some fate, which was said to be the most powerful skill that could be attained by a swordsman 1,000 years ago. If he were to master the Ring of Fire, it might be possible for him to kill Darius Robert not by assassination, but even by facing him head-on. He would have to endure and endure again for that day to come. Anyway, I am starting to feel a little sleepy again. He felt drowsy in Sylvia's arms, under the warm sunlight. A baby's body was inconvenient in many ways. He really had not spent a long time thinking, yet he was already falling asleep. You sleepy, Sunshine? Let's go to bed then. Sylvia slowed her patting on his back with a smile. It was just as he was dozing off and his neck was falling backwards that, "Lady Sylvia!" The door opened without a knock, and Sylvia's maid entered the room. "That the head of house is on his way." "My father?" Sylvia widened her eyes in shock at the maid's words. "Father?" It appeared that the head of house was not his father, but his grandfather, since she called him father. I shall have to get ready. It is too late. He is already outside." "Oh dear." Sylvia and the maids became very flustered, tapping their feet repeatedly. Clump. There was the sound of footsteps outside the half-open door, which sounded stiff enough to make one's body shrink. "Who is the head of house?" Raon stealthily opened his eyes and turned his head towards the door. An old man with red eyes and radiant blonde hair smoothed over his forehead approached. Sylvia and the maid trembled at the sound of his overbearing footsteps. All the passage of time slowed down the moment he saw the old man's eyes. It almost felt as if his surroundings were blurred by his overbearing presence. Father, is this the child?" The old man stopped in front of Sylvia and pointed with his chin, frost in his gaze. "Oh yes." Sylvia nodded her head heavily and held Raon out to him. Aeon's round eyes grew wider. As he looked right into his face, he felt as if he had seen him before. Blond with red eyes. An old man with cold features, as if surrounding himself with a sheet of ice. Oh. A thunderbolt struck his small head. Glenn Zeeghart, the destructive king of the north. The family was referred to as the apex of the continent, and its leader was looking down at him. A small gasp of surprise escaped his small mouth on its own. It seemed that he was reborn into the most powerful family in the continent. Chapter 2. In the continent, there were 6 who dwelled within the light and 5 within the darkness. The 6 powers, who rose up to become the radiant sons of the continent, were called the 6 kings. Those who lurked within the underground, who spread defeat and fear, were called the 5 demons. House Zeeghart was one of the 6 kings, and ruled over the north. "Ahu." Raon made eye contact with the head of House Zeeghart and widened his round mouth. "Is this a good thing?" Zeeghart didn't lose out in any way to House Robber, the place that had exploited and killed him in his past life. His day of revenge could be brought forward if he built up his strength in that environment. "He's blonde and has red eyes, just like you and me, father." Sylvia smiled gently and stroked Raon's hair, while he agonized over how to act from then on. Glenn maintained his overwhelming pressure over the others, even as he held Raon up. "Huh?" Raon's body shuddered. It was because a warm and gentle energy entered through his wrist the moment Glenn picked him up. Oh, at the feel of aura, which he had not felt in a long time, he let out a noise before he even realized it. What sort of aura? Glenn's aura was not only warm, it also contained an enormously high level of purity, like it came straight from nature. Warming up my body. Raon was much more sensitive to the cold after his reincarnation. At first, he assumed it was because his body was that of a young child. Instead, there was actually a major problem with his constitution. But the moment he received Glenn's aura, his whole body became warmer, as if sunlight had entered his bloodstream. Glenn used his aura to check through Raon's body inch by inch, returning him to Sylvia afterwards. "What?" Raon narrowed his eyes. There was no way that a warrior like Glenn did not know there was an issue with his body, yet there was no change in his expression. He could not understand why he maintained that expression, even after finding out his grandson was not normal. "Sylvia." "Yes. The child's name shall be Raon." "Raon?" "Father, the name Raon means." Sylvia's eyebrows furrowed heavily. "It literally means that. Quiet like a shadow. It means to live without standing out." Unlike his gentle use of aura, Glenn's voice was cold as frost. How was it, fate or something? His name was the same as in his past life, and the meaning was also the same. A laugh forced its way out at the absurdity of the situation. He knew that Glenn was a cold-hearted person, but he did not know that Glenn would have no interest in his sick grandson. That is all. Glenn brushed off his dark red coat and turned his body away, as if not wanting to be there any longer. "Wait, father." Another name at least. Sylvia followed him while carrying Raon, but Glenn did not turn back. He promptly left the mansion. It seemed more accurate to say that they were strangers, not father and daughter. "Ooh." Raon's lips trembled. He wanted to stay quiet, but a moan escaped his lips at the chilly wind blowing in from outside. I'm sorry." Sylvia hugged Raon close and buried her face in his body. It appeared she was barely holding back tears. "There is something here, but I'm too sleepy. I can't think." Raon slowly closed his eyes, feeling both the cold wind and Sylvia's warmth skim over his entire body. A child's body really is very inconvenient. The moon was floating in the middle of the sky. Raon, who was lying down on the crib, cautiously opened his eyes. "She's asleep." He turned his head to the side. Sylvia was sleeping on the bed right beside him. Knock. It appeared she was sound asleep, since she did not wake up even when he tapped on the crib. Phew. He let out a small sigh. The past 100 days had been extremely suffocating. He became terribly drowsy all the time, and he could not use mana nor train because he was with Sylvia whenever he was awake. He couldn't do anything, as there could be a problem if he were to be even gently nudged during his practice. But his chance had finally arrived. Crib. He got to sleep separately in the warm crib from that day onward. Once Helen, the head maid of the bedchambers, offered her advice. Though she was right beside him, there was no way Sylvia would wake up. It was the perfect time to begin his practice. Let's get started. Raon slowly exhaled. With the cultivation of the Ring of Fire, the method of the practice, implemented in the continent, was about accumulating aura in the abdomen by taking in mana from nature via breathing. But the practice for the Ring of Fire, which he had obtained by fate in his past life, was different. By rotating the spherical ring around one's heart, as if one were a sorcerer making a magic circle, one's physical strength and body would improve. At the same time, it also increased one's willpower and sensitivity to mana, which meant that, though it could not create aura, the Ring of Fire was a cultivation technique that could help improve the mind and body, the perfect conditions for becoming a soldier. That is not the only advantage. The Ring of Fire was a practice that followed the flow of nature exactly. Even a soldier at the highest level would not be able to determine that he had practiced the Ring of Fire. Even Darius Robert, referred to as the greatest swordsman in the continent, did not know that Raon had acquired the Ring of Fire. However, there was a very big issue with Raon's body. Coldness. The mana circuit, where mana flowed through like blood in his veins, was blocked by the extreme coldness in his body. It was not long ago that he first discovered that fact. He had tried to use his mana for a brief moment, whilst acting as if he were asleep, but almost shrieked upon feeling the coldness blocking his mana circuit. Raon slowly took in a breath of air until his lungs ached, and felt the mana spread out in the air. It's being dispersed. Perhaps it was because his basic mana affinity was poor, but he could not feel mana that well, unlike his past self. He only barely managed to take in the mana, and settled it in his mana circuit after quite some time. Raon suddenly stopped before he was to start practicing the Ring of Fire with the absorbed mana. I feel it, as expected. The mana circuit at his shoulder was half blocked by the coldness. No wonder I am constantly drowsy and so cold. The reason he has been sleeping more than 20 hours, and feeling the severe chilliness, was due to this coldness. Is it in 9 places? He released some mana to scan through his entire body. There were 9 places in the mana circuit that were blocked by the cold. This is severe, unlike that of an adult. A baby's mana circuit was wide open. Since the coldness filled it halfway, even while in that state, the entire mana circuit could become blocked as he grew older. Should that moment come, he would experience cold and pain that would be incomparable to what he experienced currently, or worse, die. He had to remove the coldness, no matter what, before that happened. I should try to pierce through the coldness in my mana circuit, using the Ring of Fire. Though his practice with the Ring of Fire would be considerably delayed, the priority for the moment was to survive. Raon slowly absorbed the mana as he took a deep breath. The absorbed mana cut into thin, sharp, awl-like pieces and pierced the coldness blocking his mana circuit. Screech! As if it was a frozen waterfall chipped away at by a fork, a tiny bit of the coldness dropped off. Wait, can't I make use of this? He could release the coldness as it was, but it seemed a waste, especially considering the high purity of it. Raon guided the coldness with the natural mana, following the flow of the Ring of Fire. The natural mana and the coldness that was blocking the mana circuit bonded together as one to circulate through the mana circuit throughout his body. I did it! Raon clenched his fist. It was at a much slower speed when compared to in his past life, but he could use mana via the flow of the Ring of Fire without issue. He felt the cold air drawn forth by the mana settling in his body. It must be because it's a child's body. It was somewhat fortunate, as he would not have been able to circulate mana at all because of the coldness if it wasn't a child's open mana circuit. Next I should, already? As if his body was saying it was tired after using its brain and strength a little, he started to feel sleepy. His eyelids lowered like curtains, completely against his will. Damn it! Raon groaned angrily and closed his eyes. As he fell asleep, and the moon hung in the sky moved to just about 3 fingers width apart, a figure appeared outside the door. The person who entered without opening the door was the head of House Seagard, Glenn. Glenn gazed at Raon, who was asleep, and reached out his hand. A light as pale as the sunset bloomed out of his clenched hand. Raon's forehead, which was crumpled due to the coldness in his mana circuit, smoothed out like velvet. Boo, boo. Raon gave a soft sigh. As expected, it isn't easy. There was no time to work on the Ring of Fire since his waking hours were short. Even then, he was mostly around other people. But considering the progress was delayed by the short 1 to 2 hour practice time, and the coldness, the outcome was surprisingly decent. It was as if someone was helping him. Raon, shall we move a bit more today? Sylvia bent over and shook the baby rattle. It appeared as though she thought he liked the rattle, as he continuously reacted to it. Playing with her is tiring. Frankly speaking, it was more tiring having to play with Sylvia or the maids than it was tolerating the coldness. though it couldn't be helped. After all, his was an adult's consciousness inside a child's body. Ahoo! It was just as Raon bobbed his head and was about to crawl towards Sylvia. Click. The door opened smoothly, and an unfamiliar old man with silver hair entered the room. He was wearing frayed and shabby clothes, but his eyes were as clear as the river. "Oh, uncle!" Sylvia ran to the door with a bright smile on her face, as if she recognized the old man. "It has been a long time." No, Saint. Awoo." Raon babbled in surprise before he realized it. He recognized the old man from the title of saint, and because of his beggar-like clothes. The Ragged Saint. The Ragged Saint Patrick was one of the most famous healers in the continent. Though his holy powers and medical experience extended beyond the sky, he was a vagabond and difficult to find even when one searched for him. "Not Saint. Just call me uncle, like before." Patrick chuckled and approached the bed Raon was lying on. "I heard that you had a child, and popped over on my way by. Is this the child?" "Ah, yes." "Oh, blonde with red eyes. Is he not the first since you?" "That's right. Isn't he beautiful?" Sylvia stroked Rayon's hair and beamed. "That's what I mean. He is not even a year old and looks pretty. Completely different from a wild guy like Glenn." Patrick chuckled and wagged his finger in front of Raon. "What's his name?" "It's Raon." His face wrinkled up at the name. "His name can't mean Shadow?" "It does. Whatever is Glenn thinking naming the child Shadow?" Patrick referred to Hal Zeegart's head as just Glenn. "So the rumor that Glenn Zeegart and the Ragged Saint are friends is true then?" Raon smacked his lips as he looked at the broom that was Patrick's hair. Having lived as an assassin, he did have quite a bit of information regarding the affairs of the world. It seemed that the information regarding the considerable closeness of Glenn Zeegart and the Ragged Saint was true. "Raon, allow this old man to look at you for a bit." Patrick gently massaged Rayon's shoulders and arms, legs and chest area. He chewed on his lips with a grave expression on his face, and finally spread out a white light. Upon basking in that light, a burning energy filled up his body, if he had entered a hot spring. Phew! Patrick turned his body after a low sigh. "How is he?" "He is more sensitive to the cold, and grows slowly compared to the other children." Sylvia walked towards Patrick, her hands clasped together. "It is the curse of the frost." Patrick knit his brows. "See, curse? What do you mean by that?" "It is not an actual curse. It is the constitution where an intense coldness blocks the mana circuit." "Ah, it is a constitution rarely seen, typically among young girls. It is my first time seeing a young boy born with the curse of the frost." He surveyed Rayon's body with an odd look in his eyes. There should be no major problems as his mana circuit is open, but he may experience serious chill and pain when the mana circuit starts to close up, that is, once he reaches 4 years of age. "That," Sylvia chewed her lips uneasily. "I can fix it on my own, so don't worry." Raon shook his head slightly. Though it would take some time, he would be able to remove the coldness by using the Ring of Fire. There was no actual need to get treated. There are a total of 9 chunks of coldness blocking the mana circuit. That is a number that even I have not seen in the young girls that I have treated before. And as each of the chunks of coldness are very potent, there is a possibility of mental slowness should a forceful attempt to drill through it be made. What about the method to cure it?" Sylvia grabbed onto Patrick's sleeve, looking as if she might faint at any minute. "Let him drink diluted elixir, containing the properties of fire, once a day. Let him bask under the sunlight for 2 hours at noon, when the sun is at its highest." "Will he recover if we do that?" "As I have said, this is not an illness. It is a matter of constitution. He shall not return to heaven's bosom at a young age, at the very least, if you follow my directions." However, when Patrick cut his words short, everyone swallowed hard as he took his time answering. "Because the coldness will eat at the child's constitution and strength, it will be difficult for him to become a swordsman, even after treatment." "That does not matter." Sylvia fiercely shook her head, as if to say that it was all fine as long as he did not die. "It is a relief that you think that way. Anyway, this child should—" Knock knock. Just as Patrick was about to give additional advice, the door opened with a knock. "Please excuse me." A middle-aged man wearing posh formal attire entered the room and bowed his head. "My lord is looking for the saint. Let him know that I will find him later. He has said to come find him immediately." "Ha! He has such bad timing." Patrick clicked his tongue and turned his head. "Sylvia, I shall come by again later." "Ah, yes." Patrick left the room with the middle-aged man after gazing at Raon for a moment longer. The curse of frost. Raon rubbed his fingers. "I finally know." The identity of the coldness that had tormented him had been revealed. Only, nothing would really change. He would cure the curse of frost and develop an incomparably outstanding physical body and affinity for mana before he became an adult, and he would do it by continuing to practice the Ring of Fire and removing the coldness at the same time. "Raon." The moment the door shut, Sylvia hugged Raon and scrubbed at her face. It was how she acted when anxious. "Mommy promises to save you, whatever it takes." Her eyes, which were always smiling, filled up with tears. What's this? As Sylvia's trembling was conveyed to him, his heart felt suffocated. It felt as if a rough wire was scratching his heart. Though he did not know what the emotion was, he did not want to continue feeling that tingling sensation. Which was why, boo-boo. With his small hands, Raon wiped away the tears welled up in Sylvia's eyes. Young master. My goodness, Sylvia narrowed her eyes, and the maids gave a short shriek. Raon. She lowered her head and caressed Raon's hand, wet with her tears for some time. Suddenly, she jumped to her feet. I must go find my father. The hesitation on Sylvia's face was gone. For the first time since Raon was born, Sylvia made her way to the place where the head of House Ziegart resided. The way there was wide open, as the saint had passed by earlier. Madame Sylvia, the head of house is currently with move aside. She forcefully pushed past the attendants and maids blocking her way and knocked on the door of the audience chamber. Thump, 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 thump. The enormous door started to open after 5 punch-like knocks. What is it? Glenn, who was sitting opposite Patrick and having tea, frowned. I beg you. Sylvia clenched her teeth hard and knelt. Please, save Raon. Though there were attendants behind her, she lowered her head to the ground, as if she were a slave submitting to her master. Glenn watched Sylvia bow her head without batting an eye. You must have heard, yes, that it will be difficult for him to live as a soldier, even if his constitution were to be treated. Glenn knew of Raon's condition, as if he had already heard of it. It will be fine if we do not raise him as a soldier. For one with the name of Ziegart to not become a soldier? Why should I give help to a child without any value? Because he is your grandson. That grandson is the child you brought back after leaving the family, after saying that you were going to cut all ties with us. That. Sylvia's trembling eyes were fixed to the floor. The only thing I can do for the child is give him the name of Ziegart. Once is enough for any act of foolishness. Glenn's face was cold, as if covered by a sheet of ice. Ziegart is a place where only the strongest survive. It is better to not have such a weak grandson. And won't you be able to obtain the elixir yourself? The elixir in the family repository would be much more effective than obtaining it from outside. Those are for the ones that improve the family name. There is nothing for a child who does nothing, even if he is my grandson. Get out now. Father, please. Sylvia dug her fingers into her palm as if to draw blood, and hit her head against the floor again. I cannot back down. If she were alone, she would have returned. She would have left without turning back before, due to her pride. But she now had a child she had to protect. She had to hang on until the end, for Raon. Drag her out. Soldiers in black stepped out from behind the pillar at Glenn's stern orders. They grabbed onto both of Sylvia's arms and dragged her to the door. Please. Raon. Sylvia screamed Raon's name until the end, but Glenn turned his head away, as if he wasn't interested. Hugh Patrick, who was observing everything, let out a sigh. Your acting is good, considering you were the one who called for me to check on your grandson's condition. Is it that hard to treat her honestly? You're being unnecessarily noisy. Just speak of his state in detail. As I have said, the coldness is blocking the mana circuit in 9 places. Although it is fine now, it will become more dangerous as he grows older. Patrick sipped his tea, and continued. But I do not think there will be a major issue thanks to you pushing away the coldness with your aura. Glenn and Patrick did not know that Raon was practicing the Ring of Fire, even though they had personally checked his body. The Ring of Fire was a method from 1,000 years ago, and did not make use of the lower abdomen. It was difficult to identify the Ring of Fire, even if one could be said to have absolute abilities. Young girls with the symptoms of the Curse of Frost make use of coldness of the highest purity and can become excellent sorcerers or swordsmen. But it is different for young boys with warmer energies. As I said, it is close to impossible for your youngest grandson to become a soldier. It does not matter if he does not become a soldier, as long as he lives. You browbeat Sylvia, and now you say it does not matter? Even the destructive king of the north must love his grandson. Patrick chuckled heartily. Glenn ignored Patrick and drew his finger in the air. Buzz, as the space cracked open in a cross-Chinese letter shape, a golden dimension opened up. 3 wooden boxes popped out of the fiery space. I assume you know how to do it, he spoke as he passed the boxes over to Patrick. This is why I do not bother with things like houses. Patrick sighed and accepted the wooden boxes. Take care of him. Glenn's sharp voice rang low, to a strange extent. Don't get me wrong, but why did you name the child Raon? There are much better names out there, and out of everything it is Shadow. Shadow is not the only meaning of the name Raon. He shook his head and watched the golden sun, floating high up in the sky. 1,000 years ago, it meant something entirely opposite. Chapter 3. Here it is, milady. The head maid of the bedchambers, Helen, passed a steaming white bowl over to Sylvia. Thank you. Sylvia cooled the hot elixir as she looked at Raon, who was fast asleep. Do you think it will be difficult to feed him? Children detest bitter things, milady. You disliked bitter medicine when you were young as well. I did. You may not remember. There was a time that you even ran away, saying that you did not wish to take it. Hey, Raon's listening. Ha ha. They both giggled as they glanced down at Raon, who was snoring quietly. Indeed, no child likes medicine. Raon is so young too. He will hate it even more. But milady, I know. He must take it. Sylvia nodded her head in determination. This is an elixir from uncle. I cannot let a single drop go to waste. As if her pleading with father had troubled him, Patrick had come by the annex again and given her 3 good, quality elixirs with fire properties. Since she was diluting the elixirs as she used them, they would be able to last for quite some time. In the meantime, she could look for other elixirs elsewhere. It was fortunate that he had come. Raon. Sylvia gently smoothed down Raon's hair, not wanting to upset him. Raon flexed his fingers as he opened his eyes. Did you sleep well? ONH. There is something you must do from today onwards, Raon. You must drink all of this. Sylvia scooped the medicine up with a small wooden spoon and brought it to Raon's lips. He will drink it but will probably cry right after. Though it was a child's instinct to consume the medicine, it was certain that he would throw a fit and spit it out immediately. Now let's drink. Sylvia poured the elixir into Raon's mouth, tensing as she made sure that the elixir did not trickle out. Ooh, she watched Raon scrunch up his face. She grimaced as she waited for his tears to start. Here were no tears. Huh? When she cautiously opened her eyes, Raon was waving his small hands in the air. It was as if he was telling her to give him more. Helen. Why, young master seems to be asking for more, right? Is that correct? Sylvia widened her eyes and picked the spoon up again. This time, she scooped a larger amount than before and poured it into Raon's mouth. Ooh! Raon's eyebrows shot up to form a mountain, but he still did not cry. He jerked his hands faster. Oh, Sylvia's lips parted. Do you think Raon understood my intentions? Definitely. It seems that the young master recognizes your intentions and is enduring it. It was obvious from his scrunched-up expression that he found it bitter, but as he was asking for more, it was clear that he understood and was going to endure the ordeal. Raon. Sylvia couldn't help but hug Raon tightly. Just give me more of the medicine. Faster. Raon waved his hand as he tapped on Sylvia's shoulder. Even if it is a little bitter, this is nothing. I cannot miss this opportunity. It wasn't just any normal medicine. What he needed the most was an elixir with fire properties. Though it was bitter and hot, to the point that his tongue felt numb, he had to finish it all. Look at Raon. Don't you think he eats like such a sweetheart? Of course. Raon did not let what Sylvia and Helen were saying bother him, swallowing the elixir the moment it passed his lips. Though I don't know what it is, the effects are insane. The moment he drank the elixir, a fiery energy started burning in his stomach, as if starting a blast furnace. The heat flowed through the monocircuit and started to drive out the coldness. The effect and concentration of the medicine is just right. A strong elixir could actually be poison for a child's weak body. It seemed that Sylvia and Helen had ensured that the concentration of the elixir was suitable for absorption. Blurp. Raon gave a small burp after licking off the remaining elixir on the spoon. He closed his eyes. Milady. Yes. Let's leave him to sleep. Sylvia and Helen watched him, evidently moved as their eyes shone before leaving. Phew. Raon opened his eyes immediately after they had left. I don't think they will return for some time. And even if they did, they would not bother him. Since he already had both food and medicine, there was no way either Sylvia or Helen would wake him. Therefore, it was the best moment to practice. Raon brought the warm energy filling up his body forward, and began his practice with the ring of fire. It will be faster to create the ring of fire and melt the coldness, thanks to the elixir. A grin appeared on his lips without him realizing it. Time flew by. It had already been 2.5 years since Raon began to practice his ring of fire. His daily routine had become very simple. He woke up in the morning and played with Sylvia and Helen. After lunch and the elixir, he pretended to fall asleep and train the ring of fire during the snap time. After dinner, he would go to sleep early and wake up at around midnight. That was when he would begin his second round of practice, as everyone else was asleep. Above all else, he was confident that when compared to all the other 3-year-olds in the continent, he was the one who had lived life to the fullest. If all goes well, I think I can attain 1 star for the ring of fire today. There was steady progress, even if his training time was short, thanks to the elixir. It seemed like he could practice the ring of fire later, as long as he secured the right timing and focus. By the way, it seems he really doesn't care at all. Glenn Zegart had not shown his face since he had given Raon his name. It seemed that he had no interest in not just Raon, but his daughter Sylvia as well. Well, doesn't matter. There was no need for him to bother if the other party did not make an effort. As he had planned before, he would leave the clan after taking what he needed, and that was that. But it was just that Sylvia, Helen, and the other maids remaining behind weighed heavily on his mind. It seemed that, after being with them for 3 years, tiny feelings had begun to sprout in his heart. Raon. Call me mommy. While Raon was fidgeting with his fingers and thinking of the future, Sylvia giggled and held him up. Mom. One more time. Mama. When he forced himself to mumble and call her mama, Sylvia's face brightened up. Her eyes melted in happiness. Raon. Just once more. Mama. Milady, I've brought the medicine. As he played with Sylvia with a slightly tired look on his face, Helen brought over the heated elixir. Oh, thank you. Sylvia accepted the bowl of elixir from Helen. Here, Raon. She cooled the hot elixir a little and scooped it for him. Mef. Rayon's small mouth came forward to meet the spoon. Look at you. Sylvia and Helen smiled as they watched Raon swallow the elixir, even 2.5 years later. Sleepy. After finishing the elixir, Raon blinked his eyes, heavily, as if he were sleepy. Since we finished the medicine, shall we go for a nap? All right, go to sleep. Sylvia put Raon down on the bed facing the window and patted his stomach. Raon closed his eyes and acted as if he was falling asleep. He heard Sylvia and Helen leaving the room not long after. They took a break while he pretended to be asleep. I guess I can begin now. Raon recited the passage for the practice of the Ring of Fire, as he closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. He let the mana, which was sucked in from nature with his inhale, flow through his entire body. The flow of mana is smooth. The mana flowed more smoothly, though his breathing was the same as usual. Felt as if was going to achieve something. Calm down. He calmly exhaled and connected the line of mana flowing in the mana circuit. The tips of his fingers trembled, as his lungs were small, and he quickly went out of breath. But he endured. Using the hot energy from the elixir, and mana from nature, he cut down the coldness inside the mana circuit. He then circulated it within his whole body. Crackle. He felt the energy from the elixir and mana permeate his bones, muscles, and skin. He maintained his sharp focus, which was being sharpened like the edge of a knife, and continued with his cultivation of the Ring of Fire. After some time had passed, a flash, a burning sensation, as if a fireball cutting across his heart, resounded in his chest. A warm energy whirled around in his heart, like a hoop. He had finally finished the Ring of Fire. Finally, just as he was about to open his eyes and cheer, there was a flash of gold light. Ding! The first Ring of Fire has been obtained. The first achievement has been obtained. Special trait Ring of Fire 1, star has been created. What's this? Just like when a magic circle would appear before sorcerers when they used magic, a light floated in front of his eyes. Your body has become a little stronger with the effect of Ring of Fire 1 star. Strength, agility, and stamina have increased with the effect of the Ring of Fire 1 star. Special trait Water Resistance 1 star has been created. Other information popped up after the message stating that he had acquired the Ring of Fire. Huh? Raon pursed his lips. What is this information? He felt his body become lighter the instant the messages appeared. Though there was not a massive difference, as it was a child's body, it was clear that there were changes. The pain has also subsided a little. The pain from the coldness blocking his mana circuit had decreased as well. Did the Ring of Fire have this capability? While the Ring of Fire was correctly referred to as a legendary method of practice, the effectiveness was not remarkable until 3 rings had formed, and only after 4 rings did it take effect. He had not experienced feeling a difference from merely achieving 1 star in his past life. Is it because of the elixir, or because it is a child's body? He tried to consider it from different angles, but had no answer. Or is it because of this message? Raon read the message floating in front of him again. Though there were some differences between the present and his previous life, the biggest one seemed to be this message. Young master, you're already awake. He heard Helen's voice from above his head. She seemed to have entered the room again while he was practicing. Huan, what it is? Raon pointed at the message, which resembled a magic circle. Yes, the bed? As Helen did not seem to see it, the message appeared to be only visible to him. Please check the status window to confirm the changes. Status window? Huh? He repeated it mentally without knowing what it was, and a window with the same light as the message appeared. Status window name. Raon Zegar title. None state. Curse of Frost 9 strands. Poor stamina. Cold body. Decline in athletic ability. Decline in mana affinity. Additional abilities have not been unlocked. He slowly examined the status window in front of him. Curse of Frost. Poor stamina. Cold body. Decline in athletic ability. And decline in mana affinity. The information seemed to point towards his current state. As expected, my body is poor in many ways. Apart from the Curse of Frost, he even had a cold body and poor stamina. That was the reason he tired quickly after moving even a little. But it doesn't matter. Raon closed his mouth. He was not at all worried, even if his constitution was bad. He was named the best assassin in his previous life, and he knew the best practice the Ring of Fire. If he completed the Ring of Fire based on his experiences from his past life, it would be the same as not having those flaws. Furthermore, this is Zegar. It was completely feasible to behead Darius Robert if he could master the swordsmanship techniques secretly documented within the Zegar clan. And I am only 3 years old. Darius was one of the strongest on the continent. He would not be able to hold out if he got worked up over his revenge already. There is barely anyone who can kill him anyway. Raon had to grow his strength and finish it off at one go the moment he had the chance, slowly but steadily. Raon balled his fists, as if making a pledge to himself, and looked at the status window again. So really, what is this message? He had no idea why he was suddenly seeing the message and the status window. He could only tell from his instincts as an assassin that it was not going to hurt him. It probably has something to do with my reincarnation. He vaguely assumed that there was a connection between the message and the reason he was reborn with memories from his past life. It seemed he had to figure it out slowly, just as he had to do on his quest for Darius Roberts' head. Let's not be impatient and take it slow. The second ring of fire has been obtained. Your soul has become a little stronger with the effect of the ring of fire 2 star. Mana affinity, willpower, and energy have increased with the effect of the ring of fire 2 star. Raon grinned widely after checking the message window. I finally did it. The second ring had formed upon consistent cultivation for the last 2.5 years, starting after the first one had been obtained. The first ring of fire was spinning around his heart horizontally, while the second ring of fire, which had just formed, was spinning vertically. Perhaps it was due to the message that his affinity had increased, but he did feel more sensitive towards the mana drifting in the room. It was clear that the message was giving him a special benefit. To think that I managed to create 2 rings of fire by the age of 5. It would be a first in the history of the continent for a child of the young age of 5 to have picked up the legendary practice of the ring of fire. His heart swelled with pride. I don't want to cause them any harm. Sylvia, Helen, and the other maids had only showered him with kindness. Though he was going to leave and could not provide help, he did not want to abuse their kindness. Phew! The door burst open just as Raon was about to begin his practice again. My son. Sylvia entered. While she was smiling, her face looked pale. Mother? He had to call her mother properly now that he had passed 5 years of age. Though, he could not help the naturalists in his pronunciation. Do you remember that I said there was somewhere you had to go with Mommy? She spoke as she placed the dark red attire that she had brought with her on the bed, and pulled off his sleepwear. Come to think of it, she had said a few days prior that they were going to assemble the children from both lineal and collateral lines to check something. Don't worry, it will end quickly. Sylvia smiled brightly, as if comforting him. Okay, how is my darling son so kind and good-looking? Sylvia paused in the middle of helping him change, and rubbed her cheek against his face. Please. Raon's hands shook, unable to do anything. It was Helen who stopped Sylvia, who had brought Raon into a long embrace, even after having finished helping him change. Milady, now is not the time. The judgment ceremony will begin soon. Chapter 4. Held in Sylvia's arms, Raon left the annex building for the first time, and went towards another large building on Zeegart land. That must be the main building. The building came into view. Its height almost seemed to reach the sky, and the width left his field of vision even from such a distance. It would not have been at all strange for a building of that size to be called a castle, rather than a house. Suits the ruler of the north. Though Zeegart was just a noble family, they possessed more territory and military force than the kingdom. They were not a part of the 6 kings for nothing. So everyone lives there? Helen had said that, excluding Sylvia and himself, the rest of the direct line family members resided near the main building close to the head of house. While there must be a reason that Sylvia lived apart from the annex building, he was not told what it was. They really do all sorts of things. The child's skull, initially bared open towards the sky, started closing when they reached 4 years of age. It was said that a child's aptitude for mana would not change afterwards. The event that gathered the children with closed skulls, and checked their ability with mana, was the judgment ceremony being held that day. It doesn't matter whatever I am. Even if his ability was of lowly status, the ring of fire would raise his body and affinity for mana to its best condition. Gifted aptitude, or the like, were unimportant to him. Raon. Sylvia held him up slightly just as he began to slowly spin the ring of fire. He glanced to the side, noticing that they had already reached the entrance of the main building. Whatever Raon does, Mommy will not mind. You just have to grow healthily. Okay, I got it. He smiled like a child who knew nothing. My son is really the cutest. She rubbed her face against his cheek again. He would be unable to move for 5 minutes if that kept up. Milady. Oh sorry. Sylvia came to her senses as Helen cleared her throat. It was a relief that she had come with him. Let us go in. We may have been a little late. Okay. She entered the Lord's Manor while holding on to Raon. The standards are high. Perhaps it was because it was the main building, and the Lord's Manor at that. There wasn't a single normal person inside. There was a bright twinkle in the eyes of not just the soldiers, but the attendants and maids as well. We will arrive soon. Hang in there. Okay. Together with Sylvia, Raon passed the central corridor of the first floor. An iron gate, large enough for a giant to walk through, stood at the end of it. It was the entrance to the audience chamber where the judgment ceremony would be held. Sylvia Zeegart, Raon Zeegart, Helen Carvin. Verified. Soldier guarding the audience chamber turned on his heel and opened the door. Kriak! Following the dull sound of metal being twisted, a whole new world opened up. A brilliant light poured down from the ceiling, and on there were ornaments of which the worth could not possibly be fathomed lining the gold-colored wall. That room, which made one instinctively think of money, was the audience chamber to meet the head of House Sieghart, Glenn. Boom! With the sound of the door closing, the attention of the people in the room pierced Raon like an arrow. Sylvia? Then that child is Sylvia's? What young child has the looks to such a blonde with red eyes? He's small. I heard he had an illness. Is that true? Must be, since he inherited the blood of a loser. It should be referred to as a failure, not a loser. People whom he had never seen before all paid close attention to Raon. Of course, it was not of the positive sort. Because he was so young, Raon was able to feel the underlying emotions shot at him directly. To even let a guy like him enter. Is there a need to progress with the judgment ceremony for a failure's son? Exactly. This is lowering the standards. Though he did not know who the loser or failure they referenced was, they were very obviously condemning both Sylvia and him. Raon wriggled his fists. While he was completely indifferent to being referred to as small, his chest felt tight. It's all right, Raon. Just look at me. Sylvia gave him a smile, even after hearing words like failure and outlaw bandied about. She's strong as expected. Sylvia was a person with a strong mind. At her gentle voice, the throbbing of his heart settled down. They must be from the collateral line. Raon's eyes, which skimmed the interior of the audience chamber once he regained his composure, stopped at the top of the platform. 7 people were sitting on red chairs. They surrounded themselves with an aura, on a different level compared to those below, and were looking down on the others. They are in a different league. If the collateral line below were foxes and wolves, then the direct line on the platform already gave off the presence of a dragon soaring through the sky. While they did not open their mouths like the collateral relatives, they looked down at him and Sylvia as if gazing upon trash. Seems they are all enemies. He had just reached the conclusion that it was a broken family when Sylvia headed not towards the top of the platform, but the bottom, and she went straight to the end of it. It's strange. He had many questions. There is, usually, a wall between the direct and collateral lineage that could not be overcome. If it were the direct line, it would not be as strange as the collateral line very obviously provoking a fight. Furthermore, Sylvia lived separately, and could not head up the platform. It was obvious that she was being discriminated against for some reason, even if she was of the direct line. What's the reason? It might be from being called an outlaw and a loser, or because she lost a spar or a war. Clang! As he was considering the reason for the discrimination Sylvia was facing, the soldiers standing outside the door of the audience chamber brought down their spears. The head of House Sieghart, ruler of the North, Lord Glenn Sieghart, has arrived. With that, the large iron doors of the audience chamber opened wide. Glenn Sieghart revealed himself with a domineering shock that rang through the air, at which the very atmosphere seemed to tremble. Gravity seemed to be heavier, and it became difficult to breathe from his arrival alone. A suffocating tension ran through Raon's spine. Lord Sieghart, the dragons looking down from the top of the platform, as well as the wolves who bared their teeth from below, all knelt at the same time. Thump! The sound of his footsteps. With the same hard sound of his footsteps as 5 years ago, Glenn Sieghart entered. He spread his absolute presence, which weighed down the entirety of the audience chamber, as he sat down on the golden throne in the middle of the platform. Let us begin. The moment he flicked his fingers, a sword burst from the middle of the audience chamber. It was an enormous stone sword, which seemed like it would be difficult for even giants to hold up. That must be the sword of judgment. The sword, an object from 1,000 years ago, was said to be able to identify a person's aptitude for mana when they put their hands on it. The judgment ceremony utilized the stone sword to determine the children's aptitudes. First, Baron Sieghart. Upon hearing his name called, a boy with blue hair sitting in the second row on the platform and looking to be around 6 years old stood. Please put your hand on the sword. When he came down to the platform, the master of the ceremony pointed at the stone sword. Baron nodded his head and placed his hand on it. A green light blossomed from the Baron's fingertips and enveloped the entire sword, and a thick air bloomed from the hilt. Ooh, it's wind! It's wind! Seeing as the entire sword lit up, the quality of his mana is also top class. It is truly a talent befitting the child of Lord Karun. Congratulations! The collaterals standing below the platform sent applause and cheers towards the middle-aged man that had been sitting next to Baron. It is an attribute well suited to a swordsman. Concentrate on feeling the wind from now on. Yes, I will. Glenn nodded, and Baron beamed as brightly as a sunflower facing the sun, before returning to his seat. Next, from the vassal family of Sullian, Raon Sullian. Yes. A silver-haired girl, who was sitting at the right end of the platform, stood up quietly. Like the nobility serving the king, the vassal families serving Sieghart were great families in the north. Sullian appeared to be on the platform with the direct lineage, as they were the representatives of the vassal families. The girl named Raon approached the stone sword with calm eyes and placed her hand on it. Cling! The moment her hand touched the sword, A silvery light that looked as if the moon had melted burst out of the blunt sword tip. The light that burst out did not stop at filling up the sword completely, instead traveling up the sword hilt and creating a silver frost around the entire sword. Frost? And around the whole sword at that. Is it the same level of aptitude as Lord Burin? Sullian is definitely something. Yet another genius from the Sullian family. However, the sounds of applause and cheers were not as loud as when it was with Burin. It seemed there was a competitive relationship between the vassal families and the collateral line. You have a good attribute. If it can be sharpened like the edge of a knife, it will be able to pierce through anything. Glenn Ziegart nodded his head at Raon as well. Thank you. Raon bowed her head without a significant change in her expression, and jumped down with the grace of a cat, before returning to her seat. There were 2 more children from the direct line. Collaterals and vassals all put their hands atop the stone sword, but there was no one who had aptitude comparable to Burin or Raon. Now I know. Raon flicked his fingers. As he witnessed the other's judgment ceremony, he could determine what was good and what was bad. For mana purity, it is how far the light from the blade of the sword travels. As for the mana attribute, it shows from the tip of the hilt. In the case where the quality of mana was outstanding, the entire sword shone like it did for Raon or Burin, and the special attributes of mana could be determined through the hilt of the sword. Lastly, Raon Ziegart, please come forward. Let's go, Raon. Okay. When he nodded his head, Sylvia smiled sweetly and held him up. You saw the others do it right? You just do the same. Sylvia brought him down in front of the stone sword, and held out her own hand, as if giving a demonstration. Okay, he answered shortly, and looked at the stone sword. It probably won't be good. Though the ring of fire was 2 star, the coldness in his mana, CRQ, remained at a shocking level. Considering his current condition, he would not be able to spread as brilliant a light as the other children. Phew. He slowly breathed out and stretched his hand towards the stone sword. The moment his hand touched the stone sword, a wave broke out in his heart, as if a pebble had dropped into a pond. A small whistle extended from his chest and rang through his entire body. What's this? Just as he was about to remove his hand because of the strange sensation, something flashed in front of his eyes. He saw a blond man clad in silver armor. There was an uncountable number of monsters crashing towards him, like a wave. What is this? Even though it was obviously an illusion, the sensation felt so real that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was unable to breathe properly, hand trembling, when the man picked up the sword. A gold flame burned over the dazzlingly beautiful sword edge. He drew down the sword engulfed by flames like a thunderbolt. At that moment, a golden flame shot out from the earth and covered the entire world. He averted his eyes from the golden flames filling his entire field of vision and shut his eyes. When he opened them again, the world had changed again, and there was a message in front of him. You are cultivating the ring of fire 2 stars. You have not acquired? Not enough achievement. When he tilted his head at the indecipherable message, a light burst from the stone sword. The light that had started traveling up violently, lost its strength and stopped at the middle of the sword. There was no special ability or high purity like the others. He was of the aptitude that fell short of even the collateral line, let alone the direct lineage. Done already? It doesn't even reach the middle? Aha! Isn't it the first time we're seeing something so little? The quality of mana is bad, and it is white, so there's no ability either. There's nothing other than his looks. Seems like the god of war doesn't look over the child of an outlaw, as expected. Those of the direct line that witnessed the judgment ceremony scrunched up their faces, while those of the collateral line openly sneered. Glenn, who had provided short advice to the direct and collateral lineage, did not open his mouth either. Raon let out a soft sigh. He was used to being disregarded. It had already been a long time since he threw away his emotions. He had been raised as not a human, but a dog, and was indoctrinated further. He could accept criticisms or insults any time. He was going to take what he could and leave anyway. He did not want to care about what would happen. Though Sylvia and the maids treated him as real family, that sentiment did not change. But at that very moment, he was in a strangely subdued mood. Seeing them ridiculing not just him, but also Sylvia and Helen as well, his heart throbbed as if electrocuted. All right. Raon clenched his teeth. Sylvia and the maids were the first people to ever treat him as a human being. He pledged to show the direct and collateral lines that sneered at him that bestowed talent was insignificant. I participate in the judgment ceremony all the time, but this is my first time seeing that kind of level. Is he really a Ziegart? So, the talent that Sylvia had has gone to waste. There's nothing in him other than the fact that he's blonde with red eyes, like the head of house. He remembered each and every one of their faces, those that babbled on unthinkingly. Stop. The entire audience chamber froze at that single word from Glenn. This is the end of the judgment ceremony. Everyone is to leave. My lord, do I have to repeat myself? All of you are dismissed. When Karun Ziegart, Glenn's second son, stood up, the others furtively glanced around before leaving the audience chamber, all while quietly mumbling a curse at Raon and Sylvia, of course. Less than 5 minutes later, The only people remaining in the audience chamber were Glenn Zegart, who was the owner of the room, and his chief butler, Raon. It cannot be helped. Glenn calmly nodded as he stared at the sword of judgment set in the middle of the room. Lord Zegart, just as Raon was about to approach him, crackle. A light burst from the bottom of the sword of judgment, traveling beyond the sword edge to the end of the hilt. The light was of a golden color, as saturated as the sun, and a blazing fire was burning at the end of the sword hilt. Golden flames? Storm raged in Glenn's eyes for the first time. Chapter 5 Snap. The moment Glenn flicked his fingers, the audience chamber shook a little. A flow of mana, which used to resemble a calm lake, rapidly became choppy waves, and a gigantic iron door rose from the floor. The majestic iron door was large enough to almost reach the ceiling, and it was burning with golden flames. "And my lord?" Raon strained his eyes. That door was the Zegart repository, which could only be summoned by the lord of the house. It was the first time in 10 years that Glenn had summoned that door. "I shall return later." As Glenn raised his hand, the golden iron door opened smoothly. He turned around to check the golden flames burning over the sword once more, before entering the repository. The repository was heaped with innumerable treasures. Elixirs and weapons of the highest level, gems that could buy a whole castle, and various books. They were treasures that could incite war throughout the continent should they be exposed. Neither weapons nor gemstones, nor the neatly stacked elixirs that fervently revealed themselves attracted Glenn's attention. He went straight towards the large bookcase, deep within the repository. The cylindrical bookcase shot up at the end of the repository as if it were a world tree, and there were various books of all sorts on every shelf. Tap. When Glenn lightly kicked the floor, his body began to rise into the air. He up through the air and headed towards the first shelf of the bookcase. The first shelf was unlike the others, and only had 2 books. He tried to grab and take the old and yellow book in front of him. However, the book was unmovable, as if pinned down by a boulder. "It doesn't move as expected?" Glenn clicked his tongue, and took the red book right next to it. The second book fell out smoothly, unlike the first one, and there was no problem reading it as it was preserved very well. Tap tap. Glenn was flipping through the book when his hands suddenly stopped. He frowned as he read the words on the page. The aura of the first leader of Zegart had a golden color like the sun, and its tremendous firepower was capable of melting Devildom's flames. Glenn closed his eyes, recalling the golden flame that Raon summoned. Golden mana, golden flame. Yellow aura wasn't uncommon. But there was only one occurrence of mana with a dark gold color throughout the history of Zegart. "Raon, what on earth? Mommy is sorry." As soon as Sylvia entered the annex building, she hugged Raon tighter than usual to the point that it was difficult to breathe. "It's okay." Noticing Sylvia's back trembling, Raon patted her shoulders. "I'm not sure yet. In his previous life, he didn't know what emotions were. He killed if he was asked to kill, he kidnapped if he was asked to kidnap, he stole if he was asked to steal. There were only relationships of order and obedience, a handler and a dog. However, it was different now. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids gave to him unconditionally, without anything in return. It was the first life where he only received, so he couldn't explain what type of emotion the tingling sensation that he was experiencing in his chest was. But there was one thing he knew. He didn't want Sylvia or the maids to cry. Even if they couldn't always smile, he didn't want them to be sad. "I wouldn't have felt anything if they had laughed at me instead." However, the people at Lord's Manor laughed at Sylvia. The collaterals under the platform blatantly cackled, and the direct line on the platform frowned, as if they were observing a hateful bug. "I will show them." Everyone who laughed at Sylvia would be taught a lesson. Their nasty behavior would be returned in full. It was a sunny afternoon. A young boy was sitting on the grass in the garden. With his dark blonde hair fluttering in the wind, his facial features had a nearly perfect proportion, despite looking childlike. If there was one flaw, it would have been the way his pale face suggested his poor health. Sigh. The boy, who had stayed seated for a long time with his eyes closed, finally opened his eyes. "I'm about to have 3 rings of fire." Raon smiled slightly. He had already grown enough to be called a young boy, rather than a child. It has already been 7 years. 7 years had passed since the first judgment ceremony, and he was now 12 years old. Thanks to his regular training, the 2 rings of fire were about to become 3. It's a bit sad. The coldness wasn't spread throughout his body. He would have already gotten 3 stars. But training alongside the coldness inevitably slowed down his progress. Still, it wasn't all in vain. Status window. He thought the now familiar words to himself. Status window name. Raon Zegart title. None state. Curse of Frost 9 strands. Poor stamina. Decline in athletic ability. Decline in mana affinity. Trait. Ring of Fire 2-star. Water resistance 2-star. Additional abilities have not been unlocked. His water resistance had reached 2 stars, and the symptoms of his hand and feet becoming stiff had vanished once the cold body disappeared from state. It was still difficult to move his body because of his other constitutions, but the problem would be solved naturally once the Ring of Fire reached a higher star rating. Raon closed the status window and stood up on the grass. I need to start physical training now. Sylvia and the maids worried less now since he didn't get cold as easily, but they would always stop him whenever he tried to move his body. Since physical training was necessary to reach the higher star of Ring of Fire, he needed to find a way to train without hiding. Is there any way that I can train openly? He could force it, but it was difficult to go against Sylvia. Even though she didn't give him any orders, he had no choice but to obey her. Young master. While he was pondering what to do, Helen came running out of the annex building. What are you doing? We must participate in the judgment ceremony. You are just like Milady. Ah, that's true. Except for those who were outside or were on a mission. Everyone had to participate in the judgment ceremony, so he wasn't an exception. I'm gonna have to see those annoying shirts again. He was blatantly laughed at again at the second judgment ceremony a few years before. It was obvious that they would spout incomprehensible nonsense about cowards or fugitives again. Why, young master, please keep your voice down. Helen put her finger to her lip while looking around. Because there might be other people listening? The eyes and ears are already open inside this household. You worry too much, but all right. With a tut, Raon went back inside the annex building, where Sylvia was waiting in full dress. You can rest in the room if you're tired. Mommy can go on her own. Sylvia, who had a bit more wrinkles around her eyes, stroked his head. It's okay. Raon shook his head and went into the room. I need to check how the people who laughed at us have changed. For an assassin, observing one's target's changes was the top, most priority. Raon gladly decided to participate in the judgment ceremony. Along with Sylvia and Helen, Raon entered the audience chamber where the judgment ceremony was held. He's still short. He's so skinny. If you didn't see his golden hair and red eyes, you'd believe that he's from another family. That handsome appearance is the only thing he has that befits Sieghart. His pale face doesn't look that handsome though. It was as expected. Just as always, those of the direct line ignored him, as if they had no interest in him, and the collaterals were whispering sarcastically. It's a relief. They were still laughing at him and Sylvia. He felt rather satisfied at their unchanging attitude. Joanna, Henry, Denier looking around from top to bottom of the platform, he reiterated the names of direct line and collaterals. Lord Glenn Sieghart entered after about 30 minutes of waiting, sitting at the backmost seat under the platform. He was as dignified as 7 years ago. No, he was even more dignified than before. Glenn went to the platform and began the judgment ceremony. Because there were only children from collaterals and vassals who went through the judgment ceremony this time, the ceremony didn't even last 3 hours. He ignored the mocking words that he heard, comparing him with the collateral children with high mana purity. Today's judgment ceremony is now over. Thank you for wait. Glenn raised his hand to interrupt the moderator, who was about to announce the end of the ceremony. Raon Sieghart. The gaze directed at Raon for the first time was that of an absolute being, one who sat on the throne to overlook the world. The room fell silent, and everyone's attention fixated on him. Me? Raon swallowed. He was confused because he didn't think he was going to be called. Mine, my lord. Sylvia shook her head in panic, and Helen held her hand tightly. You must have received the order to participate in the basic training as a member of the family. Why have you not responded when it's already been a month? Participating in the basic training? He had never received such a thing. When he looked next to him, he saw Sylvia biting her lips. She must have known. Mine, my lord. Raon is different from other children. He still has coldness in his body. There is no exception, nor refusal for one who has received the name of Sieghart. He has difficulties walking normally. He won't be able to handle the training. Sylvia firmly shook her head. If you can't walk, then crawl and train. That is Sieghart. Resting his chin on his right hand, Glenn closed his eyes. I can't accept it. No, please give me some time. If you can't accept it, are you going to run away once again? Along with that child? He could feel Sylvia's hand getting wet as she was grabbing his right hand. In this land, you can only live as a Sieghart. If you don't like it, then get out. Glenn's voice was cold, as if they weren't related by blood. Isn't she going to run away again at this rate? That's going to be amusing, but she doesn't have an energy center, nor a mana circuit to break anymore. To think such a person is from the direct line, tut-tut. Observing Sylvia, Glenn, and everyone in the room, Raon calmed down his glare. I get it now. He could understand the reason Sylvia received this kind of treatment, despite being from the direct line. The reason that she was looked down upon by not only the direct line, but also the collateral. It's because she left the household. She didn't have an aura, despite having learned martial arts. That meant that she had either broken her energy center, or had never learned to use aura, and the former appeared to be the case. She must have broken her energy center and her mana circuit and left the household, where she met father and married him. And she must have returned reluctantly because father died after she got pregnant with me. It was understandable. Because she threw away her position in the direct line and came back, she received inferior treatment than a member of the collateral line. However, that was other people's point of view, and their circumstances. As Sylvia's son, Raon couldn't bear her treatment. Tap. Raon released Sylvia's hand and took a step forward. Why, young master. Raon, mommy will take care of it, it's okay. After shaking his head at them, he stood in front of Glenn. My lord, I will participate in the training starting next month, as you have commanded. Facing his gaze, which looked like he was looking at a bug rather than his grandson, Raon lowered his head. You didn't even know that there was training. Glenn's third son, Uncle Denier Sieghart, spoke. He was the only person among the direct line who looked apologetic. Indeed, despite what it is called, basic training isn't on a level that a patient can manage. You should withdraw for now. It's all right. Raon looked at Glenn, instead of Denier. I've received the name Sieghart, so I shall pay for it. I will participate in training. Because his resolute voice wasn't befitting a child, people's gazes changed. They seemed to recognize him as a small pebble, but that was enough for now. He had the experience of becoming the greatest assassin, starting as a hunting dog at the rock bottom, and he could use the legendary Ring of Fire. Becoming the best in the household wasn't an impossible feat, not if he made use of his abilities. His revenge would be delayed. No, this way could end up being quicker. Raon clenched his small fist. I will show you how hard the pebble that you look down on is. Chapter 6. Do you understand how serious it is to mention the name Sieghart? Glenn Sieghart employed a small amount of pressure into his gaze. Ka. Raon bit his lip so hard that it nearly bled. It feels like my flesh is being crushed. The pressure that Glenn was exerting was a small amount, a cup of water against the vast ocean. However, it felt as though his heart was being squeezed. He could feel his clothes become sticky because of the cold sweat he broke into. If he hadn't practiced the Ring of Fire, he might have faded already. Is this the warrior, the destructive king of the north? Considering his gaze alone held such pressure, his prowess surpassed Darius Robert. It was impossible to raise his head. Try saying it again. Can you take responsibility for what you've just said? Mine, I lord. Raon is still young. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's true. Raon has lived in the annex building all this time, so he doesn't know about the name of Sieghart. Sylvia and Helen ran next to him and knelt. My lord, he's just a child who doesn't know anything. Please withdraw your pressure. Denier Sieghart stood up and defended them against the pressure. Sir Denier. As expected of Sir Denier, he would even care for an insolent kid like him. The broadness of his mind is even greater than his might. The collaterals praised Denier's behavior. I am speaking right now. Ugh. Denier and Sylvia both stepped back at once, hearing Glenn's mighty voice. They didn't move on their own. Glenn pushed them back with his voice alone. I'm sorry. Denier lowered his head, but Sylvia was different. A father, she approached Glenn, enduring his pressure with her frail body, which didn't even possess aura. Raon is not yet ready to train. Sylvia's eyes reflected that she was solely worried about him. It pulled at Raon's heartstrings. I don't understand. He was choked up, but he couldn't tell if that emotion meant compassion, or worry, or something else. He just wished that she would always smile happily, instead of being in that state. I was an assassin. An assassin was a being that lived in the darkness. Being closer to death than life, they would never show themselves. However, I no longer am one. I'm not going to live as an assassin anymore. As Raon Sieghart, and not as Raon the assassin, he resolved that he would return Sylvia to her original place. Crash! At that moment, he could hear a sound similar to one of the chains around his neck falling. I do not know. Raon forced himself to raise his head, facing Glenn's overbearing gaze directly. Suppressing the urge to close his eyes, he continued. I've been raised in the annex building, and not in the main building. I don't know how high and mighty Sieghart is. Raon. Sylvia desperately called for him, but he didn't look back. That's why I want to see for myself what kind of place is Sieghart, by participating in training. Once Raon finished talking, everyone held their breath and looked at Glenn. One of Glenn's eyebrows raised slightly. Do you mean that you will judge Sieghart from basic training? That is the only way I can learn about Sieghart right now. Then I will have to make sure that the instructor is fully prepared so that you won't be disappointed. The room of audience became as quiet as a mouse as Glenn's red eyes blazed. Being unable to withstand it any further, Raon finally bowed his head. He was only 12 years old, a child who couldn't endure a thousandth of Glenn's pressure. Yet, he didn't give in. If he kept cultivating the Ring of Fire, and learned an efficient way of handling aura, he would be able to properly stand in front of him one day. Deciding that he would show that with action instead of word, he clenched his teeth. One day, once everyone had left, only Glenn and his butler Raon remained in the silent audience chamber. Did you see? Yes, I saw it clearly. Raon nodded his head firmly in response to Glenn's question. That boy sure is something. The corners of Glenn's mouth lifted. A 12-year-old child that confidently talks back while withstanding my pressure. I have never seen something like that. It's my first time seeing it as well. Raon smiled, tidying his hair. Not only his appearance, but his spirit is also just like my lord's in his childhood. Don't say strange things. Glenn snorted, as if telling him to stop spouting nonsense, but the corners of his mouth lifted even more like a leaf blowing in the wind. Are you going to increase the difficulty of basic training? I shall, because many people have heard. Can young Master Raon really pass? Participating would already be difficult. Glenn shook his head without hesitation. His condition is better thanks to the elixir, but neither his constitution nor his health is good enough. Maybe he can once he recovers a bit more, but it's impossible for now. Then why? I've already mentioned it. There are no exceptions for those inheriting the name of Zeegart. Raon licked his lips. He is still not honest. He could tell, as he had been with him for several dozen years. The reason Glenn called for Raon wasn't to pressure him, but to protect him by showing others that he didn't discriminate against him. Once Raon failed the training, he would probably give him an elixir and pretend to spare the rod and spoil the child. Although even Glenn shouldn't have expected Raon to come forth. I like young Master Raon's personality, but one thing worries me. It must be about the collateral and direct line's children. Yes, they won't have a considerable reaction, but he will be noticed in a way he hasn't been before. He withstood my lord's pressure, albeit a small amount. Measures should be. There is no need to provoke them. Just watch over him. Understood. Raon nodded immediately, despite his opinion being different, because Glenn was like a god to him. My lord, may I ask a question? If by some chance Raon manages to pass the basic training, what are you going to do? Pass. Resting his chin on his hand, Glenn recalled the judgment ceremony from 7 years ago. Golden flame. He wasn't sure if it was a coincidence or an accident, but Raon set ablaze the golden flame that only the first head of Zeegart could use. That's impossible. However, if there is a 1 in 10,000th chance that it could happen. He smirked and stood from the throne. I will have to reward him accordingly. Upon entering the annex building, Raon was immediately dragged into Sylvia's room. Raon. Sylvia firmly grasped Raon's shoulders. Why did you do that? Zeegart's training doesn't go easy on children. Your current health won't be able to handle it. You will just get hurt. Sylvia's voice was faint. Her worries for him made her hands tremble. I couldn't bear it. What? I'm not sure what emotion made me act like that. Raon closed his eyes. It was true. Despite living with Sylvia and Helen for 12 years, his emotions were still light, like a pastel blue color. But my chest tightens whenever Mom gets scorned in the main building. That's why I wanted to say something. Because he didn't want to lie to Sylvia and Helen, Raon replied honestly. Young Master Raon. Sylvia's lips parted, and Helen's lips trembled. Sigh. Sylvia released his shoulders and slowly closed, then opened her eyes. Raon, thank you for your consideration. However, you are still young. You don't need to be so thoughtful, not when you are at an age where you should be pampered. But, you might not know, but Mommy is pretty strong. I can endure a lot more. Sylvia bit her tongue to stop her tears from spilling over. To such a child, Raon was too kind to her. As if he noticed the atmosphere in the household, he didn't act like a spoiled child. He endured by himself, even while sick. Because he was such a kind and considerate child, she couldn't let him bring hardship upon himself. Mommy will talk to grandfather. If I ask him to postpone the training for just a single year, even he would. I will try. Oh, I can do it. Raon shook his head. He did stand up for Sylvia, but there was also another reason. Basic training was an opportunity for him to train without being considerate to Sylvia and Helen. It would have been absurd to throw away this chance. It's true. I can do it, so trust me. Whether you can do it or not isn't important. Problem is that your health can get worse. Raon narrowed his eyes, seeing Sylvia's worried gaze. That's what she meant. Their point of view was different. He was talking about being able to handle the training, and Sylvia was worrying about his health. Because only the results were important when he was an assassin, he didn't understand Sylvia's heart. Then I will give up as soon as my health becomes worse. In order to lessen Sylvia's worries, he gave her a new answer. You don't even say anything when you are sick. How am I supposed to trust you? I promise. Sylvia grabbed her head and sighed. Lady Sylvia, how about trying to believe in young Master Raon for once? Helen, you should also know what kind of child Raon is. It's true that the training is harsh, but the current head instructor has the best insight in Zeegart. He should be aware of the young master's condition, so he will stop him before it gets any worse. Sylvia sighed at Helen's words, and gently looked down at him. Raon, can you really promise? You must tell me as soon as anything feels weird in your body, okay? Okay. Raon nodded firmly. I will believe you this once. Thank you. However, I can't sit here doing nothing. What? I'll visit the 5th training ground. I need to give them a warning at least. After saying that, she ran from the room. Young Master Raon. When Sylvia left, Helen knelt and met his eyes. Never, never push yourself. If it becomes difficult, you must give up immediately. Do you understand me? I understand. You've already said it multiple times. It isn't enough, even if I say several thousands of times, let alone multiple times. Young Master must remember that you are weaker than other children and abandon your overconfidence. I understand. Because Helen was just as worried as Sylvia, he simply nodded. I'm sorry, but I'm never going to be the one to give up first. Even if he died from his lungs exploding, he wasn't going to stop. The higher the difficulty, the higher the level the ring of fire would grow. It would make both his mind and body stronger. Raon headed to the small garden behind the annex building. It feels so empty after visiting the main building. Unlike the main building, which had multiple facilities, including an expansive training ground and a fashionable garden, the annex building only had a small garden and a lake. It was so small that it was impossible to train without being noticed by Sylvia, but it was still an elegant place. Raon sat down on the chair in the garden. The training should be quite difficult. Just as Sylvia and Helen worried, his body was still not perfect. Coldness remained in his mana circuit, his development was slow, and his stamina was lacking. Considering how widespread the notorious Zeegart training was, it was safe to assume that even a child's basic training was going to be difficult. However, he had the memories from his past life, where he went through a hell worse than that. With that memory, he was never going to crumble. This is the real beginning. If learning the Ring of Fire was the preparation of the land, then the training he'd begin next month was the foundation work to build a house. In order to construct a tall building later, the foundation needed to be solid. I will show them. I will accomplish a greater achievement than anyone else from the direct line, so that everyone who laughed at us will shut their mouth. And that bastard Darius Robert. His revenge would be delayed a little, but his real objective was Darius Robert, the Sky Sword Saint. Until the day he unmasked him and cut his throat, he would never stop. After looking at the golden sun setting down to the western mountain, he closed his eyes and took the mana into his body. The ring of fire surrounding his heart started spinning violently. Chapter 7. Every single one of them were first-rate organizations, but if asked which one is the most gallant of them all, 5 people out of 10 would answer the Striding Steeds. That Striding Steeds division leader Karun Zeegart, who was also the second son of Lord Glenn, tutted with a frown. Zeegart owned multiple powerful armed organizations, befitting their reputation as ruler of the North. Didn't you say that he was a patient, one who can't even move properly? Many maids heard the conversation between the ragged saint and my lord. He is suffering from a severe illness for sure. I have heard that as well. Just like the last time I saw him, his body wasn't normal today either. However, Karun Zeegart tapped the desk, which caused not only the desk, but also the whole office to tremble. He withstood father's pressure. The pressure that Glenn had emitted at the ceremony could be compared to a firefly, while his full pressure was like the sun. However, a 12-year-old, and a sickly one at that, managed to withstand it. It was an unbelievable sight, despite seeing it with his own eyes. Would Byrne have been able to withstand it? There was no response as Karun seemed to be talking to himself. No, he wouldn't. Byrne was his son, who had started to train at the age of 7, and he had frequently fed him high-quality elixirs. And even with such an upbringing, Byrne wouldn't have withstood his father's pressure. So the fact that Raon did kept bothering him. Sylvia was also very talented, more than anyone. She was disabled because of her energy center and mana circuit breaking, but her talent was undisputable. Is it possible to send someone to the annex building? It will take some time, but it's possible. The butler, who was waiting in front of the door, nodded. Then do it. Karun turned away with sparkling eyes. Report everything that happens there. Raon left his room before morning light. After a quick warm-up in the garden, he started running near the annex building. He had said that he would work out in preparation for the training, so no one should have bothered him. Although he hadn't been running for a long time, he was already out of breath. His body was much weaker than in his previous life. He held his breath as he got short of breath. He handled the ring of fire, while focusing on the simple action of inhaling through his nose and exhaling through his mouth. Nature's mana was entwined in each breath that passed his lips. The mana particles, which were fluttering like pollen, ran through his mana circuits to give vitality to his body and suppress the emerging coldness. It's a good flow. Raon nodded. The ring of fire was most effective when combined with physical activities. That was why he was able to handle the mana at a level and purity much more superior than usual. His clothes were wet with sweat, and he felt burnt out. However, he couldn't stop himself from smiling from the vitality the ring of fire was generating. Raon. While he was trying to focus more on the bliss of training that stimulated his whole body, Sylvia's head poked out of the window that burst open. Why are you overdoing it from the first day? Huff. Raon slowed his steps and started panting. You're sweating so much. That was way too much. It just started. Breathing heavily, he lowered his head. It wasn't a bother. She did well stopping me. Sylvia was correct this time. He was more like a patient, so he would have gotten sick if he kept running, despite the vitality from the ring of fire. I still have plenty of time. There was still a month before the start of basic training. It was enough time to raise the 2-star ring of fire up to 3-star, so he needed to proceed slowly, without haste. I'm going to rest in my room. How is your body? Does it feel bad anywhere? He shook his head at Sylvia, who was looking around his body with concerned eyes. No. I think I need to stop for today and rest. If you overdo it again tomorrow, I'm going to forbid you from training. Don't worry. Raon smiled lightly and went to his room. Now, I shall practice with the vertical ring. The ring of fire that rotated horizontally developed the body, while the ring of fire that rotated vertically developed the mind. He had been practicing with the horizontal ring of fire up to that point, so it was time to practice with the vertical one. Raon closed his eyes while sitting on the floor. He took in nature's mana with a greater mental focus than when he was running. A flimsy shadow started to form next to the two rings of fire that were rotating around his heart. Glenn Ziegart left the Lord's Manor and headed to the 5th training ground, alone. Upon entering, he could see the instructors strengthening the yellow ground that hundreds of trainees would use. "Greeting, my lord." Glenn waved his hand to the instructors' greetings and entered the head instructor's room, located on the periphery of the training ground. There was a rocking chair in the middle of the messy room, and a man was lying on top of it, as if he was dead, a straw hat covering his face. "Stop pretending to sleep and get up." "Ugh." The man on the rocking chair took off his straw hat with a cloudy voice. The handsome man, appearing to be about 20 years old, got up while yawning. His red hair was loose around his face. His ears, which pointed up like blades of grass, were different from a human's. His mysterious appearance seemed otherworldly. With a beautiful appearance and pointy ears, the head instructor of the 5th training ground wasn't a human, but an elf, the race of nature. "My lord is the only person against whom my sleeping technique doesn't work. The other instructors are busy hardening the ground, yet the head instructor, they are merely following my orders. I'm working with my brain, and they are working with their body, so it's fair. Rimmer, it's been 50 years, but you are still so childish. Like the saying goes, humans never change." "Oops, I'm an elf." The elf named Rimmer stood from his chair, giggling. "Why did you bestow your presence upon me today? Is it because of your youngest grandson by any chance?" Without responding, Glenn stared at Rimmer. As comrades in arms, they seemed to understand what each other was thinking just from meeting each other's eyes. "Sylvia came to beg, but I didn't expect my lord to also come." "Did Sylvia?" "She asked me to take care of Raon, so that he won't get hurt. If my lord also came to make such a request, then you've wasted your time." Rimmer's playful green eyes became dispirited. "My lord said that, even as the head of the house, you wouldn't interfere with this training ground. I'm not going to make any exceptions, even if he is your youngest grandson." "Then so be it." "I'm sorry?" Rimmer's jaw dropped as Glenn nodded. "Don't lower the training's intensity, and raise it as much as you want instead, so that a weakling would drop out." "You want me to increase the intensity instead of decreasing it?" "Yes." "Then your grandson will fail." "Ah." Rimmer clapped his hands and smiled. "Wow, it looks like you love your grandson more than I thought. The love that you couldn't give to Sylvia is now going to that child. If you weren't my comrade in arms, your head would be flying right now." "You-hoo-hoo." With a creepy grin, he touched his neck. "Clearly discriminate gems from pebbles, so that only those who deserve it can receive your training. Are you asking me to do a selection test? Use whatever method you prefer." "Understood. Then I'm leaving." "Yes, sir." Glenn left the place as Rimmer saluted. The instructors were still strengthening the ground as he left. Glenn looked in the western direction where the annex building was located, then turned around to walk towards the Lord's Manor. His steps looked heavier than usual. Raon was sitting in his room with his closed eyes. Golden smoke started to rise from his shoulders, which had remained immobile for more than 3 hours. "The 3rd ring of fire has been obtained. The ring of fire has reached 3 star. Your body and soul have become a little stronger with the effect of the ring of fire 3 stars. Strength, agility, and stamina have increased with the effect of the ring of fire 3 stars. Mana affinity, willpower, and energy have increased with the effect of the ring of fire 3 stars. Water resistance has reached 3 star. 1 strand of the curse of frost has disappeared." "I did it." Raon clenched his fist, looking at the translucent message that appeared in front of him. Status window name: Raon Ziegart. Title: None. State: Curse of Frost 8 strands, poor stamina, decline in athletic ability, decline in mana affinity. Trait: Ring of Fire 3 star, water resistance 3 star. Additional abilities have not been unlocked. 3 star is on a whole different level. His body became more perceptive, as if his entire body had been swept up by the refreshing mana, and his mind had become clearer. With his mana circuit becoming broader, the coldness was less painful, and the muscles in his arms and legs had started to take form. This is certainly more effective now that it's past the novice stage. Ring of Fire was at its apprentice stage now that it had reached 3 stars. Even though he had barely reached that stage, he could feel the huge improvement in his mind and body. The status window must have played a crucial role as well. The magical message and status window were probably helping the Ring of Fire become way more effective than in his previous life. 1 strand of the Curse of Frost has disappeared as well. He stood and casually moved his body. Feeling as light as a feather, he was confident that he could handle basic training, no matter how difficult it was. No, it's more than that. It wasn't just about handling the training. He felt like he wouldn't even lose to the so-called genius children of Zeegard. While he was so thrilled about it, his stomach rumbled. He realized that he had skipped both lunch and dinner. Shall I go eat? He left the room and made his way to the dining room. Inside the dimly lit dining room, Sylvia was sitting at the table. Why is Mom here at this hour? I've been waiting so I can eat with my son. Sylvia smiled and patted the chair next to her. But it's late. Although it was way past dinner time, since he had been forming his third ring of fire, Sylvia pulled out the chair while smiling. It's okay. Sit down quick. Raon sat down next to Sylvia with an awkward expression on his face. Helen. Yes. Helen's voice could be heard from the kitchen. Soon after, the maids brought out the food, all of which were his favorites. Raon. Sylvia smiled awkwardly, all while pushing dishes towards him. Mommy has something to tell you today. Something to tell me. Yes, she nodded and stayed silent for a while. Because Raon is smart. You must have thought it was weird. Why do we live separately? And why do others insult us? Raon put down the fork he was holding. It looked like Sylvia wanted to tell him about the past before training began. Even though he had a rough idea of what it was, he pretended that he didn't. Mommy is a criminal. Despite running away from her responsibilities, she returned and begged for her life. The start of Sylvia's story was heavier than he thought. She fell in love with his father, who she happened to meet during her mission. In order to be with him, an average night, she ran away from the household after breaking her mana circuit and energy center. Actually, you had a big sister. She was 2 years older than you and was named Chia. Then my big sister is yes. Her voice became more subdued, like flowing water at the bottom floor of an underground cavern. A cotter from Eden recognized my face and attacked us. There was nothing we could do, as your father wasn't that strong, and I was pregnant with you. Eden was one of the 5 demons that opposed the 6 kings, where Zeegard belongs. Despite its warm name, it was a monstrous organization with lots of strong people, even more than the kingdom itself. Then, how did Mom return? My father had secretly assigned a guard for me. Because they stayed away from us, they only managed to arrive after your father and sister were killed. Grandfather did? Raon narrowed his eyes. He couldn't have imagined that the cold-blooded Glenn would have assigned a guard. That's why Mommy is a criminal in this household. I really have no excuse for your grandfather. Sylvia lowered her head, and Helen and the maids clenched their fists. Raon gently looked at Sylvia. Selfish. Sylvia was selfish. She ran away from her household's responsibility for her own happiness and came back to beg for her life. It was understandable why both the direct and collateral lines treated her so harshly. However, she was the one who gave him a new life, and a love that he had never felt before. Even if everyone else called her selfish, she was the only mother he had ever known throughout 2 lives. Mom. Sylvia raised her head, as Raon called her name. Do you regret it? Regret? Do you want to return to before you left the household? No, I don't regret it. Sylvia firmly shook her head. She said that she lived like a human for the first time after meeting father and my sister, contrary to how she had lived like an invisible person in her household. But I'm sorry for what I did to you. Because your mom is such a bad person, were you happy? Yes. I was happy back then, and I'm also happy now. Then it's okay. Raon? I'm okay. Don't mind me. Raon smiled and grabbed the fork once again. It's okay to be selfish. It was fine if others called her selfish. Even if they called her a runaway, a coward, it was okay if she got insulted. But I'm going to take it all back. The position of Zeegard's direct line, which she had lost. He decided that he would first get that position back to her, before finishing the revenge that he planned to get. Sylvia sobbed. Young Master Raon, as a teardrop fell from Sylvia's big eyes, Helen and other maids, who standing next to them also started to silently cry. Rattle. Inside the annex building's dining room, the rattling of tableware and sniffing sounds formed an unusual harmony. After sending Sylvia and the maids back with puffy eyes, Raon returned to his room. I should check before going to sleep. It seemed to be a good idea to clean his mind and body with the ring of fire, which had become 3-star before sleeping. The rings surrounding his heart rotated and throbbed, as if they were alive. It certainly looked like the 3 stars made the rings rotate faster, and the effects on his body and mind were further enhanced. This is good. 3 stars were so effective, despite being the start of the apprentice stage, so it was worth looking forward to how impressive the intermediate stage was going to be. Raon rotated the rings of fire 5 times, then went to bed. Just as he was about to close his eyes, after turning off the lights, messages that he had never seen before appeared. Trait has been activated. Trait Wrath has been created. Wrath awakens. Chapter 8 Wrath? Raon swallowed hard and looked around. There is somebody here. Although it wasn't visible or audible, a presence had appeared in the room where he used to be alone. It must have been the wrath from the message. Flash. A blue flame ignited before his eyes as he stayed vigilant. From the fist-sized flame, a terrifying wave emerged, resembling the imminence of a volcanic eruption. Finally, from the inside of the blue flame, a chilly voice sounded. It sent shivers down his spine. A madness that could explode at any moment was contained in the voice. What is this? He had a considerable amount of knowledge due to his previous life, but he had never heard nor seen a talking flame. The wrath that you have nurtured has reached the King of Essence. Under the name of the second monarch of Devildom Wrath, I will grant your revenge. Offer your mind and body him. The blue flame that introduced himself as Wrath, the monarch of Devildom, dropped its jaws after looking him up and down. A child? Why is a child? What are you? Who are you? The wrath that reached me wasn't an emotion that a child still wet behind his ears could possess. Wrath's voice was low, but contained turbulent feelings. Wrath? Raon frowned. He might have felt it in his previous life, but he had never been infuriated in his current life. Hold on, previous life? When he thought about it, he had obtained the mysterious ability called Status Window, after being reincarnated with the memories of his previous life. That had occurred after he had died. He came to the realization that it could have been wrath that gave him those special abilities. Was it you who gave me the Status Window? Status Window? You can use it? Yes. Nonsense. The blue flame surrounding wrath convulsed. The connection was lost. Why? Who are you and why did you show up here? You are the one who called the King of Essence. I called you? You blazed out in anger. You said you would kill someone at any cost. The advent of the King of Essence was to grant your wish. He remembered swearing he would kill Darius Robert at any cost. From what he said, it looked like the flame had appeared in front of him because of his anger back then. But it's too late. There was 2 years of time lapse between his previous and current life, and it had been 12 years since he was born. He wasn't sure what he was going to do being 14 years late. Did you say you would grant me revenge? Indeed. What is the cost? Passionate flames ignited in Raon's eyes. Nothing is free in the world. From what you said earlier, are you going to take my body and soul? If you crave your revenge, it is only natural to offer your paltry mind and body. He patiently looked down at Wrath. Something could be seen, confined inside the blue flame. An inhuman existence was giving a wicked smile. Did this happen because I was reincarnated? If he had to guess, it must have been because he had died in his previous life before Wrath could take over his body. Revenge is meaningless, if not achieved by me. He had been played by Darius his entire life, but finally got a new chance after dying. He couldn't accept somebody else granting him revenge. I have to do it myself. No matter how difficult it was, he was going to cut off Darius' head by himself. He had no intention of leaving it to others. Excuse me. You're right. Wrath glared at him with eyes hidden inside the blue flame. You are hiding the deep and dark wrath at the bottom of your heart. He smiled with his teeth. I don't care what happened. The King of Essence has already decided, so you just have to offer your body. As anger burned up from Wrath's voice, the blue flame struck him. Kuh! Raon grabbed his chest, bending at the waist. It was cold. Not only his body, but his mind was also frozen. Wrath's affinity wasn't fire, but ice. Think of him and increase your anger. The King of Essence will kill him for you, even if he is a god. His heart was pounding because of Wrath's creepy voice. It felt as if his heart was pierced by an icicle. Water resistance 3. Stars activating. Water resistance. The water resistance that he had obtained from absorbing the coldness was reducing the pain from Wrath's icy power. However, Wrath's attack wasn't just ice. Raon moaned painfully. He remembered Darius' face, the way he laughed while looking down on him like a bug, making him gasp. Leave your body to the King of Essence. I will break his skull and chew on his flesh. Raon gasped for breath. As Wrath's voice incited his emotions, Raon wanted to explode with his anger towards Darius. Absolutely not. Raon bit back his emotions as hard as he could. If he left his body to Wrath, he could do terrible things to Sylvia and the maids. Even if he were to die there, he couldn't give him his body. I have to endure. He clenched his fist to bleed. He was an assassin, and the best one at that. Patience and emotionlessness were the qualities of an assassin. You are enduring better than I thought, but for how long? No one can win against the icy power of the King of Essence. As if Wrath was mocking him, he released an icy power capable of freezing his mind and body. Huff! It was a relief. It was going to be difficult to hold on if he kept inciting his emotions, but he chose to enhance his icy power instead. Raon caught his breath, and withstood the icy power penetrating to his bones. A mere human dares. Wrath's burning voice was irritated and angry. I wanted to avoid harming the body that the King of Essence was going to use, but it can't be helped. I'm going to devour you alive. It wasn't an exaggeration. As his flame grew bigger, the intensity of the icy wave assailing his mind and body increased immensely. Kuh! Unable to withstand it, Raon groaned. His lip parted as he felt the pain of his flesh being torn apart and organs being severed. Raise your anger and accept the King of Essence. Are you planning to die? I'd rather die than give my body to someone like you. He bit his tongue to come to his senses. The moment he resolved to die rather than giving Wrath his body, he had an idea. Wait, if water resistance can block his icy power, then the ring of fire might be able to lower the pain in both his body and mind. Even if it didn't, he had to give it a try. Raon forcefully calmed his mind and started rotating the rings of fire. The 3 rings of fire around his heart started to spin violently. Ring of Fire 3, stars greatly reducing the damage to your mind and body. It went as expected. The Ring of Fire was a cultivation technique that could develop and protect the mind and body. Therefore, it was also effective at enduring external stimulation. The Ring of Fire rotated rapidly, bringing vitality to his body and mind. The emotions that were about to explode started to subside. The willpower that he had built up from his previous life, the Ring of Fire, and water resistance combined, greatly reducing the pain and stimulus that Wrath was inflicting. What are you? Wrath's voice was astonished. Whoosh! His barrage of icy power gradually became weaker. It looked like he couldn't stick to him if he didn't increase his anger. How did a mere human child? I am a human, but I am not a child. Casting off the subsiding icy power, Raon responded calmly. This doesn't make any sense. Not at all. Wrath came away from his body while screaming furiously. His lips were shaking like a scared colt. Even though it hasn't been long since I woke up, for the King of Essence to be pushed back by a mere human. Raon exhaled and glared at Wrath. His flame wavered like a lamp in the wind. Revenge is mine to take. I'm not leaving my body to a minor demon. Minor demon? You dare call a monarch of devildom a minor demon? You can't even deal with me, and yet call yourself a monarch of devildom. I guess all the other monarchs are dead. Are you for real? Wrath amplified his flame once again, but only the size increased. The icy power was a lot weaker than before. He said he just woke up. Waking up from a sleep, or a still, either way it looked like he couldn't use his full force. As Raon shook it off violently, Wrath's fire was thrown off, fluttering away like a paper. The sound of Wrath grinding his teeth could be heard from the inside of the blue flame. Impossible. How are you controlling your emotions? There is no need to tell you. Now disappear. You took the power of the King of Essence. How can you ask me to leave? Wrath glared at him with rage and hate. And the King of Essence has already decided. Before you died, I couldn't separate from you, even if I wanted to. Raon aimed a punch at the mumbling Wrath. Although the flame dispersed, he couldn't feel the blow. It was as if he punched empty space. Then, he gathered mana on his fingertips. It was lousy compared to aura, but still better than nothing. Swoosh! He swooshed with the mana-enhanced hand, knife, but Wrath just revived like a candlelight that had managed to withstand the wind. What are you doing? This won't work either. Wrath was like a soul, and didn't have a physical body. Because of that, it didn't seem like he would disappear even if he used an aura. Now that I think about it, even though Wrath let out his intense power, the swordsmen who were guarding the annex building didn't barge in. It must have been because Raon was the only one who could see or feel him. How do I make you disappear? Give your body to the King of Essence. Then you must be crazy. As Raon sneered, a message popped up. Ding! An additional ability has been unlocked. An additional ability? Raon immediately opened the status window. Status window name, Raon Zegart. Title, None. State, Curse of Frost, 8 strands, poor stamina, decline in athletic ability, decline in mana affinity. Trait, Wrath, Ring of Fire 3, star, water resistance 3, star. The question marks that occupy the first slot of the trait were replaced by Wrath. But that wasn't the important part. There was new information under the status window. Strength, 13 agility, 13 stamina, 12 energy, 12 perception, 40. The abilities, such as strength and agility, were evaluated with numbers. Why, you've really got the status window. Cold frost spilled from Wrath's mouth. It seemed that he couldn't see the contents of the status window, as he murmured that he could only see the silhouette. What is this status window, and the message? It's a system that the King of Essence created. System? For what? I have no reason to tell you. To accelerate growth? How did you? I knew it. Like a reflex, he responded as soon as he felt him out. Just like his name suggested, Wrath couldn't hide his feelings. It's as I expected. Raon nodded. He thought it was weird that the Ring of Fire was more efficient than in his previous life, and it was because of the system. Give it back. Your body, my power. Give them all back. Wrath started to throw a tantrum. He looked like a baby sitting on a massive throne. I don't know how to give them back, nor do I have any intention to do so. He obtained the ability to grow faster, to a higher peak. There was no reason to give it back to the madman that tried to take his body. It's not yours. And you tried to take my body, which is not yours. Yeesh. The King of Essence heard your wishes. I did desire revenge, but that is something I must do myself. It's meaningless if I realize it by giving up my body to something I don't understand like you. Karath ground his teeth but couldn't open his mouth, as he had nothing to say. Go away now. Raon turned away as he finished the conversation. I can't go. I won't leave until you give me back my power. Wrath screeched and assaulted Raon. The moment Raon clenched his fist, thinking he would cope with it as much as he wanted, Wrath's body started to shine blue. The blue flame flowed like water to wind around his wrist. Raon prepared for the incoming pain, but it didn't hurt at all. Zoom. The blue flame around his wrist disappeared, and a bracelet appeared. It was a flowery bracelet made from ice. I'm going to stick with you until the day you die. Wrath provoked him by shaking the flower hanging on the bracelet. It hasn't been long since I woke up, but my power will soon return. When that happens, you won't be able to stop me no matter what you do. Sure. Raon tried to take off the bracelet, but just like when he tried to touch the flame, it just dispersed instead of being caught. But it didn't look completely ineffective as the bracelet vibrated, and Wrath stopped talking each time he touched it. It's useless. The King of Essence will never be chased away. Let's try it then. He tried to scratch, pull, rub it against the wall, and trample on the bracelet. However, Wrath didn't disappear. He was very tenacious. Tusk. He tutted. The flowery bracelet didn't disappear, no matter what he did. Even though I do want to remove it, it might be better to just leave it be. The system could disappear if he forcefully took it off, and there was a chance that the demon would transfer to Sylvia or Helen. Like the saying goes, keep your friends close and enemies closer. It would be better to keep him nearby, instead of having him plotting somewhere unseen. Counting on the ring of fire and water resistance to keep growing, he decided to keep Wrath under control. If you aren't going to get off, then change your appearance at least. A bracelet with flowers doesn't suit you. Raon frowned. He could at least understand if it were a skull, but he didn't want to wear a flowery bracelet. Respect my taste. He was at a loss for words at how the taste of this violent and impatient guy was a flowery bracelet. The King of Essence has never let go of his prey. Your body and mind are mine. I'd better ignore it. You damn brat. Raon blocked his hearing and went to bed. Wrath whimpered, but he ignored him. But if Wrath is the system's owner, and doesn't know that I was reincarnated, then who reincarnated me? Raon murmured the new question and closed his eyes. Creak. Wrath ground his teeth, looking at the sleeping Raon. How can a human like this exist? Even though he wasn't at full power, he had never thought a human could stop his possession, let alone a 10-year-old child. It doesn't make any sense. Although he was from a different age, he had seen countless humans. Among them was a hero that founded a country with his sword, and a villain that made the whole continent tremble in fear. But it was the first time seeing a human like him. It was as irritating as if he was looking at that guy. Just you wait. The day the King of Essence's power returns, I'm going to devour your soul, Wrath declared, unable to hold in his rage. That won't happen, stop dreaming. The young human shook his hand, as if he was driving away flies. The King of Essence never gives up. I said it won't. Raon is small for his age, and Wrath doesn't seem to actually know much about him or how much time has passed. Otherwise, he'd realized that he hadn't been a child when he summoned him. Chapter 9. The day dawned. Raon left the annex building with the luggage he had prepared beforehand. Sylvia and the maids were lined up in the garden, waiting for him. See you later. Sylvia got dewy-eyed as Raon waved his hand under their worried gaze. I'm glad that I'm going alone. If Sylvia tagged along, he wouldn't have reached the training ground. It was a relief that only trainees were allowed on the training ground. Lady Sylvia, are you going to part with the young master with that expression? Sylvia's expression loosened up at Helen's remark. Raon. Sylvia fidgeted as she stood in front of Raon. She was still worried, but she couldn't tell him to give up anymore. Because I saw what kind of child he is. Raon didn't skip training for a single day over the past month, even as he withstood the coldness coming from his mana circuit. He ran over and over, every day, while breathing out that painfully cold breath. She couldn't send off a child who strived so earnestly with a sad look. Good luck, Raon. Sylvia smiled, trying to control her wavering mind and her worries. Thank you. Raon nodded, then turned back. Without delay, he started walking towards the 5th training ground. Is he going to be all right? He got a lot better. He might even pass the training at this rate. I'm not even wishing for that. I just want him to come back safe and sound. That would be for the best. Sylvia and Helen didn't stop looking at Raon's back, which got farther and farther away. They prayed for his safe return, regardless of the result. The 5th training ground looked like a long box, as tall walls preventing the view from the outside formed a rectangle around the area. To the right side of the entrance there was an outdoor gymnasium, covered in fine soil. And to the left side there was an indoor gymnasium with a roof. Raon looked around the training ground, then looked at the children lined up at the center. Just like I've heard, there are a lot of them. Despite it being still early, over 100 children were warming up all around the training ground. He had heard that there were that many people every time because there were children recommended from the outside or vassal families, on top of Zegart's direct line and the collaterals. They said there were more people than usual this time. Helen had told him that the 6th training ground could also be used that year because of how many people there were. Crunch. He turned around at the snapping sound. A round-faced child with green hair was eating crackers. Do you want some? As Raon stared at him, he took more crackers from his pocket and held them out. No thank you. All right. He nodded, then put his hand back to his pocket. This time, he took out a piece of rectangular bread. As Raon was about to warm up, Thinking that it was interesting, he heard a cold voice speak. That's him, right? Look at those frail limbs. They look like they'll break if you touch them. Can he really train? A patient should take it easy and give up. I don't understand why he is being so annoying. I closed my eyes when I saw him arguing with the clan leader. It looks like he thinks he is from the direct line. He really doesn't know his place. Collateral children were loudly criticizing him. It looked like the rumor had already spread, since many children were glaring at him. Look at that bracelet. A flowery bracelet? What is he, a baby? Collaterals giggled, looking at the bracelet on Raon's wrist. It seemed like the bracelet could be seen by the others. Are they perhaps speaking about the King of Essence? Wrath shuddered after having been quiet up to that point, as if asleep. That's why I told you to change the way the bracelet looks. They are trash with no taste. What are you doing? Smash their skulls already. Wrath's voice was boiling with anger. For what? They aren't only mocking the King of Essence, but also picking a fight with you. Are you saying that you are tolerating them? You don't even know what happened. I don't care. If they look straight at the King of Essence, that's enough reason to pluck their eyes out. I'm not crazy like you. He was relieved that he didn't give his body to that madman. Raon turned around and looked at the collaterals, who were still running their mouths. Although they flinched a little, they provocatively stuck their chins out. I would have ignored it in my previous life. Since an assassin shouldn't draw any attention, he would have turned away, pretending that he hadn't heard anything. However, he had decided to live his current life as Raon Zeeghart, not as an assassin. There was no reason to ignore them. What did you just say? Raon menacingly approached the children. They looked flustered, as they hadn't expected him to come up to them. Huh? The boys, what are you saying? Stop buzzing like a mosquito and speak clearly. Yeah, that is. The children from the collateral line didn't know what to do, so they awkwardly looked at each other. I knew it. Those children were just repeating what their parents said. It was the kind of situation that didn't even need a proper solution. Haven't you learned not to talk about people behind their back, if you cannot speak to their faces? Shut up. How dare you, when you were ruined and forced to live in the annex building. You are collateral, not of the direct line. You are also collateral. The word dare is used when you are talking to someone in a lower position than you. You don't have the right to say that to me. Raon's voice wasn't loud, nor quiet, as he was simply stating the facts. The three collaterals spread their feet and clenched their fists, as if they were going to strike at any time. Snap! Raon stretched his fingers. It wasn't a bad idea to warm up and attract some attention before the training started. Screw you, stop! When the collaterals were about to charge, a stern scolding was heard. It was from a handsome, blue-haired boy in his early teens. Who does he think he is to get in the way? Break his skull. Hepburn? He was of the direct line, the one who had the best talent at the judgment ceremony. What are you all doing when the training is about to start? Are you planning to blacken the name of Zeeghart in front of outsiders? He'd expected he would take the three brats' side, but he scolded everyone instead. Boo, Burin. I apologize. A single word from Burin was enough to make the collaterals bow like mice in front of a cat, despite how they were about to charge at Raon. And you still don't know your place. After getting the apology from the collaterals, Burin approached Raon. You are like dust that can be removed at any time. If you don't want to be cast out of the annex building as well, then stay as quiet as a mouse. Burin frowned with obvious contempt. Good for nothing. The foolish guy in front of him had taken the undivided attention of the head of house a month before, using the circumstances instead of his own abilities. Incompetence was what he hated the most, and arrogance that doesn't know its place was second to that, and Raon Zeeghart had them both. He was a loser that was going to drop out from the training, and the fact that he had drawn the head of house's attention made him irritated. If you aren't planning to participate in the training, then get out of here. No, just get out of my sight, since there is no way you will manage to pass the training. As Burin admonished him, the collaterals sneered. When they were about to return with satisfied expressions, Raon took a step ahead. That's such a boorish way of talking rubbish. Raon inclined his chin. With a tilted gaze, he looked straight at Burin. Who do you think you are? What? You are of the direct line, but you don't have any rank. You're going to cast me out of the annex building? Do you think you can do that when you aren't even a trainee yet? Oh, I guess you might have a chance if you cry to your father. How dare you, collateral? Green wind covered Burin's fist. When he approached Raon with bloodthirsty eyes, the door to the training ground cracked open. Slam! A red-haired man walked past the door, which was still vibrating. With pointy ears and heavenly appearance, he had both a mysterious and cheerful atmosphere around him. Are you fighting already? You have a lot of guts. I guess it's because you're still young. Too young, actually. He grinned and moved to the center of the training ground. That guy works here? Raon narrowed his eyes. There was no way he wouldn't know him, since he was Zeeghart's Sword of Light, the elf swordsman Rimmer, who was extremely famous. I heard he had retired. There was news that he was injured in a dungeon and ended up retiring, so he hadn't expected to meet him there. Rimmer glanced at Raon and Burin, then went to the platform that allowed him to look down on the whole training ground. Burin bit his lips and turned around. His expression seemed to imply that he would forgive Raon this time, but that he should be careful next time. Nice to meet you. Rimmer smiled from the platform. I'm the head instructor Rimmer, who is going to oversee your training. His voice was bright, not in a frivolous way, but cheerful. Keeping a laid-back smile, he continued. There are 160 trainees, but only 8 instructors. As you must also be thinking that there are too many trainees, let's reduce that number. A quarter would be ideal. Rimmer's laid-back smile became slightly mischievous. Reduce? To a quarter? What are you talking about? The children's faces went ashy pale. It was the first time they'd heard of trainees being weeded out before basic training. We will distinguish between gems and pebbles, quite literally. I'd rather train some quality swordsmen over quantity. Rimmer waved his finger at the children, as if he were choosing products. I came here because I was told to. The green-haired child who held out a cracker earlier dropped the bread he was holding. I'm a Zekar collateral. It's nonsense to weed me out before becoming a trainee. That's true. We were all ordered to participate by the family. I'm dumb, so I don't know about the direct line or collateral lines. Rimmer frowned while picking his ear with his pinky finger. I'm the law on this training ground. If you aren't happy about it, complain to the Lord who made me the law. Despite looking like a ruffian rather than a head instructor, his good-looking appearance still managed to make him look cool. Weeding out Raon scratched his chin. He heard that Rimmer was extremely talented at feeling his opponent's spirit and potential. It seemed that he was going to use that to make a selection. Who is that arrogant guy? What? He dares to look down on me. I don't like it. Pluck off that elf's ears. Is there even anyone that you do like? As his name suggested, Wrath was angry at everything. It didn't seem like he liked anything at all. Back in the devildom, nobody could see my eyes. As the true monarch that every demon admired, why, you, shut up. Because Wrath started to talk for too long, he tapped the bracelet. Then let's start the test. Rimmer blew away the earwax on his pinky finger. What do you think the most important thing is when learning martial arts? It's talent. It's a strong and flexible body. A steady energy center. The way of training for swordsmanship and aura is the most important. The children seemed to think that the test had already started, as they shouted what they thought was the most important with their hands raised. Talent, body, energy center, swordsmanship, those are all correct. However, those are just the walls and roof. There is a groundwork that needs to be laid under them. It's stamina and willpower. The children lowered their hands and nodded, believing that he was right. Some of you have already learned martial arts, and others haven't. As such, I'm going to use the simplest, yet the most certain method to evaluate you. Rimmer's finger, which had been pointed at the children, moved towards the outdoor gymnasium. Run laps in the gymnasium until I tell you to stop. At full speed. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people moved. It was Burin from the direct line who was at the judgment ceremony with Raon, and Raon from the vassal family Sullian. Let's go. Run. The other children followed the 2 and started running in the gymnasium. Don't move. Nobody is allowed to order the King of Essence. Raon ignored Wrath and filled his lungs with fresh air. He kicked the ground, following the children running in front of him. They are indeed different. Raon and Burin were running way ahead already. Despite looking like they were casually running, they were at a speed that nobody else could catch up to. It wasn't because of their aura being high quality or having a special attribute, but simply because they had trained their minds and bodies from an early age. If you have started running, then go to the front. Why are you at the very back? I don't even know what you want anymore. I just don't want to lose. This is not a competition. Raon looked at Rimmer, who was whistling on the platform. Others' potential and spirit. What was visible to the eyes wasn't going to be the only criteria. Raon exhaled with shining eyes. The winner of this test is whoever lasts the longest. And that was something that he was confident about, more than anyone in the continent. Lord Burin and Lady Raon are clearly peerless. It's not just their speed, but they are also stable. They aren't at their full speed, so they should be able to run for hours like that. To be so accomplished at that age, I'm afraid of what they will become. It's scary. The 2 instructors standing under the platform were chatting while looking at the running children. The collaterals this year are also quite capable. They must have been well educated. Same goes for the recommended trainees. There are many competent ones. It looks like they have been picked carefully. They didn't only look at Burin and Raon. They evaluated every single child, including those running at the back. The instructors that were observing every child frowned, as they looked at Raon, running among the group in the back. As expected, he can't catch up. He is a patient. That much is already amazing. He looks tired already. He is going to drop out soon. The instructors calmly looked away to other children, as they had already expected. However, Rimmer, who was humming behind them, had his eyes fixated on Raon. How curious. Rimmer's green eyes shone brightly. It's my first time seeing someone like him. He had received a blessing of nature brighter than any other race, and he was excellent at discerning others' condition and potential. He thought the only people he couldn't analyze with his talent were the continent's strongest. However, he had to change his mind for the first time. Neither Raon and Burin, who were running at the front, nor the collateral and recommended trainees who were running behind them, could go beyond his insight. He could see how they would grow, and how much stronger they would become. Except for one person. Raon Ziegart. Why can't I see it? As if hidden behind a cloud, he couldn't see his future, nor his potential. Because he had no potential? It wasn't something like that. It meant that he was outside of his perception, like when he was looking at those stronger than himself. This is funny. Rimmer smiled. A really interesting human had appeared in such a boring era. Look at that. Is he really in last place after acting all cocky? You can't even call him last place, since he will drop out soon. The collaterals smirked, looking at Raon running among the slowest group. There's no way a guy who grew up comfortably in an annex building can run properly. Look at his face, he's so flustered. He isn't even going to last 10 minutes. Children other than the 3 collaterals also started laughing. But Raon didn't have a serious expression because of being worn out. Are they really only going to run when it's training? In his previous life, hungry beasts were released behind them when they were training their stamina. Just running until their stamina ran out was too easy to be true in comparison. It was too easy. Chapter 10. 1 hour had passed since the children started running around the gymnasium. Raon and Raon were still running at the front, and the collaterals, vassal children, and recommended children were neck and neck behind them. Of course, not all 160 of them were running anymore. Those who lacked stamina had already given up and were resting in a corner, and the number of quitters kept increasing even now. Ha! Rimmer's eyes quickly moved left and right, despite lying down on the platform and yawning. The 61st guy gave up earlier than his stamina could last, and the 62nd one lasted longer. He was grasping all 160 children at a glance with sleepy eyes. However, stamina wasn't the only thing Rimmer was analyzing. There is no point in just checking their stamina. How much stamina children had depended on how they grew up. Honestly, they were all similar, except for the 2 direct lines, and the roughly 20 best children. Even if their stamina was similar, some children gave up as soon as they were out of breath, and some kept running until the end, while their sides pinched or they cried. That difference is the most important thing here. Just like there were people who gave up easily, there are also people who never gave up. That difference in willpower, that looked small at present, would grow to be tremendous in the future. Stamina could be increased, and talents could be nurtured. However, it was extremely difficult to develop perseverance. Children who never gave up wouldn't give up in the future either, and children who gave up easily would grow up to be adults who did the same. Of course, there were exceptions, as some would realize and change their way. However, that was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Looking for a child who already had the perseverance and the willpower was the easiest way. This is pretty much set in stone now. Rimmer smiled. Over half of the children had already given up, and the rest were getting slower as they tired. As Rimmer was preparing to end the exam, the golden-haired child running in the back group crossed his sight. Raon Ziegart. He was the only child who had exceeded his expectations. Rimmer's eyes shone like stars. I don't understand it. Raon had run out of stamina a long time ago. He shouldn't have been able to stand, because of the coldness pressing upon his body and shortening his breath. However, he kept moving his feet relentlessly, without breaking his posture. This can't even be called perseverance anymore. This is obstinacy. He had seen many brilliant talents throughout countless battlefields. Among them, there were swordsmen who would stand at the top of the continent with their swords, and magicians who would change the standard of the world with their magic. But none of them had as much persistence as Raon. He kept running even after running out of stamina, especially when he was a 12-year-old child who was born with a terrible constitution. That wasn't possible without having gone through dozens of life or death battles. He couldn't figure out just how a sheltered child possibly ended up with such obstinacy. He looked around the entire gymnasium. Raon and Buren, who were staying at the top despite stating their power, were amazing. However, that was nothing compared to Raon, who was still running with no stamina. The collaterals and the children of vassal families who made fun of Raon were drooling as they ran, as if they didn't want to lose to him. Ha! Rimmer's lips bent into a smooth arc. It's going to be fun teaching them. Buren Ziegart kept turning back, as he couldn't focus on running. And each time, he had to frown. Why is that guy still running? Raon Ziegart. He was an insolent child, who talked back to the head of house, and he was unexpectedly still going. He was slow, but he kept running at a constant speed until the end. He shouldn't be in a condition to run right now. He already knew Raon's condition. He was born with coldness, which not only made him incapable of moving his body properly, but also slowed down his growth. And when he saw him for the first time, he looked even more pathetic. He was short, and he didn't have the slightest sign of having trained. And yet, he didn't give up. The collaterals, children of vassal families, and the recommended children whose talents had been acknowledged, were already giving up. And yet, he was still running despite, panting like he was going to die. And the person next to me, they're also annoying. Raon, who was the only person who kept up with him, and Raon, who should have dropped out already, were both irritating. Alright, I'll show you the clear difference. Deciding that he would discourage both Raon and Raon, he fiercely kicked the ground. Swoosh! Using aura, he amplified the muscles in his thighs and calves. Running at a speed that could create tunnel vision, he looked back. Those brats? Neither Raon, who he thought of as a rival, nor Raon were showing any kind of reaction. They were both running at their own pace, and it was the collaterals and the children from vassal families who were carelessly following him. Tusk! Burn clicked his tongue and increased his speed. He was now far ahead of Raon, who used to run next to him, and he had already run past Raon a long time ago. However, Raon and Raon's speed didn't change. It was like they were telling him that they weren't interested in him. Realizing that he was ignored by those inferior to him, anger simmered inside him. Let's see until when you can keep up that act. Huff! Raon smiled, exhaling vigorously. Power keeps flowing in. His stamina pool had gone empty, resembling a dried-up well a long time ago. His head was spinning so hard that he felt like he would faint, but he managed to withstand it thanks to the vitality the 3-starred ring of fire provided him. This is heaven compared to back then. In his previous life, wild dogs chased him when he was younger. He'd run down the mountain while grabbing a heart that felt like it would explode. There were also times when the wild dog had caught him in the end, resulting in a fight to the death. Compared to that hellish life, what he was doing right now was child's play. Raon looked forward while panting. The collaterals and the recommended children, who were still running at full speed, were certainly exceptionally talented. However, Raon and Burn were different from them. They were steadily running from the beginning, at a constant speed. Just as he thought that they weren't called geniuses for nothing, Burn suddenly sped up. He ran past Raon and became the front runner. Lo, Lord Burn. Run! Don't fall behind. The collaterals and recommended children who saw him forcibly increased their speed. As if telling them to catch up, Burn peered at Raon and Raon. What are you doing right now? Are you going to do nothing when you are provoked? Catch up to him and crush those eyes. Wrath ground his teeth, glaring at Burn, but Raon didn't react. I told you before, this isn't a competition. The run was a test to show how much stamina and willpower everyone had, not a competition. And there was one more person who knew that fact. Raon Sullivan. The silver-haired girl running in second place kept her pace, as if she didn't have a speck of interest in Burn. She is actually one step ahead of him. He thought that they were similar, but it looked like Raon was mentally superior to Burn. Burn was pretending to be an adult, but he was acting according to his age. If he went on to the battlefield as he was, he would have died quickly. That's not something I should care about. Raon kept running in the gymnasium, following Raon's back instead of Burn's. Raon? How? He was still running. The collaterals who exhausted themselves running after Burn fell behind. They were the ones who were mocking him before the exam had started. Huff! Daboa, what did you do? There's no way. As Raon ran past them, the collaterals that were panting slowed their steps and sat down on the ground. Raon kept running, using their astonished gaze as a driving force. Pathetic. It's a fact that those who couldn't stop talking no matter where they went were actually worthless. Since he wasn't interested in them to begin with, he forgot about them, and kept running. Raon kept rotating his ring of fire through slow breaths. The ring is developing rapidly. Even though he hadn't run for a long time, the cultivation of the ring of fire was progressing quickly. After all, the ring of fire was a cultivation technique that showed its true value upon going all out. It's still incredibly difficult though. The rotating ring of fires didn't make the pain disappear. He felt like his heart and lungs were being crushed, and his side hurt as if it was stabbed by a dagger. How pathetic. Wrath clicked his tongue as he kept running full out. I can't accept defeat from you whose body will become mine. Give your body to me right now. I will catch up and completely freeze that blue-haired brat right now. Shut up. It wasn't a test to catch up. It was a fight against himself. I can't accept defeat as long as the King of Essence has his eyes open. Then close your eyes. The miracle that I'm still running like this. It wasn't a lie. Even though he had Wrath's system, he still couldn't get rid of the coldness inside his mana circuits. The ring of fire was a miracle that allowed him to keep running. Then give your body to me. Wrath transformed into the blue flame that he had seen the day before. His anger made him nauseated as it stimulated his emotions. Not now, of all times. Raon bit his lip. Wrath's stimulation felt twice as painful than the day before because of how tired he was. It's pointless, so go back to sleep already. He kept his calm expression using his ring of fire at full force. He kept moving his legs, pretending he wasn't affected. Why does the King of Essence's power not work on you? Wrath kept stimulating the angry emotion relentlessly. Raon withstood Wrath's mental attack with his already empty stamina. I'm dying. Cold sweat ran down his back. He felt like he would faint at any moment. Thanks to the balance between the ring of fire and the experience of his previous life, one of countless life or death situations, he barely managed to hold on. You stubborn brat, give up and piss off. While Raon was pushing back Rath's power, Rimmer, who was lying on the platform, suddenly stood up. Everyone, stop! The children who were running in the gymnasium stopped as they heard his clear voice. Huff, huff, ka, awa. The children could hardly keep their eyes open as they panted, sitting on the ground or holding their knees. Huff Raon looked like he would die as he panted heavily. What a monster! Rath grinded his teeth and went back to the bracelet. I told you can't. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The test was difficult, but withstanding Rath's attack was even more so. If he'd kept running, he could have really died. This life isn't normal either, hum? A new message popped up while he was drinking. Dang! An extreme stamina surpassing action was performed. Ability points have increased. Chapter 11 Strength, Agility, and Stamina have increased by 2. Raon gasped. That's actually true. His muscles twitched, starting from his forearm, then down his entire body. When he clenched his fist, he could feel that his grasping power had become a bit stronger than before. Tap! His body was light, as if he got rid of a small lump of metal from his body, as he tried jumping in place. So the actual body changes when the stats increase, huh? Did you think the system made by the King of Essence was fake? This is crazy. Raon was speechless. It didn't make any sense that his physical abilities would improve as a reward for training past his limits. He was about to say that the system was too overpowered when the second set of messages appeared. Successfully withstood Rath's interruption. Ability points have increased further. Agility, stamina, and energy have increased by 1. They were messages announcing an additional increase in abilities from withstanding Rath's disruption. What is that? Raon's eyes shone as he stayed silent, feeling the euphoria rush through his body. What is this? How come it gives you extra stats for withstanding my disruption? Did you not know about it either? Of course. The system has never been stolen from me before, and the King of Essence had never failed to take over a human's body. Rath transformed into a blue flame and flew around in front of his eyes. He looked flustered as he acted like a bee. I guess so. When Raon nodded, a thumping sound could be heard from above the platform. Good job, everyone. Rimmer, who had stomped the ground, was smiling as he clapped his hands. Damn it! To his cheerful smile, the children who gave up frowned and lowered their heads. Sigh, I barely made it. I thought I would die. On the other hand, those who managed to hold on until the end smiled in satisfaction, despite their tired expressions. Don't worry, I won't fail you out yet. Pardon? Children opened their eyes at Rimmer's light-hearted voice. I said you were going to be tested, but I didn't say that the decision would be made today. Always. Is that true? Yes. However, if you keep training like today, then most of you will fail out. I beg your pardon? What does that mean? The children stared at Rimmer in disbelief. Since there were over 50 people who managed to run until the end, it was difficult to believe that most of them were going to fail. I clearly mentioned that you should run at full speed, but you saved your strength while running. Among the 160 of you, there was only one person who ran at full speed the entire time. Rimmer looked at Raon for a very short moment. Except for him, everyone else preserved their strength as they ran. It's pathetic that some of you ended up giving up despite that. That is, as the children were exposed, they couldn't find their embarrassment and their faces turned red. In addition, the sly ones that used their aura in order to not fall behind should reflect on their actions. As Rimmer finished his sentence, several trainees, including Burn, bit their lips. Well, I actually don't really care about what you do. The ones who take the test are you, not me. Rimmer grinned. It was a mysterious smile that was serious and crafty at the same time. Your status will be temporary trainee from now on. I will remove the temporary from it if you manage to pass the test that will take place in 6 months. What is that test? The green-eyed child, who wanted to give Raon a cracker earlier, raised his hand with blurry eyes. It wouldn't be fun if I told you about it. There won't be a ranking, but there will be a first place, so do your best. How hard do we have to train? I will give you a simple but straightforward hint. Cracking his neck, he looked down at the children. Everyone's eyes were shining with expectations. For 6 months, complete all the training that I give you. If you just follow my instructions, without involving your personal opinions, then you will pass your test for sure. Oh, is that true? Doesn't that sound too simple? The children's expressions brightened, as if they were facing the sun, when they heard that following instructions was enough. I don't lie. If you follow my instructions, you will pass. However, the corners of Rimmer's lips lifted. That won't be easy. I'm just going to give you the instructions and let you train however you want. If you follow them the way you did today, then everyone will fail without exception. No way. The expressions on the faces of the 12 to 13-year-old children were filled with urgency, as they couldn't go back home without any results. However, there were people who stayed calm, as if they weren't concerned. They were Raon and Raon. They didn't show any reaction, despite hearing what Rimmer said. Damn it. On the other hand, Burn, who had finished first, didn't look good. He didn't say any names, But Rimmer reproached him and complimented Raon. Despite running faster than anyone, he felt like he had lost to that trash collateral. What insolence! Byrne kept glaring at the back of Raon's head instead of listening to Rimmer's explanation on the test. You will live in the 5th training grounds dormitory from now on. It has the best facilities and treatments, so enjoy yourselves for 6 months. Rimmer pointed at the dormitory, which could be seen behind the training ground. That's the dormitory. The children's expressions didn't get better despite hearing that it had the best treatment. That was because they knew those benefits were only temporary. Since this is the first day, I'll finish here. You can go rest or keep training here however you want. There is also an indoor gymnasium on the left side, so feel free to use it. Rimmer went down the platform as he finished his speech. However, when he was halfway down the stairs, he turned his head and grinned. Oh, one more thing. Social standing doesn't exist here. Whether you are a king, a commoner, or a slave, you are all equals. Make sure to get along with your fellow trainees. He waved his hand, showing he really had nothing else to say now, and left the training ground. Half the instructors followed him and left, while the other half looked over the children with their backs against the wall. That rude pointier, what do you dislike about him so much? Raon showed his confusion as he looked down on Wrath. I don't like his face. He dares to look down on the King of Essence, thinking he has everything in his grasp. 10,000 years of imprisonment in ice won't be enough punishment for such insolence. He explained, but Raon still couldn't understand it. It looked like Wrath was just a psychopath. I'd better ignore him. Shaking his head slightly, he relaxed his tired body and mind using the Ring of Fire. I should check out the gymnasium. Ignoring the murmuring Wrath, Raon entered the indoor gymnasium that Rimmer mentioned. Raon Ziegart. Just how did you even run? The collaterals and children of vassal families couldn't take their eyes off Raon's back as he entered the indoor gymnasium. There was too big of a difference between what they saw earlier and what they had heard of him before. They still couldn't believe that he managed to hold out for longer than they had, despite them constantly training their stamina. It must be thanks to the elixir. Crane Ziegart frowned. He was the collateral who first picked a fight with Raon. The elixir? But those living in the annex building were abandoned by the direct line. That's right, and he is the worst among the collaterals. How could he have gotten an elixir? Even if he got an elixir, it shouldn't have been a good one. I heard that the Ragged Saint gave it to him, not the family. Crane explained the situations to the collaterals, who were all wondering. The saint did. In the end, he managed to run thanks to the power of the elixir, not on his own. And he's so proud. Hearing that he'd taken an elixir given to him by the Ragged Saint, the children looked disgusted. Tusk, what a lucky guy. He got a lucky elixir despite being a mere collateral. There is really nothing likable about him. Crane smiled, as the collateral children expressed their resentment. That's why I'm saying, shouldn't we teach him a small lesson? That's true. Apparently, he talked back to Lord Byrne as well. I guess we need to show him what's up. Then when he goes back to the dormitory today, stop it. When the collaterals were about to plan their assault, a low voice was heard from beside them. Lord Byrne? You will dirty the name of Ziegart. Byrne gave a cold glance at the collaterals. How pathetic. He didn't like Raon Ziegart either. But oppressing him using group violence was disgraceful. He couldn't let them plan such a thing as someone who'd received the name of Ziegart. He is a mere insect that will drop out soon enough. Just ignore him, and focus on your training. Narrowing his eyes at their unsightly behavior, he left the training ground. He told us to stop. Are you really that stupid? Crane clicked his tongue, seeing the discouraged collateral children. What? He is actually telling us to do it. What? He was saying that he didn't want to get his own hands dirty, so we should proceed with it. Did you really not get it? Is that so? Of course. Finish preparing already. If we give Raon a proper lesson, Lord Byrne will also be satisfied. The 4 trainees gathered in a circle and started to plan how they would discipline Raon. And after that run on Sullivan, who hadn't looked at anyone so far, focused her gaze on a certain location. It wasn't Byrne who finished first place, nor the collateral, or the children from vassal families, nor Rimmer, who was called the Sword of Light of Ziegart. Raon Ziegart. Her gaze was fixated on Raon's back, whose performance had been less than average during the test. And then, she murmured one word. Weird. Rimmer left the training ground and climbed up the North Grave Mountain, located behind the main building. Reaching the tiger-shaped rock at the mountainside, he lifted his head. There is a guest at my napping site. When he spoke to the rock, the golden-haired old man standing on top of it inclined his head. It was Glenn Ziegart. How did it go? There's no point in asking me that question. Rimmer smiled bitterly while leaning his back against the rock. As you already know, I have a good eye for people. And yet, I couldn't see through Raon. I couldn't analyze his condition at all. I'm sure it was completely empty. It was as dry as a dry mop that had been squeezed out countless times. I don't understand at all how he could run until the end. Curiosity and astonishment dwelled inside Rimmer's smiling eyes. Byrne and Raon have the best talent, and the other children aren't bad either. They can certainly become the pillars that will support the family in the future. However, you are unable to judge Raon. Glenn's gaze went past Rimmer, towards the 5th training ground. You are correct. His talents, potential, future, and tendencies, none of them could be seen. It's my first time being in the dark like this since I met you, my lord. Rimmer giggled. It has been boring ever since my energy center became ragged, but this looks fun for once. Your job isn't to look for fun. It's to raise the children into warriors befitting the name of Sieghart. Of course, I know that. Am I not Sieghart's the most loyal subject? Rimmer nodded like a hoodlum. If you weren't a patient and a comrade in war, your head would be flying right now. Wow, I guess having wounded my energy center was helpful for once. Glenn looked at Rimmer's energy center and around his heart, then turned his head away. You asked for the position of head instructor, so focus on your job instead of getting distracted. Of course, I feel like one of the trainees this year will become someone worthy of entrusting my future. Rimmer turned his gaze towards the training ground, where Glenn was looking. Do you mean burn or run on? That's a possibility, but it could be one of the recommended children, or an obstinate commoner, or a child that has been abandoned by the family. It's just a coincidence. That child can hardly become a warrior. Glenn walked down the North Grave Mountain after saying that. Rimmer stared at the back of his most esteemed warrior and grinned. You already know it isn't. Raon walked outside of the indoor gymnasium after checking the different equipment. Not bad. The training equipment was the latest and the best, just like Rimmer had said. Training ground certainly looked like it would raise the trainees to be the best, if they could follow directions. Since he had started to train in the afternoon, the sky was already getting dark. He went out of the training ground and was about to head over to the dormitory. Hey! From the alleyway to the right side, a low voice could be heard. When he turned his head, the 4 collaterals who picked a fight that morning were glaring at him with intimidating expressions. I heard you ingested an elixir before your first birthday, and that's how you became so cocky. If I consumed an elixir like you, I would have been way better than you. I'd be right behind Lord Byrne already. The 4 children seemed to believe that they were speaking with authority as they approached. Are you really being looked down on by children? I want to end my life now. Don't worry. The flame in Raon's eyes was ignited. You will be able to see what you want this time. Chapter 12. Raon's hands trembled, despite his calm mind. You don't need to be so nervous. We just want to talk. The long-haired collateral at the front approached him. Raon knew his name already. Crane Sieghart. He was the guy who picked a fight with him that morning, and he had also shown a rather brilliant talent during the judgment ceremony. Hey! The 3 children who were next to Crane stuck themselves to Raon's sides and his back, when Crane pointed with his chin. Talk. What kind of talk do you want? He wanted to step back, but it was impossible to retreat with 3 people blocking his way. You'll know once we get there. Follow quietly. Crane gestured with a grin, and the 2 guys next to him started to push him with their shoulders. Since Raon was small for his age, while the collaterals were rather big, it looked like adults taking away a kid. Wow, wait a second. How about we talk here? It's too late. You shouldn't have been so arrogant. As Raon shrugged and lowered his gaze, the collateral children giggled and put their arms under his armpit. You told me you would show me what I wanted to see, but what are you doing now? Simmering the rice takes time. This is the same, so wait a little. Raon was thrown to the wall after being dragged helplessly to the training grounds vicinity. It was a dark and secluded place, with no one in sight. Why are you doing this? You elixir-boosted punk. What? You got abandoned by the direct line, but you dare to boast with the power of a lucky elixir? You wouldn't even have been able to run today if it wasn't for the elixir you got from the saint. You wimp! The collateral's expressions became fierce, like savage beasts who presented with their prey. For that ridiculous reason, the childish and shabby reason seemed to prove that they were still kids. And they don't seem to think that they might lose, not at all. Raon sneered. I guess that's normal. Unlike him, who was 12 years old, the collaterals were 13 years old, and their bodies were also a lot bigger. Since they had been training for a long time, they didn't even consider the possibility of losing. Don't worry, we will make it unnoticeable. It's not the first time we've done this after all. Just like what the instructor said, we are going to just have a chat between fellow trainees. The collaterals approached while swinging their fists. You're right. Raon raised his head and smiled. Damn right. The fear and confusion in his eyes could no longer be seen. You bastard. The one with the bowl cut at the right side of him punched him. After twisting his shoulder to dodge the fist, Raon used his right elbow to strike his chest. Gack. The bullhead quacked with his head on the ground, unable to breathe. He kept scratching the ground, trying to respire. What happened? The narrow-eyed one to his left kicked at him. Whack! Raon fended off against it using his left hand. Then he approached him and struck his solar plexus using his fist. The narrow-eyed child tumbled on the ground, grabbing his stomach as his eyes turned white. Wham! The guy from behind slammed down with his 2 fists clenched together. Raon deflected it with his palm and kicked his abdomen. Huff! The biggest guy gasped, collapsing on the ground. What are you all doing? Why are you losing to that bastard? Crane, who was the last one standing, stepped back. His hands were shaking as he stuttered. We are having a talk between fellow trainees, just as you said. Raon approached Crane, matching his steps to his retreat. Don't come any closer. Crane swung his left fist as he shouted, followed by his right fist. It was a well-trained, consecutive attack. However, the one on the receiving end wasn't a normal 12-year-old child. Crack! Raon's hand twisted up like a poisonous snake. He grabbed Crane's left arm and twisted it to the right. Gua! Crane shrieked, unable to finish swing his right fist due to the arm-breaking pain. It's not over yet. Using his left hand like a blade, he chopped across Crane's right waist. Cack! Gua! Crane rolled on the ground while screaming as if he was facing his last moment. That's a marvelous scream. But his skull is still intact. Break it right now. Always the skull. Raon shook his head and looked at the 4 collaterals, who were squirming on the ground. What shall I do? Raon turned his head and approached the collateral children with killing intent in his eyes. Wah! Ooh! Tabor! What? The collaterals shivered in anguish. Their expressions were just confused but terrified. Crane's teeth chattered, as if he were cold. What is this guy? It was a spirit that couldn't be felt from Burn, nor from the older children of the direct line. From Raon they felt something other than aura, something darker than that. It's like facing an adult, and it wasn't just any adult. It was the same chilly feeling as meeting the eyes of one of the leading figures of the family. The deeper the talk, the better. Oog! PL, please. As Raon approached with a smile, the collaterals' teeth chattered as if they were looking at a god of death. Smack! Smack! Unable to even scream, the collaterals rolled up like maggots as he kept punching them. This is refreshing for once. It's the first time that I took a liking to you. Thank you, I guess. Raon kept beating up the collaterals, so much that Wrath applauded. Moreover, he was hitting where it hurt the most, although it didn't look obvious. Huh. You what? The collaterals couldn't even meet Raon's eyes anymore. They were just curling up like shrimps fresh out of water. PL. Please, stop, I'm sorry. Ugh. Raon taught them a clear lesson. They shouldn't even look at his toes. What we had today was a talk between fellow trainees, right? Yes. That's right. Am I right to assume that you won't tell anyone about our talk? Of course. Definitely. Since Crane and the collaterals wanted to stop getting beaten up, they nodded their heads. Then let's get the finishing touch before ending our conversation. By finishing touch? What do you mean? Who convinced you to do this? Was it Burn? Sorry? No, that's not the case. The collaterals shook their heads. Then what is it? Lord Burn never ordered us to do this. That's right. He actually told us to stop. It was just that we... Is that so? Raon sneered. Judging from their frantic expressions, they weren't lying. Burn really must not have been involved. He isn't completely rotten. Burn clearly wasn't favorable to him, and had a foul mouth, but he didn't seem to be complete garbage. You better behave if you don't want to have another talk tomorrow. Yes, sir. Certainly. We won't even step on your shadow. Raon turned around, hearing the collaterals' responses. When he was about to leave the alley, a notification tone could be heard. Ding. Tap. In the alley that Raon and the collaterals left, Rimmer stepped down. Looking at the collaterals, who were helpless as they left, he licked his lips. That was an entertaining sight. He was just wasting his time like always, but he ended up watching something great. I get more curious the more I watch him. The Raon that he saw today wasn't the pathetic patient that Glenn and Sylvia had mentioned. Is he a genius? Raon had never been taught martial arts. He had never hit anyone, nor was he ever hit by anyone. However, the movements that he had shown proved otherwise. He avoided the first fist with the least movement possible and struck back immediately after. He finished his second and third opponents before they could even grasp the situation with a single strike on their vitals. It was a bit rough, but his punches weren't at the level that a first-timer could have pulled off. He'd thought that he just had excellent willpower, but it also looked like he was talented in martial arts. I guess he isn't a Zeekart for nothing. Rimmer grinned, remembering how Raon beat up the collaterals and threatened them. It reminded him of the Glenn that he had met back in the days when he had thought he was the strongest. He didn't look exceptional at first, but he was more extraordinary than anyone when he acted. He had even managed to impress Rimmer, who used to despise humans. Needless to say, that was the type of man he was. On top of that, the way Raon threatened the collaterals using their own words was even more like Glenn. A mysterious talent among the best talents. Rimmer cheerfully rolled on the ground. My heart is racing. The corners of lips twisted up smoothly. Raon entered room 405, following the number on the key that the instructor gave him in front of the dormitory. It was a wide room, not much different from his room in the annex building. The bed looked comfortable, and there was enough space to train the ring of fire. Then, after quickly looking around the room, he sat on the bed and brought up the message from earlier. Wrath is satisfied with your actions. Agility has increased by 1. It was a message telling him that his agility had increased, along with a message saying that Wrath was satisfied. I can increase my stats like this. Apparently, satisfying wrath gave him points, just as withstanding his intervention did. However, wrath roars. It's a mistake. The King of Essence isn't satisfied. It's still not enough. You should have at least cut their heads off. Since Wrath was making a fuss, he got it regardless of Wrath's intentions. Those stats that you've been getting, where do they even come from? Apparently, Wrath didn't know where the stats came from either. Do you not know either? It's your own ability, yet you know nothing. This all happened because you stole it from the King of Essence. Well, the fact still remains that you don't know. Wrath's voice trembled, as if all his pleasure from earlier had vanished. Alright, I'll check on it. Wait for me. With that, Wrath's presence disappeared. The bracelet was still there, but his soul seemed to be gone. Raon tried swinging his hand, but nothing happened. It's silent for once. Raon lowered his hand. Thinking that he would use this opportunity to take a bath, he headed to the bathroom on the 4th floor. After taking a quick bath, he returned to the room. Without even drying his hair, he sat down on the ground. He is actually a goose that lays golden eggs. He grinned, looking at the flowery bracelet on his wrist. Gaining stats for being acknowledged, or withstanding his interruption, was as good as getting them for free. Since he had the Ring of Fire and Water Resistance, he wasn't going to lose to Wrath, either. Only benefits existed. Shall I train before he comes back? Satisfied, he closed his eyes to practice the Ring of Fire. It was as he was about to start the training that he heard it. Ka. Are you back already? When he opened his eyes, clicking his tongue, Wrath was on his wrist and shivering. You thief! Thief! You were stealing the power that the King of Essence had left in the main body. Main body? When he thought about it, Wrath had said he was the king somewhere, calling himself the King of Essence. He didn't remember because it wasn't important. It's devildom. I was the monarch of the devildom. I see. He nodded slightly, since he wasn't interested. Crack. He could hear Wrath grinding his teeth. What's that answer? You are just a dung fly, stealing the power of the King of Essence. You should kneel and worship me. You aren't giving it to me because you want to. So is there any reason why I should be thankful? Wrath just groaned as he couldn't say anything about it. Your arrogance truly reaches heaven. Not really. Raon shook his head. He never thought about anything like that. Wrath was just too used to being worshipped, to the point that he couldn't handle direct answers. The body of the King of Essence is currently linked to you. That's why the status window has been passed on to you. So, I have a suggestion. Suggestion? Let's make a bet. If you win, I'll give you the stat points. But if you lose, you shall take my wrath. Wrath's voice contained anger and resentment, just like when he'd met him the first time. Wrath has proposed a bet with you. Chapter 13 A bet? Raon narrowed his eyes. What kind of bet are you talking about? He couldn't understand why Wrath suddenly wanted to make a bet. You don't need to be nervous. The King of Essence doesn't lie, nor try to deceive you. I will show you myself. A new message appeared as soon as he said that. Wrath proposes the first bet. Condition: pass the test for official trainees first in the list. Upon success, all stats +2 are random trait. Upon failure, creation of 10 points of emotion in Wrath. He could understand what he meant upon reading the message. It looked like Wrath intended to hand over his own abilities if Raon managed to win the bet. Are you talking about ending up first in the test to become an official trainee that Rimmer mentioned? That's right. He said that there will be a first place, so the result will be clear. He still had a few questions. What do you mean a random trait? One of the traits that the King of Essence possesses will be granted to you. Of course, its level will be downgraded to match your mediocrity. A trait. Raon looked at Wrath, who was burning as if fuel had been added. He had always called himself a monarch of devildom. He couldn't trust him on that, but it was obvious that he was a special existence. That meant that his random trait was most likely going to be a useful ability. One more thing. This is the most important part. What do you mean by creating 10 points of emotion in Wrath upon failure? It means what it says. You will gain the emotion of Wrath, which the King of Essence possesses. Are you saying that you are capable of controlling my feelings? It's not that much. I will be giving you a very small amount of Wrath. It really is a little bit. However, Wrath's voice contained an obvious expectation. Just like the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. If you keep taking in the King of Essence's wrath, you won't be able to control your emotions anymore, no matter how strong your willpower is. Was that your goal all along? Raon looked down on Wrath coldly. It seemed that he was trying to slowly take over his body, giving up on doing it at once. You should have realized that your body changes according to the stats in the status window by now. If you partake in this bet, you will be one step closer to your revenge. Wrath calmly worked to convince him to accept his suggestion, despite being the King of Essence. Raon felt frustrated by him for the first time. Why is he making a bet like this? Since his main body existed still, he could have just used that to conquer his mind. Raon couldn't understand why he had to use such an elaborate method instead. As I've already said, the abilities of the main body of the King of Essence are connected to you. If I could use that power, I would have taken over your body already. Wrath responded as if he read his mind. Are you sure there's no lie? The king of essence is a monarch of devildom, and a monarch of devildom doesn't lie. Raon sighed lightly. Wrath was certainly a psychopath, but he had never lied about anything when he answered him. Do I have no choice but to eat this poisonous apple? He couldn't refuse, not when the reward was 2 points in all stats and a new special ability. On the other hand, the risk upon failure was relatively small, if dangerous when accumulated. There were many outstanding children in the 5th training ground. Not just Raon and Burn, but the collaterals and the recommended children also had special talents. An average child couldn't ever dream of being first place. However, he had been reincarnated. Whatever the test was, no matter how talented the children were, he was confident he wouldn't lose if he made use of his previous life. All right, I accept. A wise decision. You have accepted the bet with Wrath. Raon looked into Wrath's eyes through the message. He was smiling, confident that he would win. So he smiled back. It won't go the way you think it will. The next day before dawn, Burn opened the door to the training ground and entered. Despite being so early that the sun hadn't even risen yet, his hair was properly brushed, and his training uniform was ironed out. He was indeed an exemplary noble. Crane and a few other collaterals, who used to greet him excessively, looked away after bowing awkwardly. Why are they doing that? He remembered the incident from the day before as he wondered. Don't tell me, did they harass him? Burn frowned. He didn't like Raon either, but harassing him personally was an act that would stain the name of Zegart. Pathetic bastards. Just as he was about to approach the idiots to scold them, the door opened and Raon entered. He was completely fine. There were no injuries nor bruises, so it didn't look like he'd been hit. Instead, he looked even more confident than the day before. Eek. Hi. On the other hand, Crane and the collaterals hid in the corner like dogs as soon as they saw Raon. What? Just what happened? Burn swallowed. He couldn't understand what kind of situation this was. Hey. He couldn't stop himself from approaching the trembling collaterals. Lord Burn. Crane and the other collaterals lowered their heads with gaping mouths. Why are you trembling like that? That is. The collaterals closed their mouths upon seeing Raon, not Burn. Fear could be seen in their eyes. They are afraid of Raon, instead of me. Just what did Raon do to them, for them to be so afraid? No, nothing happened. That's right, nothing really happened. Collaterals scratched their heads with awkward expressions. Did they get beaten up instead? That was the only possibility. The collaterals must have been beaten up instead when they tried to teach him a lesson. Burn turned around to look at Raon. Just like the day before, he was just standing silently, as if he wasn't interested, so he was hiding his abilities. It was laughable that a talentless patient would hide their puny level of skills. Struggle as much as you want. No matter what he did, he was going to remain at the bottom. While stretching his neck, Raon met the eyes of the collaterals that he'd had a talk with the day before. Ugh. Who? The collateral children let out strange sounds and backed away. What's that? The collaterals, who were openly insulting him the day before, were taken aback. The sight made the other trainees wonder about the situation. Raon turned his head at the scornful laughter. Burn was clearly jeering at him. I bet he's thinking that it doesn't matter no matter what I do. Whatever Burn was thinking was as clear as day. He must have been thinking that it was meaningless, no matter how much a talentless boy struggled. That's a huge mistake. Since Raon had the Ring of Fire, talent was meaningless. By the time he graduated from being a temporary trainee, he would be way ahead of Burn. That snake's eyes are annoying. Pluck them out. Not again. Back in the devildom, whoever dared to move their eyes would all please shut up. Raon tapped his bracelet. With a zapping sound, Wrath went silent. Why, you bastard. You talk too much. The door to the training ground opened as he tried practicing with the Ring of Fire, ignoring Wrath. Stump. Past the creaking door, Rimmer and the trainers entered. Unlike the trainers, who were properly lined up, Rimmer ran up to the platform with a skip to his steps. Good morning. Rimmer smiled as he looked down at them. Yes. The temporary trainees responded loud and strong, despite it being so early in the morning. Yesterday must have been difficult since you ran at full speed, even if you've been training your stamina. So, Rimmer nodded his head and smiled. Today you'll run again. At full speed. Pardon? Again. The limit of a human's stamina increases each time it is exhausted. So, sprint until I tell you to stop. While the children were frowning, 2 people kicked the ground. It was Raon and Burn. Unlike the day before, where they had been saving their stamina, they ran with everything they had. Ugh. It's a sprint again. The children who thought that they were going to learn something that day started running, all while complaining. Are you running again? This is boring. You can become stronger without something like this. If you kill an enemy. I'm fine with this. Raon cut Wrath off. He kicked the ground after inhaling deeply. Really? Do you enjoy endlessly running and eating dust? I can become stronger by running. You idiot. If you leave your body to the King of Essence, you could become the strongest within a year, but there's no point if I'm not myself anymore. Stopping Wrath from talking any more nonsense, he kept moving his feet. I'm faster than yesterday. Thanks to his increased agility and stamina, he could run faster than before. He could run as fast as some of the collaterals and recommended children, who he could only catch up to at the end of the test the day before. Raon? The eyes of children in the middle, lower group widened as they saw him. It looked like they couldn't understand how Raon was running alongside them. I'm growing fast for sure. Raon smiled lightly and ran with them. Having stat points on top of the ring of fire was making his growth unbelievably fast. However, despite running in full force, Burn and Raon were getting farther and farther away. It looked like their talents, and the amount that they had trained weren't at a level he could catch up to. Yet, it's not an unpleasant environment. They made him go all out, and there were many children to catch up to. It was the perfect environment to improve himself. Raon looked at Rimmer, who was dozing off on the platform. He was a frivolous guy, but his training method was reliable. Your training, I'll make good use of it. Stop. The sprint that began before dawn only ended after the sun finished rising. Gua. Ha. Huff. Without exception, the children were panting and lying on the ground. Barely anyone was standing, as most of them had run at full speed. This is the end of daybreak training. Daybreak, not even morning, but daybreak. The children shook their heads when they heard that daybreak training had ended. The air is fresh at daybreak, and you can feel the mana more easily. You'd better get used to it, since you will keep doing this even after you become an official trainee. Rimmer spun his finger. It was a gesture describing how the children were going to run endlessly. Now, go get your breakfast. After running so much, how can we have breakfast? I can't eat. No way I can swallow. The children complained, still lying on the ground. You'd better eat even if it's difficult. Since training will continue, you won't be able to handle it without eating. Although, like always, the choice is yours. With that, Rimmer left. It was as if he was telling them to do whatever they wanted. To tell us to eat after running so much. I think I should eat, even if I throw it up later. Children staggered as they went to the dining room. The food was light, not at all greasy. It seemed they had considered the intensity of daybreak training. Warm soup, soft bread, lean meat, and a few kinds of vegetables were the entirety of the menu. The food is really terrible. I think I can eat this. The collaterals looked at Raon, who was just staring at the food on his plate. Look at him. He isn't eating. I guess he can't eat that since he grew up sheltered in the annex building. True. Despite being the worst in rank, he must have always gotten the better treatment as a patient. Despite the other children giggling as they mocked him, Raon was thinking about something completely different from their expectations. They give food? He would have understood it if it was after training ended. However, he had never been given food during training in his previous life. Since he had eaten grass or hunted animals on his own to appease his hunger, even when he was younger than his current age, he had never imagined that they would feed him. This place is really the best. Many a little makes a mickle is a saying that means many little things add up into a large number of things, or a larger piece. Chapter 14. After breakfast, Raon returned to the training ground. The food tasted terrible. If such food were brought to me back in Devildom, the King of Essence would have smashed the chef's head in. Did you taste it? The King of Essence can indirectly share your senses, especially your sense of taste. King of Essence has been a well-known gourmet back in Devildom. You really talk too much. You could have simply said you could taste it because we share senses. Silence. The King of Essence is famous for his reticent sug. Stop talking for a bit. You are making it difficult for me to digest my food. Raon stopped Wrath from talking by tapping on his bracelet, then looked up on the platform. Rimmer was lying on the platform as if he was napping. He didn't show the slightest movement, as if he had become a statue. Just looking at him irritates me. I want to pluck off his pointy ears. Wrath was billowing ice from his mouth. It looked like he was boiling with anger whenever he saw Rimmer. The Sword of Light of Zekar. Rimmer's prowess must have been excellent, since he was called the Sword of Light of Zekar. However, rumors said that his personality wasn't just light but frivolous. Raon had thought that was bullshit. But looking at Rimmer, he realized it was incredibly accurate. But there's no openings. Despite his careless appearance, he wasn't showing any weakness. He'd heard Rimmer had retired because of a severe injury, but apparently a master's prowess hadn't disappeared completely. The moment the King of Essence takes over your body, those ears will be plucked. Whatever. It wouldn't happen though. Yawning, Rimmer lazily stretched long after all the temporary trainees had finished gathering. Have you finished eating? Yes. Since the children's stamina didn't recover completely, their voices were more exhausted than at daybreak. Then we will start the next part of your training immediately. Rimmer grinned. When he looked at the wooden swords placed on a side of the training ground, the children's expressions brightened. You don't need a sword, just mimic my posture. As if he was teasing them, he stood with his feet shoulder-width apart, then bent his knees. Are we not going to learn how to use a sword? One of the collaterals shouted, raising his hand. We aren't. We thought we were going to learn with swords. He's right. Sir Sword of Light is famous for his swordsmanship, so why sword? That's all good, but can you run before learning how to walk? Rimmer's corner of lips twisted up. His cool smile seemed to blow a chilly wind towards them. You don't have enough stamina or willpower, nor do you have the proper posture yet. Do you think you can really learn how to handle a sword properly? I've said this already, but you don't need to follow my instructions, since the consequences are yours to manage anyway. It was a playful voice, but the training ground fell silent. Follow me if you want. Those who wish to do other training should move over to the right. Naturally, nobody moved. Everyone stood still and looked at Rimmer. Then let's start over. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart. Then bend your knees with your thighs parallel to the ground. Yes, sir. The children followed the posture without difficulty. This posture is called the riding position. It's how you ride a horse, and it's also a basic posture for every martial art including sword, spear, and fist. Keep the riding position until I tell you to stop. Yes. The children raised their arms after answering loud and clear. Since it was one of the basic postures, nobody failed to follow it. Humans really are inferior to train their bodies in such an awkward position. And you failed to take over such a human's body. That's different. I have to focus, so hush. Raon hit the flowery bracelet and closed his eyes. This is an important moment. Even in that kind of basic training, he could gain a lot by using the Ring of Fire. He could make his training way more efficient than the other children. I'm gonna take a nap. Rimmer laid down and started to doze off again, and the riding position continued forever. Grow, Nug. How long do we have to keep this up? Children's limbs trembled, as if there was an earthquake. Despite the riding position being a basic posture, it was their first time maintaining it for such a long time. There was an exception though. The upper-tier children, including Raon and Burin, kept their proper posture. What's wrong with that guy? How was he able to hold on? He was supposed to have the worst constitution. I heard he was a patient. Raon kept his posture while sweating heavily. The posture's accuracy alone was better than anyone in the training ground. Gutha, I can't lose to him. There's no way. I'll stop when he is holding on like that. Children from the lower tier were about to give up. Upon seeing Raon still holding on, they kept their posture and grit their teeth. However, Raon still had enough stamina to spare, despite how he looked. This is easy. In his previous life, he trained the riding posture while carrying rocks on his back and thighs. He was even younger then than he was now. The current training was nothing compared to that time. Of course, the coldness spreading throughout his tired body was creating unbearable pain. He felt like his flesh was being torn apart, and his bone was being frozen, but it was an opportunity for him to become stronger. Raon took in the coldness in his body by rotating the rings of fire, all while keeping the riding position. As painful as it was, he could absorb a considerable amount of coldness, and the ring of fire progressed further. At the rate he was going, he felt like he could easily win the bet against Wrath, although he must have been unaware of it. When Raon was so focused that he almost forgot it was a training on the riding position, a clapping sound could be heard from above the platform. Stop! When he came to, Rimmer stood up and nodded. The other children were sitting down massaging their thighs like they were dough. How long are you going to ignore the King of Essence? I'm sorry I missed it. You inferior bastard, Wrath swore at Raon, who only stared in response. It looked like he'd been mumbling all along. Huff ignoring Wrath, Raon kept relaxing his thigh and waist muscles with a refreshing breath. Ding! An extreme stamina surpassing action was performed. Stamina has increased. A message announcing an increase in stamina appeared once again. Feeling his vitality return to his trembling thighs, he stretched from his waist. Just like yesterday, some of you held on until the end while others gave up. Looking at those who were still standing, Rimmer wagged his finger. Let me repeat. I'm just giving you the instructions. I won't directly interfere with your training. Break through your limits by yourselves. Give your mind a hard smack when it starts saying you did enough. That's how you will pass the test in 6 months. He continued, maintaining his tricky smile. I will repeat this again. From now on, I won't care whether you give up or hold on until the end anymore. After telling them to loosen up their thighs in preparation for the next day's training, Rimmer left. A mere point-eared bastard who believes in the nature god is talking about idealism. How ridiculous. And willpower is nothing in front of overwhelming power. That's not true. What do you mean? You do need willpower. Raon shook his head while loosening up his legs. You believe that because you are a weakling that has never felt an overwhelming power. If you felt the power of the King of Essence, you would be worshipping me right now. I managed to withstand your attack with willpower. That's because the King of Essence hasn't recovered the original power yet, and I'm just a kid. That is, Wrath's voice dropped powerlessly. Of course willpower isn't meaningless. Willpower was similar to stamina and strength. There was a limit, but it got stronger the more it was used. He had been in many pinches in his previous life, and he had managed to survive because of his extreme stamina and willpower. Then let's get going. After loosening his thigh and hip muscles, he entered the indoor gymnasium. There were many training tools to help increase his strength and agility. Are you training again? Yes, I am. He nodded. The stats increased when they were pushed to the limit, like squeezing a dry mop trying to get water out of it. Raon didn't think of the extra training as something painful or boring. It was something to look forward to. He started with basic training, including push-ups and planks. This is so annoying. It's like watching a caterpillar hanging on a tree. A caterpillar that can only crawl will one day become a butterfly and fly away. The only way for you to become a butterfly is to hand over your body to the king of essence. That's not a butterfly. It's a poisoned moth. Stop daydreaming. Raon shook his hand and bent his arms once again. For push-ups, the number wasn't the important part. He slowly bent and stretched his arms in a way that would stimulate his muscles the most. He felt like his chest muscles were going to snap, but he welcomed that pain. It would become his stats and stamina. After push-ups, he started to exercise his abdominal muscles. That was when the other children started to enter the gymnasium. After throwing him a glance, they separated to start their own training. Raon and Bern also entered and checked out the different equipment. Raon isolated herself and got herself a tool, and Bern walked out after glaring at Raon for a bit. Bern went to where the wooden swords were placed and grabbed one to start swinging it. Whoosh! The collateral children, who usually followed Bern, got themselves a wooden sword as well, and began to practice the swordsmanship that they had trained in. He grabbed a sword. He did. Aren't you going to do the same? I don't need it yet. What Raon needed wasn't a sword, but the stamina, strength, and agility to serve as a base. Bern and other children's swordsmanship wasn't even at a beginner level. For novices, training with swords without an instructor was just a waste of time. Without caring for what the others were doing, Raon continued the boring yet difficult training, only wishing to achieve more progress the next day. Raon Sullivan wasn't interested in others. That didn't mean that she looked down on others due to her outstanding talents. It was because she had locked the door to her heart the day she had been terribly disappointed by the one she trusted. However, there was one person who had caught her eye recently. It wasn't Rimmer, the Sword of Light, nor Bern Zekart, who everyone said was her rival. Raon Zekart, Sylvia's son, who was kicked out of the direct line to become a collateral, kept attracting her attention. Why do I keep paying attention to him? It was the first time she was interested in someone or felt familiar with someone. Is it because of the coldness? Rumors said that Raon's mana circuit bore an extreme amount of coldness. It was possible that her frost ability was making her feel familiar with his coldness. That must be it. Since she realized the reason, she tried to stop paying attention to him. However, no matter how much she tried, she couldn't take her eyes off him. He's growing quickly. Raon's growth was abnormally fast. When she had seen him a month ago in the audience room, he had been a skinny boy with no muscles. However, he had gained some muscle since then. Moreover, he was at the lowest tier the other day, but he had managed to catch up with the middle lower tier. Everyone said Raon herself was born with a heavenly talent, but she thought it was impossible for her to progress that quickly. It just didn't make any sense. Huff, comfortably lifting a 60 kg weight, she kept stealing a glance at Raon. It's really strange. Chapter 15. Unlike the other children panting on the ground, collapsed from their training, Raon sat on the equipment for training the chest muscles after exhaling lightly. This isn't called a legendary cultivation technique for nothing. Although his body was extremely tired, the rings of fire rotating around his chest recovered his stamina and willpower. He had just exhausted his stamina from training, but he became capable of going all out once again. There was a good reason that it was called one of the most valuable treasures of the continents. Huff, setting the weight to 5 kg heavier than the day before, Raon lifted the weight. He slowly moved in a way to maximize the range of motion of his pectoral muscles, to stimulate it as much as possible. Tap. When he got up after finishing 6 sets, he heard someone sitting down at the equipment next to him. Who is it? The only person who would come near him was the green-haired weirdo with a pocket on his belly. Raon thought it was strange and turned around. Raon? The person sitting next to him was Raon Sullivan, with her long silver hair flowing down. Raon set her weight to be a lot heavier than Raon's and started to use the equipment. Hup! Her weightlifting posture was remarkably similar to Raon's. She didn't care about the lifting count, nor the weight, but focused on stimulating her muscles. What was that? I don't know either. After watching her for a bit, Raon left. In order to stimulate his muscles more thoroughly, he sat on other training equipment. Hup! After setting the load to exceed his maximum capacity, he lifted the weight while rotating the ring of fire. Huff! He normally should have subtracted 10 kg from that weight, but the ring of fire allowed him to handle that much and more often. He could hear someone sitting next to him again. He put the weight down after training until his arms and chest trembled. Really? He turned his head without getting up. As expected, Raon was there. She set a weight higher than him once again and started to lift. Why is she doing this? Raon narrowed his eyes. Raon didn't pay any attention to Rimmer, let alone other trainees. He couldn't understand why she was copying him, by lifting weights the exact same way he did. I must be mistaken. When he thought about it, it was normal to train the smaller muscles after training bigger muscles. Raon got up, thinking that it was just a matter of coincidence. However, he headed to the equipment to train shoulder muscles just to be sure. Creak! After setting the weight, he lifted it while feeling the stimulation to his shoulders. When he finished a set, Raon appeared in front of him. After staring at him for a bit, she sat down next to him and set her weight. It was a heavier one once again. Huff. She casually started lifting the equipment while looking in front of her. Are you really going to do nothing after being provoked like this? How long are you going to hide like a rat? A provocation. Raon turned his head to look at her. Raon just kept lifting, as if she wasn't interested in him. What is she thinking? The first and second times could have been coincidences. However, her copying his shoulder training couldn't have been one. Yet, he couldn't understand what she was thinking. Her eyes were as cold as ice, yet they were also blurry, making it impossible to grasp her intentions. You don't understand, huh? She is clearly provoking you by acting as if she is better than you. Punch her in the face right now. Whether it was a child, an adult, or a woman didn't matter to Wrath. He was angry at everything, just like his name suggested. Please stop. For just a moment, just stop. Raon ignored Wrath's anger and left the equipment to start squatting. As expected, Raon followed him and bent her thighs with a heavier weight. What? Why are those two together? Why is Lady Raon paying attention to that loser? The children in the gymnasium opened their mouths wide, watching Raon training right next to Raon. Screech. Buran, who came back to the gymnasium after swordsmanship training with the collaterals, grit his teeth. Ooh, why is Raon there? The collaterals saw Raon training next to Raon and glared at them. Raon looked at Raon, who attracted everyone's attention. With silver hair shining like moonlight, fair skin as white as snow, and thin and sharp facial features, she was an ethereal beauty. Except her eyes, which looked senseless like she had a piece missing. Do you have something to say to me? When Raon finished a set, he approached her. Upon hearing his question, she stared at him for a while, as if he was a curious creature. No. After responding, she started to lift her equipment once again, with more weight this time. I don't know either. Raon shrugged and got up from his equipment. Since she was going to lose interest soon anyway, he decided to just ignore her. As he was thinking about what to do since his routine was suddenly changed, he heard small stepping sounds behind him. When he turned around, he could see Raon scanning different parts of his body with her purple eyes. If you have something to say, say it. Without responding, Raon met his eyes. Her eyes looked like a cat that had just finished its nap. Ha! Raon sighed quietly and walked over to another piece of training equipment. Raon followed right after him and used the same equipment. 1 week had passed since Raon Sullivan began observing Raon Zeegart. She looked for Raon as soon as she entered the indoor gymnasium. Like always, he was lifting weights before anyone else. It's heavier than yesterday. Raon's weight was 5 kg heavier than the day before, which wasn't actually that strange. It wasn't strange to increase weight if you worked out hard enough. However, what if that weight increased every day? That wouldn't be normal. How is he doing that? Most people didn't realize it, but Raon Zeegart had increased the weight of his equipment by over 10 kg last week. Even considering that growth was faster for a child, the number was ridiculous. He was supposed to be a patient, his face was pale, and his limbs were as weak as twigs. However, he could withstand better than anyone in the training ground. Is it thanks to the posture? The posture Raon used to lift his weights was a bit different from the others. She thought his absurd speed of growth might have been thanks to that posture. With that conclusion in mind, Raon sat on the equipment next to Raon, who was training his chest. She started to lift the weights the same way Raon did. It didn't feel much different from usual. Only her muscles felt slightly more stimulated. It's not a big deal. Thinking that it was meaningless, she was about to go back to her usual posture. When she inhaled a cool and mysterious fragrance coming from Raon, her weight became as light as a feather. What happened? She felt like her strength and agility had suddenly increased. The weight that should have been difficult to raise had become so light. However, once Raon, who was watching her for a while, left, that strange sensation immediately disappeared as well. Missing the sensation, Raon stared at Raon's back as he headed to the next piece of equipment. Perhaps Raon followed Raon and moved next to him. She set her weight to be heavier than usual and lifted. Ugh, it looked like it was too much since it was too difficult to lift it. However, once Raon started to exercise, the cool air coming from him made her weight become lighter once again. That was it. It wasn't her imagination. She was capable of lifting a weight 10 kg heavier than usual, as if her abilities really were enhanced. Despite lifting more than she could handle, it didn't seem to overload her shoulders, nor arms at all. Once she cheerfully finished her exercise, Raon was standing in front of her. Do you have something to say to me? Blonde hair and red eyes, the boy with the proof of his Zeegart heritage spoke. No. Raon shook her head, and Raon moved on to the next piece of equipment after staring at her for a moment. I should try following him around. Eyes shining like a cat's, she followed Raon. She liked that she could train with heavier weights, but she was even more attracted to the cool fragrance coming from him. Rimmer climbed the mountain behind the main building in Zeegard. Tusk. He shook his head and clicked his tongue as he was about to climb up the flat rock at the mountainside. You must be really worried about your grandson, to visit my napping rock every day. From the top of the rock, an old man who gave the impression of a sharp sword came down. It was Glenn Zeegard. Without saying anything, Glenn stared at the barely visible mountain ridge. Hilbeach. Rimmer snorted and leaned back against the rock. The two of them watched the setting sun for a long time, not saying a word. Hi, you should just ask instead of acting so dignified. Rimmer sighed and jumped up on the rock where Glenn was sitting. Children are doing great. They are training so hard that they are honestly exceeding my expectations. Exceeding your expectations? I've let them train on their own accord. I know that. Honestly, a 12 or 13-year-old child doesn't have much willpower. I thought most of them would start slacking after a week. However, he wasn't exaggerating. When he planned his training, his intention was to pick about 20 people out of the 160. More of them are going to pass than I thought, thanks to my lord's grandson. My grandson? Are you talking about Burin? Stop pretending when you already know I'm talking about Raon. I don't know what happened on the training ground. You told me to not mind it, since you would take care of it. Seriously? Rimmer scratched his red hair. It was annoying that this old man, who had been waiting for him because he was worried about his grandson, was pretending he didn't know anything. That guy, he is different from what my lord and Sylvia believe. What do you mean? Glenn's eyes were the same, but his voice was clearly different. You wanted him to drop out as soon as possible to avoid getting hurt, since he was weak both mentally and physically. I never said that. I just told you to not discriminate. Anyway, I also tried to fail him out as fast as possible. Rimmer's blue eyes shone. He's a monster. His willpower isn't anywhere near normal. It's even better than a warrior who has gone through tens or hundreds of battlefields. Rimmer had seen plenty of talents throughout his life, and even among them, Raon was exceptional. It was difficult to believe how much he had grown, that he had to look at him twice every morning. When the training started, Raon was one of the worst among the 160 people. Only 3 weeks later, he's in the middle tier. Do you think that should be possible? I once thought that Raon wasn't actually a patient and was just hiding his strength. However, that isn't possible. His body still has a brutal coldness running through it. Recently, he kept paying attention to Raon during training, as he really went all out on every moment. I'm considering singling him out to give him personal training. Since he did his best in the training that he had prepared, Rimmer couldn't help but feel more affection for Raon than the others. You would go that far? He won't stop, even if his body becomes frosty like a winter tree. The other children are training hard because they are stimulated by him. He is the 5th training ground stimulant. Glenn scratched his chin with an expressionless face, but he couldn't hide his slight rise to the corner of his lips. It looks like a lot more children will end up passing than I expected. Despite murmuring it was bothersome, his eyes were smiling. Isn't it overloading Raon's body? Glenn finally spoke. Rimmer secretly gulped. It's more than I thought. He already knew that Glenn had a special affection for Raon, but he didn't think he would specifically ask that. It looked like the affection he couldn't give to his youngest daughter was transferred to Raon. Well, that part is a bit strange. He is certainly overworking himself, but he recovers so quickly that it's mysterious. Is it impossible to figure out, even for you? That's what I'm saying. It's the first time my eyes can't grasp someone after the 10 heavens of the continent. Rimmer tilted his head as he answered. He was better than anyone at analyzing others' potential or condition, but Raon was different. Honestly, Raon was more mysterious than Glenn, who rose to the rank of the continent's strongest. Rimmer, yes, you aren't Raon's personal instructor, but the head instructor of the 5th training ground. Pay attention to everyone who will become the family's strength, instead of only thinking about Raon. Glenn walked down the mountain after saying that with a lot of dignity. Ha! Rimmer snorted to that ridiculousness. What the hell is he saying when he came to listen to Raon's story? Chapter 16. Inside the Lord's Manor, which resembled a gigantic sword in its sharp atmosphere, its owner Glenn Zeegard was sitting on the throne with narrow eyes. Come to think of it, there was something that the bum called the Ragged Saint had said. There are cases of them having exceptional talent. Patrick had mentioned that there were cases of children born with the curse of frost being exceptionally talented. Did that talent manifest? If that wasn't the case, then there was no way Raon would still be taking the elixir. Glenn groaned. It wasn't a demeanor he could show to the others as the destructive king of the north. It was a mistake, a huge mistake. There was a time when his emotions were as dry as the desert sands, from breaking through his martial arts realm. Sylvia was born at that time. He didn't give her any love, unlike the other children. He was more like a trainer than a father, as he just raised her by giving her tasks. As such, Sylvia didn't get any love from her father, nor her mother, and she didn't get any affection from her siblings either. She ended up living like a creaking marionette, and left the family with a man she met from the outside. I really didn't feel anything back then. Glenn knew that her siblings' slander and the subordinates' revolt were among the reasons why she left, but he didn't really care. That was because it didn't matter to him what happened to Sylvia. Back then, his only concern was becoming more powerful and making the family bigger and stronger. And 5 years after that, he finally realized it, after regaining his human emotions when he broke through another hellish wall of martial arts. The fact that he had made a huge mistake that couldn't be reversed. Sending the bodyguards after her, he managed to save Sylvia and Raon inside her womb, but his son-in-law and the granddaughter he hadn't even met were mere pools of blood. How pathetic. He bit his lips from his embarrassing past. Sieghart's head of house, the destructive king of the north, the Sword Emperor. He was called by different names, but none of them could reverse his past mistake. He was on extremely bad terms with Sylvia, and it was impossible to recover. Raon. That's why he resolved to protect his youngest grandson no matter what, even if that would make him hated by Sylvia and Raon as a result. Knock knock. When he was stealing his resolution, he heard someone knock on the door. How wiping the exhaustion from his expression, he opened his mouth with cold dignity. Enter. Raon entered the indoor gymnasium, excitement pulsing through his veins. I finally feel warmed up. Thanks to the 2 weeks of constant training, he managed to get up to the level of the middle-tier group. At that rate, it looked like he would catch up to Burn and Runon's level before the test. Let's start today's training. When he lifted the shoulder equipment, Raon approached to his left. Huff. She started lifting a weight way heavier than his, with a glazed expression, as if she were going to start drooling. The dumb-looking girl is here again. Let her be. Since she wasn't bothering him, he ignored her and kept working. This time around, he could hear someone sitting down on his right side. I'm sorry. Am I bothering you? The green-haired trainee with a pocket on his belly was scratching his head. He was the only one who would speak to him. His name was Dorian. He got scared by Rimmer's instructions each time, but he was fast-footed and tenacious. Do you want some? Dorian offered him round crackers from his belly pocket again. Raon unintentionally took it. When he was about to give it back, he could feel a powerful gaze from his side. Runon's purple eyes were sparkling like a snow field. It's my first time seeing that dumb girl with that expression. Does she like crackers? Her eyes were fixated on the cracker. Do you want it? Raon extended the hand holding the cracker towards her. After thinking about it for a bit, moving her finger like a wild cat, she took the cracker. Thank you. Showing her appreciation to Raon and Dorian, she bit the cracker like a rabbit nibbling a leaf. Her lips drew a soft arc, looking like she enjoyed the cracker. She was like a cat when she took it, and a rabbit when she ate it, and an idle puppy at other times. She was peculiar in many ways. Sir Raon? Dorian turned his head, after putting the rest of his crackers back to his pocket. Can I also train next to you? He said he wanted to learn the posture as well. If you want. Raon nodded. His quick progress was thanks to the Ring of Fire and his experience from his previous life. Copying his posture was not an issue. Thank you. It's nothing. Waving his hand at Dorian's expression, he focused on his lifting once again. Creak. When he was stimulating his muscles as much as possible, he could hear Dorian's equipment moving at the same speed and range, and the same could be heard from his left side, where Raon was located. They're weirdos. The King of Essence likes the guy that looks like a green raccoon. Why? He bowed to the King of Essence. This is the first respect I've received since I woke up. Raon wanted to tell him that it wasn't directed at him, but since it would be annoying, he didn't say it. There are 2 children around me. 5 weeks in. Raon passed the middle tier in the daybreak sprint and caught up to the middle upper tier. During that evening's training, another person was added to his group, on top of Raon and Dorian. 10 weeks in. Raon was the fastest among the middle upper tier, and 1 more trainee was added to his group that evening. 15 weeks in. Raon caught up to the highest tier. The 6 people next to him also improved drastically. 4 months had passed since the 5th training ground's temporary training had begun. Rimmer kept instructing various kinds of training, and the difficulty kept increasing as well. Training began before daybreak and continued into the evening, and even the children from the upper tier, who had excellent stamina, were starting to show their exhaustion. Of course, the training was fundamentally the same. Everything was up to the trainee's decision, including the daybreak and afternoon training that Rimmer instructed, and the independent training that happened in the evening. Rimmer and the instructors never scolded anyone for giving up or skipping the independent training. If trainees asked for a posture or advice, they thoroughly taught them, but that was it. They never told them to work harder, nor to work out more regularly. At that point, they seemed more like observers rather than instructors. Leaving 12 to 13-year-old children to decide everything was an innovative way of teaching. In fact, the collateral and recommended children, who were proud of their abilities, didn't do their best. They completely skipped the independent training. They seemed to believe that they could become official trainees without going through all that. However, there was one person who made them change their mind. Raon Sieghart. The infamous boy started to change the 5th training ground for the better. When training first began, Raon's stamina was at the lower tier. He managed to run until the end of the first sprint, but he couldn't catch up to the middle tier, and his face had become as pale as a dying man. But he kept running. He managed to withstand training that made even those with better stamina give up. When it came to the independent training, he was the first to start and the last to leave. He wasn't just panting but breathing out white steam as he trained, and he showed results the next day. His stamina, strength, and agility all improved drastically, that he had gone from the lower tier to 10th among the 160 trainees in ranking. The children that saw it happening right in front of their eyes were speechless. The collaterals, the children from vassal families, and the recommended children didn't take it easy anymore. They started to do their best, and didn't skip independent training. Raon, who was a laughingstock, had become their rival. Of course that wasn't the case for everyone. Burin and the collaterals that followed him still believed that training their stamina to that extent was unnecessary and practiced the sword and fist that their families had taught them. And time passed, with everyone doing their best in their own way. Huff! Raon exhaled violently while sprinting during daybreak. His stamina and agility had increased a lot, but it didn't change the fact that running at full force exhausted him. Something did change. Helpless children that were running ahead of him weren't there anymore. Thanks to his improved stats and the Ring of Fire, there were less than 10 trainees ahead of him. Pathetic. It's been so long, yet you still have so many insects ahead of you. You should say that it's amazing how fast I've improved. Wrath was the same as always. He was always complaining, asking him to hand over his body. I thought I could catch up to them soon enough, but those two are certainly different. Raon caught the sight of Raon and Burin running the farthest away. He knew it already, but they were on a whole different level from the other children. They were born with the best talents, had a strong willpower, and were properly educated by their family to never become lazy. There was a twisted side, but it wasn't strange considering they were just 12-year-old children. Shall I run a bit more today? Raon kicked the ground, making the best of his Ring of Fire. He felt like his lungs were being torn apart like paper, but he used the Ring of Fire to support himself and kept running. What? Raon Zeekart. Shit! The highest tier children glared at him as Raon outran them. Swoosh! Burin and Raon looked back, hearing the wind coming from behind them. Burin frowned deeply, and Ranon's eyes sparkled like a cat having found a jewel. They turned back and started running again, as if telling him to try following them. They are certainly different. However, Raon lifted his corner of lips as he watched their backs. The remaining time should be enough. Considering the rate at which he had been growing, he estimated that he would pass them in stamina, strength, and agility before the test occurred. Although, if they used their aura, it would have been a different story. Aura, the children from the direct line, the collateral line, and the vassal families, including Raon and Burin, had all learned how to train their aura. On the other hand, despite cultivating the Ring of Fire, Raon didn't have a single speck of aura inside him. I do need to learn it. When he thought about learning aura, he was perplexed. The one I used before isn't too bad. The cultivation technique of the shadow aura that he had learned in his previous life was pretty decent. It could be learned quickly, it was deceitful, and it was so sharp that it was excellent at assassination and fighting people. However, he couldn't become the best with the shadow aura. Since he decided to live as a warrior instead of an assassin, he had to learn a better cultivation technique for his aura. And I'll need accomplishments for that. The Glenn he'd seen and the Glenn he'd heard of were the exact same. A cold-blooded person who only thought of his family, he was strict with rewards and punishments. If he graduated first place in basic training, he was certainly going to reward him accordingly. My goal is clear. In order to return Sylvia to where she belonged, to learn a better cultivation technique, he had to train harder. What are you doing? Stop being satisfied with outrunning those insects and catch up to those two. I can't bear to see them running ahead of the King of Essence. Wrath's turbulent anger agitated his emotions. A new message appeared as Raon kept running and withstanding it. Successfully withstood Wrath's interruption. Stamina has increased. Again? Raon nodded as Wrath boiled with his anger. And I should make effective use of him too. That's it for today's training. Do your independent training now if you want. Rimmer left as soon as the afternoon training ended. He was humming and murmuring that he was going to drink. Huff! Burin exhaled in irritation, watching his back. I really don't like him. He knew Rimmer was called the Sword of Light, but he behaved like a good for nothing. He was just lying down watching when he was supposed to instruct, and he wasn't interested in the independent training either. Despite that, he was going to evaluate Burin to see if he could be an official trainee. He looked like a grasshopper that only knew how to jump around. Lord Burin, aren't you going to do your independent training today? While he was frowning at Rimmer's back, Crane and the other collateral children approached him. They had become rather close by now. I'm going to. Burin nodded and grabbed his wooden sword. Pleasant weight in his hand made him smile. Let's begin. Yes. Burin and the other collateral children spread out and started to train their swordsmanship. Because he was so focused on it, Burin only stopped once the sun had completely set. I feel the most comfortable when I'm training with a sword. His irritation died down when he trained the swordsmanship his father had taught him. That's it for today. Yes. Thank you for your effort. At Burns' command, the children bowed respectfully. Despite being the youngest of them all, he naturally became their leader with his position as a part of the direct line and his amazing talent. Follow me if you want to train further. After putting down his wooden sword, he entered the indoor gymnasium and frowned. That guy. Raon was training his strength with equipment, and a few trainees including Raon were next to him. Huff, Burn breathed out his boiling anger. What annoyed him the most wasn't actually Rimmer or the other instructors. Raon Zeekart. That boy who he hadn't been paying attention to because he was of the lowest rank, was becoming increasingly irritating. Why is she next to him? Raon was as talented as he was, and was a daughter of Sullian, the strongest vassal family. He couldn't understand why she would stick to Raon. Damn it. He thought of her as his rival, yet she was just following Raon around. That fact was making him boil with anger. Moreover, some of the recommended children that he thought well of were also following Raon around, which annoyed him even more. Please don't mind them. They are just impaired birds flocking together. Even the best vassal family is just a vassal family after all. They can't even do anything together. The collaterals sneered at Raon and Raon, but Burn didn't laugh. It was a fact that Raon was way more talented than the collaterals behind him. Tusk. Burn clicked his tongue and entered the gymnasium. Sitting next to Raon and Raon, who were training their lower bodies, he started lifting a weight heavier than they were. Oh, amazing, Lord Burn. How is he lifting that much? Everyone in the gymnasium exclaimed and clapped their hands. Despite receiving gazes filled with admiration and amazement, Burn's expression stiffened like the bark of a tree. Those bastards! Raon and Raon kept training without even taking a glance at him. Thud! Burn dropped down the weight violently and stood up, but the two didn't even turn their heads. As if they were competing with each other, they were only focused on their own equipment. Burn's face grew as red as an apple. He slammed the door open and left the gymnasium. Let's see if you can still make that face after I end up in first place by an overwhelming difference. Chapter 17. After washing his face, Raon stared at the sun rising outside the window with damp eyes. Today's the day. 6 months had passed, and it was the morning of the 5th Training Grounds official trainee selection test. If it was any other day, he would have been swallowing dust as he ran in the training grounds. However, since it was the day of the test, he was still relaxing. Raon Zeekart. As he was getting dressed after wiping his face, Wrath spoke to him. What? Do you remember your bet with the King of Essence? Of course. Raon nodded, putting on his training uniform. He obviously didn't forget that Wrath offered to give things out for free. I admit that your progress was rather fast for a human, but you didn't manage to catch up to those two. Are you prepared to take in the King of Essence's wrath? Wrath wasn't wrong. Despite running for 3 months, he didn't manage to run past Raon or Burn. However, the test was a different story. It didn't matter whether he had to spar with them or had to show how much stamina he had accumulated. He was confident that he would win if he used the Ring of Fire and his experience from his previous life. The proof of pudding is in the eating. There is no point in bluffing. The King of Essence is soon going to take over your soul and body. Then tell me about it when that happens. I'm looking forward to the day your confidence crumbles. That won't happen. Raon waved his hand. It's difficult to live with an enemy. Wrath trying to interfere with his emotions wasn't a big deal, but his talkativeness was rather annoying. He couldn't understand how one that called himself a monarch of devildom could talk so much. It does have its merits though. Wrath's interruption ended up granting him a fair number of stats. It was a bit painful, but Wrath was like the goose that laid golden eggs. Status window name, Raon Zeekart. Title, None. State, Curse of Frost 8 strands, poor stamina, decline in athletic ability, decline in mana, affinity trait. Wrath, Ring of Fire 3 star, water resistance 3 star, strength, 25, agility, 24, stamina, 23, energy, 15 perception, 44. It wasn't just the numbers. His body's actual abilities had improved drastically, to the point that his movements couldn't even compare to how they used to be. The status window of the King of Essence. Despite Wrath's groan, Raon smiled in satisfaction and walked out into the lobby. They look like they are facing death. You're right. The children gathered in the lobby looked extremely worried, like soldiers being dragged into a war. It must be because of the test. Rimmer didn't explain anything about the kind of test it was going to be, nor its difficulty or how many people were going to pass. He only said that they could pass if they did their best, so it was just a matter of course that the children were worried. Raon thought that he would have been making the same expression if he hadn't been reincarnated, or if he didn't have the Ring of Fire. How pathetic of them to look like a defeated chicken before the real war even begins. They are still children. Raon looked around the depressed children, then walked outside. You are a child as well. I'm different. Humans like to believe they're special. He didn't respond to Wrath's provocation, since there was no need to confess that he had been reincarnated. Swoosh! As he was walking towards the 5th training ground next to the dormitory, light steps could be heard. And here she comes again. Raon narrowed his eyes and looked back. A purple-eyed girl with silver hair flowing down her shoulders was following him. Run on! It was Raon Sullivan. After sticking to him during independent training, she was also following him from the dormitory. What's the matter? Nothing. Raon turned her head with a mindless expression. With her hands behind her back, she looked away awkwardly. Raon sighed and turned back. Raon was always like that. She'd silently walk up to him and copy his training while spacing out. I don't know why she follows me. From what could be seen, Burns' abilities were better than his. He possessed splendid swordsmanship, excellent physical abilities, and pretty decent leadership. However, Raon didn't seem interested in him at all. She just followed Raon around, resembling a stray cat that would follow the person that fed them around. But I didn't even feed her. He did give her a cracker before, but it was Dorian's. He didn't actually do anything for her, so he couldn't understand why she would follow him like a duckling followed its mother. She's eccentric. Raon shook his head and made for the training ground. When he arrived, a green-haired boy waved at him. Why, young master, it was Dorian who was the second person to start following him. His hands and legs were trembling, as if he were cold. What's up with you? Are you sick? No, I'm not. There's a test today, and I didn't manage to get any sleep because I was too worried. Ugh. The bags under Dorian's eyes were as black as coal. Those bags clearly showed his exhaustion. You should pass without any problem though. Raon glanced past him. Dorian was always scared, but the number of trainees who could best him in terms of talent and tenacity could be counted on 10 fingers. There was no way he would fail as long as he showed his abilities. But I don't know what the test is, and I'm super weak. There is nothing I can do. Dorian dry heaved and bit his nails with trembling lips. It didn't look like he was acting, as he seemed really scared. He is the bona fide insect among all the insects I've seen. Crush his head already. You've said before that you liked him. The King of Essence doesn't need a coward. It will be fine. Instead of encouraging him, Raon told him it as a fact and walked past him. Despite his timid personality, throwing up didn't stop him from training. No matter what the test was, he was certainly going to manage. Sir Rimmer keeps his word. He said he would discern gems from pebbles, so a pebble like me will fail for sure. Then go ahead and fail. Eek. Young Master Raon. Raon waved his hand without looking back. He was just a stranger to him, so he didn't need to give more advice than it was necessary. Talking to him was starting to make him feel depressed as well. As he was about to enter the training ground, he met Burns' eyes. He was walking towards him from the side. Upon seeing Raon, and Dorian, his eyes burned with anger, as if he were looking at his archenemy. Raon sighed heavily. There isn't a single normal person around me. In his previous life, he was surrounded by madmen. It looked like his current life wasn't much different. Pluck out his eyeballs. Including him. Raon. Young Master Raon. As Raon was warming up inside the training ground, a familiar voice was heard from his right side. Mom? Helen? Sylvia, Helen, and the maids from the annex building were running towards him. Raon. Upon reaching him, Sylvia hugged him tightly like a bird embracing its egg. Oh my God. Your face has become so skinny. It must have been hard. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Tears welled up in her narrowed eyes. Despite what she said, Raon had gotten thicker with muscles, and by no means was skinny. No mom, it must have been hard. Going through so many hardships, sniff. Despite 6 months having passed, Sylvia was still the same. She didn't listen to him at all, and just worried about his body. Even you look like a child in front of your mother. Shut up. Wrath chuckled, pleased that he saw something interesting. Young master, you've done well. Helen bowed, smiling lightly. The maids behind her also smiled, telling him that he was amazing. I didn't even pass the test yet though. Raon scratched his face. The embarrassment from being praised for nothing was making him itchy. You held on for 6 months. That's the amazing part. Yes, you really did great. Helen and the other maids kept complimenting him non-stop. It was a natural reaction, since they'd expected him to fail and return right away. How did you get here? Raon pushed back Sylvia, who was rubbing her cheeks against his, and turned his head to Helen. The Guardians are allowed to witness the test today. It's not only us, but others are also here. He looked around following Helen's gesture. Just as she said, children were greeting their parents all over the training ground. But who is she? Sylvia's eyes widened as she spotted Raon standing behind Raon. Raon bowed to Sylvia. This girl is amazing. Raon didn't stop following Raon, despite Sylvia and Helen coming to see him. That personality of hers was more amazing than her talents. Raon. While Raon and Sylvia were looking at each other, a thick voice could be heard from the left side. It was a middle-aged man with slicked-back silver hair. Raon Sullivan. He was Raon Sullivan, the head of the vassal family Sullivan and Raon's father. That dumb girl's face doesn't change, even at the end. Like Wrath said, Runon's eyes stayed hazy as she looked at her father for the first time in 6 months. Father? What are you doing here? Let's go. After glaring at Raon and Sylvia, he grabbed her hand and dragged her away. I've seen many humans before, but that one is really special. I know, right? He smirked bitterly at Raon, who kept looking at him while being dragged away. Raon is the youngest daughter of the Sullian family, right? The one who was at the judgment ceremony with you. Yeah, you two became friends, right? Sylvia smiled. Asking him how they became friends, she looked at him closely. We aren't friends. Raon shook his head firmly. You aren't friends? Then what are you? I wonder. He honestly wasn't sure about his relationship with Raon. He didn't even know what a friend was in the first place. My son, if people approach you, you should be friendly to them instead of pushing them away. Sylvia pouted. I've never done that. He just didn't care whether they approached him or not. Don't be like that. Bring her to the annex building next time. Mommy will prepare delicious food for you. I already told you we aren't friends. Oh, I'm really dying. Ah? Aren't you, young Master Raon's mother? While Raon was giving an evasive answer, Dorian, who had been retching, walked up to them with round eyes. Yes. And who are you? Mine. My name is Dorian. The young master has been taking care of me. Please accept my greetings. Dorian bowed until his head almost hit the ground. Oh my. Oh, young master. Sylvia and Helen smiled widely. The fact that Raon had been helping someone was making them happy. I was wondering why young Master Raon was so handsome, but it was thanks to you. You're really beautiful. Dorian took out a flower from his belly pocket and handed it to Sylvia. He couldn't talk at all when he was scared, yet his speech and actions didn't show a speck of hesitation. Raon wondered what the hell was wrong with him. Oh, thank you. Sylvia smiled, accepting the flower. She seemed to really appreciate it from the way she was looking at them. Go away now. But why? Raon tapped Dorian, trying to push him away, but Sylvia interrupted. Dorian, can you tell me about how Raon has been doing? Of course. Young Master Raon has gone up from the lowest tier to the highest tier, making history in the 5th training ground. Everyone watching him has been moved to tears. Who? Dorian kept talking as if he were trying to overcome his nervousness with chatter. The tests hadn't even started yet, but Raon felt already exhausted. It's outrageous how much the human talks. Still not as much as you. And just like that, thanks to young Master Raon teaching us his posture, me and the other recommended children in the lower tier managed to climb to the middle upper tier. As for everything else, I'll tell you later. I'm in a bit of a hurry right now. Dorian bowed to her, then ran towards the toilet. Oh my god, young Master Raon. Helen and the other maids were moved to tears as they put their hands together. If they had listened any longer, they might have really started to cry. Helping others is nice and all, but how about you? You still get cold easily. Is the dormitory warm enough? Are you sick at all? But Sylvia's eyes seemed more worried than moved. She was as true to her emotions, as always. I'm fine. Raon tapped his chest with a confident smile. But it wasn't enough to make all the worries disappear from Sylvia's eyes. I'm going to repeat myself, but you can stop whenever it's difficult. Don't mind the others, just follow your heart. Okay? Okay. He nodded and Sylvia's worries seemed to fade away a little. She was still the same. She has always been the mother who worried about her son's well-being. By the way, Helen. Sylvia slightly turned her head with a mischievous look. Yes, Lady Sylvia? Don't you think Raon has gotten cuter in the time he's been away? Certainly. As expected of Milady's son. Right? Raon. Let Mummy hug you one more time. Ugh. Wait. When Raon tried to step back from the approaching Sylvia, pressure appeared at the entrance of the training ground. This power Raon clenched his teeth and stared at the main entrance. Frightening pressure could be felt from beyond the brown door. Wham! When the door to the training ground opened wide, a man that he thought would never come appeared. Jar, greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. It was Glenn. Everyone who faced the head of House Ziegart knelt. Why is he here? Father? Sylvia and Helen also knelt and bowed. So, he was the owner of the power, I felt from afar. To think that someone like that exists in this era. Spoke with admiration for the first time since waking up. It seemed like Glenn's prowess was impressive, even for him. His power is on a whole different level. He broke through the extremity and transcendence. But he might not have much time left. Time? What are you talking about? Without responding, Wrath stared at Glenn. Raon turned his eyes to Glenn once more. After slowly looking around at the children and their parents, Glenn walked up on the platform and sat on the chair Rimmer usually sat on. Eek! Rimmer, who was entering over the wall, opened his mouth wide upon seeing him. Why is my lord here? Glenn glared at Rimmer, unsatisfied about something. This is an event selecting the family's future. Why shouldn't I be here? Well, I guess you're welcome here. Rimmer jumped over the wall while smiling awkwardly. Bowing to Glenn, he trotted up on the platform. I wanted to take my time. Since my lord is here, I can't do that anymore. Let's start the trainee selection test immediately. Scratching the back of his head, he instructed the parents to move back. The parents told their children to do their best and moved away. Raon. Raon turned back at Sylvia, calling him. Don't get hurt. Young master, please don't strain yourself. Instead of telling him to do his best, Sylvia and Helen worried about him and left. They are so weak, not suitable for you. Raon nodded. They've never wanted him to be excellent, and all they wanted was for him to stay healthy. I still can't get used to it. His trainers in his previous life had only wanted results. The stark difference between them made it difficult for him to get used to. He turned his head back after staring at the two of them walking away, and Rimmer was grinning at him. Then everyone, the details of the trainee selection test that everyone has been curious about will be revealed. Rimmer shook his hand from the platform. His expression was as light as always, but the small pressure emanating from him expanded its colossal wings. Wham! Albeit weaker than Glenn Siegart's, the powerful pressure surrounding the entire training ground made the parents frown, and the children shrink down. Tap! With light yet majestic steps, Rimmer walked towards the center of the training ground. Pierced through my pressure. Looking down on the children in front of him, a chill light radiated from his eyes. That is my test. Chapter 18, Pressure? Raon frowned. I thought he would test my stamina and willpower. Considering the training that Rimmer had been instructing them on so far, he should have tested his stamina and willpower, and yet he chose pressure. Pressure? Is he really testing pressure on the children? He really is going too far. The parents spoke up, as they didn't expect the content of the test either. I'm the instructor, so please be silent. Rimmer snorted and waved his hand. Pressure is an integral aspect of a warrior. I'm evaluating such an important ability, so why are you complaining so much? He wasn't wrong. Pressure was the harmony between the spirit and expertise of a warrior. A powerful pressure could often make the enemies lose their will to fight, without actually fighting. It hasn't been long since the children learned aura. Testing pressure is unreasonable, and some children didn't even learn aura. The test is completely unfair. I knew you weren't aware of it. Pressure isn't just a manifestation of aura. Rimmer swung his long finger left and right. True pressure is the combination of a warrior's achievements. It's a warrior's testimony, which can be manifested without an aura. A chill and rusty wind surrounded the training ground alongside his firm voice. This is Raon narrowed his eyes. Rimmer had just expanded his pressure without using aura, as if he were proving what he was saying. If you still want to complain, then ask the head of house. Rimmer turned around. Smirking, as if he had never been serious, he bowed to Glenn. My esteemed lord, is a warrior's pressure created from aura? Ha! Raon huffed. Rimmer was really an unexpected man, or elf, for him to suddenly involve the head of house. He's not wrong. Even those who never learned aura end up developing pressure, depending on how they've been living. Wow! As expected of my lord. Rimmer turned around and clapped his hands. Damn. If my lord says so, since Glenn himself had said it, nobody could question it any longer. Direct line and collateral alike. That point-eared bastard just said something to my liking for the first time ever. Pressures created from something like mana, demonic energy, or aura are all fake. A pressure stemming from the achievements of the soul is the only real one. Wrath nodded in agreement. It reminds me of back in the days in Devildom, when insignificant demons started to run rampant. The King of Essence used a mighty pressure to make those fakes surrender. Ugh. Since it looked like he was going to keep talking, Raon tapped his bracelet. For the past 6 months, thanks to my detailed training, the children kept surpassing their limits. Stop lying. Karun Ziegart, the second son of Glenn and Byrne's father, stood up while glaring at him. There are many witnesses of your lying down napping during the regular training sessions. Did you even train them properly? I've heard about it as well, that he'd only show up without giving them any attention. I heard he'd always sleep and let the children train on their own. Oh, you are well aware. Rimmer didn't panic. He nodded instead, complimenting their intelligence capabilities. That's also part of my training. How was that training? Which one do you think will result in more achievement? Doing their best on their own accord? Or doing their best following someone else's instruction? It's obviously the former. That's correct. What I wanted from the children was that willpower. Stamina and skills can be taught, but improving willpower is difficult. I wanted to select the children with the best willpower and train them. Rimmer's voice was the same as always, but his words were filled with wisdom. The children who surpass their limits on their own manage to develop their own expertise, which will help them tremendously in the future. The others couldn't protest his confident voice anymore. Their eyes shone with the expectation of their children's growth as they followed such training. Since everyone understands, let's start the test. I'm going to ask one last question. Karun didn't withdraw. His eyes were still filled with distrust. Despite having received the same training, the expertise of the children are on different levels. How are you planning to evaluate that? I'm going to check how much they have grown compared to their temperament at the beginning of the training, and the temporary trainee that has grown the most will be first place. Does beginning mean 6 months ago? Are you implying that you remember the temperaments of all 160 children? I'd have to quit being an instructor if I couldn't even remember that. Rimmer grinned and Karun's expression stiffened even more. Well, now that every troublemaker, every parent is convinced, let's begin. Run on, stand in front of me. The rest of you stay back. Run on nodded lightly and stood in front of Rimmer, while other children stepped away. Run on, Sullivan. The pressure I'll be emitting is on the level that you can withstand if you've been doing your best. Smiling lightly, Rimmer continued. You pass if you touch me through my pressure. Understood. Run on quietly responded and nodded. Then I'm starting. Rimmer closed his eyes, then opened them. As a green light sparked from his eyes, a powerful pressure emerged. Rumble. The oppressive pressure that suddenly emerged crushed Run-on's composure. Ugh! Biting her lip, she curled up like a shrimp. You fail if you use aura. Use the willpower that you've been using to withstand your training until now. Huff. Getting rid of the aura she was about to use, she stepped forward. Cold sweat rained down her forehead, but she took step after a step, while enduring it until the end. Tap. Slowly but precisely, Run-on extended her hand and grabbed Rimmer's sleeve. You easily passed. I can see that you have been doing your best. Rimmer grinned and patted Run-on's head. Ha! Exhaling violently, Run-on stepped to the side. Next is Dorian. Already? Is it really my turn? Dorian, who was hiding behind Raon, trembled as he peeked out. He kept anxiously fiddling with his belly pocket. What's up with this order? I made it. Come out already. Sniff. Dorian walked up with tears in his eyes. He looked like he was going to a slaughterhouse. He started to retch again. You saw what Run-on did. Pierced through my wall of pressure using the willpower you've accumulated through training. And I do it? Everyone knows I have no willpower. You fail if you can't. Rimmer expanded his second pressure. It was clearly weaker than the one towards Run-on, confirming that he was going to adjust his pressure to the trainee. Making a weird noise like a raccoon, Dorian stepped back. You fail if you step back any further. I'm going to give you one last piece of advice. You're scared easily, but you've always been serious about your training. Trust yourself and walk forth. All right. Dorian closed his mouth hearing Rimmer's calm voice. Then he slowly stepped forward. He faltered like a baby walking for the first time, but he didn't fall. Slowly but surely, he moved forward and extended his hand. Tap. Dorian's hand reached Rimmer's waist. You pass. You lack confidence compared to your capability. From now on be more Q. Sadly, Dorian was too busy vomiting, so he couldn't listen. Let's continue. Rimmer immediately designated the next person. By the time the sun started setting in the western sky, most of the children had finished their tests. There were a decent number of children who managed to pass, but several times more of them failed and started to cry. It was interesting that most of the children that were stimulated by Raon and trained next to him managed to pass. However, more than half of those who trained their sword or fist while following Byrne failed. As the test continued, Byrne's expression stiffened. His turn finally came with only Raon left after him. Byrne Zekart. Come forth. Yes. Byrne walked heavily up to Rimmer. His frown was obvious to anyone's eyes. But of course, Raon snickered. His pride must have been hurt because half of his training partners failed. Then let's begin. With a smile, Rimmer expanded his pressure. The pressure, similar to what Run-on had withstood, became a green wind and crushed against Byrne. Wham! Byrne bit his lip until it bled, facing the tornado of pressure. Did she really walk through this? Facing the pressure was completely different from watching from the sidelines. Run-on was just a coward that gave up on competing with him. He couldn't believe she managed to pierce through the pressure. His feet didn't move, no matter how much he steeled himself. It was too difficult. Maybe he is making it more difficult for me. As doubt surfaced, he looked back at his father. But he was just standing there with a stiff expression, which meant that there was nothing wrong with the test. Your talent is special. Among the 160 talented trainees, those who can catch up to you can be counted on one hand. However, Rimmer smiled and continued. You wasted your time, along with those that followed you. You should have trained your stamina and willpower, instead of practicing swordsmanship that you don't fully understand the meaning of. Byrne grit his teeth and walked forward. He instinctively started pulling out the aura in his energy center. You've always used your aura whenever you face difficulty. You will fail as soon as you use that aura. I won't use it. Forcing down the emerging aura, he stepped forward. Each step felt as painful as walking on lava. He could feel a cold gaze from behind him. It was his father's. I will be abandoned if I don't hold out. He remembered his two older brothers' faces when they were abandoned because they weren't to the father's liking. He couldn't become a loser like them. Byrne stepped forward. No, he almost crawled forward with an ugly expression and voice, one that someone from the direct line shouldn't show. With all his desperation, he managed to grab Rimmer's clothes. You pass. Rimmer snickered and erased his pressure. Byrne kept exhaling violently, lying down on the ground. It was an appearance he had never shown before. You are still 12 years old. Stop pretending to be an adult and train like the child you are. If you keep looking up while walking, stepping on a twig will make you trip. Rimmer gave his advice to Byrne, then turned his head. The smile on his face widened. And lastly, Raon Zegart. Yes. Raon stepped forward. Are you ready? Of course. Then let's begin. Rimmer's pressure exploded. A pressure more powerful than the one directed at Raon and Burn became a storm-crushing Raon. Raon. Young Master Raon. Sylvia and Helen's cries could be heard from behind. Are you sure this is my test? Raon frowned. When he had first entered the training ground, his expertise was way lower than the middle lower-tier children, let alone Raon or Burn. Taking that into account, Rimmer's pressure was far too powerful. I wonder. Rimmer shrugged and continued. The talent I saw in you is better than Raon or Burn, for I was standing this. Is that so? Red flame ignited in Raon's eyes, engulfed by green wind. Then I shall meet your expectations. Chapter 19 Step. Raon took a step forward. The more he approached Rimmer, the stronger his pressure became. Not just the other children, it was difficult for even Burn or Raon to pierce through such pressure. Yet Raon could only laugh. He's setting it up for me. He didn't need to hide his abilities now that he had decided to live as Raon Zeegard. The stage to show off his talent was set, his abilities had opened, so he only needed to play his part on the stage. How is it? Tell me if it's too difficult. It's fine. Raon smiled lightly and moved his feet. He went over my current expertise. Expertise followed the soul, not the body. That's why Raon didn't only have the expertise of Raon Zeegard, but also that of the greatest assassin Raon. Whoosh! On top of Raon Zeegard's small yet sturdy pressure, the expertise of the assassin Raon, who had never failed before, stood at attention. Sep. The sound of his footsteps walking on the training ground sand changed. Raon's expertise, carried on his shoulder, expressed its serene intent. Rip! Pressure as sharp as a blade ripped Rimmer's green wind pressure in half. What are you? Rimmer glared. Panic appeared in his green eyes, which had always been easygoing. Whir! Raon walked forward without responding. Cutting through the turbulent wind, he took 5 steps, and stood in front of Rimmer. Tap! He casually extended his hand and tapped Rimmer's shoulder. Is the test over? Eh? Yes, to his confident yet composed voice, Rimmer just nodded. Thank you. Lowering his hand, he erased the expertise of the assassin that he had called. It looked like he had strained himself, as his mind was in a daze. Rimmer's mouth was still open wide, unable to hide his surprise. You! What the hell are you? Rath's voice also sounded surprised. It was rare for him to show any emotion other than anger. While waiting for Rimmer's reaction, Raon looked around the silent training ground. The children from vassal families and collaterals that had jeered at him, the children who had trained with him and were rooting for him, and even the parents remained silent. What? He pierced it. That brat. No, just how did this? He is just a patient that hasn't even learned aura. It's impossible. The trainee's parents muttered with blank expressions. Raon, how is your body? Young master, you must have strained yourself. Sylvia and Helen teared up. They looked impressed, but their words spoke only of worry for his body. However, Glenn Zeegard's expressions didn't change. He looked as cold as always, as if a layer of ice covered his face. That one's a real deal. Raon shook his head, looking at Glenn. Who the hell are you? Rimmer expressed his amazement, looking at the calm Raon. You've been watching me for the 6 last months. I am Raon. I'm asking you because you surpassed it. I emitted a pressure that you couldn't withstand with your current ability. It was just a joke, and I didn't even imagine that you would pierce through it. In order to discover the ability that Raon had been hiding, he gave off a pressure too powerful for him to withstand. He was certain that Raon couldn't pierce it, no matter how much power he had been hiding, yet Raon single-handedly ripped through his pressure. Honestly, he still couldn't believe what had happened. Rimmer took a glance at people behind Raon. Well, I do like that. Their noisy mouths were shut tight, just like his own. The entirety of the training ground was at a loss because of what Raon had just done. I was a bit distracted, despite being the head instructor. Rimmer went back to the platform, riding the green wind. With Raon Zeegard as the last participant, the selection test for official trainees has ended. However, one more important event remains. Everyone's gaze was focused on him as he mentioned an important event. It is the announcement of the first-place trainee, the representative of the trainees. Since there was a high chance that the first-place trainee would become the family's head, greed dwelled in everyone's eyes, children and parents alike. It went according to the plan, but the situation is different from expected. It was actually decided that first place would go to Raon Zeegard. He had shown the most progress as a temporary trainee, so it fit the test's purpose. Although, he didn't expect him to pass so easily. Thanks to that, the accident that I'd prepared for might not happen. Rimmer snickered and glanced through the trainees. Looking past Raon and Burn, his eyes stopped on Raon. Raon Zeegard, from today onward, you are the top trainee of the 5th training ground. Please do your best in the future. Oh, young Master Raon. Dorian clapped his hands, and Raon clapped exactly 3 times, a strange expression on her face. Why, young Master Raon is the top trainee. Oh, Lady Sylvia. Helen grabbed his head and hugged Sylvia, who was falling down. Eh? Me really? That child is really in first place. I can't believe it. Raon was the one who withstood the most powerful pressure. But he is Sylvia's son. The runaway Sylvia. That has no relation to the child's abilities. Wasn't that a scam that Rimmer had planned all along? He definitely could have done it. The others started arguing, claiming that it was unbelievable. It's a lie. Burns stood up with trembling lips. This can't be. What is a lie and what can't be? Rimmer looked back at Burren, uninterested. Raon is worse than me in terms of stamina, strength, and talent. I can't accept such a person getting first place. You saw it too. Raon easily broke through pressure way more powerful than the one you barely managed to pass. He deserves first place. He must have used a trick. Burren Zeekart, are you doubting my decision? Rimmer's smile remained the same, but the atmosphere changed. It felt like a sharpness was added to the cool wind. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that he cheated. Raon couldn't even follow me yesterday, so it makes no sense that he pierced through such a powerful pressure. He's right. Even the instructor couldn't believe it, right? The collaterals that followed Burn stood next to him. Rimmer scratched his chin. He certainly didn't expect Raon to pierce through his pressure so easily, so he could understand their claim. That's true. How can he do that when he is suffering from the curse of frost? He doesn't even have aura. When he looked around, not only the children but also the adults were mumbling. They started to doubt the test, despite having seen it with their own eyes. Well, I do understand your doubts. I was surprised as well. That's right. Burn's eyes opened wide at the glimpse of hope. We are a family of warriors, Zeekart. A duel should determine the first place, rather than a test like this. Do you want the first place so much that you are suggesting a duel against Raon? I mean, a duel with anyone. It doesn't have to be me. Your eyes are full of desire. You don't need to lie. Rimmer snickered and waved his hand. Burn blushed like an apple, but he didn't refute it. But the test is already over. My lord, what shall we do with this situation? Burn Zeekart. Glenn looked between Raon and Burn, then slowly opened his mouth. Yes, you need to pay the price if you want to change the verdict. Are you sure you are ready for it? Of course. Burn immediately answered without giving it a thought. He was confident he would win against Raon, no matter what. Raon Zeekart. This time, Glenn called Raon's name. Yes. Raon saluted. The others cannot accept the result. Do you have any intention of competing with Burn? I don't. Raon firmly shook his head. Eek. Is he crazy? Since nobody expected him to immediately refuse, everyone's jaws dropped. The test is over, and the results are out. Without gaining anything in return, there is no reason for me to compete. After you blabbered about the direct line honor and matters like that, I didn't expect that you wouldn't even accept the results. Burns' flush darkened as he heard Raon's sarcasm. Then do it like this. Everyone looked at Glenn, whose voice sounded like a lump of iron was pressing down on it. Duel with the title of first place on the line. If you win, I'll issue you a bronze tablet. Bronze tablet. Zeekart issued gold, silver, or bronze tablets, depending on their accomplishments. Despite it being just a bronze tablet, one issued directly by the head of house would earn him some decent rewards. That's an unexpected piece of good luck. He'd already won the bet with Wrath by ending up with first place, and now Glenn would give him a bronze tablet. His reward had just doubled. It looked like Glenn wished for Burn, from the direct line, to tag first place. Unfortunately, he wasn't going to satisfy him. Understood. Raon. It's all right. As soon as he nodded, Sylvia ran up to him. He smiled at his worrying mother. Thank you for trusting me. My lord, I won't disappoint you. Burn bowed to Glenn, overwhelmed by his emotions. That's enough, now begin the duel. Yes. Springing to his feet, Burn walked up to Raon. To be facing me in a duel, your luck ends here. He continued while grinning. I didn't like you from the very first time I saw you. I will show you the difference between the direct line and an abandoned insect. Wow. The boy who couldn't accept the results talks so much. Raon snickered and turned his wrist. You bastard, save the fight for the duel. Rimmer stood between them, shaking his head. The duel will be 1 round. You are disqualified if you use a weapon or aura. Fight with nothing but your body. Understood. Yes. Well then, Rimmer raised the hand that was blocking Raon and Burn's vision of each other and stepped back. Begin. Hop. Before the word begin could reach his ears, Burn dashed. He thrust his fist sharply at Raon's solar plexus. Tap. Raon turned the back of his hand to fend off his fist. The fist's fierce rotation numbed his wrist. That's not enough to stop my fist. Burn laughed coldly and thrust his fist a second time, this time at his stomach. How? He fended off the blow with his hand, but the impact sent pain up his forearm. This is the Void Tiger fist that my father taught me personally. There was no rule against using a fist technique, so this isn't against the rules. Void Tiger fist. Void Tiger fist was Zeekart's fist technique, consisting in rotating a fist to break through the enemy's defense. What shall I do? It was powerful but sloppy. He could easily beat him down. It would be a waste to simply win. Since the stage was set, he wanted to use the opportunity to prove his ability to everyone. Where are you looking? Burn swung his fist. Leaning back, he avoided fist and stepped backward. This is the difference in talent. He kept swinging his fist while using a stepping technique. Both his fist and steps were sloppy, but he was somewhat threatening thanks to his excellent physical abilities. Talent, huh? Raon stepped sideways with glittering eyes. He considered the way to best deliver a blow to the idiots of Zeegard, who thought only of talent. Martial arts study. As expected of members of a military family, they consider a talent in martial arts study the most valuable. And I have something great. Raon used his ring of fire at full force. The moment the 3 rings began to rotate furiously, Burn's movement became slower, and the flow of his fist technique could be seen. Did you give up? Burn thrusted his fist straight. A brutal wind brushed past his ear. Of course not. Raon's hand moved in a half-moon shape. Burn's fist bounced back upon touching the rotation. It was the same rotation as his Void Tiger fist, but the direction was reversed. Eek! Burn's expression wavered as he bounced back, but he grit his teeth and dashed at him again. Tap! Fending off his fist, Raon pushed him with his shoulder. With a slam, Burn stepped back. Pow! Raon kicked the ground and dashed into the panicking Burn's chest. You bastard! Despite being in panic, he tried hitting his chin with his left fist. However, Raon had already finished analyzing his fist technique. Pow! Rotating in the other direction, he pushed Burn's fist back and struck at his stomach. Cug! Burn knelt, foaming at the mouth. How are you using the Void Tiger fist? He drooled, mouth wide open at the unexpectedness of the situation. What happened just now? How did he use the Void Tiger fist? There's no way Sylvia or Rimmer would have taught him that. What just happened? Everyone watching the duel widened their eyes in astonishment. You just showed me. Raon dusted off his hands, looking down on Burn coldly. I just copied your fist technique. Chapter 20. Rimmer reflexively covered his mouth with his hand, but he couldn't hide his open mouth. What's this now? The duel between Raon and Burn was something he had originally planned. He expected that Burn would object when Raon took first place, which would be solved with their duel. Rimmer wanted to teach the overconfident Burn a lesson, and display Raon's excellence to everyone. However, Raon had changed everything. In fact, the outline was the same, but the details were too shocking. Instead of using his strength, agility, and skill to defeat Burn, he sent him flying using the essence of Void Tiger art. This doesn't make any sense. Despite not using any aura, Burn's Void Tiger art was by no means weak, thanks to his talent. However, Raon saw through the flow of Burn's fist and reversed its flow right back at him. If a drunkard claimed a child that had never learned martial arts was capable of such a thing, he would have been slapped across the face for spouting such nonsense. Rimmer swallowed and looked around. Just like him, everyone around them was shocked as they stared blankly at them. Even the head of house is surprised. Glenn, who had been as expressionless as a statue, was now frowning in surprise. Raon. Rimmer swallowed again and approached Raon. Yes, instructor? What did you just do? There were many meanings to that simple question. He was asking whether he really copied the Void Tiger first from watching it, or if he learned it from somebody, or if it was a completely different technique. I saw the rotation of Burn's fist. It was spiraling like a tornado. That was true, since the Void Tiger fist's particularity is the spiral rotation. The rotation was fast enough to push back my defense, hand and fist alike. So, I figured I shouldn't keep fighting normally. Rimmer nodded. He planned the duel because he wanted to see how he would overcome that, so he obviously realized that. Since I'm confident in my stamina, I considered running around. But as I watched Burn's fist, I could feel something. You could feel? Yes. The flow created by his fist was clearly visible. It somehow felt like I could do the same thing, so I reversed the rotation to cancel out Burn's. Ah! Rimmer unconsciously exclaimed. This guy is the real deal. His heart pounded like a drum. Someone capable of understanding the flow of a martial art just by observing was clearly a genius. However, Raon was even more excellent. He managed to use the opponent's flow as if it were his own. It was an endless talent that he had never seen before. Bullshit. Burn's father, Glenn's second son, Karun Zeegard, stood up. Dark flame was burning in his eyes. No matter how sloppy Burn is, it's not humanly possible to understand the Void Tiger fist at a glance. But he did. Rimmer shrugged, pointing at Raon. He must have learned it from peeping at Burn's training. That, or he was taught by someone else. Karun's savage gaze turned towards Sylvia and Raon. Well, I'm too lazy to teach something like that, and who would have bothered going to the annex building to teach him the Void Tiger fist? It doesn't really make any sense. And Burn isn't the type of person to let others steal his technique. He notably grimaced. He looked like he wanted to say something but couldn't, as Glenn was watching. So, is there anyone else who wants to challenge Raon? Rimmer raised his head, looking at the children. No one raised their hand after what had just happened. Raon? Raon shook her head. She went next to Raon and started to copy the reverse Void Tiger fist that he had performed. Hup. Rimmer smirked and turned away. The situation was different from his expectations, but the end result was way better. Raon, it's your victory. Thank you. Rimmer smiled and Raon bowed lightly. There's nothing to thank me for, it was all you. As for issuing the bronze tablet, the head of house will take care of it. All right. Rimmer glanced through Raon as he responded. He was double-checking, just to be sure, and Raon certainly did not have any aura. This is so ridiculous. He sighed and turned around. My lord, the event is over. Glenn nodded, then stood up. After briefly looking around the children including Raon, Burin, and Raon, he left the training ground. He could have given a piece of advice before he left. Rimmer licked his lips and called out to the children. Those who have passed shall return here next Monday, after resting for the rest of the week. Those who failed shouldn't be too disappointed, as there will be another chance for you. Now dismissed. Have a nice time with your family. Rimmer clapped his hands and left the training ground by jumping over the wall. Raon. Young Master Raon. As soon as he left, Sylvia and Helen ran up to Raon and hugged him. What happened while you were gone? Young Master, are you hurt anywhere? The two were the same as always. They didn't ask how he did what he did, instead worrying about his body over and over. I'm completely fine. Raon smiled and shook his hand. Let's go back home now. I miss eating stew. Stew? All right. Let's go. I'll return first and prepare it. Helen trotted out of the training ground, and Raon followed her while holding Sylvia's hand. What the hell happened during the last 6 months? Raon Zegart. I never thought that kind of talent existed. The people remaining at the training ground just stared at Raon and Sylvia's backs with blank expressions. Owen was paying attention to Burin, who was just staring at the ground, biting his lip until they bled. At the border of the training ground's exterior wall, on top of a wall so thin that it could barely fit a bird, 5 people, men and women alike, stood watching the scene below. What do you think? The long-haired man sitting in the first row spoke up. He's a genius. There's nothing else to say. If that wasn't fake, then he must be more talented than him. Copying after reading the flow, that's ridiculous. 4 people replied honestly with their impressions. We came to watch Raon and Burin, but that was so worth it. Everyone nodded in agreement. As you know, the Red Cloud has suffered many losses recently. You can have Burin or Raon, and I'll take Raon. Do you want to die? You will shamelessly take that endless talent with you. Think before you speak if you don't want to shed blood. The atmosphere suddenly turned chilly. 4 people looked like they were about to draw their swords. I'm joking. It's a joke. The long-haired man shook his hand with a hollow smile. Anyway, that child will bring about many changes. The 4 people stood in silent agreement as they watched Raon leave the training ground. The core of Zegart's military power were the different divisions, and they had noticed Raon. Rimmer followed Glenn into the Lord's Manor after entrusting the aftermath to the instructors. Why did you test them yourself, despite getting weaker and weaker? Glenn frowned, sitting on the throne. I'm still the head instructor, so I should do my job. Sir Rimmer. The butler Raon handed him a cup of tea. It's been a while, Raon. Indeed. Raon looked older on the outside, but Rimmer was actually way older than him, so Rimmer spoke casually to him. What were you even thinking? Glenn asked, supporting his chin with the golden armrest. Why did you create a match between Raon and Burin? Well, it just happened. It just happened. Despite it going exactly as you planned? Well, I really can't fool my lord. Rimmer awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Burin's talent is exceptional, but he is narrow-minded. Raon has a special something, but it is unknown. I wanted them to have a match to benefit them both. As you've seen, coldness is still prevailing over Raon's body. However, his willpower alone is comparable to an accomplished warrior. I already know that. There's one thing you didn't know, and I didn't either. Rimmer lifted his index finger and continued. It's that he is a genius. I wanted to see his willpower. I looked forward to seeing how he dealt with Burin, who has already learned powerful martial arts. Rimmer's eyes shone like stars in the sky. But what he showed us this time wasn't his willpower, but talent. And an endless talent at that. He managed to counterattack using a flow he understood at a glance. Does that even make sense? I have been on countless battlefields, yet this is my first time seeing such talent. A bum said something like that before, that a child born with Curse of Frost also has exceptional talent. By bum, do you mean the Ragged Saint? Yes. Glenn nodded and continued. They either have an exceptional talent in ice magic or aura, or end up becoming a great beauty. That's it. Rimmer stomped the ground. It's the manifestation of that talent. He was born with an absolute talent in martial arts. Burin, Raon, and your other grandsons and granddaughters are also special, but Raon is even more so. He has the disposition of someone who can become the continent's absolute best. Despite Rimmer's excitement, Glenn's expression remained composed. It was my first time seeing anything like that. I'm sure the division leaders have never seen such a talent before either. Raon, who watched the duel along with Glenn, exclaimed in surprise. We must train him perfectly. Raon got a bronze tablet, but if we reward him with something better than a silver tablet, that won't happen. Glenn firmly shook his head. I ended up rewarding him because of your silly plan, but it would be unreasonable to increase the reward. Eek. But, you shouldn't favor him either. Treat everyone equally. You are really heartless, Sug. Glenn glared at him coldly, making Rimmer flinch and close his mouth. Anyway, Raon is the real deal. He shouldn't just be protected because of his weak body, but he should be properly trained instead. He is probably better than your second grandson, who is called a genius only seen every 100 years, or the first offspring of the Sullivan family. You must consider this. You are speaking a lot, because I saw the real deal. Regardless, there won't be any special attention, unless he contributes to the family's fame. He should be given the best elixir or cultivation technique, at least, to help him ease his coldness. Rimmer closed his mouth when Glenn raised his hand. The bum said that it's not a good idea to use more fire attribute elixir. He said Raon needs to overcome it himself. Wow, you pretended to be uninterested in him, yet you looked into it already. Nonsense. He loves to talk, so he just kept babbling. Rimmer and Raon stared at him mischievously. Anyways, Glenn clicked his tongue and flicked his finger. Along with a golden flame, the metal door leading to the Zegart's treasury appeared behind him. I'm going to organize the treasury, so you should leave. Glenn spoke before he entered the treasury. Rimmer and Raon, who were left in the Lord's manor, looked at each other and grinned. He certainly didn't go there to organize out of nowhere. He really isn't honest. Raon returned to the annex building and spent time with Sylvia. He didn't talk a lot, but because there were many things Sylvia was curious about, the conversation kept going. They only returned to their respective rooms after talking for over 6 hours. I'm tired, Raon sighed as he closed the door. Time spent with Sylvia was comfortable, but it was also more exhausting than training. Finally, a satisfying meal after such a long time. From now on, you should eat here every day. Wrath wasn't angry for once. It looked like he was satisfied with the annex building's food and dessert. The meals at the training ground were like dog food. I can't even stand the sight of it anymore. I'm sorry to break it to you, but we have to keep eating it. Since he'd become an official trainee, he had to stay there for years. Damn it. Wrath ground his teeth. He was a parasitic demon king that wanted tasty food. It was ridiculous. Anyway, I had something to ask you. Ask me. Raon Zekar, who the hell are you? Wrath, who was hanging on his wrist, returned to his blue flame form. The King of Essence has seen countless humans, and also lived as a human for hundreds of years. However, the King of Essence has never seen anyone like you. Wrath's flame burned up explosively. It was even more fierce than the first time they'd met. The King of Essence could feel it. You are hiding something special. Now tell me your true identity. Hey Wrath. A mere human shouldn't dare call the King of Essence by name. There's something more important than my identity or your name. What? Your memory is worse than I thought. The corners of Raon's lips lifted as he looked down on Wrath. Our bet is over. Stop saying silly things, and give me my reward. Chapter 21. Don't tell me you forgot about it. Raon tapped Wrath, who was floating on his shoulder. The King of Essence is the monarch of Wrath, who rules over Devildom. Icy blue air radiated from Wrath. It was a bone, chilling cold. The King of Essence has not lied once since it came to existence. The King of Essence and you are bound by a contract called bet. The rewards will be given, even if you don't want it. So don't worry about it. Then give them to me already. I'm asking you one thing before that. What? How did you pierce through the point-eared bastard's pressure, and how did you copy that arrogant guy's martial art? Wrath's question was exactly what Raon had expected. Give me the rewards first. Alright. Once Wrath's blue flame fluttered like a butterfly, messages appeared in the air. You have won the bet against Wrath. The rewards are being distributed. All stats have increased by 2. Raon bit his lip in ecstasy as the increase in stats washed over his body. However, there were still more rewards. A random trait of Wrath is being generated. The perception of Snowflower 1 star has been generated. Perception of Snowflower? Raon tilted his head as he looked at the trait's name. A trait too good for your insignificance has been chosen. What does it do? It's an ability that increases the range of your perception. Since it is 1 star, it will increase the range by about 10%. 10%, if Raon could perceive 10 meters around him, then it would become 11 meters with that trait. It didn't look like much, but if the range of his perception increased, then the trait's use would increase accordingly. The King of Essence could perceive 10 times more than his original perception. I see. When he thought about it, the perception of Frozen Flower also had 1 star attached to it. That signified that the trait was going to develop, just like the trait Ring of Fire. That's pretty good. Raon nodded. As an assassin, perception had been more important than power. As such, he was satisfied with the trait increasing his perception range. But why is it called Perception of the Snow Flower? It's my personal taste. Just respect it. The Frozen Flower bracelet was his taste, and now the name of Perception of the Snow Flower was also his taste. His taste really sucked. Since the bet with the King of Essence is over, as Wrath was about to approach him, a new message appeared. You have achieved your first victory in a bet with Wrath. The title First Victory has been created. The title's effect has increased all stats by 1. Eh? Damn. Despite being unable to see the status window, Wrath could see the messages. His jaw dropped. You damn rat. How dare you steal the King of Essence's stats once again? I didn't do it, your system did it on its own. Also, isn't 1 point nothing compared to your main body's abilities? Of course. Then it doesn't really matter. That's true, but Wrath awkwardly rolled his eyes then sighed. Ha, alright. It's fine. It's your turn now. Tell me your identity. Don't wanna. What? What did you just say? I don't want to. Raon shook his head with a straight face. Are you mocking the King of Essence? You said you would reveal your identity. I didn't say anything like that. I only asked you to give me my rewards first. Eh? Wrath's jaw dropped as he recalled exactly what happened. Isn't that right? I never told you I would answer. Raon slightly smiled. I shouldn't tell him about the reincarnation. In order to explain how he used the expertise of the assassin Raon, he would have to tell him about the reincarnation. Since he couldn't predict what Wrath would do, he couldn't let him know about his reincarnation. Same goes for the Ring of Fire. On top of protecting and developing the mind and body, the Ring of Fire also had the special ability of identifying the flow of martial arts. That included other people's martial arts, on top of his own. That's why he was capable of copying Byrne's Void Tiger Fist during their duel. Of course, it was only possible because Byrne's achievement in the Void Tiger Fist was lower than his Ring of Fire, which was enhanced by the status window. Anyway, Raon had no intention of giving any information to Wrath to begin with. Because he is an enemy, they had gotten a bit closer, but Wrath was still aiming for his body and soul. He couldn't give him any information, no matter how small it was. You made a fool of the King of Essence. Wrath couldn't hold back his anger anymore and radiated icy flames. Raon felt the pain of tens of thousands of ice knives piercing his skin. But I can endure it. It was a relief that he met Wrath after obtaining water resistance. If he didn't have water resistance, or if Wrath's affinity was fire, then he would have lost already. Suppressing Wrath's coldness, which was filling his heart with emotion, Raon smiled. You never learn. Attacking me when nothing else is happening will only result in your loss. Shut up. Wrath's flame became even more fierce. The cold penetrated his bones, and his limbs started to tremble. Whap! The ice in his mana circuit was activated by the excessive external stimulation, making it extremely painful. Who inhaling slowly, Raon used his Ring of Fire. Pain began to subside. What a brute! How are you even withstanding it? Willpower. He casually responded, though his insides weren't the same. It was difficult to hold on, despite having the Ring of Fire and water resistance. If he didn't have the experience from his previous life, where he went through all that hellish training, he would have fainted already. Gritting his teeth, he endured it with everything he had. At that moment, a blue window appeared in front of his eyes. You have displayed extreme willpower in facing Wrath's attack. Agility and stamina have increased by 1. When the messages announcing an increase in stats appeared, Raon's mind and body were filled with vitality. The ice pressing down on his mana circuit also started to subside. Damn it! Wrath cursed and left his body. His anger was the same, but he realized he was hurting himself by doing that. Just who the hell are you? The King of Essence has never witnessed a human like you, not in the entire history of humanity. I'm not sure either. It wasn't a joke. Why was he reincarnated? Why was he born as a Zegar? And why was he paired with Wrath? He didn't have the answer to any of those questions. Don't underestimate the King of Essence, who will reveal your identity at all costs and consume your body and soul. As I keep saying, do it if you can. Raon smiled and sat on the bed. The goose that laid the golden egg did an excellent job once again. By the way, Raon's eyes, directed out the window, wavered coldly. I wonder what that is. Inside the central martial palace, where Karun Zegart dwelled, a room that looked like the definition of splendor was completely silent. Byrne Zegart, who had been standing straight for almost 4 hours, started to groan. Karun, who was sitting at the desk, finally looked at him. Byrne Zegart. Yes. Since Byrne hadn't spoken for hours, his voice was hoarse. What was my command? It was to become the top trainee. And you also asked me to not lose to anyone. Correct. I wasn't asking much. I just wanted you to get first place, after winning against the girl from the Sullian family and trampling over Raon. Karun's eyes burned red in anger. And yet, not only that girl, you also lost to the son of the insect that dropped out of the direct line. In front of everyone at that. The low and cold voice resonating throughout the room made him feel like his heart was being crushed. How much will you disgrace me? Do you want to become like the third or the fourth? No, not at all. Byrne kept shaking his head, trembling. He didn't want to become like his 2 older brothers, who weren't even mentioned by name anymore. You've already lost your first chance. Karun's eyes didn't contain any hint of delight at seeing his son after such a long time. Only anger and irritation existed. I am aware. Byrne couldn't meet his intimidating gaze, biting his lip as he looked at his feet. The top trainee will be chosen again once basic training is over, upon trainee graduation. Bring me that title. Yes, Byrne swallowed and responded as if he was spitting blood. If you want to live as a part of the direct line of Zeegart, don't waste your last chance. Karun waved his hand, signaling him to get out. Thank you. Byrne couldn't even look at his father's face properly, despite not seeing him for 6 months. He left the room while lowering his head. Damn it. After leaving the Central Martial Palace, Byrne punched the wall while screaming. It's because of that bastard. He gritted his teeth. Since he was used to being complimented, his father's admonition affected him even more. And the fact that a mere insect like Raon was the cause of all of it made him even angrier. Ha! He sighed, trying to get rid of the irritation filling his heart, but he didn't feel any better. Trying to refresh himself, he started to wander aimlessly. Why am I here? When he came to, he had arrived at the 5th training ground. The door was closed, so he went over the wall. It's as expected, Byrne sneered. Despite the entrance door being closed, the doors to the indoor gymnasium and locker room were all still open. Stupid instructors. He curled his lips and headed to the locker room. When he was about to close the door, he noticed the locker with Rayon's name on it. Murmuring that he was only going to look, he opened Rayon's locker. It was neat inside. There was nothing except a box at the bottom of the locker. Why is there a box here, huh? Byrne's jaw dropped as he looked inside it. What's with this number of shoes? The box contained training shoes, with the bases either worn out or torn off. And there weren't only a few of them, but over 10 pairs of them. He did this in 6 months. He examined the shoes in disbelief, but they all had the same shape and size. They were all Rayon's shoes. Byrne gasped. He was also supplied with training shoes, just like Raon, but he had only replaced them twice. How does this make any sense? The fact that Raon had replaced his shoes more than 10 times, while he had only replaced them twice, was difficult to believe. This is crazy. Looking at the shoes, which looked like they had been worn for several years, he felt like he had been hit over the head with a club. The shock was much greater than when he was scolded by his father. I feel like I just woke up from a dream. Once his head cleared, he remembered the facts that he'd been trying to ignore. The fact that Raon arrived at the training ground earlier than anyone and returned later than everyone. The fact that he never gave up training, despite sweating heavily and breathing frigid air from his mouth. The fact that he kept running alone in the training ground after night fell, after his stamina training in the indoor gymnasium. While I've been superficially swinging my sword and resting in the dormitory, he's been surpassing his limit every day. That was the reason that Rayon's spirit was better than any other temporary trainee. This is how a real Zeegart should be. Among everyone in the 5th training ground, the one who was the most suited to being a warrior of Zeegart was Raon. On the other hand, he scorned and mocked him, and without being able to accept the results of the test, he disgracefully lost to him. His face grew red in embarrassment. He hated himself for all the dirty and disgraceful acts he had done, blinded by his envy. After sitting in the locker room for a while, he lifted his head. His green eyes were brimming with determination, unlike when he entered the training ground. Never again. What had already happened couldn't be changed. Not repeating the same mistakes was the important part. That was what a Zeegart should do, and what he was going to do from that moment on. Breathing out deeply, he got rid of his selfishness. His steps as he left the training ground were as light as rimmers. 2 days after he returned to the annex building, Rayon's routine was the same as when he was at the training ground. From daybreak, he started running around the annex building, and he trained his strength without any equipment after breakfast. Since he spent his time with Sylvia the day before, there was only one being that would bother him. Are you training again? It's boring. Perform some cute tricks for the King of Essence. Ignoring the whining wrath, Raon was about to keep training. Before he could, someone came to visit him. I am Raon, the head butler of the Lord's Manor. He was a kind-looking old man, with half his hair dyed the color of a cloud. The head of house has summoned the young master. He bowed respectfully. Did you say summon? Why me? It's to award you with a bronze tablet. Raon frowned. He thought the tablet was just going to be delivered, but he was personally summoned instead. Sylvia, who was inside the building, ran over to the window. As Sir Raon. Lady Sylvia. Since they obviously knew each other, they bowed at the same time. Did the head of house personally summon him? Indeed. By any chance, nothing bad will happen. It's just an awarding ceremony after all. Raon smiled kindly to ease her worries. Raon, it's okay. I'll be back. Raon dusted off his clothes and put on his outer garment. Wait, change before you go. Fine like this. Glenn was inherently a warrior. He wasn't going to dislike him for coming in the middle of his training. Then let's go. Raon smiled and walked ahead. Raon gestured to Sylvia with his eyes and made his way to the Lord's Manor. Raon's hands trembled as he looked at Glenn, sitting on his golden throne. Meeting his eyes alone, in the audience chamber large enough to fit hundreds of people, made his mouth dry. Is he bragging about being slightly stronger? I want to stab his red eyes. Of course, the crazy wrath was different. I shall keep my promise, whether I like it or not. Saying such an unnecessary thing, Glenn gestured at Raon. Yes. Raon slightly nodded and brought the bronze tablet shining faintly. Thank you. Raon accepted the bronze tablet from Raon. The Zeekart's emblem, a burning sword, was engraved on the middle of it. I'm awarding you with this bronze tablet. By returning the bronze tablet, you can ask for an equivalent object or request. Then can I do that now? Raon looked up to Glenn, holding his tablet. He'd already decided how he was going to use the tablet. State your will. After a moment of silence, Glenn nodded. Sylvia Zeekart. How can I return my mother to her original position? Since they didn't expect him to say that, both Raon and Glenn looked down at Raon with wide eyes. By original position, are you implying her position in the direct line? Yes. Glenn closed his mouth. He surveyed him from head to toe, trying to figure out his intentions. Raon felt like his heart was being crushed, just from his gaze alone. Accomplishments. By accomplishments you mean, if you achieve an accomplishment that the entire family will acknowledge, then it is not an impossible feat. So you're implying that it can be done? Correct. Glenn nodded. He continued with a slightly brighter expression than before. However, it's almost impossible. Being acknowledged by multiple people is more difficult than plucking a star from the sky. He lifted the corner of his lips, as if he were mocking him. It looked like he was certain that Raon couldn't achieve it. Insolence. If the King of Essence had his main body back, he could kill him in a few thousand bouts. Wrath glared at Glenn with burning eyes. However, a few thousand bouts meant that he was a powerful opponent, one that would be difficult for Wrath to manage. Then I don't need it. Raon gave the bronze tablet back to Raon. Thank you. Getting accomplishments was something he'd done as often as breathing in his previous life. Resolving that he would return Sylvia to her original position, no matter what mission he had to accomplish, he stood up. Wait. When he was about to return, Glenn's voice could be heard from above the platform. You didn't state your requested reward yet. Pardon? You only asked a question. That is something that can be answered without a tablet. When Raon turned back, Glenn was looking at him with the same cold eyes. However, something unspeakable seemed to have changed. What is it? He'd never thought Glenn would say such a thing. Since he thought Glenn would take the tablet back no matter what, it was rather unexpected. State your wish. Raon's eyes shone, looking at the bronze tablet that Raon was holding. The next wish is already decided too. He'd already thought of what he needed the most after the question about Sylvia's restoration. The aura cultivation technique. The Ring of Fire was certainly an eternal cultivation technique, but it only trained his body and soul. It was unable to create an aura. He needed an aura cultivation technique, one that was better than the shadow aura cultivation technique he had learned in his previous life. I need an aura cultivation technique. Aura cultivation technique. The instructors will teach you that during basic training. It was true. The cultivation technique taught during basic training was better than average among the continent. However, it wasn't enough. In order to restore Sylvia's position and cut off Dara's head, he needed a better cultivation technique. I need a better aura cultivation technique. I want you to bestow me with one equivalent to the bronze tablet. Glenn closed his eyes. Raon kept thinking it, but Glenn was less expressive with his emotions than he was, and he had been an assassin. His nickname of cold-blooded really did suit him well. Snap! When he flicked his fingers, his eyes still closed, the floor of the Lord's Manor began to tremble. Rumble! Golden flame appeared from the ground. From the spiral flame, a circular bookshelf soared upward endlessly. This is Raon's eyes widened. The bookshelf was enormous enough to reach the audience chamber's high ceiling, and books of assorted colors and shapes were placed between each divider. This is one of Zeekart's bookshelves. If you put your hand at the center, the book you need the most right now will come out. I see. Raon calmed himself down and approached the bookshelf. It was so tall that looking up at it made his neck hurt, and there were so many books that they could be called countless. I just need something better than the shadow aura cultivation technique. He put his hand on the bookshelf, wishing for a better aura cultivation technique than the shadow one. Rumble. The bookshelf vibrated, and the books trembled as if they were cold. The bookshelf rotated for a bit, then stopped. Hang! The first book from the first partition, which couldn't even be seen properly, flew out and opened. Whap! It emitted a golden light so bright that he couldn't even open his eyes. What is this? Glenn Zeegart, who was watching the scene, suddenly stood up, breaking the armrest of the throne in the process. Chapter 22. What is this book? Raon swallowed, looking at the burning book. Despite being so worn out that it looked like it would crumble into pieces, it was gleaming with a magnificent golden light, brightening up the audience chamber. Whir! Like a flower petal announcing the end of summer, the book drifted down and touched Raon's fingertip. Despite being on fire, it wasn't hot. Ted, it held the warmth of a human's body temperature. 10,000 flames cultivation? Reading the words on the cover, he tried to open the book. At that moment, the pages started turning on their own, and the book started to burn more fiercely. Shatter. Once it reached the final page, the book turned to ash. They scattered, like used firewood. Raon tried to grab the disappearing book, but it was pointless. The The paper was reduced to powder, and the flame was extinguished into nothing but smoke. What is this? As he stood there, unable to comprehend the situation, a message appeared. 10,000 flame cultivation. You have faced an eternal flame. You have remembered the 10,000 flame cultivation. As soon as the message finished, his head started to throb as if thunder had struck it. Hup! It felt like someone had thrust a huge needle into his brain. His knees faltered from a pain greater than that caused by Wrath's mental attack. Huff! Thankfully, the pain faded quickly, and he managed to avoid falling. Young master, Raon, who was next to him, came to support him. I'm fine. Thanking him, he put strength into his wobbling legs. What did you just do? I don't know either. But, he remembered. He could recall the contents of the 10,000 flame cultivation, which had been reduced to powder and disappeared. Raon Sieghart. He raised his head to the owner of the slightly trembling voice. Glenn was staring at him with wide eyes. It was an expression that he'd never seen before. Raon couldn't tell if he looked angry or flustered. What have you just done? I don't know either. But I remember the contents of the cultivation technique that disappeared from my hand. What was the name of the book? It was 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Hearing Raon's response, Glenn closed his eyes. After standing as motionlessly as a statue for a while, he opened his eyes. He didn't look flustered anymore. Did you say you remember the content? Yes, sir. Then it's fine. Glenn waved his hand with his usual cold-hearted expression. You've received the reward for returning the bronze tablet. You should leave now. Raon glanced at Raon. He looked bewildered, but quickly changed into his usual smiling face. Understood. Raon nodded and stepped backward to leave the audience chamber. Glenn and Raon stayed immobile until he left completely. Sigh. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Did the system grant my mind the ability to memorize the 10,000 Flames Cultivation? The system increases your memory and thought processing ability, but it can't force knowledge into your brain. Wrath's voice also sounded puzzled. Walking through the corridor, in the Lord's Manor, he mentally skimmed through the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. He realized it immediately. The 10,000 Flames Cultivation was a cultivation technique far more profound and meticulous than the Shadow Aura cultivation technique. Moreover, the 10,000 Flames Cultivation didn't only contain an aura cultivation technique, but also a swordsmanship technique and information about the ancient world. If he learned the 10,000 Flames Cultivation technique engraved in his memory properly, he would reach a level beyond that of his previous life. But why did he give this to me? The 10,000 Flames Cultivation was too valuable to be exchanged for a mere bronze tablet. Never mind a silver tablet, a gold tablet wasn't even enough for it. He couldn't understand why Glenn had given it to him. Why are you worrying so much when you've already received it? That's true. There was no way someone like Glenn would make him return whatever he gave out, and he couldn't return it if he asked anyway. Let's go back. Since he'd only obtained the knowledge, he wanted to return and start cultivating immediately. Raon started running towards the annex building as soon as he left the Lord's Manor. His eyes were filled with excitement as he ran at full speed. The audience chamber was filled with heavy silence after Raon had left. Mine, Lord. Was the cultivation technique that the young master Raon received? Yes. It was used by that person. Glenn nodded, looking at the empty space on the first partition of the bookshelf. For him to take the 10,000 Flames Cultivation, in the history of Sieghart, no one had managed to take out, nor rid the first clan leader's cultivation technique. That technique was the 10,000 Flames Cultivation that Raon had just received. Glenn had brought out the first bookshelf to grant him a cultivation technique equivalent to a silver tablet, instead of a bronze tablet. He'd never imagined that he would take the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Gulp. Raon swallowed hard, looking at the ashes that were all that remained of the book containing the cultivation technique. If this matter becomes known, young Master Raon and Lady Sylvia might be in danger. You needn't worry. No one knows about the 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Glenn shook his head. The existence of 10,000 Flames Cultivation was only known to those who'd already become the head of house. Unless they thoroughly investigated the family's history, there was no way anyone would know about it. Then, what about the book having completely disappeared? That's fine too, since it has been handed down to another person. Raon said he remembered the content of the cultivation book. It was a mysterious phenomenon, but everything would be fine as long as it was handed down. But the 10,000 cultivation technique is passed down to the Sieghart's head of house. It couldn't be used anyway. If it wasn't for that child, it would have ended up rotting away. He was actually surprised. No, to be more precise, he was awestruck. However, since it was Raon who manifested a golden flame during the judgment ceremony, he felt that Raon was its rightful owner. Since he obtained the first head's cultivation technique, the young Master Raon will become more powerful than anyone else. That's not true. Glenn slowly shook his head. Talent and how hard you study martial arts are both important to become strong. However, the most important aspect is the kind of person he is. No matter how powerful the martial art one studies, they cannot surpass a strong human. The reason that Glenn kept organizing the judgment ceremony, even after surpassing the demonic wall, was to give adequate advice to talented children. Glenn wasn't judging children's futures simply by their talents. I beg your pardon. I was so surprised that I made a mistake. Raon nodded, placing his hand over his chest. Glenn was always saying that the person is more important than the talent, ever since he'd reached a new level of martial arts. Although others in the family only cared about talent and the study of martial arts. Change is coming. Glenn pressed against the back of his throne. The 10,000 cultivation, which had never allowed itself to be handed down, and the golden flame that had appeared only once in the history of the family. Raon had them both. Raon Zeekart. Glenn couldn't openly love him, despite Raon being his grandson. And yet, that child was about to bring many changes to the family. It's going to be fun watching him. If time allowed. Glenn closed his eyes, swallowing those words. Raon entered his room as soon as he returned. He had told everyone to not enter his room, but he'd locked the door just in case. So paranoid. You should know too. I might die if I get distracted while cultivating aura. It was fine after a certain level had been reached. However, if someone touched him before his cultivation stabilized, it could cause big trouble. That was the reason that he didn't cultivate the Ring of Fire until he went to sleep in his personal bed when he was younger. You shouldn't distract me either. Humpties, are you planning to only once? A smile showed up from the blue flame. Once. The King of Essence will interrupt you only once while you are doing that cultivation, or whatever. That could cause my body to become disabled before you can take it over. It doesn't matter. A scornful laugh similar to a beast's growl could be heard from Wrath. You won't be able to overcome it, but the King of Essence can revive a body even if its limbs are cut off and the energy center decimated. Wrath's evil voice sent chills down his spine. The moment you become disabled and give up on everything is going to be the King of Essence's opportunity. As I expected, you or Raon realized it once again. Wrath wasn't an ally. He was a demon from Devildom, and the incarnation of Wrath, ready to eat away his mind and body whenever he got the chance. So are you only doing it once? You already know that the King of Essence doesn't lie. I will only interrupt you once before you finish learning that cultivation technique. I have no choice then. Raon rubbed his wrist. Wrath wasn't going to listen even if he told him not to, so he had no choice but to accept it. Tremble in fear every day. You won't know when the King of Essence will start to attack. Wrath's voice was overly excited. He sounded overjoyed by his ability to tease him for once. That's such a small thing to be happy about as a king. It was funny that he was so happy about such a trivial matter when he kept childishly referring to himself as the King of Essence and took pride in being a monarch of Devildom and the King of Wrath. However, Wrath's interruption was going to be dangerous, despite it only happening once. The 10,000 Flames cultivation was a cultivation technique that absorbed nature's mana and accumulated aura in the energy field. If he were interrupted at an important moment, his mana circuit or energy field could break. It would disable him, and it was especially dangerous for Raon, with all the ice he had in his mana circuit. But I cannot falter. Considering Wrath's personality, he was going to push more strongly if he noticed any weakness. No matter the result, he had to stay strong. Alright, try it then. Hiding his thoughts, Raon showed a relaxed smile. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogant expression. You will have to see for the rest of your life. I want to break your mind right now. Try it. That sounds like free stats to me. Damn insect. Still wet behind the ears. Doesn't lose a single argument. This insect is always open, so come at me anytime. Kuh. Raon sat on the bed waving his hand dismissively. Wrath screamed, exploding in anger, but he was completely ignored. If he has a brain at all, he isn't going to interfere right away. Breathing slowly, Raon closed his eyes. Inhaling nature's mana, he filled his body with fresh air. He then exhaled the murky air from his mana circuit. There are similarities. The flow of 10,000 Flames cultivation and Ring of Fire shared similarities, as their names suggested. Thinking positively, Raon settled the inhaled mana inside his mana circuit. The flow of 10,000 Flames cultivation started from his right wrist. It was an energy as fierce as fire and as haughty as water, all at the same time. The heated mana ran through his body. The ice remaining in his mana circuit was swept away by that majestic flow. I can't miss this either. It would have been a waste to throw away the pure ice, so he brought it up to his energy center along with the energy from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. Upon reaching the energy center, the energy from the 10,000 Flames cultivation scattered in vain. I guess that's normal. Acquiring the 10,000 Flames cultivation in one single attempt would have been unnatural. Once using the flow of the 10,000 Flames cultivation felt like breathing to him, the flow would naturally accumulate in his energy center. Moreover, he was absorbing the ice from his mana circuit, on top of the energy from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. That meant that his water resistance was going to grow quickly as well. Exhaling the heated air after finishing one rotation, Raon opened his eyes. Fire attribute, huh? Having only one attribute is a drawback, but it's an excellent cultivation technique. You say foolish things sometimes. What? That's the problem with those who don't learn the attribute properly. A single attribute that is properly mastered isn't any weaker than a well-rounded user. Back in Devildom, the story of the King of Essence freezing an entire castle with icy air was spread throughout history. Ignoring wrath as he started to brag about his past, he focused on what he said before. A properly mastered single attribute. He was correct. Someone who sloppily learned a single attribute was considered half-qualified, but upon reaching a certain level, they were considered as an absolute being. You tell from cultivating only once. The 10,000 Flames cultivation was special. It didn't lose at all to the legendary Ring of Fire. I have to learn it properly. Deciding that he would dedicate everything to learning the 10,000 Flames cultivation for a while, he stood up. Before that, are you taking care of it now? Yes. It's not a coincidence that they are visiting us every day. Raon's red eyes glowed like those of a death god. It was time to take care of business. Judiel was a new maid, one who had started working in the annex building 1 month before. Thanks to her good impression, cheerful personality, and efficient work, she quickly became trusted by the residents of the annex building. However, after finishing the daily chores, she told people that she was going to rest. Instead, she climbed the trees in the garden to spy into Raon's room. He's talking to himself again. Judiel narrowed her eyes, watching Raon mumbling to himself. It wasn't often, but he sometimes talked to himself and stared into thin air. She'd heard that he had always been sick, so she thought that was the reason. When Raon stopped talking to the air and sat down with his eyes closed, the flow of mana around him suddenly changed. He had meditated like that many times before, but it was the first time that the mana started to swirl around him. As expected, he learned an aura cultivation technique from the Lord's Manor. It looked like Raon had used his bronze tablet to learn an aura cultivation technique. The flow of mana was extremely fierce, meaning it was a pretty powerful cultivation technique. This has to be reported. Judiel climbed down the tree after Raon opened his eyes and turned the light off in his room. She went to the small lake at the end of the garden and took out the paper and pencil hidden underground. She wrote down everything Raon had done and everything she managed to learn since she had entered the annex building. Mysteriously, the letters on the paper disappeared as soon as she wrote them, and it looked like nothing was ever written on it. This is such a depressing job. Judiel sighed. In order to survive, she was reporting information about a child that could be used against him, and it was making her feel empty. But it has to be done. The bitterness only lasted for a moment. As long as she had something to protect, she had no choice in the matter. That fact filled her empty heart. Tap. Judiel folded the paper to the size of a thumbnail and set afloat on the lake. The paper was going to reach Karunzigart by the next morning. Then I shall return. She suddenly stopped as she rose. The cold feeling of steel touching the back of her neck sent her heart pounding. You will die if you open your mouth. As she was looking around in a panic, a cold voice came from behind her. You will die if you move. Her hair stood on end at the sound of the voice, which seemed to containing death. Lower your eyes and look at the lake. Following the voice's instruction, she lowered her eyes and looked at the lake. Raon Zegart's red eyes were floating above the dark lake, reflecting the night sky. Chapter 23. Gulp. Judiel swallowed harshly. Why? Why is that boy here? She couldn't understand why Raon Zegart, who should have been sleeping, was standing behind her with a sword pointed in her direction. She wanted to try and grasp the situation, but she couldn't even breathe, let alone try to think when she saw the red eyes reflected in the lake. She felt like her heart was being crushed, as if she was meeting the eyes of a murderer that had taken hundreds and thousands of lives. I know someone has been observing me since the day I returned to the annex building. Since the day he returned, that meant that he'd noticed her gaze from the very beginning. No way. She had been trained as a spy since childhood. That was why she was confident in her ability to hide her presence better than anyone else. There was no way a mere child had discovered her identity and caught her off guard. Open your mouth. Raon's words weren't a suggestion, but an order. Judiel trembled and opened her mouth. Guck, his finger pushed past her parted lips and forced something down her throat. Kuh! She screamed. A pain like an awl piercing her esophagus and stomach shot through her. She sniffled. Her stomach felt like she had just swallowed flames, to a point that she felt the urge to peel away her belly. Splash! Leaving Judiel, who was writhing in pain, Raon entered the lake and brought back the dark blue paper. Rustle. Raon's eyes darkened as he unfolded the paper. This isn't normal paper. Judiel shut her mouth. Despite the agonizing pain, she wasn't going to yield. Her pride as a spy wouldn't allow it. Raon Zegart nodded after staring into her eyes for a while. Water, earth, fire, wind. He suddenly started naming the different elements. He appeared to be looking for a way to investigate the paper's content, but she couldn't understand why he was speaking aloud. Sunlight, moonlight. The answer was moonlight, but Judith didn't react. Biting her tongue, she endured the stomach-rending pain. So, it was moonlight. She felt like her heart was jumping out of her mouth. Raon Ziegart had said the correct answer immediately after meeting her eyes. What? How? She was just enduring the pain. How was he able to determine the secret of the paper, despite her refusal to show any reaction? He turned the paper over and placed it under the light from the moon for a while, then began to read. This is a very thorough investigation. Who were you going to send this to? Raon asked his question with a blank expression. Judith was now more scared than agonized. The strangling fear was hurting her back. Aries Ziegart. He didn't press her for an answer. Instead, he said the name of Glenn Ziegart's first daughter. Karun Ziegart, denier. It was Karun Ziegart. Huff. Judith started shouting, unable to hold back anymore. Who are you? Her chin trembled in fear of the unknown. What is this, child? Managing one's expressions and endurance were the first things taught to a spy. It was impossible for a mere child to discern information just from looking into her eyes. Raon Ziegart kept gazing down at her without saying anything. Judith bowed down, trying to avoid his menacing glare, and came to a realization. Wait, what if he wasn't reading my expression? His eyes weren't checking her expression. He was just calmly looking at her. No way. The agonizing pain ripping through her stomach. The way Raon was reading her thoughts. The connection between the two snapped in place in her thoughts. Did you feed me a rage worm? You know about rage worms? Raon Ziegart's expression changed for the first time. He was jeering at her, at the way she knew about it, despite being a mere spy. But that was enough of an answer. She felt like throwing up. No way. A rage worm. Rage worm was one of the worst curses in the world. By making it enter the body of a target, the caster could discern not only the target's location, but also their thoughts. The worst part was the fact that, no matter how far away they were, the caster could kill the target whenever they wanted, accompanied with agonizing pain. That's the only possibility. It's a rage worm. The agonizing pain, and the way Raon Ziegart was reading her mind, made her realize that what entered through her mouth was certainly a rage worm. How did you use a rage worm? She doubted how a 13-year-old child that had been sick his entire life could use a rage worm, but that was the only possibility she could think of. That shouldn't be what's important to you right now. Raon Ziegart approached her, swaying the paper in front of her eyes. He was right. Since a rage worm had already entered her body, she couldn't run away or disobey. Since you sent this letter to Karun Ziegart, you must be a spy from the Central Martial Palace. And the operation must have started 7 months ago, after the judgment ceremony. Judith's eyes widened. He was right once again. She had come to the annex building 7 months ago, after the judgment ceremony. Confirmed once again that he had used a rage worm against her. You have investigated very thoroughly, not only about me, but also about my mother, Helen, and the other maids. Raon Ziegart smiled, looking at the letters shining under the moonlight. The bloodlust contained in his expression drenched Judith's back in cold sweat. I've offended somebody I never should have. She'd thought it was an easy mission. The annex building didn't have any warriors, and only kind people lived in it. As she only needed to gather information about the young Raon and the disabled Sylvia, she thought it would be simple, easy. It wasn't. There was a monster living in the annex building, and it was an extremely murderous one. Looking into his red eyes made her want to hang herself. She pulled at the flesh on her arm. Pale bloodlust coming from him made her feel like her face was getting torn apart, and the organ where the rage worm resided felt like it was going to explode. I will change the content. I'll deliver a false. You don't need to. Raon Ziegart lowered the paper. The letters that used to reflect moonlight went invisible. After folding the paper once again, he set it afloat on the lake. Why, even if you change the information now, Karun will eventually learn about me. It will only result in him realizing your incompetence. Raon knelt and met her eyes. Meeting his bloody red eyes, her hands and feet trembled. How often do you report? The periodical report is once every 2 weeks. Since I won against Byrne today, the period will become shorter. It should change to 1 week. Yes, Judith nodded. She'd also thought the same thing. You are a double agent from now on. Report him with any information that he will soon discover anyway. Hide undisclosed and important information. On the other hand, bring me valuable information from his side. Understood. She nodded unconditionally, since she could do anything to get out of her current terrifying situation. I'm looking forward to some useful information the next time I return. After saying that, he disappeared into the darkness. However, Judith still felt like his red eyes were glaring into her heart. Plop. Unable to stop her legs from trembling, she collapsed on the ground. The pain had disappeared at some point. It looked like Raon Ziegart had controlled the rage worm. Monster, she couldn't even think about disobeying him. There was an existence more terrifying than the death itself hiding in the darkness of the annex building. Judith bit her lip and ran to her lodgings. The fear left behind by Raon was deeply engraved in her heart, like goosebumps sprouting on her neck. When did you summon a rage worm? It wasn't a rage worm. Raon, who had returned to his room, shook his head. What? I fed her with a poison, making her feel intense pain temporarily. He'd fallen victim to a rage worm in his previous life, but he couldn't even remember it. Obviously, he didn't know how to cast it. What he'd fed Judio was just a poison used for torture. I wouldn't use something like a rage worm, even if I had it. He didn't have any intention of using such a dreadful curse. If he'd had the worm in front of him, he would have crushed it under his feet. Then where did you get that poison? I made it. So earlier when you went to the kitchen and warehouse. That's right. Poison recipes were already in his memory, so he'd just modified one a bit to make a poison using the materials he had around him. Wait. Earlier, you read her thoughts. Yes, I did. How could you do that without using a rage worm? Some of them were guesses, and others were from looking at her condition. Her condition? Didn't she maintain the same expression the entire time? Wrath's blue flame wavered. He couldn't seem to understand how he'd gotten the information from looking at her condition. I can tell. He'd lived as an assassin for over 20 years in his previous life. He was also experienced with torture, so it wasn't really difficult for him to read Judio's thoughts. Even in Devildom, the King of Essence has never seen anything like a 13-year-old that knows how to engrave fear into people. He was right. If he didn't have the experience from his previous life as an assassin, he wouldn't have realized that Judio was gathering information. He also couldn't have used the same method against her. When he thought about it, he realized his previous life was quite useful. Anyway, it was Karun Zegart. Raon repeated Karun's name, sitting on his bed. He could guess the reason he'd sent Judio. He must have wanted to obtain information about him because of how he'd acted at the judgment ceremony. But he made the incorrect decision. Just observing him was fine, but he also included Sylvia, Helen, and every maid in the annex building as the targets of his observation. That was the worst mistake he could have made. But why didn't you change the information? Wrath approached while tilting his head. She'd written that you managed to overcome the ice even more, and obtained an excellent aura cultivation technique. Shouldn't you have erased it? That's trivial information. I need to give away that much if I want to trick him. Brushing his finger over the bed sheet, he continued. If she keeps sending real information about me to the Central Martial Palace, she will become trusted. If I send false information after sending useless, but real information, I can create an opportunity to dispose of Karun Zegart. Ath gasped. He realized Raon really was abnormal to be able to make such a plan in such a short amount of time. You are obviously not 13 years old. You are like a 100-year-old python on the inside. Just a python? Raon swayed his finger with a mocking smile at Wrath. I'm not a python. I'm an assassin. The best assassin. Raon Sullian didn't stop training, not even after she returned home. She couldn't stay still, as she kept recalling the movements that Raon Zegart had shown on the testing day. However, I can't. When she trained with the equipment in the house, the weight she could lift had clearly gotten smaller compared to when she was at the training ground. It wasn't just the equipment. Long-distance running and other stamina training didn't go well either. She pondered about it, but there was only one answer. Raon Zegart. Raon wasn't there. Since Raon, who always used to be next to her, wasn't with her anymore, she wasn't in her usual condition. Since Raon's fragrance had gotten even better, she would sniff it unconsciously. She thought that was one of the reasons why. I need him. Raon Sullian nodded and left the training ground. Raon? Raon Sullian, the head of the Sullian family, furrowed his brow as he watched Raon leave the training ground. We were going to train together. Where are you going? To Raon. Raon? Do you mean Raon Zegart? Why are you going to him? And why now, when we were supposed to train together? Raon Sullian stuttered, losing his usual composure. His hands trembled, because Raon said she wanted to go to Raon when he finally managed to make time to play with his youngest daughter. Because of the scent and the training. He couldn't understand what she was saying. I'm going. Raon dusted off her clothes and left the training ground. Wait. You can train here with your father. I have to train there. Raon resolutely shook her head. You keep saying that you have to go. Did Raon do something to you? Something? She blankly lowered her head and thought about what happened with Raon. He helped me. Raon hadn't directly helped her, but she could train more efficiently whenever she was next to him, so she was definitely assisted by him. Yes, he did. Raon, that bastard. Raon grinded his teeth. How dare you threaten my daughter? Raon added his imagination to Raon's short answer to draw a picture. The picture of his poor daughter, trembling in fear from Raon's threats, was embedded in his brain. Oh no, my lord. You can't be here. Today's tasks can't be postponed, no matter what. Bring my sword immediately. Raon shouted at the butler that came looking for him. Eek, S.W. Sword? Raon, I'm coming too. I can't let him be. Raon glared. He looked like he was going to destroy the Zegart's annex building. The butler opened his mouth wide. His head was hurting already because of the mess that he was going to create. What are you doing? I told you to bring me my sword. Heel. Please, wait. My lord. Please talk to me. I don't need to talk. I only need a sword and punishment. Ha! The butler turned his head towards Raon. She was staring at Raon with a blank expression that made it impossible to know what she was thinking. He knew that the quiet lady wasn't going to resolve the situation. That person is the only one who can resolve this. He shook his head, and went into the mansion to look for the madam instead of a sword. So, you are saying that the young Master Raon helped you with your training, rather than threatening you, correct? Raon nodded at Clara's question. Dear. Clara's purple eyes glowed coldly as she turned to the left. No. I obviously thought she was threatened. She only said she was going, so anyone would have misunderstood. Yep. Anyone. Raon, who had been about to charge without thinking, was now crouching in a corner. He was bent nearly in half. Stop talking and get back to work. No, I was going to play with Raon today. Hush. Okay. I'm going to come and check on you later, so you better finish your work by then. Yes. Don't worry. Raon went back into the mansion, slumping in disappointment with that huge body of his. Raon. Him? Did you thank the young Master Raon? I did when he gave me a cracker. How about when he helped you with your training? I didn't. Haha. Raon shook her head and Clara smiled as she brushed her hair. Then tell him thank you the next time you see him. But Father told me to not start talking to men. Aha! Clara smiled. The butler, who was looking at the smile, became certain that Raon was going to be scolded the whole night. Forget about what he said. It doesn't matter whether it's a man or a woman. It's a common courtesy to give thanks when you are helped. Do you understand? Now then. Do you want to train with your mother today instead of your father? Returning to the training ground with Clara, Raon remembered Raon's calm face. I'm going to say thank you. She was slightly flustered when she thought about talking to him first. Chapter 24. Raon opened his eyes, feeling the sunlight enter through the window. It's difficult. He skimped on sleep during his break to cultivate more, but he didn't manage to create an aura. This isn't a common cultivation method. He'd felt it when he saw Glenn's expression, and when he examined the 10,000 flames cultivation engraved in his memory. But it definitely wasn't a martial technique that could be exchanged for a bronze tablet, let alone a silver tablet. Even dozens of golden tablets wouldn't have been enough. Why did he just give it to me? He couldn't understand why he gave him such an excellent aura cultivation method. After all, he thought Glenn hated him and Sylvia. The most surprising part was that he didn't do anything when the book was reduced to powder, and Raon was the only one able to have that knowledge. Is there a problem with this aura cultivation method? He thought Glenn had probably given it to him because it wasn't a complete cultivation method, or it had some kind of flaw somewhere. He carefully checked the content of the 10,000 flames cultivation in his memory. I don't see any problems. He didn't notice anything in particular, but he thought he should be careful, just in case. That's not the only thing you should be careful about. Wrath suddenly burst from the ice flower bracelet. If you don't watch out for the King of Essence, your soul and body will be engulfed by wrath. So be it. Raon nodded at Wrath, who was chuckling. That is an arrogance not even seen in devildom. I will definitely shut down your arrogance this time. I keep telling you. Do it if you can. Raon waved his hand dismissively and left the room. He couldn't show any weakness to Wrath. A serene mind. A mind as calm as the lake in the middle of the night. That was what he needed. Raon. Young Master Raon. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids were waiting in the entrance hall. You haven't been here for long enough. I couldn't talk to you enough, and you didn't eat enough. Sylvia teared up as she expressed her regrets. I can come back every weekend from now on. Unlike before, when he was a temporary trainee, as an official trainee he could return to the annex building during weekends. But the atmosphere became heavy. It looked like Sylvia's feelings had spread to the maids. I'll be back. Awkward situations and emotions like that were his Achilles heel. Raon quickly waved his hand and walked towards the exit of the annex building. As he opened the door, he met Judiel's eyes. She was sitting at the end of the line of maids. Huff! Judiel covered her mouth, about to scream. Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and she was shaking all over. She was the picture of someone overwhelmed by the monster they called fear. It looks like I won't need to worry. That was what he'd wanted, but he didn't like dominating people with fear. He thought he should properly accept her as his subordinate once she brought him valuable information from the Central Martial Palace. You are such a monstrous guy. Wrath sounded like he was sighing as he spoke, all while watching Judiel's expression. Being called a monster by an actual monster isn't too bad. What a compliment. Raon slightly smiled and made his way towards the 5th training ground for the first time in a week. Raon arrived at the training ground 10 minutes earlier than the scheduled time. The number of children had visibly decreased. Out of the 160 people, only 42 remained. It made the training ground look half empty. The fact that only a quarter remained showed that Rimmer was meticulous about results, despite his usual frivolous appearance. Raon Zegartem. He looks different again, Somehow, the way the children looked at Raon had clearly changed. 6 months ago, they looked at him with mockery, ridicule, and a little bit of compassion. Now, however, they looked at him with jealousy, surprise, and admiration. However, Raon wasn't interested in them. As he was warming up with only the 10,000 flames cultivation in mind, he heard light steps approaching, followed by a nasally sound similar to sniffing. Those steps, when he turned back, Raon was there with her vacant eyes, just as he expected. Now that girl is following you around while sniffing. I thought she was a cat, not a dog. I'm not sure. She looks like a puppy and a cat at the same time. Raon awkwardly met Ranon's eyes. She approached a step closer to him than usual before stopping. Thank you. Huh? He didn't understand why she suddenly thanked him. After thanking him, Ranon's eyes started to resemble a cat waiting for food, sparkling unusually. Okay. Raon responded with a puzzled expression and Raon stepped back after bowing slightly. The distance between them returned to the usual. She clenched her fist, as if she'd accomplished something. Why did you suddenly thank me? Because I'm grateful. Raon tilted her head, as if Raon was the weird one. It looked like he wasn't going to get an answer even if he kept asking her. What? What is she trying to do? I don't know either. It was his first time seeing a child like Raon in both his past and current lives. Looking at her blank purple eyes made him space out like he was watching a bonfire. But since she wasn't disturbing him, nor picking a fight with him, he couldn't really do anything about it. After all, she thanked him even if he didn't know the reason. Is it because I'm not familiar with emotions? Wrath was also confused, but a psychopath like him couldn't be used as a standard. So, this is how I learn about being flustered. Raon sighed. He couldn't find the answer no matter how much he thought, so he shook his head to return to his senses. Young master. Dorian ran up to him, green hair fluttering like wings. It has been a long time. He bowed at a 90-degree angle, as if he were bowing to an instructor. Oh, how have you been? I thought I would die. I already felt like I'd die when I was just a temporary trainee. So I can't imagine how difficult it will be now that I'm an official TR trainee. I kept having nightmares. Ugh. Dorian kept talking without waiting for the answer. He was a weirdo for being scared instead of being proud of becoming an official trainee. But I'm glad that young Master Raon is the top trainee. If young Master Byrne was the top, then I wouldn't have been able to breathe. It would have been better that I failed the exam. When Dorian was saying that, Byrne entered the training ground along with the collaterals. Dorian collapsed under Byrne's cold gaze. Hic. Dorian started to hiccup while trembling all over. Raon Ziegart. Without paying attention to the scared Dorian, Byrne approached Raon. I admit my defeat from 1 week ago. I showed everyone my disgraceful side. I'm sorry. Byrne bowed at a 90-degree angle without any hesitation. Huh? Eek. Lord Byrne. The trainees around them opened their mouths wide in surprise. However, Byrne's eyes were burning when he raised his head. I didn't give up. I will stand in front of you again no matter what it takes. I won't withdraw, nor will I give up. Of course, I have no intention of losing to you either. After Raon, Byrne also pointed his finger at Raon. He then walked to the left. I thought I'd die. Dorian stood while trembling, as he was chilly. What shall I do now? Shall I go ahead and beg? His eyes were moving twice as fast as before. It was curious how he could still stay conscious in that state. You don't need to worry. Raon shook his head. Byrne was only looking at him and Raon. He didn't seem to be paying attention to anyone else. He still doesn't know his position, even after getting beaten up. Follow him and pluck out his eyes, right now. That's pretty amazing on its own. Accepting his own mistake and asking for a rematch wasn't an easy feat to achieve for a 13-year-old child. It was a behavior befitting the direct line of the prestigious Ziegart family. I don't care if that's amazing or not. The King of Essence didn't like it, so kill him. Ha! Raon snorted. When one nuisance finally closed his mouth, the others started talking. It looked like silence was never going to happen. Swoosh! As he was flexing his ankle and ignoring Wrath's anger, a green wind burst over the walls. Sorry I'm late. I overslept a bit because I was drinking yesterday. Rimmer appeared alongside the wind. He smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head, his hair resembling a bird's nest. Snap! Someone could be heard grinding their teeth. It was Byrne. How dare he make the King of Essence wait? That arrogant pointy-eared bastard has finally gone insane. Tear off his ears now. Wrath was boiling with uncontrollable anger. It looked like Byrne and Wrath could become friends. Rimmer walked onto the platform humming. Did you rest well? He waved his hand. The way he was faltering made it seem like he wasn't completely awake. Yes. On the other hand, the children's shouts were loud and strong. First of all, I congratulate you on becoming official trainees. Thank you. As you must be already aware, those who failed were given the chance to join the 6th training ground, if they wanted. Don't be too disappointed if your friend dropped out. Rimmer smiled as he told them that they could meet with their friends again later. We are going to start the official training from today onward. The overall structure is going to be the same. You will have to surpass your limits throughout the training, whether it's your mind, stamina, or martial arts. Not only is it the fastest method, it also allows you to reach the highest peak. He concluded by saying that there was no end to basic training. However, he didn't sound all that convincing with the lazy display he put on, what with his constant yawning. A few more training programs will be added from now on. The first is the aura cultivation method. Starting tomorrow, you will cultivate aura during daybreak and evening training. Since it was well known that the best time to cultivate aura was at daybreak and evening, everyone nodded. We will also start the swordsmanship and fist technique training that you've been waiting for. Oh, finally. The children's eyes shone like jewels as he spoke about the swordsmanship and fist technique. And just as Rimmer was about to continue, the training ground door burst open. Whoosh! Standing in the doorway, the origin of the dusty wind, was a girl in her mid-teens. Her ebony hair was flowing over her left shoulder, and her eyes clearly separated into black and white shone like pearls. Her skin was as white as the snow. Oh, the boys on the training ground couldn't close their mouths because of her graceful figure, so different from Raon's. However, oh fuck. Why is it so hard to open the door? The swear word coming from her mouth made the boys' jaws drop for a different reason. You're finally here. Rimmer smirked and pointed to the approaching girl. I wasn't in charge of her, but she is a failed trainee from the last batch. Since you will be training together from now on, give your greetings for now. I'm Martha. The girl that introduced herself as Martha frowned, chin raised. Despite her graceful appearance, her behavior wasn't any different from that of Thug. Apparently, she is a kind girl despite looking like that, so if you can get along. Mind your own business, sir. Well, I guess. Rimmer laughed and shrugged his shoulders. On the other hand, the trainees' mouths were still wide open. Just warm yourselves up for today. We'll start regular training tomorrow. So. He glanced at each of the children and grinned. Run at full speed. How that coming? When Raon was about to kick off after nodding, 3 shadows sprinted forward. They belonged to Raon, Burn, and Martha. Yo, young master. When he was about to start running after them, Dorian approached him. What do we do? That person is here. Do you know her? Do you not know about her? She's also from the direct line. Direct line? I don't remember seeing her at the judgment ceremony. Ah, she isn't a normal direct line. She was adopted because of her talent. Dorian told him that Martha was adopted as the daughter of Denier Ziegart, the 3rd son of Glenn, and that she was adopted solely because of her talent. Talent, huh? Raon nodded, watching Martha run ahead of Burn and Raon. She was 1 year older than them, but he could tell that her talent wasn't ordinary at all. From what I've been told, Lady Martha was the top trainee from the last batch, just like young Master Raon. Then why did she fail? She beat up. Huh? Dorian continued, his folded arms trembling. Not long after training began, she beat up 5 TR trainees until they were half dead, and there were 2 people from the direct line among them. 2 from the direct line. Be careful. Apparently, she has a bad personality. Raon nodded slightly and started running. Be careful? She should be careful of him. He had no intention of hiding his strength. If anyone challenged him, he would trample them. Huff. Raon exhaled violently once stamina training, which lasted until evening, was over. I'm dying. I've only rested for 1 week, yet most of the trainees were groaning on the ground. Let's stop for today, since overdoing it will affect tomorrow's training. Thank you for your trouble. Thank you. Children bowed to Rimmer and the instructors before collapsing again. I've said this before, but the aura cultivation will start tomorrow. Since I'm going to distribute the cultivation book, those who haven't acquired an aura yet should come forward. As Rimmer gestured with his hand, books with the thickness of a pinky fingernail rose onto the platform. Don't be disappointed because it's a supplied cultivation book. The Rindon aura cultivation technique will work anywhere in the continent. While most of them didn't move, only a few trainees with commoner backgrounds came forward and accepted the cultivation books. Rimmer's gaze was directed at Raon. Despite not having any aura, he wasn't coming forth. Raon Ziegart. Yes, I don't think you have any aura either. I'm going to learn the aura cultivation technique that I've obtained recently. It looked like he'd obtained a cultivation book from the family head by exchanging his bronze tablet for it. He must have been given one equivalent or higher than a silver tablet. Since Glenn treasured Raon more than he pretended to, Rimmer was certain he gave him a cultivation technique better than Rindon. Those who have already learned an aura cultivation technique shall cultivate in their respective room at daybreak. Those who have received a cultivation book today as well as Raon Ziegart shall come out here at daybreak tomorrow. Me too? Raon tilted his head. Since you haven't learned an aura yet. Understood. Alright, then let's stop for today. Wait, I have something to say. Martha, who didn't have a single drop of sweat despite finishing stamina training, raised her hand. Who's the top trainee here? She looked through everyone, with her hands on her waist. It's me. Raon opened his mouth, facing Martha's black eyes. The direct line and vassal families must all be dead to lose to a brat who doesn't even have an aura. Laughing at Burn and Raon, She stood in front of Raon. I can't bear someone weaker than me standing above me. Cool air surrounded Martha's entire body. Let's fight. Chapter 25. Martha Ziegart raised her chin, her hand on her waist. Her arrogant eyes didn't match her graceful appearance, but it also looked natural. Is this place the problem? Raon lightly kicked the floor of the training ground a couple times. Dorian had warned him, but he didn't believe she would start picking a fight with him immediately. It looked like there really wasn't anyone decent around him. I can't believe there would be someone even more arrogant than the pointy-eared bastard in blue eyes. Give your body to me. The King of Essence will freeze her whole. I knew it. Wrath started to freak out after Martha's taunt. The wrath he was venting was a lot fiercer than usual. Martha Ziegart. While Raon was considering how to respond, a precocious and cold voice could be heard. What kind of unrefined act are you performing? It was Bern Ziegart. He was glaring coldly at Martha. Huh? Martha made a wry face. It wasn't a face that a child from a prestigious family should be making, but an expression of someone who had one foot into the dark side. Did you just say that to your senior? She approached Bern with a smile. If you keep shooting your mouth off, you'll end up dead immediately. You'd better choose your words more carefully next time. That's my line. Raon Ziegart was acknowledged as the top trainee in front of the head of house and the instructor. Are you trying to deny that? Bern came forward to stop Martha as if it were his own problem. I know you also made a fuss because you couldn't accept the results of the test. Corners of Martha's lips raised. It was a thick, scornful smile. She already knew what had happened during the test, despite acting like she didn't know who the top trainee was. That's why. Bern calmly nodded. I don't want to see the disgraceful behavior that I showed back then. That's why I'm stopping you now. Who? Don't soil the name of Ziegart, Martha Ziegart. Raon narrowed his eyes, observing Bern's back. That guy. Bern's eyes were clear. He really seemed to be trying to prevent the situation from going awry, rather than just getting on her nerves. It seemed he was sincere when he lowered his head to apologize. Step. Bern wasn't the only one trying to stop Martha. Raon also stepped in front of Raon, trying to protect him. And do you think the same? Martha grinned, looking through Raon and Bern. Leave. Raon said a single word with a vacant gaze. Step back, Martha. I already told you. Martha's eyes shone. I don't listen to those weaker than me. Her fist pierced through the air, storming towards Bern. Right before the aura-enhanced fist reached Bern's face, a green wind shot up. Wham! Rimmer, who used to be on the platform, appeared in the blink of an eye and blocked Martha's fist. You really are ignoring me too much. Even if you think I'm easy, it's regrettable that you are acting like I don't exist. He pushed Martha's fist back with a cheerful smile. Martha, I heard you fail because of that temper. It looks like you haven't changed. That's unlike Bern or Raon. Raon hasn't learned aura yet, just as you said. Do you really want to fight knowing that? I'm not going to use my aura either. You know, that still doesn't make you equal. Since there will be another opportunity in the future, stay patient for now. Tusk. Martha pouted and took a step back. However, she kept glaring at Bern without leaving. Bern Ziegart. What? You know your older brother was beaten up by me, and was forced to stay in bed for an entire month. If you are trying to be arrogant, you'd better get stronger first. I'm different from my older brother. We will see about that. With a thin smile, Martha turned away. Raon and Bern, seeing that, relaxed and stepped aside. At that moment, Martha turned around and kicked off from the ground at the same time. I hate cowards that hide behind others even more than arrogant bastards. In a flash, she pounced on Raon and swung her fist. Eek. Bern and Raon couldn't react, and Rimmer was staying still despite seeing it. I knew it. Raon's eyes remained calm. He'd already expected her to come at him the moment she shifted her center of gravity as she turned around. Tap. He used the back of his hand to fend off Martha's fist, which was aimed at his chest. Are you ready to be punished? He swung his clenched fist. His fist, including the rotation of Void Tiger Fist, was aimed at Martha's defenseless abdomen. Eek! Panic could be seen in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she gathered brown energy in her left fist. Wham! A bare fist and an aura-imbued forearm collided, pushing Raon and Martha back at the same time. Didn't you say that you weren't going to use your aura? Raon dusted off his red, hot fist. What are you? Martha's eyes, which had distinct white and black sections, were bloodshot. She was even stuttering, despite having always been confident. Wow! Did you really block that? Rimmer giggled and Bern swallowed hard. Eek! Martha engulfed her entire body with a brown aura. That's as far as you go. As she was about to charge in, Rimmer straightened his posture and stepped in front of her. I can't allow you any more than this. Despite smiling, he was emitting sharp pressure. He was different from before, when he was playing around. But even if you fight without an aura now, it will only end up in an incomplete combustion. Try fighting him later, when Raon has learned a proper aura. I will allow it then. Sign. Martha glared at Raon while grinding her teeth, before turning away. This time she didn't even look back. She left and closed the door with a loud bang. Raon. Rimmer approached and grabbed his shoulder. How did you defend against Martha's attack? It looked like you knew about it already. It was her center of gravity. Raon snapped out the answer like nothing. Center of gravity? The question was from Burin. Raon also seemed curious, her ears perking up like a rabbit. When she turned around, she shifted her center of gravity to her back instead of her front. She wasn't aiming for Burin or Raon, but at me in the middle. I figured she was going to come at me for sure. With just that, Burin frowned hearing the answer, and Raon fell deep in thought as her eyes grew empty. Rimmer exclaimed lightly. His observation and physical abilities are as outstanding as always. He counterattacked immediately by discerning the opponent's intention from their center of gravity. His talent wasn't normal for sure. Burin examined the floor where Raon and Martha had fought, then left the training ground biting his lip. I scolded her properly, so she won't bother you for a while. But you will inevitably face her after you learn aura. I know. By the way, it looks like the Void Tiger Fist's rotation has become yours completely now. That rotation had been used when Raon struck Martha. That was actually more amazing than his counterattack. It's not that big of a deal. Raon shook his head and turned back. What have you done? Did you let her live, despite her swinging her fist at the King of Essence? You must tear off her limbs and imprison her inside an eternal glacier. I struck her back. That's not enough. Her head needs to be smashed. It's not worth it. There was nothing to gain from having a fist fight with her like that. It was way more beneficial to make a bet, staking the title of top trainee on it, once there was something she could give him. She needs to be shattered into pieces after being frozen whole. Just wait, I'll let you see something even better. Raon smiled and left the training ground. Raon arrived at the training ground before the sun rose. He wanted to cultivate alone, but he didn't have a choice since he was instructed to do otherwise. Since most of the trainees had already learned an aura, there were only 8 people at the training ground, and all of them were commoners. Yo, young master. Dorian approached him with drooping shoulders. I heard you can die from learning aura. That true? I also heard it hurts, as if your energy center is breaking. That wasn't exactly wrong, since there were people who got severely hurt or died trying to learn a bad cultivation technique. Of course, the cultivation technique that Zeekart was supplying was a stable one, and there were excellent instructors around them, so there weren't going to be any issues. It will be fine. He repeated the same thing he kept telling Dorian whenever he met him. Right? I feel more at ease, since the young master says so. Dorian smiled awkwardly, controlling his breath. And in the next moment, Is it really alright? Even if it is stable, someone could still be in danger. If that someone ends up being me, everything will be over. What shall I do? If I die? Raon turned his head. Dorian's insecurities weren't going to disappear, no matter what he told him. And there was no reason for Raon to take care of him, either. I'm not late today, right? I have perfect timing. Rimmer entered over the wall, like always. He grinned, looking at the still, dark sky. Since the sun will rise soon, let's start immediately. Yes. The children's voices were even louder than usual, filled with the expectation of learning aura. You don't need to worry about falling behind because the other children have learned aura before you. Aura is a martial art that you need to acquire throughout your entire life, so the others are only one step ahead of you. Yes. Then enter a personal cultivation room with the instructor next to you. The instructors will help you until your cultivation stabilizes, so tell them if you are curious about anything or having any difficulty. Once Rimmer clapped his hands, the instructors behind him brought the children to the personal cultivation rooms. Raon looked around since there was nobody next to him. You will enter a personal training room alone. Then why did you call me? Because a problem sometimes occurs when you learn to cultivate using a cultivation book. I'll be waiting outside, so you can feel safe and cultivate in peace. I can't trust you. The Rimmer that he'd seen so far wasn't a trustworthy person. It wouldn't be surprising if he was napping outside while Raon was dying in the cultivation room. What are those eyes? Can't you trust me? That's not it. He shook his head and entered the cultivation room. He didn't wish for him to help him. Somewhat guarding him while he cultivated was plenty helpful. Raon closed his eyes and started using the 10,000 flames cultivation. A fluttering red flame appeared on his shoulders. Let's begin. As soon as Raon entered the training room, Rimmer straightened his posture. He silently extended his senses in order to avoid bothering anyone. Let's see what he got. Using his extended senses, he started reading the mana wave occurring around Raon's training room. It's a fire attribute. Hot and dynamic mana was storming around Raon. This isn't an ordinary cultivation technique. The amount of energy he felt from Raon's mana circuit was far more powerful than normal. It was an explosive energy, like lava coming straight out of a volcanic eruption. The cultivation technique was definitely not ordinary, given how he was controlling such mana in the learning phase. That's not something that a person can exchange for a bronze tablet. Even a gold tablet wouldn't be enough. He told the children that the Rhineland cultivation technique was no different from the better cultivation techniques, but Raon's was different. It was better than the cultivation techniques learned by the direct line. Rimmer's heart started pounding in excitement, eager to learn what kind of aura Raon would acquire in his energy center once he finished learning the cultivation technique. However, the flow of the aura was very difficult to understand. It looked like it was going to take a lot of time and effort until he finished acquiring it. Rimmer lowered his thin eyebrows. Inside the mana circuit, where the hot energy was running through, the cold energy was also spreading out. No way, that guy. His jaw dropped as he sensed Raon's flow of energy. Instead of erasing the ice in his mana circuit, he is leading it along with the rest. Raon was accumulating the ice in his energy center, instead of getting rid of it after it was pushed away by the hot energy. Is this really from a guy controlling mana for the first time? He had never imagined someone that hadn't even been learning a cultivation technique for a week could control mana with just his will. It's not thanks to the aura cultivation technique he is using. It's his talent in action. Raon's ability to control mana was more surprising than the excellency of his cultivation technique. Even if he'd been controlling mana from before his birth, he shouldn't have been as good as he was. His talent wasn't only in his body and martial arts, but also in mana. He'd heard Raon had been revealed to have the worst talent in mana during the judgment ceremony. However, he was showing mana control surpassing even Burn or Raon. If he manages to properly learn the cultivation technique, Rimmer clenched his fist, smiling in anticipation. A new monster might be born. An hour later, Raon Zeegart came out of the cultivation room while exhaling hot breath. Raon. Rimmer came down from the platform and approached him. Train in your dormitory starting tomorrow. Pardon? You told me yesterday I should come here every day. Whatever, train in your dormitory, instead. Cultivating aura in the dormitory couldn't be sensed from the outside because the dormitory's walls were shrouded in magic. If somebody sensed Raon's aura cultivation technique, they could start taking drastic measures to hold him in check. That was why it was better to cultivate in the dormitory, which was defended by magic. I'll visit occasionally to help your progress. You will? I am not always lazy, okay? I see. Raon calmly nodded, like always. I have to tell him about this right away. Rimmer grinned, sensing the leftover hot mana spreading out of Raon. After training ended, Rimmer visited the audience chamber. You have been coming here often recently. Glenn Zeegart, who had been sitting immobile on his throne like a stone statue, lifted his head. What is it now? I have something to tell you. Rimmer grinned and walked up the red carpet in the center. Martha has joined training. Her personality was hotter than I'd heard. That child won't change until she loses to somebody else her age. Glenn nodded like he had expected it. Then we might see that happen soon. What? She had a small encounter with Raon. Rimmer told him about the incident from the day before between Raon and Martha, involving Burn and Raon. Is that so? So, they've already. Glenn lightly nodded. He looked slightly happy, despite staying expressionless. But that's not the reason I came to visit. What did you actually give Raon? Rimmer raised his voice, unlike how he acted in front of Raon. It's my first time seeing a cultivation technique with such a complicated, yet orderly flow. On top of that, it's a fire attribute. It's a cultivation technique called 10,000 Flames Cultivation. Glenn casually responded. 10,000 Flames Cultivation? It's the cultivation technique of the first head of house. It's the first heads, I see. That's why it's so wait. Why it? Rimmer's eyes widened. The first clan leader? Yes. I thought you would give him a cultivation technique equivalent to a silver or gold tablet. But I never expected you'd give him the first heads technique. You must really cherish him. The 10,000 Flames Cultivation chose him. I didn't originally intend to give it to him. Glenn didn't explain in detail. Rimmer guessed there were some circumstances around it. Did you come here to ask about that? Oh no, it was about Raon. His talent is definitely not normal. Not only in martial arts, but his talent in mana is also outrageous. Rimmer described everything that he'd witnessed about Raon's flow of mana that day. I heard the Sword of Judgment said his talent was below average. Are you sure it's not broken? Glenn Zeegart took his hand off the armrest and started rubbing his chin. He is also talented in mana. The Sword of Judgment had shone gold after everyone had left, and it seemed that was indeed Raon's ability. How is his body's condition? His sweat is still cold, and he still breathes out icy breath. There definitely is a problem with his body, but he looks more comfortable after training. Glenn nodded. Just like Patrick said, it looked like moving his body was the correct answer. Raon has a special talent in both body and mana. He also has excellent observation, insight, and calmness. I think he can potentially become another successor. Talent doesn't matter. Even if he has that much potential, he is still too young. But it isn't impossible, because I don't really like your sons. Rimmer looked up to Glenn with narrowed eyes. I became part of Zeegart to follow the flame I call my lord. However, there is no one that I wish to follow among the successors. Impossible. Was that why you wanted the position of instructor? Glenn narrowed his eyes. Despite having been weakened, Rimmer was still a sword master. The reason he refused every offer and became an instructor seemed to be to look for his king by himself. Can't Raon also become a successor if he meets the qualifications? Yes, he can. I'm glad. Rimmer lowered his head with his eyes shining dark green, before taking a step back. And one more thing. Raon isn't just talented. Well, I think my lord knows it better than me. With that last comment, he left the audience chamber and shut the door behind him. Yes, I know that very well. Glenn had a dejected smile on his face, staring at the empty audience chamber. I know what kind of child he is, and what kind of thoughts he harbors. Chapter 26. 1 month had passed since Raon began learning the 10,000 flames cultivation. He'd been cultivating every day at daybreak, and in the evening, and continued until night. However, he still hadn't managed to create an aura. Because it was such a powerful, if not the most powerful cultivation technique, its acquisition difficulty was also beyond imagination. Of course, his attempts at controlling the coldness inside of his mana circuit slowed down his progress as well. Let's take it slow. Raon calmly closed his eyes in the center of the training ground. Because I have the Ring of Fire. As long as he had the Ring of Fire, his talent and body and mana were always at their maximum. Instead of trying to progress quickly, it was better to work on his foundation. Thud. Right on time for the regular training, the door to the training ground opened wide. Rimmer, who wasn't late for some reason, entered. From today onward, you will study martial arts in the morning. Ooh. Whoa. Finally. It's swordsmanship. Swordsmanship. The children raised their hands and started shouting. The trainees had only been training their stamina in the month since they'd passed the test. It was natural for them to start shouting with joy. What made Zeekart known throughout the continent was swordsmanship, but the fist techniques aren't worse than the swordsmanship techniques. I'll show you the basic forms of the fist technique. Rimmer laid down on the platform despite telling them he'd show them the techniques. Skilled instructors, come forward. When he waved his hand while yawning, the instructor behind him stepped and started to perform a fist technique. It's the 7-shaped fist. It was a fist technique utilizing 7 different shapes, and was used as a basis for all fist techniques. Despite knowing the shapes, Raon had never learned it. That was because, in his previous life, the only purpose of his fists was killing his opponent instantly. Ah, the 7-shaped fist. I already know about that. Ha, it's gonna be boring. The excitement disappeared from the faces of children that had seen the 7-shaped fist before. It looked like they didn't feel enthusiastic, because they'd already learned it before coming to the training ground. You look bored. Rimmer snickered and wagged his finger. I know that many of you have already learned the 7-shaped fist before. Once I confirm you've properly learned it, I'll let you progress to the next step. Next step? What do you mean? Dorian raised his hand and asked, despite always being afraid. You all have the same status as trainees, but your levels aren't the same. That's why you don't need to train the exact same way. If you manage to exceed the standard I've set, I'll let you progress immediately. Rimmer murmured that the training methods in the past were too conventional. That's good. I like that. Martha Zeekart smiled cheerfully and stepped forward. I thought I was going to learn the boring 7 shapes over again, but this is the correct way. There's no reason for an outstanding person to step down to the level of a pathetic one. Well, I didn't think about that. Anyway, reenact the 7-shaped fist you just saw where you are standing. If I think it's enough, I'll let you start the next piece of training. As soon as Rimmer finished talking, the children started performing the 7-shaped fist. They have a good foundation. Raon's eyes shone as he watched the children around him. It's not a prestigious family without reason. He thought they would half-heartedly learn it and move on to the next step because it was part of the basics, but the children were moving their fists precisely, with an accurate amount of strength. As expected. Rimmer nodded in satisfaction. Martha Zeekart, Burn Zeekart, Raon Sullivan. When he called the names of trainees who'd properly performed their 7-shaped fist, there were less than 20 people left in the center. Raon Zeekart was standing among them with glittering red eyes. Rimmer nodded, watching the 7-shaped fist that Raon Zeekart was performing. As expected, he hasn't learned it. His punch was unrefined, with no proper shape. He didn't seem to have learned anything, just as Sylvia had said. However, since Raon had some experience from copying the flow of Void Tiger Fist from Burn, he was going to grasp it in a few days. Let's see the other children. He couldn't help watching Raon, but he also made sure to check the other children, heeding Glenn's warning. Not bad. Since they were recommended children, they mostly had excellent control and insight. They looked like they would progress to the next step pretty soon. Competition is so nice. It had the same principle as long-distance running. The children running ahead made an effort to keep those behind them from catching up, and those in the back did their best to catch up to those in the front. It was a virtuous circle of training. Now then, Rimmer checked on the trainees including Martha, Burn and Raon that managed to pass the 7-shaped fist. Since Martha had already finished learning the 2nd step's fist technique, she'd started training with the 3rd step, Thundering Fist. I guess that makes sense. Martha had failed last year, but it was because of her personality, not her ability. It looked like he needed to prepare something for her to train, so that she wouldn't waste her time, along with a way to fix her temper. They're also doing well. Raon and Raon were also aware of the advanced rising fist, which was learned during the second step. It looked like the two of them would advance to the third step in the near future. Rimmer laid down and wrote down the information on the children on his notes. Now then, let's check, huh? When Rimmer looked at Raon again, after checking every other child, his eyes widened. What? During the brief time he'd checked on the other children, the shape of the seven-shaped fist was engraved in Raon Zeegart's punches. How does this make any sense? Rimmer lifted his body, unable to hold himself back. Raon was different from Martha, Raon, and Buren. He certainly didn't know anything when he started, but he'd become a completely different person already. Even though the seven-shaped fist was a basic fist technique, and it was easy to follow, it didn't make any sense for him to show so much progress in less than an hour. What is this monster? It hadn't been long since he was surprised by how well Raon was controlling his mana, and he was shocked once again by how fast he learned martial arts. Rimmer's jaw dropped. He wasn't planning to give him special treatment. He was going to send Raon on to the next step once he made sure that he had mastered the basics. But it looked like that time was going to come extremely soon. At this rate, by tomorrow, no, it might be this evening. Martha Zeegart smiled while nimbly thrusting her fist. I like the instructors this time around. Before, she'd been waiting for the moronic ones to catch up. However, that wasn't the right answer. The talented should keep rising, and the talentless should become stepping stones for them. That was the correct answer. When she looked to her left, she could see children learning the seven-shaped fist. She'd learned it 2 years ago, so those that were learning it only now would never be able to catch up to her. By the time they'd reached the second step, she would have already finished learning the thundering fist and started swordsmanship training. He's also over there. Martha smirked, looking at Raon punching at the center of the training ground. Raon Zeegart, the oddball who managed to get first place after voluntarily participating in training, despite being born with extreme coldness. Considering the way he blocked her surprise attack the month before, his perception and movements were both exceptional. He was a talented guy. However, it was too late. He'd only started learning aura and fist technique when he was 13 years old. It was the same as starting to run a long time after the starting signal during a race. He is never gonna catch up to me. Her aura was already at 3-star, and she'd already learned various fist techniques and swordsmanship. Unlike Buren and Raon, who'd started to train during childhood, Raon couldn't even become her rival. He is just a stepping stone. Raon Zeegart was a mere stepping stone, unworthy of her attention. Himpish! Martha snorted and turned her head away. She stopped paying attention to Raon, focusing on training the thundering fist instead. When she was still improving in the thundering fist until sunset, a man approached next to her. My lady, it's time for your training as a member of the direct line. It was her butler Camel. All right. Martha nodded and turned back. The other children were still practicing the beginner fist technique. How pathetic. Raon Zeegart. When she was about to return while laughing at them, she heard Rimmer's voice. You pass. Proceed to the next step. She turned around at the voice, light as the wind. Raon Zeegart was casually nodding at him. What is this? Martha's eyes widened. It was impossible to believe that in one day, no, in half a day, he'd managed to master the seven-shaped fist. Even I had to practice for 4 days. She was adopted into Zeegart thanks to her talent as a genius, and it still took her 4 days to master the seven-shaped fist. It didn't make sense that a mere stepping stone accomplished the same thing in only half a day. Then, please teach me the next fist technique. The sun's already set. I can't be bothered, so let's do it tomorrow. You can't be bothered. That's not something an instructor should so wait. Martha interrupted Raon and Rimmer, who were having a conversation. Sir Instructor, did he really pass the seven-shaped fist? Something that he only started learning today? That's correct. Rimmer nodded, his green eyes open wide. Aren't you being too lenient because you're lazy? Lenient? Despite the 7 shapes being the basics of fist techniques, it still takes a while to gain a grasp of it. There is no way he could manage to master it in only half a day. Of course he didn't master it, but it's enough to advance to the advanced rising fist training. I mean the criteria is too low. Rimmer scratched his chin, then turned his head around to Raon. That's what she's saying. Raon, try showing it to her. I don't want to. Raon firmly shook his head. The instructor has already told me I've passed, so why do I have to repeat it? If you do, then I'll teach you the advanced rising fist right now, instead of tomorrow. Rimmer responded before Martha could interrupt. All right. Raon sighed lightly and stood, feet shoulder-width apart. Holding his breath, he thrust his fist. A heavy punch pierced through the evening's air. He took a step forward and thrust his left fist. The way it bent resembled a boomerang. Turning to his right, he struck with his right hand from his waist. Martha's bangs fluttered from the refreshing wind. Raon's form continued, brisk and energetic. He was accurately expressing the 7 forms and spirits of the 7-shaped fist. Martha swallowed hard. Rimmer hadn't set the bar low. Raon Zeegart really had learned the forms and spirits of the seven-shaped fist in only half a day. You knew it already? No. Raon raised his chin, as if he were asking what the hell she was talking about. 'Cause she was speechless, because Raon's punches from earlier were definitely those of a novice. How about it, Martha? Isn't it enough to be recognized? Rimmer chuckled, as if he were teasing her. He did that in half a day? What did I just see? Wow. That's so crazy. The instructors and children also couldn't close their mouths from their surprise. I also did that much. Martha forced a smile and turned around. Biting her lip, she left the training ground. It's okay. It was just the seven-shaped fist. It wasn't even swordsmanship, but the most basic part of fist techniques. There was no way he could catch up to her just because he could learn it a little quickly. Yes, that could never happen. Martha calmed herself down and headed towards the direct line training ground. But the trajectory of Raon's fist was deeply engraved in her memory. What does she want? Raon dusted off his hands and frowned. She must be surprised. Rimmer snickered, watching Martha leave the training ground. I was also surprised. It was my first time seeing somebody learn as quickly as you. Thank you for the compliment, but please teach me the next fist technique. Ha! Of course I will. He sighed lightly and got up. After warming up his waist and wrists, he looked up at the sky. But Raon. Yes. Upon seeing Rimmer's expression, Raon suddenly became anxious. It's too late today. See you again tomorrow. He created a gust of wind to obstruct Raon's vision and disappeared over the wall. It was a swift and determined movement, one that Raon couldn't even think about stopping. The King of Essence has told you before. That pointy-eared bastard looked like he'd betray you. One day on a battlefield, he will run away, leaving you behind. It looked like Wrath had become a fortune-teller, since he was predicting Rimmer's future. Somehow, I expected it. Raon licked his lips. He thought it might happen the moment he saw Rimmer's reaction. Raon Zeegart. Byrne approached him with heavy steps. I'm heading out to receive training that only the direct line can receive. Raon already knew about it. While the trainees had their individual training, the direct line could receive additional lessons. It's okay to say that it's unfair, but I will beat you, no matter what method I have to use. After glaring at Raon for a bit, he left the training ground. Those arrogant eyes are still the same. One day, I will know they're different. Raon shook his head, watching Byrne's back. He wasn't sure why, but Byrne's eyes had become clearer 1 month ago. Competitiveness still remained, but it didn't look like he was going to play dirty like before. Step. Raon turned towards the footsteps, approaching from behind. Raon was looking at him with blank eyes. Aren't you going there as well? I'm not going. Isn't it better to go? I'm not going. You can learn powerful swordsmanship. I'm not going. Raon slowly shook her head. Raon licked his lips and made his way over to the training room. He could hear crunching footsteps as Raon followed behind him. Chapter 27 Huff. Byrne Zeegart exhaled heavily after performing the different forms of the Thundering Fist, one after another. This isn't easy. The second step, Advanced Rising Fist, was something he'd already started learning back at the main building. Because of that, he could pass it without much difficulty. However, the third step, Thundering Fist, wasn't easy to learn. Thundering Fist was a basic fist technique that included advanced principles, which made it difficult to grasp. But I should be able to finish it by next week. Since the training he did back in the main building had solidified his foundation, his posture was starting to get better. Because it had already been 2 weeks since he'd started learning the Thundering Fist, it looked like he could pass the test on it in about another week after. Let's do it again. Byrne clenched his back teeth and started to train the Thundering Fist once again. He straightened his posture once he finished training until he felt burned out. His training clothes were completely wet, sticking to his body. Whoosh! While he was catching his breath, he could hear violent wind from the right side. When he turned around, he saw a beautiful girl with long black hair swinging her sword fiercely. Martha Zeegart. Martha had finished the fist technique training a long time ago, starting swordsmanship training before anyone else. With perfect posture and an established form, her swordsmanship made him admire her unconsciously. He had to acknowledge her skills, despite her damn personality. But there was something strange. Martha was progressing faster than anyone in the training ground, and her skills were also the most outstanding, to a point that she'd surprised all the instructors. However, her expressions didn't show any hint of being relaxed. As if a hungry beast was chasing her, she kept swinging her sword with a face full of irritation and tension. I guess it can't be helped. Byrne knit his brows and turned his head to the other side, where that guy was training. Raon Zeegart. He was a monster that had grasped the forms of the 7-shaped fists and finished learning the Advanced Rising Fist in only 10 days. With him chasing her, it was understandable that she couldn't relax. It was unbelievable, but he was actually learning the Thundering Fist, the same technique Byrne was training with. Whoosh! Raon thrust his fist, producing the sound of air being bent, and his stomping foot shook the entire floor of the training ground. The movements of his hands and feet were already exhibiting the exquisite principles of the thundering fist. What a monstrous guy. People had called Byrne both a genius and a monster as he grew up. He hadn't imagined that he would say that exact same thing about somebody else. I don't understand how he can do that. Byrne had been taught the advanced rising fist for a month before becoming a trainee. Even then, he still needed to train 3 more days before starting to learn the thundering fist. And people said that I was progressing quickly. He was called amazing for learning it in 1 month. Yet Raon managed to do the same in only 10 days. Moreover, he didn't only grasp the forms, but his fist technique properly contained the principles. At this rate, he figured Raon would catch up by the time he moved on to the swordsmanship training. Byrne sighed lightly. In fact, Raon's talent wasn't the only thing that surprised him during his observation. Effort and willpower. There wasn't a single instance of Raon not doing his best during his training. He kept exhaling cold air from his lips, and his entire body was drenched with sweat. Even from a third party's point of view, his body wasn't in a proper condition yet. However, he never gave up on any training. People could easily say that they did their best, or that they tried to the very end. However, they rarely actually followed through with those words. His guy does. Raon always did his best, burning up everything he had. Rimmer had mentioned that the fastest way to train was to surpass one's limits. Raon was executing that method more efficiently than anyone. He surprises me every time I look at him. Despite considering him an enemy, he couldn't stop admiring him. He was more fit to be a Zeegart than anyone else on the training ground. Byrne, your hands have stopped. Go to the rest hall if you want to rest. That's not it. I'll continue. Byrne lowered his head when he heard the instructor shout. He sighed and emptied his head. Yes, it's not the time for me to stay like this. He'd resolved to not lose to Raon no matter what. He had to do his best in every moment, taking after Raon's willpower. Hang. Byrne focused his mind and thrust his clenched fist. Whoosh! After swinging a sword with an air of madness, as if there were an enemy in front of her, Martha stopped her hand. She sighed lightly and squeezed her hand holding the sword. How annoying. Despite being the only person to be holding the sword in the training ground, an unbearable irritation overwhelmed her. This is all. Martha bit her lip and looked around. She could see a guy swinging his fist with steam billowing out of his mouth. Raon Zeegart. As soon as she saw him, her body started to feel tight, as if she had an upset stomach. He has already started to learn the thundering fist. While she started to learn the swordsmanship technique, Raon had finished learning 2 fist techniques and started learning the thundering fist. Unlike Byrne or Raon, who'd already learned fist techniques, it was the first time Raon was learning them. He was progressing at a ridiculous pace. Damn, his talent sent shivers down her spine. He could catch up to her at any time now, and that fact was engulfing her in a breathtaking fear. That position used to be mine. Ever since she'd been adopted as a Zeegart, she'd always been the chaser. She'd caught up to the direct line and collaterals, who were proud of the talents of their geniuses, and she'd laughed at them despairing over their losses. And yet, now that the positions had been reversed, she realized how scary it was to be chased after. Whoosh! Martha swung her sword downwards, trying to erase Raon's steadily growing presence. The training sword flashed through the thin air, full of irritation. She kept swinging her sword, over and over, until the sun went from the middle in the sky to beyond the western hills. Huff! Martha lowered her sword while exhaling a long breath. She was feeling a bit better after swinging her sword for the entire day. However, the moment she looked to her right, she had to frown again. Raon's fist technique was getting better even at that moment. Doesn't that bastard even get tired? To train the entire day, all while remaining extremely focused the entire time, calling him hardcore wasn't even enough. She had never seen that type of person, even in the back streets. Tusk. Martha turned around and left the training ground after the sun had completely set. Thank you for your hard work. Her butler Camel, who was waiting for her next to the door, bowed to her. Since she was out of energy, she just nodded. My lady, Camel called after her while catching up to her quick steps. My lady doesn't need to be so impatient. What do you mean? It seems everyone forgot because of his recent actions, but the young Master Raon has a huge weakness. Camel smiled after glancing at the training ground. Are you talking about his illness? He's a tough one, so he doesn't care about pain. That's not it. Then what is it? The young Master Raon has the worst talent in aura. What? My lady must not be aware because it had happened before my lady was adopted. But the young Master Raon's mana perception was determined to be the worst during the judgment ceremony. Kama smiled while pointing at the energy center. Isn't the young Master Raon the only person who still hasn't managed to acquire an aura in the 5th training ground? That's true. Martha nodded. The trainees who'd started learning the Raon cultivation technique 2 months ago had already accumulated aura in their energy center. Just like Camel said, Raon was the only person among the trainees who hadn't acquired an aura. A cultivation technique obtained with a bronze tablet would be a middle tier, or middle upper tier. It would only be slightly better than Raon. However, considering that he still hasn't managed to acquire an aura, his talent in mana must be the worst, just like the judgment ceremony determined. Even if he is talented in swordsmanship and fist techniques, he can't become a proper warrior if his talent in aura is so minuscule. Camilla shook his head while giving off a kind, looking smile. I see. Martha nodded her head, the corners of her lips curling up into a smile. So, he didn't have any talent in aura. She'd forgotten about it because Raon's talent in martial arts was so outstanding, but he still hadn't managed to acquire an aura. It was said that a warrior with a weak talent in aura was a deficient one. Raon Zeekart was just a deficient warrior, whose talents were all focused on martial arts. She couldn't stop herself from smiling. The anxiety that she'd been feeling disappeared all at once. I was worried for nothing. I unnecessarily paid attention to somebody who wasn't worthy. Martha headed towards the direct line training ground with light steps, as if she'd gotten rid of a lump of steel, and Camel followed her while smiling faintly with a mysterious air about him. Raon didn't stop training for a single moment, constantly moving. He engraved the principle, and the flow of thundering fist in his body and mind. His back was drenched in cold sweat, and his mouth was breathing out steam. He was clearly tired, but his expression was as bright as facing the sun. Raon smiled slightly as he moistened his dry lips. This is getting more and more interesting. The movement that the instructor had shown him was engraved in his brain, with a margin of error smaller than 1 mm, and its flow and form was reproduced through his body. He'd never realized learning martial arts could be so fun. I guess that's obvious. In his previous life, he'd only learned how to survive and kill. He'd only gotten better at killing people through that. He did increase his aura and trained with killing swordsmanship. That wasn't for the sake of improving himself. It was only of use in finishing off his enemies. He kept engraving the killing methods in his body and mind until his body was crushed and shattered. However, it was different now. The 7-shaped fist, the advanced rising fist, and the thundering fist were all basic fist techniques, but his heart was filled with excitement just from learning them. I'm improving for my sake. It wasn't for the sake of killing someone else or following someone else's orders. Since it was for his own sake, he could only smile despite it being difficult. And the pain is bearable. The pain was actually greater in his current life than in his previous life because of the ice in his mana circuit. However, he couldn't stop moving his body because of the exultation that came from his improvement. The ring of fire rotated violently to grasp the flow of martial arts and enhanced his body. Since he could feel his body and mind improving on top of his fist technique, his training was simply enjoyable. What are you going to do with those basic movements? If you offer your body, the King of Essence will make you the best in the continent immediately. It's pointless if it isn't by my own will. He'd had enough of pointlessly following somebody else's order in his previous life. Becoming the strongest by offering up his body was useless to him. How foolish. A weakling like you can never be. Since he was feeling refreshed, he could laugh off Wrath's nonsense. Hang. Raon performed the different postures of the thundering fist, using Wrath's voice as the rhythm. He seemed to be learning the emotion of joy through his training. Whoosh, whoosh. While he was catching his breath after swinging his fist with full force, one of the trainees approached him and bowed to him. Excuse me, Mr. Top Student. May I ask a question? What is it? I'm having trouble with the last posture of the advanced rising fist. Move your right foot out a bit further. Your stance isn't balanced. Raon figured out the problem as soon as he saw the trainee's posture. Thank you. The trainee bowed and stepped back. He looked like he understood it at once, since he managed to get the correct posture by fixing what Raon had commented on. Wow, it's fixed at once. He is a genius of the fist technique. I think he has better eyes than the instructors. The trainees looked up to Raon with admiration after checking each other's posture. Raon didn't care whether the trainees were surprised or not. After training fist technique until the sun set, he returned to the dormitory. After finishing his simple dinner, he returned to his room and prepared to cultivate aura. The 10,000 flames cultivation wasn't progressing as well as the fist technique, which he was quickly improving at, but Raon stayed composed. I already knew this was going to take a while. He'd realized after checking through all the 10,000 flames cultivation in his brain. The 10,000 flames cultivation was a legendary cultivation technique, at the same level as the Ring of Fire. If he could learn it properly, he was going to acquire an aura so powerful that it'd be difficult to find a match. Therefore, it was normal that it'd take a long time to acquire it, and I'm also absorbing the ice. Raon was controlling the ice inside his mana circuit alongside the heat from the 10,000 flames cultivation. Since he was circulating two conflicting energies at once, it would have been weird if they were easily accumulated in his energy center. I don't need to worry. It was true that his progress was slow for now. However, since he knew that the reward for acquiring the 10,000 flames cultivation and absorbing all the ice would be tremendous, he didn't feel anxious at all. I'm looking forward to the blossoming of the first flower. Imagining the single flower, created from the flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation, Raon closed his eyes and focused on cultivating. Chapter 28 Martha's Training Sword, Through the Fresh Air. The sharp yet smooth sequence of strikes were a part of Zegart's basic swordsmanship, the combination sword. Whoosh! She struck with her sword fiercely, as if she were in the middle of a battlefield. Not even the sand cloud rolling up in the training ground dared to approach her due to her intense spirit. Whoosh! From her right, a similar slashing sound could be heard. It was the blonde-haired, red-dyed boy, Raon Zegart. His dull training sword was executing the steps of the combination sword, just like Martha. Raon, who used to be far behind her, had finally caught up. However, Martha didn't display any sign of anxiousness or nervousness, despite seeing that. Instead, she applauded Raon with a smile. "You are good." Martha swept up her disheveled hair, putting down her training sword. "You are learning martial arts so quickly that genius wouldn't be enough to describe you. However," she twirled her finger while dragging out her words, "with your mediocre mana perception, that talent is nothing but a pearl to a swine. I'm not really jealous of such a defective talent." Martha's voice was loud. Every trainee heard her, but none of them stepped up. It's better to have half that talent and aura in martial arts. The best you can become with your talent is a swordsmanship instructor. The trainees who'd been helped by Raon, Burin, Rimmer, and the other instructors all remained silent. Of course they would. Martha sneered even harder. Nobody expected that dumbass to be unable to acquire an aura even after 4 months. It had already been over 4 months since aura training was included in regular training, but Raon still hadn't managed to acquire an aura, and his energy center was still empty. I was freaked out at first. She was really astonished watching Raon progress at a tremendous rate. She couldn't even sleep because of that dreadful talent chasing after her, and she couldn't get rid of that fear despite training from daybreak until night. However, everything had changed after hearing what Camel had said. He really was defective. It wasn't a lie that Raon was shown to have the worst mana perception during the judgment ceremony. What's the point of being so good at learning swordsmanship and fist techniques if there was no power to incorporate into that fist and sword? He. Martha turned her head while laughing at Raon, who kept swinging his sword while dripping cold sweat. He isn't even worthy of my attention. She used to consider him as a threat, but she no longer did. Raon couldn't even match up to that coward Dorian, let alone Burin or Ranon. On the other hand, the fact that she'd been counterattacked by Raon was still etched in her memory. I can forget about it now, since he will be no match for me in a duel using aura. With a laid-back smile, Martha turned around. Huh? Ranon Sullian was standing there with a blank expression on her face. Go. Is that all you want to say? Go. I'm going, even if you don't tell me to. It's time for me to do some more advanced training. She waved her hand gently, then left the training ground. Whoosh! Despite Martha having mocked him so much, Raon didn't react. He kept swinging his sword while steam billowed from his mouth. The sword was the only thing reflected in his red pupil. Raon looked around the indoor gymnasium after finishing his night training. Is everyone gone? Since the 2 next days were holidays, everyone had gone home. Nobody remained at the training ground. Raon let out an exhilarated breath and put down his sword. Since he'd been only focusing on swordsmanship while using his ring of fire, he hadn't realized the night had already fallen. The concentration was on par with right before an assassination. It was difficult to have such extreme concentration during training. My swordsmanship got a lot better. His progress in the combination sword was a lot higher, thanks to only being focused on the sword. It looked like it would soon become usable in a real battle without any issues. You finally come to your senses. As he was feeling satisfied with his training, Wrath's angry voice rang out. You are such a pathetic guy, staying still after being taunted so much. Taunt? That black-haired girl kept talking to you. Oh really? Raon smirked. He hadn't realized Martha was talking, as he was too focused on training. If she had said such a thing to the King of Essence, I would have frozen her whole then broken it into pieces. I already told you, there's nothing to gain from fighting her now. There would be nothing to gain by fighting her because of her provocation. It was much more preferable to make a bet later, with the title of top trainee at stake, in order to receive something like an elixir or a martial arts book. Since I can win no matter what. Even if he didn't manage to learn the 10,000 flames cultivation, it would be easy to win against a greenhorn like Martha. The best time to fight her would be when she managed to get her hand on some worthy treasure. For now, I should return. As Raon was about to turn off the magical light in the training ground, he heard a quiet stepping sound from the door. Tap. Small and light steps. They belonged to Ranon, and he'd gotten used to hearing them every day. When he turned around, Ranon was standing there with glittering purple eyes, rather than her usual blank expression. Here. She extended the hand that she'd been hiding behind her back. There was a box, a bit smaller than a brick. What's this? Without responding, Ranon opened the lid. Under the cold steam that rose along with the lid, there was a bead at the size of a thumb. Raon looked back and forth between the bead inside the box and Ranon's purple eyes. Do you want me to take it? Raon nodded and put the bead in Raon's hand. He could feel a pleasant coolness on his hand. Eat. She spoke, then closed the lid. What's this? Raon couldn't tell what it was, but it was certainly something precious, since it was stored in a box full of ice. Given the things he'd learned during his life as an assassin, he shouldn't have eaten it. However, because Raon's eyes were filled with expectation, his hand moved on its own. She wouldn't give him something bad, he thought. He closed his eyes and put the bead in his mouth. The bead melted as soon as it touched his tongue, and a cool and sweet taste like frozen chocolate spread throughout his mouth. He was astonished by how cool and sweet it tasted. How can such a taste exist? It's a sweetness that the King of Essence had never tasted, even in devildom. No, is it the coolness that made it even sweeter? Bring more of it. I want to eat more. It looked like their senses were connected, since Wrath kept jumping up and down after eating the ice cream. Just stay still. As Wrath fluttered like a butterfly, Raon pushed him away with his elbow. How was it? It's delicious. You eat ice cream. Raon nodded and stepped back. Then she left the training ground, just like that. Hey. Despite him gesturing to her and calling for her, she didn't look back. What a strange girl. But it would have been better if she gave me one more. Was she worried about me? It looked like she gave him the bead ice cream because she was worried about him being openly laughed at by Martha that day. He'd occasionally eaten ice cream in the annex building, but it was his first time having it in that form and taste. Considering the size of the box, it must have contained at most 4 beads, and it looked like she'd given him the last one. She gave me the last one. Raon liked sweet food as befitting of her age. The last ice cream must have been important to her, so giving it to him without hesitation must have been a difficult decision. He could imagine Raon hesitating with her saved snack in her hand. Oh my, Raon snickered. He felt sorry for making such a child worry about him, but I'm completely unaffected. It was true. His path was higher and more difficult than anyone else's, and the 10,000 Flames cultivation was the guide that would allow him to walk his path more easily. There was no way such an excellent guide would lend him its strength easily. He had to be patient and wait. I should repay her later. Raon gently smiled and left the training ground. His tired steps had become as light as a feather. Oh my God! Young Master Raon! When Raon opened the annex building's door and entered, Helen, who was standing at the entrance, approached him with round eyes. What happened? Did you say Raon is here? Sylvia, who heard Helen's voice, kicked open the door and ran up to Raon to hug him. How long has it been? You haven't visited for months. We saw each other last week. Raon pushed her back as she rubbed her cheek against his. Since weekend visits were allowed for official trainees, Sylvia had been visiting him every week. Those are 2 different things. Flailing her arms, Sylvia shook her head. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll have dinner prepared. Helen. Young master, please wait for a moment. Sylvia went to the kitchen with the maids. Judging from the smell, it looked like they were preparing a beef stew. How to say it? It was difficult to put it into words, but he felt comfortable whenever he came to the annex building. Maybe that's what a real home, something he'd never had in his previous life, was supposed to feel like. Prepare it quickly. Raon must be hungry. I know. But the ingredients. Use everything that's left for now. Raon headed to the bathroom, listening to the friendly sounds coming from the kitchen. At daybreak in Raon's room, Judiel knelt with her head bowed. Raon tapped the paper in his hand, sitting at his bed. It was the same paper as the moonlight paper he'd found in the lake last time. Raise your head. At the dignified voice, Judiel trembled and raised her head. Any orders from the Central Martial Palace? No, nothing special. There was an order to investigate more thoroughly when the young master began learning the fist and swordsmanship techniques so quickly, but it looks like they lost interest since the young master hasn't managed to develop an aura. Is that so? Raon smiled. Since aura was the most important aspect for any warrior, it looked like they'd lost interest in him, since he wasn't talented in it. How about Mother? They seem less interested in Lady Sylvia as well. At this rate, there's a possibility that I'll be called back. One might think that it was a good thing for her to be called back, but that wasn't the case at all. I can't use her anymore. Since that defeated the purpose of having made Judiel into a double agent, it wasn't a desirable course of action. By any chance, did the young master purposely avoid acquiring an aura? Judiel opened her trembling mouth. I wonder. Instead of answering, Raon just smiled. It was enough to make Judiel swallow. The fear of that day still dominated her. Thank you for your work. You may go now. Yes. Judiel stood with trembling eyes. Rejoicing over the fact that she didn't have to go through the pain and fear anymore, she quickly opened the door and left. They're going to believe that you didn't learn aura on purpose. Using the atmosphere and the situation to my favor is also a strength. Raon tapped Wrath, who was hanging on his wrist. Judiel was going to misunderstand on her own and nurture her fear against him. You are so pathetic, struggling to learn an aura. Back in devildom, the King of Essence could perform any magic or martial art with his eyes closed once learned. I'm so pathetic indeed. Raon casually responded and left the room. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he could laugh off Ra's contempt. As he was about to go to the garden for the daylight training, a man approached him from a distance. The red-haired elf that brought around a pleasant wind was Rimmer. Instructor, did you sleep well? Rimmer waved his hand, hair its usual bird's nest. What brought you here at daybreak? I didn't keep my promise back then. I felt bad about it, so I figured I'd help you out a bit. Promise? I ran away after promising to teach you the advanced rising fist on the first day of fist technique training. Since it's too late now for that, I'll teach you something else. He grinned and flicked his finger. A dark green wind rose from the end of his long finger. I'll teach you about attribute. Chapter 29. Did you just say you would teach me about attributes? Raon frowned, looking at Rimmer's disheveled hair and clothes. He didn't look trustworthy at all. You look like you are looking at a scammer. Rimmer giggled, bending forward slightly. You know, I'm pretty good at teaching despite being a little bit lazy. That was true. His methods didn't help many children, but it at least guaranteed the development of the few. Stop doubting me and come on. Aren't we doing it here? Of course not. Get ready quickly and come with me. Understood. Raon went to his room and pulled out his outer garments. Today is an unlucky day to see that pointy-eared bastard at daybreak. We see him every day though. He left the annex building after he finished dressing. Where are we going? The North Grave Mountain. Rimmer pointed at the mountain soaring behind the annex building. It was a huge mountain surrounding the entire Zeegard estate, connected not only to the annex building, but also to the main building. Let's go. Okay. Following Rimmer, Raon climbed the mountain. Around here seems good. Rimmer stopped after about 20 minutes of climbing. The place looked like a vacant lot, since the ground was flat, and there weren't any trees. Why did we come here? Raon's voice was indifferent, but he was actually prepared to react to anything Rimmer was going to do. You don't need to be so nervous. I just want you to feel it. Feel it? Yes. As Rimmer smiled, a dark green wind blew towards him. Trust me and stand still right over there. Even if you tell me to trust you, His bangs fluttered in the wind, which resembled a spring's fragrance as it brushed away winter. Next was a cool wind that could only be felt in a forest in the summer, fanning his heated body from the climb. The third was winter. A cold wind pressed against his skin, chilling to his bones like a storm. Then the wind changed one more time. The dark green wind, which contained the 4 seasons, became a sharp blade and surrounded Raon. Using the wind, I wanted to create a blade that could protect my lord. From the waves of green wind, Rimmer's voice could be heard. Damn, it was a storm of blades that could rip apart anything nearby. However, Raon stepped neither backwards nor forwards. This is the wind I've chosen. Raon stood still and felt the green storm. Whoosh! The fierce wind's pressure disappeared and Rimmer gave a sly smile. You weren't scared? You weren't planning to attack me. You also told me to not move. You really aren't like a normal 13-year-old no matter how hard I look. Rimmer snickered and flicked his finger, causing the lingering wind to disappear completely. A cultivation technique with an affinity can be more powerful than other cultivation techniques, but it is also difficult to learn. Following his gentle voice, the wind waved like it was dancing. I could feel the wind from birth because I'm an elf, but you're different. You're human. It must be even more difficult for you as your mana circuit is filled with ice. Indeed. Raon nodded. The 10,000 Flames cultivation was a sophisticated technique, but it was even more difficult for him to learn because he was controlling an energy opposing the ice he'd been born with. There are different kinds of wind. It can be warm, cold, or sharp. I'd wanted a sort of wind that could pierce through anything, and I achieved it. Rimmer's expression was confident, rather than bitter, as he spoke of his now out-of-reach former achievements. You must also find it. Try to form an image of the fire you'll have. An image, and in order to create that image, the most important thing is to feel that affinity. But this is the north. It's difficult to find a proper flame, unless I set the mountain on fire. If you do that, then our heads will fly together. Rimmer giggled, then waved his hand. A green wind appeared from his feet. Follow me. Where are we going this time? Since you felt the wind, let's go see the fire now. Raon ran along the mountain trails, following Rimmer. After about 20 minutes of running, Rimmer started to slow down. A thick, heated haze was rising up from the cold forest, as if a hot wind had passed through. The change in temperature was making him itchy. Is it coming from there? There was a gray kiln attached to a house made of red bricks. The heat was coming from the kiln. It's hot. The north was the coldest place on the continent, yet he felt hot. That was how much heat was emitting. Hey, old man. I'm here. Rimmer strode ahead as if it were his own home and Raon followed behind. The heat grew stronger the closer they got to the kiln. His clothes started to become drenched in sweat. The ice in his mana circuit was trembling because of the unfamiliar heat. Raon frowned at the worsening pain and entered the house. There was only one appliance inside the house. A furnace. It was the furnace from the kiln, which was emitting enough heat to make the whole house look distorted. A wrinkled old man, with completely white hair, was sitting in front of the furnace. Despite being completely drenched in sweat, he wasn't taking his eyes off it. Is this really the flame that I used to know? Raon swallowed. He'd seen many flames throughout his previous life. From the bonfire he'd made himself to the advanced fire magic used by a mage. However, none of those seemed to match up to the heat created by the flame soaring in the furnace. Swoosh! The ice in his mana circuit started to scream, and the mana around him started to move following the flow of the 10,000 flames cultivation, which he hadn't even acquired yet. The sound of the soaring flame reverberated through his ears, and the waves of heat made his heart beat fiercer. He couldn't take his eyes off the furnace, as if he were bewitched by it. Old man, you're always so focused. Rimmer dusted off his hand, after soothing the heat with his green wind. The heat is dying down because of you. It looks like another failure anyway. After glaring at Rimmer, the old man sighed, and threw an unknown gray mass inside the furnace. Whish! The intense heat, hot enough to melt the ground, was subdued. Flame grew weaker, to the point that it merely felt warm. Raon unconsciously sighed. As soon as the flame disappeared, the flow of the 10,000 flame cultivation running through his mana circuit dissipated. The regret made his fingers tremble. What did you bring today? What is that thing? The old man frowned, looking at Raon. The lowered corners of his lips and raised eyebrows showed his stubborn personality. Wow, that thing? How dare you address the head of house's grandson like that? Rimmer was preaching about manners, despite always talking however he felt. I'm just a retired old man. Unless the head of house comes personally. He started to stand up, then stopped after seeing Raon's eyes and hair. Blonde and red eyes. And that face, he looks like the head of house, right? Raon looks a lot more handsome though. The old man nodded in agreement. I'm Vulcan. You should leave if you are expecting manners from me. Vulcan. Raon controlled his expression. Looking at the old man's blurred eyes, it was as if he was looking at burned-out coal. I didn't expect him to be here. He was a blacksmith, renowned throughout the world under the title of the continent's blacksmith. He was famous for having forged Glenn Siegart's true heavenly sword. However, his last known activity was 30 years ago, and he hadn't created another famous sword since the true heavenly sword. I'm Raon Siegart. Raon bowed without minding Vulcan's manners. It was his way of showing respect to a giant who'd reached the end of a road. Vulcan's disgruntled expression softened slightly at his polite greeting. Did you tell him about? Not at all. Rimmer shook his head, then turned around. This old man is Siegart's blacksmith. Retired. Yes, retired blacksmith. Anyway, he's been igniting flames here for over 10 years now. Rimmer turned, pointing at the now extinguished furnace. This is where you can feel the hottest and fiercest flame in the north. A cultivation technique for fire attributes. Vulcan frowned after hearing Rimmer's explanation. Is that why you brought him here? Because you're managing the fire here throughout the year. There's no other place where you can feel a proper flame. How about the blacksmith's workshop? That place stands out too much. Being noticed before learning that cultivation technique won't do him any good. Why not? Because Raon is Sylvia's son. Upon hearing that he was Sylvia's son, Vulcan's eyes skimmed over Raon once again. He turned around and watched the orange flame. He looked like he was considering it. I won't disturb you. Please allow me to feel the fire. Raon bowed to Vulcan once more. I want to see it again. Vulcan's flame made his heart beat harder, and his mana circuit waver. He wanted to feel the breath of that flame once again. I'm just making charcoal. Charcoal? A golden charcoal that can generate a much more powerful heat than white or black charcoal. If you aren't going to disturb me making golden charcoal, I don't care what you do. Thank you very much. Raon bowed once again. Vulcan turned his head, embarrassed by Raon's increasing courtesy. It's nice that he accepted. Raon, cultivate the 10,000 flames cultivation here during daybreak training. Since nobody lives around here, and this old man doesn't know about cultivation techniques, you don't need to worry. Understood. Raon nodded. Just as Rimmer said, he couldn't feel any mana from Vulcan. Old man, we need to talk. Rimmer led Vulcan out of the house, pleased that everything was going well. You're still as kind as ever, old man. Rimmer grinned, his arm resting on Vulcan's shoulder. I'll bring you some good stuff if you take good care of Raon. Do you like fruit wines? It's been a long time since I last got this color. So, the old man felt it too. I'm a blacksmith. The flame that I've been seeing my entire life wavered. There's no way I wouldn't know. Vulcan's gray eyes, the color of burnt out ashes, shone. The boy's breath contains the power to move a flame. The next morning, Raon ran towards Vulcan's charcoal kiln before sunrise. Thanks to the red heat rising up in the dark mountain, it wasn't difficult to find the charcoal kiln. Despite hearing Raon's footsteps, Vulcan kept watching the furnace instead of looking at him. The sight of him keeping his eyes on the furnace, despite sweating so heavily, emphasized the fact that he didn't gain the title of the continent's blacksmith for nothing. This heat Raon stood where the heat was the strongest. The intense wave of heat rolled up his clothes and flared up his skin. The ice frantically started to stab his mana circuit. Huff! He grit his teeth against the incoming pain, gray steam leaving his mouth. It was so painful that he wanted to run away immediately, but his heartbeat was raging with excitement from the flame. He was exhilarated. Following the breath of fire that he felt through the pain, he recited the fundamentals of the 10,000 flame cultivation. The hot breath was added to the inhaled mana, and the cloudy air was exhaled from his body. Raon closed his eyes. He rotated the ring of fire and practiced the 10,000 flames cultivation. Whoosh! When he reached the peak of his concentration, the pain disappeared and the exhilaration from the heat filled his heart. Vulcan turned around, the movements of his hands gentle as he watched Raon breathe with his eyes closed. Crackle! The sound of burning wood crackled from the furnace. 3 months had passed since Raon started to cultivate aura at Vulcan's charcoal kiln. Since he'd gotten used to it, he could now reach the charcoal kiln in 10 minutes. The flame, which had become even fiercer than the first time he'd seen, was pressing down on the place. The kiln's surroundings were filled with heat ripples the size of a finger. He doesn't change. Vulcan didn't turn around or speak, despite knowing that he'd arrived. He just focused on watching the furnace. Raon approached the furnace, trying to not make a sound. Each time he took a step towards the furnace, heated air surrounded his entire body. It was difficult to breathe, and his back was drenched in sweat. The ice in his mana circuit growled like the jaws of a savage beast. Huff! It was a pain he couldn't get used to, but Raon smiled. Looking at the flame was now enough to make him excited. Fire, he'd started to understand. After spending time alongside the fire and following Rimmer's advice, he could finally understand what fire was. People said fire was the scariest and the strongest attribute, but it was the most stable of all attributes if handled properly. Raon took one more step towards it, while feeling the heat scorching his skin. The energy from his not yet acquired 10,000 flames technique woke by itself, attracting the heat that was scorching the earth. The flame inside the furnace burst up like a devil's tongue, as if it was reacting to the mana. Raon exhaled the remaining air from his lung and took in the well-baked mana. He guided the boiling mana towards his mana circuit. The ice, trying to run away from the heat, followed the flow of the 10,000 flames cultivation and dragged it into the energy center. An image. Once the cultivation stabilized, Raon remembered Rimmer's advice. He told him he needed to draw an image. The fire I need. He thought about his objective. It was to make Sylvia a part of the direct line once again, and to cut Darius Roberts' head off. It was going to be as difficult as walking through darkness, where he couldn't see anything. He needed a flame that could become a torch to illuminate his way, a flame that could become a sword to defeat savage beasts. He needed a flame that wouldn't extinguish, even if it snowed or rained. A flame that didn't extinguish, no matter what. That was the flame he chose. As he drew the clear image of his flame, lightning struck his mind and his heart throbbed with life. The mana circuit repeated its expansion and contraction, stimulating the frozen ice. Heat that was running wild, like lava melting the glacier, ran through his mana circuit and finally reached his energy center. Whoosh! The moment the energy from the 10,000 flames cultivation was being condensed into a sphere of aura, a frightening voice resounded in his mind. It's the King of Essence's time to shine. Spine, chilling goosebumps appeared up Raon's back, despite his trance. Chapter 30 Clench. Raon grit his teeth. Wrath. As he was interrupted just before forming an aura in his trace, the aura started to scatter. DRR. Raon focused and tried to condense the aura from the 10,000 flames cultivation as it began to dissipate. Just as he was about to force it to settle, a coldness rushed at him. I told you. Wrath's voice was jeered at him. The King of Essence will target you when you are in your weakest state. GRR. He was right. Wrath did warn him that he would attack at the most dangerous moment. To be honest, Raon had somewhat expected it to happen. However, he completely forgot about Wrath while in his trance. I'm only getting started. Wrath exploded his massive coldness, aimed at him. Raon shivered, facing the coldness that seemed to even freeze his cold sweat. He wanted to open his eyes immediately because of the bone, freezing pain. However, he couldn't do that. It risked reversing the flow of his mana, which would incapacitate him. You bastard. He forgot, since Wrath had been tamed for a while, that he wasn't his ally. He wasn't just a devil, but a king of devildom. He seemed to be trying to eat away his entire soul by breaking his body. Whirl. As Wrath's coldness grew more powerful, the ice in his mana circuit started to reverberate. Ugh, he groaned in pain. It felt like his skin and bones were being split apart. The extreme coldness and Wrath started to corrode his mind. It's over. Wrath's cold voice contained exhilaration instead of anger. Your body and mine now belong to the King of Essence. Just as he said, Raon's whole body was being filled with that extreme cold. He was losing his senses due to the extreme pain, and he felt like he would faint at any moment. GRR. Raon bit his tongue. The pain allowed him to regain his senses for an instant, like a bucket of cold water. Think. Wrath's coldness had already covered his entire body. He could take control of it at any moment now. I can't stop the 10,000 flames cultivation. It was too late to use the ring of fire, since Wrath's coldness was going to engulf his body and mind before the ring started to rotate. I need to reach a breakthrough. Raon tried to withstand it by circulating the 10,000 flames cultivation. It was a precarious situation, like hanging over a cliff with a single rope. Just give up. Your body is already mine. We won't know until I try. It's an unnecessary struggle, like that old man who ignites the charcoal kiln every day. Charcoal kiln, charcoal kiln. There was a way that he could survive. Clench. Raon clenched his fist and gathered the mana with all his remaining power. Whoosh! The mana flowing into him wasn't nature's mana, heated up by the charcoal kiln, but the mana inside the kiln itself. Bastard! What are you doing? Last-ditch struggle. Yes, it was a last-ditch struggle. He'd gotten enough of dying without being able to do anything in his previous life. He didn't want to die in vain in his current life, no matter what. Rustle. From the ceiling of the charcoal kiln, covered in stiff clay, a rustling sound of leaves could be heard. You bastard! Stop it! Ugh! The coldness from wrath grew stronger, powerful enough to freeze to his bones. Despite being unable to feel anything in his limbs, he withstood it with the very last of his strength and inhaled for the last time. Crack! With an earth-shattering sound, a tremendous heat burst into the air. Flame was bursting out from inside the charcoal kiln. Huff! Raon instantly inhaled the heat, as if he'd never taken a breath before. The heat was inhaled not only through his nose and mouth, but the pores of his skin. His entire body pushed back the coldness. It was an overwhelming power, like lava running through his veins. Whack! Wrath's coldness vanished like a spring snow facing the turbulent waves of heat. What is this? Wrath disappear. Raon kept controlling the 10,000 flames cultivation, chewing his lip. He also rounded up the tremendous amount of ice that his mana circuit had melted down, guiding it towards his energy center. Whoosh! The energy of 10,000 flames cultivation, which used to be like a dying flame, formed into a clear shape upon taking in the heat from the charcoal kiln. And that wasn't all. A pure white energy was condensed like a bead, right next to the aura, from the 10,000 flames cultivation, taking a clear shape. It was the ice of the frost that used to fill his mana circuit. God damn it! Huff! Without paying attention to Wrath screaming in anger, Raon organized all the heat in the air and the ice inside his body. It took extreme concentration. Withstanding Wrath's interruption, Raon fell into a second trance. Ha! Vulcan breathed out heavily, placing a piece of firewood in the furnace. Watching the furnace, where the firewood was immediately set ablaze, he recalled the past. It's already been 30 years. It had been 30 years since he made his last masterpiece, the true heavenly sword. After offering the best sword of his life to Glenzigar, he thought his journey had come to an end. Since he'd obtained so much wealth, the kind that wouldn't run out for the rest of his life, he decided to retire and enjoy the rest of his life. However, he was sitting in front of the fire when he came to his senses. He didn't need to wake up early, nor ignite the furnace. And yet, he kept heading towards the blacksmith. I am absolutely stuck. He was still stuck in the moment that he'd created the true heavenly sword. I can't stop it. He'd created countless swords and contributed greatly to Zeegart. Its leader Glenzigar, one of the strongest of the continent, was using his sword. Although his name would be passed down in history even if he retired, he couldn't sit still. He couldn't stop holding his hammer, nor stay away from the fire. There was only one reason that he was hesitating so much. Even though he wanted to keep working, he wasn't confident in creating something that would surpass the true heavenly sword that he'd offered Glen. In his indecision, he ignited a sloppy fire, and used his hammer. All he could feel was emptiness. That's why I made this kiln. About 10 years ago, he'd started creating coals from the charcoal kiln in order to create golden charcoal, which surpassed black and white charcoal. He thought he could possibly create a better sword if he had that special charcoal. However, he never succeeded, not even once. Collecting legends and rumors, he tried countless methods. However, he couldn't obtain the golden charcoal. He didn't want to give up. It was the only obsession left in the final days of his life. While he was burning away his time, that boy came to visit him. Raon Zeekart. He'd been breathing with the furnace's flame from the day he'd met him. Flame that had been stopped for decades started to burn like a savage beast. It was the first time. The flame had never reacted, nor had it ever increased its firepower before. Thinking that something might change, he'd allowed Raon to stay next to him. However, he didn't have high expectations, because this is a hellfire. The kiln's heat was so severe that even a veteran blacksmith avoided it. Some blacksmiths had come to him with the intention of helping, but a few days was enough to make them slip away. The boy was drenched in cold sweat, and withstood the pain by biting his lip. However, he kept visiting him every day and sat in front of the furnace. At first, he was clearly unable to focus on his cultivation because of the heat coming from the ground. The second day was the same. He kept biting his lip while trembling from the heat. 3 days, 4 days, a week, a month, 3 months. Raon kept visiting the kiln without missing a single day. And today, the fire inside the furnace burned fiercely, as if it was reacting to Raon breathing in and out, and the heat inside the kiln had become many times stronger. Inhale. He dominated the flame in that space, as if he'd become the embodiment of the fire. Vulcan suddenly realized, it was an important opportunity for him. Not an opportunity to create a new charcoal, but an opportunity for him to live as a blacksmith once again. Huff! With extreme concentration, he maintained the firepower in the furnace. Blowing and fanning, he kept repeating every action that could grow the fire. The flame was alive. The transparent flame at the center was increasing its firepower while erasing the weak and murky ones. However, something unexpected happened. Frost fell from Raon's body, which should have been sweating from the charcoal kiln's heat. What is this? He looked around in a panic, but the ice was nowhere else to be found. That ice kept spreading throughout his body, and his golden hair ended up freezing. What should I do? Raon's body was trembling. He understood he wasn't in a good condition, but he didn't know what to do. He knew he shouldn't touch him at a time like this, but he thought Raon would die if left alone. Hey, you stop. As Vulcan was about to extend his hand in order to wake Raon up, Rimmer appeared. He was literally moving like the wind. Rimmer, what are you doing? He's going to die. There's nothing we can do right now. Rimmer shook his head. He frowned and stared at Raon, who was shaking even more now. If he receives the slightest impact from the outside, he will cough up blood and die. Is that the ice you talked about before? Yes. He was born with that ice in his body. Vulcan bit his lip as the sight tugged at his heartstrings. Such a young child. He felt sorry that a child still wet behind the ears was born with a coldness severe enough to erase the furnace's heat. At the same time, he felt proud of the boy that had managed to withstand it until now. He wanted to help somehow. Is there anything we can do? No. It will be dangerous if you touch anything at all. Rimmer's expression was unusually serious. His fist was clenched, and his eyes didn't move away from Raon. The two of them kept staring at the ice, covering Raon's entire body in complete silence. He is really going to die at this rate. Anything. Wait. Raon just moved. Rimmer's expression contained hope. He snorted as he kept staring at Raon. What do you mean, huh? Vulcan turned his head. Flame from the furnace had suddenly grown fiercer. Rumble. Flame came from the furnace, surging around the entire kiln. The kiln's clay enclosure had exploded, causing the tremendous heat to fill the air. Boom! It was difficult to breathe due to the immense heat. Huff! He lowered his body because of the heat, the type of which the continent's blacksmith had never felt before, but the heat didn't last. Whoosh! That was because the heat was being absorbed by Raon, rotating in a spiral towards him. With the tremendous amount of heat being condensed into him, the coldness covering his entire body melted. Whap! A red flame burned along Raon's body. No, the flame wasn't red. It was golden. Reflecting the golden daybreak rising over the eastern mountain, a golden flame burst forth. Despite being engulfed in a golden flame, Raon didn't stop cultivating. He kept absorbing the heat from not only his surroundings, but also the entirety of the North Grave Mountain. Rumble. As the sun fully showed its majestic light, the light pouring out from Raon started to grow faint, and he opened his eyes. Spark. Vulcan, who met his eyes, swallowed. A thrill running up from his toes pierced his brain. A dark golden light. The golden light, containing the daybreak's light, was burning in his eyes. Chapter 31. Raon slowly opened his eyes. He smiled at the hot energy rooted firmly in his energy center. Finally, he managed to create an aura with the 10,000 flames cultivation, piercing through Wrath's fierce sabotage. Moreover, the chunk of aura was a lot bigger and more straightforward than he'd expected. And there's more than the 10,000 flames cultivation. Next to the aura from the 10,000 flames cultivation, which resembled lava pressed into a rounded shape, there was a lump of ice similar to the Northern Ocean's glaciers. It was the result of a coincidence that occurred while he was pushing back Wrath's cold fire with the heat from the charcoal kiln. I didn't expect that misfortune to turn into a blessing like this. The aura from the 10,000 flames cultivation was over twice the size that he expected, and the aura of ice formed next to it. It was a great reward, exceeding his expectations, for enduring such terrible pain and putting his life at stake. Calming his pounding heart, Raon looked at the message that appeared in front of him. You have acquired the 10,000 flames cultivation. Trait 10,000 flames cultivation 1, star has been created. 10,000 flames cultivation has reached 2 star after receiving a powerful heat. Fire resistance 2 star has been created with the effect from the 10,000 flames cultivation 2 stars. They were messages stating that the 10,000 flames cultivation reached 2 star as soon as it was created. I knew that would happen. Since the energy from the 10,000 flames cultivation that settled in his energy center was a lot bigger than expected, he'd figured it had reached 2 stars in one go. I can blossom the flower right away. The flower of fire could be used once the 10,000 flames cultivation reached the 2 stars rank, and he felt like he could already use it. When Raon smiled in anticipation, a second set of messages appeared. 2 strands of the curse of frost have been melted down. The state poor stamina has disappeared. The melted ice has condensed to form the trait coldness of frost. After receiving the powerful coldness from wrath, the coldness of frost has reached 2 stars. Ooh! An exclamation burst from him. The notice about the 2 strands of the curse melting down, and the poor stamina state disappearing, were amazing on their own. But the most important part was below those messages. The message stating that the ice inside his mana circuit had been condensed into a trait called coldness of frost. It had to be referring to the aura of ice located next to the aura from the 10,000 flames cultivation. Ice. He had actually just been trying to raise his water resistance by taking in his mana circuit's ice instead of expelling it. The unexpected reward, the coldness of frost, felt good, but it was also bewildering. Before he could fully comprehend all the messages, a third set of messages appeared. You have withstood an interruption from wrath at a critical moment. All stats have increased by 3 as a reward for displaying extreme willpower. His stats raised at the same time the message appeared. He was exhilarated as his body and mind expanded and contracted. Is this a dream? He'd only been trying to acquire the 10,000 flames cultivation, yet he managed to raise it to 2 stars, along with 2 stars of ice and extra stats. Thanks to Wrath's interruption, he managed to obtain skills he would have needed to train for several years to otherwise receive. God damn it. When Raon smiled as he closed the messages, Wrath's suppressed voice burst out. What the hell are you? How could you overcome that? His dignified way of speaking was no longer there. Wrath was literally bursting with wrath. I told you, you are no match for me. It won't work no matter what you do. Raon bluffed and waved his hand. No way. There's no way this can happen. Even back in Devildom, the King of Essence never experienced such humiliation. How could this happen? Just give up already. Despite acting composed, he had really thought he was going to die. He'd only managed to survive because he had read the surrounding energy during the 3 months he'd been visiting the charcoal kiln. I have to be more careful. It had become certain. They'd gotten a bit closer, but Wrath was clearly his enemy. He couldn't afford to reveal his weaknesses or secrets to him, no matter what. Are you okay? As Wrath trembled, Vulcan approached him. His eyes were wide enough that they looked like they might roll from his head. I'm fine. Raon raised his body. His body had grown as light as a feather with his increased stats, and the 2 types of auras that he obtained. Then, have you acquired it? Vulcan's lips were still trembling as he spoke in a low voice. Yes, thanks to you. He gave a deep nod. Thanks to the auras created in his energy center, he was full of energy. And I'm sorry. The kiln was broken because of me. Raon pointed towards the collapsed kiln. It was his fault that the sturdy charcoal kiln was in that state. It's okay. As he bowed low to apologize, Vulcan tapped his shoulder and approached the kiln. If you are okay, then that's fine. Something like a charcoal kiln can be just remade him. Vulcan's eyes widened as he examined the collapsed charcoal kiln. This is after rummaging through the collapsed charcoal kiln, he picked up 3 pieces of charcoal with his tongs, each a shining gold color. What is that? He'd seen white and black charcoal before, but he'd never seen charcoal shining like gold like that. Ah, he remembered. Vulcan had told him he was trying to create golden charcoal instead of white or black charcoal. The golden light appeared to be the golden charcoal he mentioned. It looks like you weren't the only one to have a strange turn of events occur. Ah, this is golden charcoal. It is a blacksmith's charcoal with higher heat than white charcoal, and higher durability than black charcoal. Vulcan placed the charcoal, which was emitting a golden heat, on top of a steel plate. I've been trying to make this charcoal for over 10 years now, but ended up succeeding like this. Life really is full of surprises. He watched the golden charcoal with ecstasy on his face. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. I didn't really do anything. Whenever you cultivated, the flame inside the kiln jolted, and your breath brought life to the flame. I'm an idiot who's only used a hammer in my entire life, but I can tell what you've done. It's all thanks to you. When Raon was about to tell him he didn't really do anything, Vulcan continued. What is your goal? Goal? He couldn't answer immediately. He wasn't sure why Vulcan was asking that question, but his serious gaze suggested that he should respond. My goal, as he resolved during his cultivation, the end of his journey led to revenge against Darius. However, his priority at the moment was Sylvia. He wanted her to be happy, and to achieve that rather than a brutally powerful strength, he needed a strength that wouldn't waver or lose in any situation. It was the same line of thoughts as the undying flame that he'd created as his fire's image. I want to become a swordsman who won't be defeated by anyone or any situation. Never defeated? It's not something a brat should say. Vulcan snickered. It looked like a pleased smile, rather than mockery. Raon Zekar. He called his name for the first time. He knew to be his way of giving recognition. How long do you have until you get your personal sword? I'm not sure, but I think it'll take about 3 to 5 years. In order to obtain a personal sword, instead of the sword supplied by Zegart, he had to finish the basic training and pass the swordsmanship test, which usually took about 3 to 5 years. I see. Vulcan murmured that he should be able to endure that much. Once you've obtained an undefeated mind, come and visit me. I'll save these for that day. Vulcan carefully shook the golden charcoal on the steel plate. Do you mean you will forge a sword for me? Aren't you retired? Changing your mind after retirement happens pretty often. He smiled cheerfully. It looked like his wrinkles, which used to be filled with exhaustion and vanity when he'd first visited him, were now full of vigor. Don't die. Vulcan waved his hand lightly and went down the mountain. It was such a simple goodbye, considering they'd been seeing each other so often over the last 3 months. But it did suit him. Vulcan's back, which could be seen under the sunlight, looked 30 years younger than the first time he'd seen him. Everything went well in the end. When Raon opened his hand, a red flame ignited like a snake's tongue. It was the aura from the 10,000 Flames cultivation. He didn't even need to control it since he'd gotten it to 2 stars immediately. The flame from the 10,000 Flames cultivation was following his will perfectly. When he closed his hand, the flame disappeared. Only a slight heat remained. And now Just as he was about to draw on the coldness of frost, he felt a small presence from above the tree to the right. It was so small that it could be easily mistaken as a bird or a small animal from the mountain. But Raon already knew who it was. Please come out. Raon dusted off his hands while looking at the tree. He stayed still with a fixated gaze on his face. Rimmer dropped from the tree like a monkey, as if nothing had happened. You were aware. He smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. I realized it a little bit ago. Tisk, so that was it. I was surprised to see the fire. Rimmer clicked his tongue. His green eyes were still full of surprise. Have you been watching me all along? No, today is the first time. He was smiling, but he wasn't as composed as always. He looked like a child who had been caught lying. I guess that would be normal. Rimmer wasn't a harsh person that would stop caring about him after bringing him to such a place. It looked like he'd been watching over him for the past 3 months. Thank you very much. Raon bowed. I told you it's not oh my. Rimmer looked away while scratching his head. He is peculiar. He wasn't happy about receiving gratitude, but was embarrassed instead. The elf also looked far from normal. It was a bit late, but you've got an aura. Congratulations. Thank you. I don't think it's particularly late though. Raon displayed a red flame on the tip of his finger. Rimmer frowned upon seeing it. How can you use the aura as soon as you've created it? He sighed with a fed-up expression. Isn't this normal? It's my first time seeing someone using aura right after acquiring it. Rimmer murmured that it usually took anywhere from 1 week to 1 month to skillfully use one's aura. Go down the mountain now, you need to arrive before training starts. Rimmer tapped his shoulder and smiled. How about the instructor? I'm going to clean that up before arriving. He pointed towards the collapsed charcoal kiln. The fire was gone, but the heat remained. I'll help. You don't need to. Rimmer shook his head and grabbed Raon, who was about to turn around. I'm an instructor, so it's okay for me to be late, but a trainee shouldn't be. Rayon's expression was asking him what kind of bullshit it is that. But Rimmer ignored him as he fanned himself with his hand. Anyway, I'll follow after cleaning up, so head down now. All right, thank you. After bowing once again, he went down the mountain. After making sure that Raon was gone, Rimmer looked at the charcoal kiln. Since Vulcan had designed it to not spread the fire, he didn't need to touch it. The reason he stayed wasn't because of the kiln. Please come out now. He called out, just as Raon had called him. The air silently wavered, and a blond old man in long black clothes came down. Glenn Zekart. How was the spectacle? Glenn silently looked at the collapsed charcoal kiln and the place that Raon used to sit. My lord must be feeling a bit more assured now, since you've been visiting every day and worrying about your grandson. I've never done such a thing. He shook his head and raised his finger. Whoosh! The remains of the collapsed kiln gathered in one spot, following Glenn's signal. Boom! The remains tangled with each other like rose vines and compressed, then disappeared in an instant. If not for the traces of burns on the ground, nobody would have imagined there used to be a kiln there. It was an extraordinarily skillful handling of aura. The quantity and purity of that aura is outrageous, probably because he absorbed all the heat from the charcoal kiln. Moreover, he started using it immediately after stabilizing it. It's an amazing talent. That's not all. Glenn closed his eyes, looking towards the forest road that Raon went down. He even made his restraints his power. In the south of Zegart, there was a town where lights never went out. A town of blacksmiths. It was Merton Village, where blacksmiths struck with their hammers day and night. A round-shaped forge was located at the deepest part of the town. A smithy that had been dark for over 10 years had finally lit up. What? The previous village chief's smithy has lit up. The village chief, no, the previous village chief has returned. He's returned, but he's already retired. Didn't that old man return to his hometown? Blacksmiths, whether they were working, sleeping, or about to head out, flocked towards the forge. And they asked why he came back. I promised. Vulcan, the previous chief of Merton Village and the legendary blacksmith, dusted off the smithy. I have to prepare my body until that day comes. He smiled pleasantly as he raised his hammer, igniting a fire. I need to create a sword to surpass the true heavenly sword. Chapter 32. Raon's footsteps were lighter than ever as he made his way towards the training ground. It wasn't just an impression, his body had actually become lighter, as if he were riding the wind. It's thanks to the aura. The increased stats and change in his constitution were one of the reasons, but aura was making the biggest difference. Aura was an accumulation of mana. It could increase a human's physical abilities just by existing. Since Raon had two types of auras sitting together in his energy center, it was obvious he felt light and energetic. And there's more. His perception had become sharper. Flow of the wind, footsteps of animals in the mountain, and the presence of swordsmen standing guard under the mountain. He felt like he could grasp his entire surroundings in the palm of his hand. Raon licked his lips. I want to test it out. Before using it in an actual battle, he wanted to understand exactly how much ability he currently had. I should go to the mountain again after today's training. The vacant lot where Rimmer had taught him about the wind last time seemed to be a good place to test it. As Raon made his way towards the training ground, smiling with anticipation, Wrath screamed. Damn it! He was exuding icy violence and rage, although he was obviously not scary, as he didn't have any power left. How could you notice a kiln at that moment? I wonder, I must have been lucky. My arse. Did you think I didn't realize you pulled it in? Wrath kept grinding his teeth. This guy is a monster. He'd expected Raon Zegart to be capable of blocking the ice and mental attacks. I thought it didn't matter what he could do. He believed he could eat up his body and mind soon enough, like he'd always done. But it did. He was different. He waited for the moment the human's mind was at its weakest, the trance upon reaching the end of his cultivation, when his mental barriers were at their most fragile. Despite expelling all his wrathful emotions and the ice that he'd accumulated, Raon's mind didn't crumble. He kept enduring it with his outrageous willpower and ended up pushing him back, utilizing the kiln's heat. He still couldn't believe that such a perfect plan had failed. Where did this guy, the young bastard, manage to withstand like nothing else he'd seen before, despite pain that even a devil that had gone through all kinds of hardships would have been unable to endure? The absurdity of it rendered him completely speechless. Gulp. Wrath swallowed hard. He just had a terrible image come to mind, one where he was stuck on the child's forearm for the rest of his life. I'll never let that happen. He grit his teeth. He failed that day, and other times as well, but he couldn't keep losing. Raon Zegart, don't enjoy this too much. The King of Essence hasn't even gotten started. All right, do your best. Raon nodded slightly and walked towards the training ground. His composed reactions were getting more and more irritating. Clean out your ears and listen. The King of Essence is a devil that doesn't know the meaning of the word failure. After consuming your body, I'll kill all the humans around you. Good luck. Arg. Raon's simple response made Wrath explode for a second time. Raon was staring at the door, standing at the center of the training ground. When is he coming? She knew Raon's condition had been visibly bad, and she also knew the reason. Aura. All the children who'd started to cultivate after Raon managed to create an aura. However, he still hadn't managed to create an aura despite 7 months passing. Raon was the only one who still hadn't acquired an aura in the 5th training ground. Even the children that had acknowledged him when he defeated Burn began to change their minds. They wished for Martha or Burn, or even themselves, to become the top trainee instead. I want to help. Raon had helped her greatly. She made greater accomplishments when training next to him, and the refreshing fragrance coming from him made her feel good during her training. Mom also said so. Her mother had told her to show her gratitude and repay him. That was why she'd brought another of her favorite beet ice creams. She'd given him the last one that other time, but she had 3 this time. She hoped he'd feel better after eating it. Click. As Raon caressed the beet ice cream box, the door to the training ground opened, and Raon, who she had been waiting for, finally entered. Step. Running up to him, she stopped in front of Raon. His expression didn't really change, as he seemed to have gotten used to it. Russell. She held out the small box. Cheer up. Raon nodded to Raon, who reflexively took the box. Just as she was about to take the usual 5 steps away from him, she realized that Raon's refreshing scent had gotten stronger. Sniff. It wasn't a mistake. There was a heart-shaking freshness. Raon remained 1 step closer than usual, eyes shining. What's up with her this time? Raon narrowed his eyes. He'd walked down the mountain in a good mood, but he grew flustered as Raon sniffed him and remained a lot closer than usual. He checked the box she gave him. It was the same type of box from the other time, with the beet ice cream in it. When he opened it, there were 3 beet ice creams of assorted colors underneath the white steam. Wow! Isn't that the beet ice cream? Wrath's excited voice could be heard. Are you giving this to me? Raon, still sniffing, opened her eyes and nodded. That child has been acknowledged as the King of Essence's ice cream girl from today onward. Raon, eat it all. The King of Essence wants to try different flavors. Start with the black one in the center. Go away. Taking the black ice cream from the box, Raon put it in his mouth. The cool and sweet taste of chocolate filled his mouth. The sweetness brought to mind the meaning of happiness found through food. It's crazy. The coolness covers the mouth, and the sweet chocolate wraps around the tongue like a ribbon. How splendid. Rath seamlessly explained the ice cream's taste in detail, as if he'd become a reviewer. More, eat more. The red one this time. Hair. Raon licked her lips while drooling a little. It looked like she also wanted to eat some. Thank you for the treat. Raon gave her back the box with 2 ice creams remaining. Are you not going to eat more? Raon stared blankly at the returned box. I've had enough, thank you. Enough, my ass. The king of essence is still hungry. Eat them all. Can't you see that the child wants to eat it? Act your age. Raon squashed the rampaging wrath with the palm of his hand. So, did you cheer up? Huh? Raon snickered at Raon, who was looking back and forth between him and the box. I knew it. She very clearly wanted to eat it, and that made it clear. Raon had given him the ice cream to cheer him up. Despite being mostly expressionless and quiet, she was a kind girl. I've cheered up. Thank you. Ahem. Raon smiled slightly and accepted the box. She hugged it tight, like a treasure found by an explorer. By the way, huh? Nothing. Without finishing her sentence, Raon shook her head. It was strange. She was standing closer to him than usual, and she was sniffing him a lot more. I really don't understand her. Raon shrugged, waiting for Rimmer to return after cleaning up. We are going to try something special in 1 month. Rimmer smiled, despite arriving 10 minutes late. The instructor is late once again. 10 minutes is enough time to swing a sword more than 100 times. Byrne raised his hand while frowning. Sorry. I needed to make some preparations. Rimmer apologized with the usual hand gestures and continued. Despite saying sorry, he didn't look apologetic at all. He just kept smiling. Byrne clearly didn't seem to like it, but he lowered his hand. You'll like it too, since this will be good training. The corners of Rimmer's lips turned up as he pointed behind him, where a circular shape was drawn on the ground. Since you've been learning the basics and cultivating for 7 months, it's time to heat things up a little. In 1 month, you will be sparring. Oh, finally. Sparring. Hildren's shout of joy sounded like a roar. It was an opportunity to test out the aura and swordsmanship that they'd been training repeatedly, so they were obviously happy. Byrne's wrinkled face brightened and Martha gave an eerie smile, although Raon's expression was still blank. Since the outcome of the spars will be included in your graduation score, there will be a ranking. You'd better prepare thoroughly for the next month. Wait a moment. Martha, smiling leisurely, called out to Rimmer. How about the morons that haven't formed an aura yet? Despite not mentioning a name, everyone looked to Raon. Raon didn't react, despite being looked at by the trainees. With a composed expression, he waited for Rimmer to open his mouth. Fortunately, I heard that he also managed to form an aura. Huh? When did he? Yesterday? Or maybe today? Ah, is that so? Martha turned her head. Her black eyes glittered like a mud-covered black pearl. Time has finally come. It took so long I thought I'd die from boredom. She smiled as she approached him. It was a mixture of mockery and arrogance. Do you remember what I told you before? I don't listen to those weaker than me. I think I've waited long enough already, so let's end it now. You, Martha Zegart, step back. Byrne interrupted before Raon reacted. Planning to spar with a guy in a month, when it hasn't even been a day since he acquired an aura. Where's your honor as a swordsman? Ha! Honor? Martha sneered. With a blatant mockery, she shook her finger. A sheltered young master from a noble family must think that honor can feed you. Martha, honor is something displayed to someone who deserves it. The moronic guys over there managed to acquire aura in a single month, yet our top trainee took over half a year. She pointed at the recommended children, who'd learned the Rhindan aura cultivation technique. Even if the cultivation technique was a higher class or better, taking 7 months to create aura proves that he has no talent. You must know about it already, since you were at the judgment ceremony with him, right? Byrne frowned, and his expression grew cloudy. Certainly. It'd taken him 2 weeks to learn a top-class aura cultivation technique. Taking over half a year to get to 1 star was a problem, no matter how good the cultivation technique was. I admit that he is talented in swordsmanship and fist technique, but that's it. If he has no talent in aura, then it's all pointless. That's true. None of the famous warriors had a weak aura. The trainees nodded in agreement with Martha. Isn't the instructor also asking us to spar because you want to change the top trainee? I wonder. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders and eyebrows at the same time. Raon Zegart, you've been a top trainee for too long despite lacking in ability. Only a few students follow you. It's about time you resign, don't you think so? Martha snickered, glancing at Dorian and a few other trainees standing behind Raon. Like I've said before, let's have a duel. The winner gets to be the top trainee. I don't want to. Raon shook his head before Martha even finished talking. What? Do you think you can gamble without any money? If I'm betting my title as top trainee, then you also need to bet something equivalent. Do you not understand your position? You have no allies here. Are you scared? Raon smiled as he tilted his head slightly. It was a much more effective way of mocking her than what Martha had attempted with him. Scared? Did you just say that to me? Huh. All right, I'll accept your provocation. They will be your last words. Martha snickered. With her black eyes filled with irritation, she brought forward a small wooden box. This is an elixir that my father gave to me, the 9 flowers medicine. I'll give this to you if you win. The 9 flowers medicine was an elixir created from combining 9 different medicinal herbs, and it had an effect of enhancing the body and aura. Wrath, this is the moment I spoke about before. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you a time would come when Martha would have something worth taking? Now is that time. He already knew that Martha had that elixir, thanks to the talkative Dorian. The 9 flowers medicine is acceptable. Raon slightly smiled, looking at Martha, who fell for his provocation, and the wooden box containing the 9 flowers medicine. It was a reward for a bet. He was going to win anyway. Chapter 33. After Rimmer declared that they would be sparring in a month, the children added fresh fuel to their training by imagining their future opponents. In order to do themselves justice, no matter who their opponent was, they kept polishing their swordsmanship and cultivating their auras. However, there were also exceptions, ones that weren't any different from usual. Raon and Martha, the two whose opponents had already been decided, didn't change their attitudes at all. Raon did everything in his power to train, all while Martha remained laid back, as expected of the strongest trainee. As such, the month passed quickly, and everyone was doing their best. Finally, the sun rose on the day of the sparring matches. Since it was an opportunity to prove the might that they had been cultivating for almost a year, and to improve their score with the instructors, the trainees were filled with excitement and nervousness. Martha, on the other hand, was smiling as she looked to the side as if she didn't care about anything that was going on. I can finally get payback. She grabbed the forearm that had been struck when Raon countered her 8 months before. That was the first time. She'd never been hit by someone near her age before, even when she lived on the back streets before she joined the Zegart family. It was the first humiliation she'd received in her life, so she was unable to forget about it. She'd been waiting for an opportunity to repay that debt, and 8 months later that day had finally arrived. It's going to end today. Unlike Raon Zegart, who'd acquired aura only a month ago, she'd already had one for 3 years. There was no actual point in sparring. It could look cowardly, but it was a waste of time to wait for him forever when he is simply talentless. I have something I need to do. Unlike Raon, she couldn't afford to be blocked by such a thin wall. She needed to become stronger as fast as possible because she had someone to save. Whoosh! Martha closed her mouth firmly, clutching the yellow aura emanating from the palm of her hand. Sitting on the right side of the temporary arena, Raon was sitting down checking his status window. Status window name, Raon Zegart. Title, First Victory. State, Curse of Frost 6 strands. Decline in athletic abilities. Decline in mana affinity trait. Wrath, Ring of Fire 3 stars. Water resistance 3 stars. Perception of the Snow Flower 1 star. 10,000 Flame cultivation 2 stars. Coldness of the Frost 2 stars. Fire resistance 2 stars. Strength 35, Agility 36, Stamina 35, Energy 26, Perception 50. Not only had his number of traits increased a lot, but his stats had also drastically increased thanks to overcoming his limits during training. Pretty good. Raon smiled in satisfaction at the sight of the numbers on his status window, which were clearly different from before. Attention, everyone. As he closed the status window, he could hear Rimmer speaking. After checking every corner of the arena, Rimmer nodded. Watching others fight is just as helpful as actually participating. Try planning your movements for your own spars while watching the other trainees' fights. Yes. Now then. First up is Burn Zegart and Dorian. Yes. Huff. Burn stood up confidently and went to the arena. Dorian, on the other hand, trembled as he crab walked forward. Excuse me, instructor? What's wrong? I give up. Dorian raised his hand energetically and announced his resignation. Everyone shut their mouths as they heard his desperate voice. They looked like they were wondering what kind of guy he was. You didn't even try though? Rimmer scratched his chin in panic. My body doesn't feel good. I've been feeling cold and aching everywhere since yesterday. Cough. Dorian shuddered, lips trembling as he coughed awkwardly. Really, it's true. Taking out an ice pack from his belly pocket, he put it on his head. He really was prepared for everything. How pathetic. If the King of Essence's underling did such a thing, his head would have been sent flying. Although, that's to be expected. Raon already knew Dorian was going to act like that. It was pretty obvious, considering his usual personality. Dorian, at least try fighting. You will be able to learn something even if you lose. I'll stop it before you get hurt, so don't worry. Then if you can change my opponent, Huff. When Dorian raised his head, he met Burn's eyes and started trembling again. No matter what your status was before, you are now a Zegart trainee. If you dishonor Zegart, I will cut your throat right here. Burn's voice was so brutal that it was difficult to believe he was a child. Huff! Dorian's jaw dropped and he hid behind Rimmer. Dorian, it's just a spar. Stop thinking that it's scary. Look at it as showing what you've done so far. All right. Dorian's shivering subsided a little thanks to Rimmer's reassuring voice. Burin, you should stop being so serious too. Honor is great, but there are many other things in the world that are more important. Burin didn't respond, but he seemed to realize he'd gone too far as he softened. Raon narrowed his eyes as he watched Rimmer, who was smiling between Burin and Dorian. That worked. His advice actually worked for both sides. It was proof that he'd been properly watching the trainees, despite looking like he'd been playing around all the time. Is that what a teacher is like? If something like this had happened in his previous life, when he was raised as an assassin, the instructor would have cut both of their throats. Calming them down and helping them properly display their skills seemed like something a real teacher would do. Then, prepare yourselves. With all problems solved thanks to Rimmer, Burin and Dorian faced each other. Begin. As soon as the signal to start was given, Burin ran towards Dorian and swung his sword. Since he was using aura, his speed was incomparable to the previous duel. Dorian screamed and twisted his body. Thanks to that, Burin's sword missed him by a hair. Stop running away. Burin frowned and swung his sword again, keeping Dorian busy moving his feet and flailing his training sword. Arg! Even though Burin swung his sword more than 5 times, Dorian kept running away. How long are you going to run? Burin kicked the ground while knitting his brows. He closed the distance in an instant, using his real ability. He'd been hiding it. Ua! Dorian tried to quickly move his body away, but it was too late. Burin's training sword already touched his waist. Smack! With a powerful noise, Dorian's body was sent flying to the right. Oh! Surrender! Dorian grabbed his wrist and shouted, writhing in pain. His body is as flexible as always. Raon snickered, watching Dorian lying on the ground. His talent wasn't bad since the speed of his feet and aura control didn't lose to a member of the direct line. Although it was obviously far from being enough to face Burin. Burin, you still can't control your emotions. If you fought him as you should have, your sword would have touched him in less than 5 strikes. You're right. Burin nodded silently, stepping back. Dorian, why do you keep running? You can do it, I'm telling you. If you faced him instead of running away, you could have lasted longer. I'm sorry. But I'm scared. You might be scared, but if you can't get over it now, you will remain standing during a real battle. You must overcome that fear if you want to become a swordsman. Unlike Burin, Dorian was preached at for a while before returning to his place. Next, Raon and Crane. Yes. Raon and the collateral Crane walked into the arena. Crane was the son of a rather influential collateral, and was one of Burin's underlings that had picked a fight with Raon before. His abilities were pretty decent, but he was no match for Raon. Begin. As soon as Rimmer lowered his hand, Raon and Crane ran towards each other. Crane attacked first. Gritting his teeth, he swung his training sword horizontally. While maintaining her usual expression, Raon swung her sword, which was exuding a white coldness, upward. Clang! With the sound of a lump of metal being crushed, Crane's sword flew away and thrust into the arena's hardened ground. Despite swinging her sword late, Raon had successfully parried the attack. Crane stepped back with trembling hands. Stop! Rimmer walked into the arena while scratching his chin. Crane, you are too nervous. You are putting too much force on your wrist and hand. You should be more relaxed upon wielding a sword. I'm sorry. And Raon, it was a nice use of the principle of attacking first despite starting late, but your aura didn't reach the tip of your sword. Okay. Raon nodded innocently. Good job. Next, the spars continued until sunset, and only 2 people remained. Raon Zekart, Martha Zekart, come forth. I thought I was going to die of old age while waiting. Martha's black eyes glittered in excitement. On the other hand, Raon stayed placid as he stood in front of her. 8 months was such a long time to wait. Let's get this over with. Shall we make another bet? Raon raised a finger towards Martha, who was displaying her aggression. What? The loser will obey the winner, who will become the top trainee. How about it? Obedience. I don't need the obedience of a dull guy like you, but whatever. Martha narrowed her eyes and nodded. She didn't even consider the thought that she might lose. This is the last spar for today. Everyone watch well. Now then, with an obscure smile, Rimmer raised his hand. Begin. As soon as Rimmer lowered his hand, Martha kicked off from the ground. With a thud, her face was already right in front of Raon's. Whoosh! He swung his sword at Martha's training sword, slamming down. Clang! The impact of 2 swords clashing scattered sparks in the air. Are you wondering why I didn't use my aura? Martha smiled, pushing her sword towards him. Let's try fighting with swordsmanship first. After that, I'll make you understand just how powerful an aura is. The moment her voice reached past his ears, her swordsmanship changed rapidly. It wasn't just the speed and strength, but its path also grew mysterious. Clang! Raon narrowed his eyes while parrying her training sword. It's a swordsmanship I'm not aware of. It was fast, powerful, and mysterious. It seemed to be an advanced swordsmanship she'd learned during the direct line training. It's powerful. However, it wasn't perfect. It would have been better if she used the combination sword that everyone had learned. Clang! Thang! Raon blocked Martha's strikes by using the 5 postures of the combination sword. Did you block all of that? Martha's expression grew dejected. She couldn't pierce his defense despite striking dozens of times while using an unknown swordsmanship. Every swordsmanship starts from 5 forms. If you understand that, it's not difficult to block. Parrying Martha's swing, Raon approached her and thrust his fist. Whoosh! She stepped to the right and avoided it. Aiming for an opening, she swung her sword at his waist. Clank! Raon parried the attack by holding the sword vertically, then pushed towards Martha. I knew it! Martha stepped back while spinning her sword. You are talented, I'll give you that. But that's only your swordsmanship. It's already been decided what a defective warrior with a weak aura will become. A yellow aura surrounded her. The training ground shook slightly at the aura of Earth attribute. Thud! Martha stomped her feet. As the ground caved in, her training sword pierced through the air. Huff! He held his sword towards the yellow aura pouring down on him. Slam! Blocking the sword made his legs tremble. Despite it being the same dash as before, the speed and power were both on a different scale. Oh, did you block it? Martha's eyes, seen through the gap between the swords, narrowed. Do you understand now? Just how strong a sword used with proper aura is. Raon's wrist and thigh were trembling. Martha raised her chin and watched him. Aura is more dependent on talent than swordsmanship. With your talent, which managed to create an aura as small as a bean after 7 months, you can't become a swordsman. Martha's strikes gradually grew faster and stronger. His whole body faltered each time he blocked the blows. The aura I'm using right now isn't my full power. I'll give you one last chance, surrender now. If not, I'll crush your bones. You talk too much. Raon slammed his sword to the right. With a bang, Martha was pushed back. You are so stupid for refusing my last consideration. Martha's voice grew as cold as the northern wind. Saying talent every time. People in this household really love talent so much. It's annoying. Raon snickered. Talent is important, of course. However, the temperament of a warrior was more important than talent. No matter how powerful a martial art one has learned, or how talented they are, it is useless if the person in question is weak. You might think I'm noisy because you are talentless, but I am happy whenever I hear about talent. The corners of Martha's mouth raised. That's why I'm going to make sure to show you what real talent is. The brown energy emanating around her grew thicker. It resembled a sharply ground boulder falling. Then I'll show you the opposite. That there's something more important than talent. The twilight reflected in his eyes, and one red flower of flame blossomed from his sharp blade. First flame of the 10,000 flame cultivation. The flame was the first, and also the one. Sieghart's legend was burning at the end of Raon's sword, the first in over 1,000 years. Chapter 34. Martha Sieghart was a very proud person. The reason she failed during her previous term wasn't because she lacked ability, but because she almost killed the 2 direct line bastards that had hurt her pride. Since it became annoying after that for various reasons, she had intended to take it easy in the 5th training ground. However, there was one guy that still irritated her. Raon Sieghart. That precocious kid kept being an eyesore. She wanted to fight him already. However, she agreed with Rimmer that fighting him when he didn't even have an aura was dirty, so she held back. That was why she was happier than anyone else when she heard Raon had acquired an aura, because she could finally get payback for her previous humiliation. The spar began and she crossed swords with Raon. His talent in swordsmanship shone even more in an actual fight, to a point that he could perfectly defend himself against a swordsmanship that he'd never seen before. However, as soon as she started using Titan's aura, Raon got pushed back as easily as a paper doll. It was to be expected. The difference in size and purity of aura was as great as the distance between the sky and earth. The whole situation was in Martha's favor, to the point that she could break Raon's bones whenever she wanted. Despite knowing that, Raon's fighting spirit didn't fade. His eyes seemed to be taunting her, seeming to say, "Come at me as much as you want." It was ridiculous. He looked like an idiotic rabbit that didn't even know who was holding it by its neck. Pathetic bastard. Martha smirked and swung her sword down, putting in more aura and strength. Thud. The arena trembled. Raon withstood it. He didn't fall, despite her repeated strikes. It was annoying. The way he was trying to climb up high despite having the worst talent made her boil with anger. Don't resent me for this. His limbs might have broken, but he left her with no choice. Pulling out an even more powerful aura, she aimed her sword in front of herself. It was the posture for hard stone. She was going to pierce Raon's defense using the energy of a sharp rock. It was when she was about to kick the ground. A red flame ignited at the end of Raon's blade. A very small flame, and yet it was redder and more beautiful than any other flame. When Martha saw it, a chill went down in her spine. What is that? It was creepy. She was engulfed by a strange anxiety. No, I'm not afraid. Martha grit her teeth. She couldn't believe she was afraid of Raon, even for a moment. No, she didn't want to believe it. Whoosh! she struck with the training sword, using the Titan's aura and its dull blade. Rage. At that moment Raon took a step. The small flame burning at his training sword created a single line. A red line drawn from left to right. The Titan's aura melted upon touching that line. And, crack! The extremely solid training sword was broken in half, flying through the air. Tap! The sound of a broken blade thrusting into the arena floor invaded her ears. Martha stared at the severed sword dazed. How did this happen? Her lips and hands trembled in disbelief at the same time. Is that the talent you spoke about? Raon Zegart stared at her coldly. The flame ignited at the end of his sword was already gone. A talent that can't even withstand a single immature strike. It should be considered pointless. You. Unlike her usual self, Martha Zegart couldn't respond at all. She lowered her head, just like her broken sword. What happened just now? The training sword, which was coated with Titan's aura, was severed in a single strike. That's crazy. Raon could feel the trainees' gazes from everywhere. Panic, distrust, and astonishment. It looked like they'd even forgotten to breathe. And Rimmer, who was standing in front of them, was no exception. His eyes were wide, and his long ears looked even more pointy. Apparently, severing Martha's sword in a single strike surprised him. Well, I'm also surprised. Power of the first stage of 10,000 flames cultivation. The first flame had exceeded his expectations to the point that he would have cut Martha if he hadn't controlled its power properly. If it's already this powerful at 2 stars, his heart pounded in anticipation for 3 stars and above. Ugh, he lowered his gaze upon hearing the groaning sound from below. Martha's black eyes were burning red. She doesn't look like she will admit defeat. That wasn't an expression of surrender. Since she couldn't even properly see how her sword was severed, she wasn't going to admit her defeat. I can't accept this. The words he'd expected came right from Martha's mouth. She threw away the broken blade and clenched her fist. Titan's aura surrounded her body, creating an energy as solid as an unbreakable rock. I knew it. Raon nodded and put down his training sword. I will make you admit defeat. I will never. Martha kicked off from the ground. She dashed at him from the left, from the front this time. Her movements were stiff, yet fast and heavy. Along with a shout of concentration, she thrust her fist. Pow! Raon chopped down her fist with his elbow. The immense shock twisted Martha's body. But she didn't stop. She grit her teeth and kept punching. Wham! Raon drew a circle with his palm. Smoothly blocking her fist, he kicked at her abdomen. It was a direct hit, yet Martha only groaned without stepping back. Her strong willpower suited the sturdy aura. It's not over yet. Martha bit her lip and thrust her fist. Despite her panic, her fist still went along the proper trajectory. The martial arts of a prestigious family seemed to shine, even at a time like that. But that's not enough. It was a quick and precise strike of a fist, imbued with a powerful aura, yet nothing more. She lacked training, by far. Wham! Dodging the fist aimed at his forehead, he struck her back with the edge of his hand. The impact reaching her through the Titan's aura made her drool. After flinching, she counterattacked even faster. The savagery didn't match her elegant figure. She is pretty tough, at least. She was counterattacking despite being hit repeatedly by a fist that would make an adult swordsman fall. Her willpower and body's durability weren't at the level of a trainee. Martha stomped on the ground. The sand on the floor rose up and obscured his vision. Before he could sense her presence, her fist was swung at his right side. The strike felt like a rock thrown by a trebuchet. His whole body trembled each time he blocked it with his elbow. She wasn't going to miss the opportunity that she'd created with so much difficulty. Holding her breath, she kept striking relentlessly with her fist. Wham! After 20 swift strikes, when Martha stopped for a moment to catch her breath, Raon's fist struck her abdomen. Martha grabbed her belly and stepped back. Her eyes were filled with distrust. Despite what you said, your fists aren't really impressive. Raon shook his hand and elbow, which he'd used to block Martha's fists. How skill. Laughing at Martha, who was in panic, he turned his wrist. The defense of the 10,000 flames cultivation is also excellent. Probably because his image was a flame that wouldn't be extinguished, the aura from the 10,000 flames cultivation was also effective in defense. Martha raised her head while biting her lip. Titan's aura was gathering up in her clenched fist. The special technique single point consisted of concentrated aura in a single spot. Her talent was indeed excellent for her to be using that at her age. The rage was gone from her expression. Her eyes, once filled with anger, were emitting a clear light once again. I'll admit you're strong. The energy gathered in her fist formed into a proper shape. It was the proof that she'd attained the rank of sword user. I will admit my defeat if you can overcome this. Martha dashed forward like a bear hunting its prey. It was as heavy as a rock rolling down the mountain. Raon sighed lightly. He took a step and thrust his fist, using the energy from the step. The rotation, starting from the ankle, went up through the femoral muscles and reached his back. At that moment, his fist was imbued with explosive power. Slam! The fist containing the flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation shattered the lump of brown aura and twisted Martha's arm. As the Titan's aura was shattered into pieces, he was able to see Martha's bloodshot eyes were swept away by the tornado created by the blow. She bounced back and faltered like a reed in a storm. After shaking her head, Martha fell backward with her eyes closed. Despite having fainted, her fist remained clenched. That's some amazing willpower, at least. It was difficult to believe that sort of willpower belonged to a child that was almost 15 years old. That was more surprising than her ability or talent. Huff, that's overwhelming. No way. How did Martha, the trainees that followed Martha, as well as those who were against her, were unable to raise their dropped jaws? Raon Zekar. Byrne glared at Raon as his clenched fist trembled. Raon looked as blank as always, but she was exhaling cold steam from her gaping mouth, which seemed to mean that she was excited. Oh, my Rimmer, who had been stunned for a moment, ran up to Martha to check on her. Tusk, I should be scolding her, but she fainted. Rimmer clicked his tongue after checking her condition. That's it for today. When you return, think about what you were lacking today. Ah, yes. Then, except Raon, everyone leave. Why me? Because I have something to give you, and also have some preaching left to do. With a grin, Rimmer ran to the infirmary over the wall. Raon Zekart. As Raon blankly stared at the wall Rimmer had jumped over, Byrne approached him. I knew you would catch up. Byrne was smiling, but it was difficult to tell if it was from admiration or anticipation. I'm different from Martha. I won't give up even if you run ahead like a rabbit. I won't be careless even if you fall behind like a turtle. I will defeat you at the graduation exam, putting everything I have at stake. After saying that, he left the training ground. He looked refreshed. He's definitely changed. The egoistic and envy-driven Byrne didn't exist anymore. He seemed to have come to a realization, as he'd gotten rid of his conceit and replaced it with confidence. Tap tap. Somebody tapped his shoulder from behind. When he looked back, Raon was standing there with glittering purple eyes. Nod. She visibly nodded. That seemed to mean that he'd done well. Holding the bead ice cream box tightly, she trotted out of the training ground. Just what? Raon opened his mouth wide. He couldn't understand what she was trying to do. Shaking his head, he walked next to the platform that the chairs were at. As he was waiting for Rimmer and sitting on a chair, he noticed a book on the platform. It was the book Rimmer used as his pillow when he napped. He tried opening it. Huh? Raon's eyes widened after seeing its contents. This is... He thought it was just his pillow, but it wasn't. The trainee's strengths and weaknesses, and the way to improve them, were written in it in detail. He read the information on Byrne on the first page. Has exceptional talent, but is very conceited. Changed a lot after becoming a trainee. Realized what he lacked was willpower, and is spending lots of time meditating. Uses an elegant and systematic swordsmanship, and he also thinks it's important. They were difficult things to notice if he wasn't watching the trainees closely. And yet, the book wasn't just on Byrne, but for every single one of the trainees. How about me? Raon read the information written about him. Extremely talented in swordsmanship and fist technique, and has a great mana perception, but is struggling with learning the aura cultivation technique. Needs to be taught about attributes. Need to find a way to make him feel the fire. The information was too detailed, to the point that it felt like he overdid it. Instructor Rimmer. He'd thought Rimmer was always playing around like a slacker, but he'd actually been observing everything in great detail. Raon smiled, an unknown emotion warming his heart. It was the first time he'd ever felt that way, but it wasn't unpleasant. That's unexpected. You know, right? But I still don't like him. He is still arrogant and irritating. Wrath had grown even more pessimistic towards the world after he failed to take over Raon's body. Back in Devildom, there was a time where pointy ears and dwarfs came over. The King of Essence froze every single one of those naughty guys. You really talk too much. Raon tapped the flowery bracelet, and Wrath shut his mouth. It was difficult to handle how much he talked. Ha! The King of Essence is the definition of reticence. You are saying that I talk too much, despite being the least talkative one among the monarchs of the Devildom. Just what kind of bullshit is that? Talking too much means. Wow. As he tapped his bracelet once again to shut him up, Rimmer returned over the wall. He couldn't tell why he always entered over the wall, despite the door existing. Raon. Rimmer approached him while smiling. His expression was still filled with surprise. It was an excellent aura control, despite it not having been a long time since you acquired it. However, it was unnecessary to take hits on purpose or throw away your sword. Rimmer tapped his shoulder while smiling. That's what an instructor would say. Personally, I am thoroughly satisfied with that match. Congratulations on becoming the undisputed top trainee. This is yours now. He handed over the wooden box he had placed in his inner chest pocket. It was the elixir that Martha had entrusted him with. Thank you. Raon bowed his head to Rimmer as he accepted the elixir. It was a bet between you two. You don't need to thank me. No. I'm still thanking you. It wasn't a thanks for the elixir. It was for looking over his training and giving him various pieces of advice. Despite being late and slacking, he did instruct him properly when he needed it the most. In fact, he probably wouldn't have acquired the 10,000 flames cultivation yet, if it weren't for his teachings. Since he didn't have a teacher in his previous life, only animal trainers, he thought Rimmer was worthy of his gratitude. Anyway, Rimmer snickered, watching him with a satisfied expression. I'll get going then. Wait a moment. He flickered his index and middle finger together. I told you there's somewhere we need to go together. Somewhere to go? The audience chamber in the Lord's Manor. Rimmer grinned and pointed to the west. The head of house has summoned you. Chapter 35 summoned me? Raon narrowed his eyes. To summon him right after the spar. He couldn't understand his intentions. To be more precise, he told me to bring the top trainee. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders. The top trainee, huh? It meant that it didn't matter who it was, as long as it was the top trainee. It seemed like Glenn thought Martha would win the duel. That's funny. It was funny because it seemed that he had defeated Glenn's predicted top trainees one after another, both Byrne and Martha. Why did he summon me? How should I know? Rimmer pouted, shaking his head. From his expression, he definitely looked like he knew the reason. He just didn't have any intention of telling him. When do I need to go? Raon asked as he caressed the box in his pocket. Right now. Understood. He nodded and dusted off his clothes. Are you going to go like that? Aren't you going to change? That's right. Aren't you afraid of the head of house? Why would I need to be afraid? He isn't calling me to eat me up. Glenn's cold gaze was awkward, but he didn't need to be afraid. I knew you were funny. Rimmer nodded and giggled. He tapped Raon's shoulder with a satisfied expression. Let's go. Yes. Raon headed towards the audience chamber of the Lord's Manor, following Rimmer. Did Lady Martha really lose? To such a small child, it's unbelievable. It's not just about the age, their talent was different. It's luck. There's no other way. Those he met on the way were sneakily glancing at him with either amazed or surprised expressions. It looks like everyone already knows that you've beaten Martha. Rimmer grinned at him. Already? It's because Ziegart is an insulated family. He murmured that, because it's closed to the outside, the rumors spread even more quickly inside. Martha was excellent enough to defeat other members of the direct line. It's natural for rumors to spread once you won against such a child head-on. I see. That's why you should be careful. Falling is as fast as rising. Rimmer pointed at himself while saying that. He seemed to be referencing the way he fell after his energy center was broken. Anyway, congratulations. This is a good occasion, so enjoy it. He entered the Lord's Manor while whistling. The warriors seemed to be aware of their visit, since they didn't block their way. The Lord is waiting. When they reached the audience chamber through the long hallway on the first floor, Raon Glenn's butler opened the door with a smile. Plunk. The huge metal door split apart with a heart-stopping sound. The energy was magnificent enough to pierce the sky, spreading out from the door. Raon grabbed the left side of his chest. Has it always been this heavy? After acquiring an aura, Glenn's pressure felt even larger. He couldn't stop his hand from trembling in the wake of the endlessly powerful wave of energy. A mere human, Rath's voice was also trembling, squashed by Glenn's pressure. You can feel it properly now that you have an aura, right? Rimmer smiled, a single drop of sweat trickling down his forehead. That is our king. Lifting the corners of his mouth, he entered. Raon swallowed and followed him. Glenn's pressure became more powerful the more he approached him. It felt like his shoulder was being squashed by the mighty wave of energy. Greetings to the Lord. Raon, who was standing next to Rimmer, knelt. Glenn's wave of energy finally subsided. He'd control his pressure in a moment. Even Darius didn't seem like he would be a match for the might that reached for the sky. Stand up. Raon's was automatically lifted by the voice that gave him the order. Upon meeting Glenn's red eyes, everything around him grew blurry. It really was an overwhelming presence. I brought the top trainee, as my lord commanded. Without even responding to Rimmer, Glenn stared at Raon. Maybe he didn't like it or feel comfortable about it. Raon couldn't read his thoughts at all. Did you acquire the 10,000 flames cultivation? Yes. How long did it take? It took about 7 months. It's slow. He tilted his chin slightly. It looked like he was looking down on him. Show me the aura. Upon hearing Glenn's order, Raon looked at Rimmer. When he asked with his eyes whether it was okay to use his aura in front of the head of house, Rimmer nodded. Normally you can't, but he is asking you to. Understood. Raon stood, clenching his fist before relaxing it. Rage! With the sound of an almost extinguished small flame being ignited once again, the red flame appeared. The first flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation. The one and the first flame was ignited. Is that the first one of the 10,000 flames cultivation? Glenn's pupils, which looked like they were sunk deep under the mud, trembled lightly. What did you pursue upon igniting that aura? It is a flame that won't be extinguished, nor be vanquished. Not extinguished? I imagined a flame that won't be extinguished by wind, nor by rain. Glenn kept staring at the flame burning on Raon's hand for a long time without saying anything. Raon thought he might have looked like he was touched, although that could have been just his impression. It's pretty good. Pardon? He received a compliment, one that he'd never expected to get. He tried touching his ears, thinking he might have misheard it. A swordsman or magician of fire attribute has the best power output, but their endurance and defense are weaker in return. An inextinguishable flame might allow you to overcome that weakness. Consider how to use it thoroughly. Understood. Raon nodded with surprised eyes. He'd never even dreamed that Glenn would give him such advice, so his voice trembled slightly. It shouldn't seem so strange. I'm merely telling you what I couldn't tell you during the judgment ceremony. Ah, he understood. Glenn had given advice to everyone but Raon during the judgment ceremony. It seemed that he was giving him the advice that he couldn't give him back then. That's one mysterious personality. Glenn was as cold as a man sculpted from a glacier, but he did take care of people sometimes. He was the complete opposite of Darius, who pretended to take care of his people, but actually used them as objects. I'll now tell you the reason that I called for you. Resting his chin on his hand, Glenn gazed down at Raon. I'll be giving you all a mission around next year. A mission? You all have been training for well over a year, including the temporary training period. Since you've all acquired the aura needed to become beginner swordsmen, it is all right to go outside. Do you think you are too young? Age doesn't matter when it comes to battles. Swordsmen must always fight for as long as they can hold a sword, regardless of their age. That's not it. I thought it was too late. In his previous life, he had received assassination missions at the age of 8, not 14. His current age wasn't too young, but too old. It's not just you. Tell all the trainees to prepare thoroughly, so that they can play their role regardless of the situation and time. Understood. You should head out now. Glenn closed his eyes and waved his hand. Raon knelt once again and bowed to him, then left the audience chamber. It was about time you got a mission. Rimmer grinned and grabbed the back of his hand, fingers knitted together. What kind of mission is going to be assigned to us? It hasn't been decided yet. Monster subjugation, protecting a leading figure, bandit extermination. Since you don't know what kind of mission you will get, you'd better prepare to be able to handle all kinds of situations, just as the head of house said. Isn't the instructor coming with us? I will, but my mission is different from yours, as the instructor's mission is to protect you. I see. Huh? Rimmer's eyes widened. It looked like he expected him to be surprised. Of course I'll have to carry out the mission by myself. He'd received nothing like help in his previous life, even when he got a mission at the age of 8. An instructor that would protect him in case of emergency was a huge luxury. Sieghardt is softer than I thought. Leaving a surprised Rimmer behind, he left the Lord's Manor with a smile. After Raon left to the annex building, Rimmer returned to the audience chamber. My lord looks very happy. Rimmer smiled and looked at Glenn, who was standing on the platform. I'm the same as always. Heh, but the corners of your lips are 2 millimeters higher than usual. Stop your pleasantries and give me a report on Martha's condition. She is bruised quite badly, but she will heal with some rest. Problem is the mental shock she received. If she can't overcome such a thing, she has no reason to carry the name Sieghardt. Glenn applied the Sieghardt's mindset without exception for Martha, who had been adopted at 8 years old. Did you help Raon draw an image for his fire? I am a teacher after all, but Raon was the one who chose it. I only taught him that there are multiple possibilities. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders and continued. What is your impression after seeing the long-awaited first head of house's aura? It was exactly the same as it was written. It was as beautiful as a flower made of fire, and it also wielded an incomparable power compared to its size. Yes, it completely destroyed Martha's Titan aura, which she's been cultivating for over 4 years. It was such an unreasonable power. By the way, isn't the color supposed to be golden? The color will change slightly depending on the fire's power. Keep instructing him on the correct path in the future as well. I knew the head of house had a soft spot for him. Glenn didn't answer, waving his hand with his eyes closed. He was telling him to get out, since he was being annoying. Then, please take care of choosing a mission for the children. That's not my job. It's the general administration's. Stop worrying about that. Just keep raising the children to survive in any kind of mission. Yes, I'll make sure to instruct them so they won't become lazy. I can only say that you should look at yourself first. Glenn snickered upon seeing Rimmer's confident expression. We call that a two-faced teacher. Rimmer grinned in return. Judiel, who was taking care of the garden, turned around upon hearing a stepping sound from behind her. Huff. Yo, young Master Raon. Raon was gazing at her. The moment she met his gaze, she felt her heart sink. You have returned. She stood up and checked on his condition. His clothes were dusty, but he didn't seem to be hurt anywhere. No way. Did he win against her? Against Martha? She'd already known that Raon would spar with Martha Sieghardt after word had spread a month before. However, she'd never thought that he would win, let alone return completely uninjured. Did you win the spar? What do you think? Raon smiled. All looking at his victorious smile reminded her of that day. The red eyes floating on the lake, calling it an incarnation of fear wasn't an exaggeration. Of course, there's no way this monster would lose to a mere genius. She realized, once again, just what kind of existence Raon Sieghardt was. The Central Martial Palace will contact you again soon to order you to investigate me more thoroughly. The wood. Write whatever you think you should write and bring it to me. Understood. With a smile that gave her goosebumps, he entered the annex building. Judiel dropped the weeds from her hands, her back drenched in a cold sweat. A monster that defeated a genius Raon. As soon as Raon entered the annex building, he met Sylvia as she was putting on her clothes. Where are you going? Where would I go? You were supposed to return today, but you hadn't arrived. I was about to head out to look for you. Sylvia ran towards him. She looked faster than an average swordsman. Are you okay? Does it hurt anywhere? Her eyes kept moving left and right, like falling leaves. I'm not hurt. Sylvia sighed in relief, smoothing a hand down her chest. However, her eyes didn't stop peering at Rayon's body. Was the spar cancelled? No, I won. And you're still not hurt? Because I didn't get hit. You won without getting hit once? Yeah. Really? Helen dropped Sylvia's outer garments. Since it was common knowledge that Martha's talent was on par with the direct line, their surprised reactions were understandable. Well, if you aren't hurt, let's eat first. Helen, prepare the meal immediately. I'm okay. Huh? But you haven't eaten dinner yet. I have something to do today. Raon shook his head while touching the wooden box in his pocket, which contained an elixir. It was time for him to become stronger once more. Chapter 36. As soon as Raon entered his room, he closed the curtains and locked the door. He told them to not enter, but he was preparing just in case. Wrath. He tapped the ice flower bracelet on his wrist to call out Wrath. How dare a mere insect human call the King of Essence by name? You shouldn't have told me your name then. It's because the King of Essence didn't know you would resist the possession. Wrath murmured that he informs the humans of his great name as a last consideration before eating up their mind and body. I don't know about great, but are you planning to interfere again? As a monarch of Devilldom, the King of Essence keeps his words. The King of Essence will never interrupt you again while you are cultivating. I suppose, since you must have used all the power that you've stored up so far. Raon nodded. Wrath had attacked him with everything he had when he was acquiring the 10,000 Flames cultivation a month ago. He shouldn't have been able to recover his strength yet. You idiot. The energy of Wrath can be used at any time. It's just to keep the word of a monarch, whatever. Seriously, you little shit. When Raon interrupted him, Wrath started to emit coldness while trembling in anger. Too bad. It was a chance to raise my stats again. Wrath ground his teeth. The frost started falling between his icy flames, as though he was about to explode in anger. Raon scowled, watching the trembling Wrath. I can't be careless against him. Wrath was an enemy, not an ally. Couldn't be careless in front of him, whether he was cultivating or training. He had to keep on his toes at all times. Well then, he took out the wooden box containing the 9 flowers medicine and opened the lid. It radiated with the strong fragrance of dry bushes found in the fall mountains. It smelled nice. From the way the medicine spread its fragrance throughout the room, he could already tell that it was a very effective one. Raon exhaled slowly and put the 9 flowers medicine in his mouth. The bitter, yet strong, taste of the medicine covered his whole mouth. He told me to chew it down. Following Rimmer's advice, he swallowed it after chewing it, and it was released in his throat. The thick energy within the 9 flowers medicine spread out throughout his mana circuits, like smoke rising from a chimney. Raon sat down and closed his eyes, starting to rotate his ring of fire and cultivating the 10,000 flames cultivation. The energy from the 9 flowers medicine circulated throughout his body and expanded his muscles. The energy center was stimulated then expanded, and his mana perception increased to the extreme. Whap! The hot energy, similar to the one heated in the charcoal kiln, dashed through his mana circuits. Whap! Pure ice melting in his mana circuits followed the path cleared by the 10,000 flames cultivation to circulate throughout his entire body. Cultivating the ring of fire first was the correct choice. The ring of fire cleared up the coldness and impurities inside his mana circuits, and the energy of the 10,000 flames cultivation dashed along the path like a ray of light, which allowed the elixir to be used more efficiently. The 2 cultivation techniques synergized as one, maximizing their merits and canceling out their demerits. All the mana from 9 flowers medicine was melted down, and the ring of fire, his body, and his energy center were connected by a red path. Raon got even more absorbed into the world of cultivation, feeling the endless flow of mana. When the sun that rose was setting down on the western mountain once again, and the evening glow was shining upon him, Raon finally opened his eyes. The 4th ring of fire has been created. Ring of fire has reached 4 stars. Ring of fire 4 stars has increased the expertise of the body and soul. Strength, agility, and stamina have increased with the effect of the ring of fire 4 stars. Energy, willpower, and perception increase with the effect of the ring of fire 4 stars. Raon clenched his fist. He could feel the 4th ring rotating violently, even without the messages. Constitution decline in athletic abilities has disappeared. Constitution decline in mana affinity has disappeared. Water resistance has reached 4 stars. Perception of the snow flower has reached 2 stars. The Ring of Fire wasn't the only skill that was raised to 4 stars and also increased in rank. Amazing. It was a tremendous change, especially considering he'd only taken an intermediate elixir. But of course, it wasn't only because of the elixir. The efforts he'd been making for almost a year had been accumulating, and were finally exploding, because of the elixir. Raon rolled his shoulders and stood up. His energy center was full of hot and cold energy, and his body was as light as a leaf riding the wind. His body's condition was perfect, as if he just woke up from a good sleep. He felt like he could now single-handedly win against Martha with her aura, using his physical abilities alone. Whap! When he was about to open the status window, Wrath, who was inside the bracelet, burst up with a blue flame. 4 stars. 4 stars in water resistance. Wrath's voice was trembling furiously. It appeared that he hadn't managed to see the information about the Ring of Fire, only managing to see the water resistance that appeared at the end. Now that I think about it, he doesn't know. Wrath could see the message, but couldn't see the status window. It looked like he was surprised because he realized Raon had water resistance. You sly bastard. Have you been deceiving the King of Essence with your 4-star water resistance? You never asked me though. Ugh. Wrath gave him a deadly glare. I expected you to have a resistance, but it's a 4-stars type that can grow. You disgusting bastard. How come I'm disgusting just because I have water resistance? Raon smiled bitterly. Seeing the ruckus he's causing over the water resistance alone, he'll likely start rampaging once he learns about the Ring of Fire. Raon thought he might be able to see Wrath faint once he learned about the Ring of Fire, which increased the expertise of his body and soul, or about his reincarnation. That's why I told you that you can't win against me. Shut your mouth. If the King of Essence uses his original power, a mere human like you will easily be turned into a block of ice. But you can't. You never fail to anger me whenever you open your mouth. Unable to withstand it anymore, Wrath dashed at him with an exploding flame of coldness. Whap! The coldness that could turn his lips blue in an instant stormed around his entire body. The coldness and emotional stimulation had become stronger. It looked like Wrath had also grown. However, the Ring of Fire and water resistance had leveled up even more than that. In front of the 4 naturally spinning rings, Wrath's anger was child's play to deal with. Bang! As he was enduring the blue coldness stabbing at him throughout his body, the messages appeared. You have withstood Wrath's attack. Stamina has increased. Damn it! Wrath let out a horrible shriek, similar to a monster's, and came out from Raon's body. It feels like all my limbs are gone. There is no way. No way. He started screaming. It looked like he gave up on pretending to be composed. Well, that's why I told you that you can't do it. The King of Essence's abilities aren't just coldness. Inciting the primitive emotion of wrath is his real ability. Back in Devilldom, the number of devils who self-destructed from the King of Essence's incitation of wrath was over 10,000. That doesn't work against me either. Eric. Wrath's blue flames started to become red. He was about to explode, but he didn't start attacking again, since he seemed to dislike giving away free stats. It's better now that it's silent. Raon nodded like nothing happened and opened his status window. Status window name: Raon Zekart. Title: First Victory. State: Curse of Frost 6 strands. Trait: Wrath, Ring of Fire 4 stars. Water Resistance 4 stars. Perception of the Snow Flower 2 star. 10,000 Flame Cultivation 2 stars. Coldness of the Frost 2 stars. Fire Resistance 2 stars. Strength 40. Agility 41. Stamina 41. Energy 29. Perception 53. He immediately noticed that decline in athletic abilities and decline in mana affinity, which used to be anchored in the status window, were now gone. An irresistible smile appeared on his face. His body was so light he could fly, and he could feel the mana entering his body throughout his pores. It seemed there was a good reason for all that. My stats have also increased a lot. Each one of the stats had increased by at least 2 levels. His current physical abilities and perception weren't any worse than a proper swordsman. The water resistance is a great harvest. Since his water resistance was now 4 stars, he could now easily endure magic on par with 4 circles. The resistance was going to be more helpful with fighting mages or shamans, rather than swordsmen. I have gained a lot. The 9 Flowers medicine was a good elixir, but he obtained a lot more than that. It was to the point that he couldn't stop himself from smiling, despite his cynical personality. Shall I try it out just a little bit? Since he wanted to test out how much his body and aura had changed, he opened the door. Huff. Sylvia and Helen, who were standing in front of the door, hurriedly stepped back in surprise. What are you doing? No. Since you said you were cultivating, I was guarding. Same goes for me. They both had slightly bloodshot eyes. It looked like they had been guarding him the entire night, without even making a sound while breathing. As he widened his perception, he could see that there were other maids outside his window. Raon closed his eyes. A warmth even greater than when he cultivated the 10,000 flames cultivation warmed his heart. It even gave him the impression that the ice from his mana circuit had disappeared for a moment. "Thank you." He lowered his head to them, and the other maids outside, feeling grateful and apologetic at the same time. "Sob, Madame," he Helen. "What shall I do?" Sylvia collapsed to the side while bursting out in tears. "My son has grown up so well." "That's right. I wouldn't have any regrets even if I died right now, Madame." "Helen." The two of them sobbed while hugging each other. This is the hardest part. Rather than Wrath's emotional attack, the ice inside his mana circuit, or the pressure from Glenn Zekart, he found it the most difficult to deal with Sylvia and Helen. Raon quickly left the annex building while they were busy hugging each other. Over the next 2 days, Raon finished getting used to his changed body. His body and perception had changed more than what he'd seen in the status window. When he first practiced his swordsmanship, he thought it wasn't his body. Despite using the same technique, the power and speed were on a different level. And the reason it had changed so much was simple. His state had changed. The decline in athletic abilities, and the decline in mana affinity disappearing from his state allowed his body to be at peak condition. His body moved exactly the way he wanted, and his mana, which used to appear as thin as sand, now felt as big as a bead. This is another foundation. Rather than his increased might, he felt more satisfied about hardening the foundation that would allow him to reach a higher level in martial arts. That was why he was taking care of flowers in the flower bed in the garden, taking a rest on his last day of holidays. "You idiot. When you are thinning out the soil, you must dig out the bottom first. You must use your hand instead of a trowel to properly mix the nutritious soil." Wrath was unbecomingly knowledgeable about the flowers and trees. Thanks to him, he could manage the flower bed without having to look in a book. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence once filled an entire flower bed with ice flowers. The devils that saw the flower bed lowered their heads to the flowers in respect. That was an expression of admiration and awe for the King of Essence. It would have been better if he could stop babbling. Wrath really talked way too much. Especially when he started with the back in Devildom, the King of Essence. He could talk for at least 10 minutes before stopping. After hearing about the Devildom every day, he'd started growing familiarity to the Devildom that he'd never been before. "That's not it. You must treat the flowers delicately. If you can't, then freeze it first." I know. Raon frowned and flicked his finger. When he carefully planted the flower, as if he were controlling mana, Wrath stopped preaching. It was when he was about to head to the left flower bed after finishing the right side. A thin shape was walking towards him from the entrance of the annex building. The long hair had been cut short, but it was impossible to not recognize her. Martha Zekart. Martha, who'd lost 2 days ago, was approaching him while frowning heavily. "Are you here to pick a fight?" Raon dusted off his dirty hands and stood up. "That would be welcome." Chapter 37. Under the purple glow of the evening sky, Martha stood with her mouth firmly closed. After standing as still as a stone statue, until complete darkness surrounded them, she finally raised her head slowly. "I shouldn't have lost." Martha clenched her fist. Her grip was so tight that her blood vessels were clearly visible. "I shouldn't have lost to anyone until I found my mother." Despite resolving to never lose until she achieved her goal, she ended up losing. And it was an extremely disgraceful defeat on top of that. She'd twisted her own personality, became foul-mouthed, and kept her distance from other people. But it was all pointless now that she lost with such an overwhelming difference. Damn it. Her foster father, Denier Zekart, adopted her into the house Zekart because he'd recognized her talent. And yet, she lost to Raon Zekart, a collateral that was 1 year younger than her. She couldn't predict the kind of measures her father would take as a result. Denier was a kind person, but that might have been an act. She needed to take into consideration the possibility of getting chased out. "No, I can never let that happen." If she got chased out, she'd lose her last hope of finding her mother. She had to beg for that to not happen, even if she had to cling to his leg. My lady." Martha was extremely nervous, to the extent that she didn't even turn back when her butler Camel called out to her. "It's a letter from Sir Denier." Martha finally turned around upon hearing that Denier Zekart had sent her a letter. Her black pupils swayed like a wave. "Here it is." Martha swallowed and opened the letter. "Martha, congratulations on your first defeat. Don't worry too much, as one defeat will not gain you the label of a loser. However, reflect countless times on why you lost, and how you lost. That self-examination will become the basis for your future growth. I wanted to visit you personally and comfort you, but my mission is taking longer than I thought. I'm sorry I can't be with you." It wasn't blame or mockery. It was a letter sent from a father who was worried about his daughter from the bottom of his heart. "I'm still investigating your birth mother. Since I still haven't given up on it, you shall not give up either." Martha folded the letter with trembling hands and put it in her pocket. She tried pressing the pocket, as if she were checking her wallet. The letter was putting the broken pieces of her mind back together. The last part especially made her depression and anxiety, which used to press down on her shoulders, fly away. "Tell father that I'll bear it in mind, and that I'm really, really grateful." "Understood." Camel nodded, smiling lightly. "By the way, my lady." If you are worried about the obedience that was wagered during the spar with young Master Raon, it can be solved by pressuring the annex building. It can be silently taken care of, using the direct line's authority. No, don't do it. Martha shook her head definitely. Her pupils, resembling black pearls, shone with a clear light that was missing before. The fact remains that I lost, and in the most miserable way at that. She knew better than anyone the reason that she lost to Raon. The defeat wasn't because of my carelessness. I simply lost, that's all. Raon sliced through her sword, using that red aura. Since the swordsman had lost her sword, the victor was already decided at that point. And yet, he threw away his own sword and fought her a second time, using his fists. If she acted shamefully towards someone who'd fought her like that, her father would be more disappointed in her. The Zeegarts should keep their promise, even if it is a stupid one. I'm sure father would say the same thing. Certainly. Sir Denier would have said the same. As a daughter, I can't bring shame upon him. Indeed. Camel visibly lifted the corners of his mouth and laughed, as if he were praising her. Camel, do you have a knife? Yes, I do. But why give it to me? Here it is. Martha stared at the thin dagger Camel handed over for a while, then unsheathed it. Whack! Nodding with determination, she cut her ebony hair from the middle without hesitating. My lady. It's fine. I'm parting with my idiotic and ugly self from before. Martha smiled, letting the cut hair fly away with the wind. Her smile was shining like a snowflake. Camel gasped, since he hadn't expected that to happen. Please cancel the direct line training tomorrow morning. Pardon? It's not difficult to cancel it, but what are you planning to do? I have somewhere to go, Martha declared, entering the mansion. Watching her back as she entered the mansion, Camel nodded kindly. After finishing the daybreak training on the last day of the holidays, she immediately left her mansion. Evading Camel and the maids, who were asking where she was going without even taking her breakfast, she went towards the annex building in the west alone. It was pretty far away, but since the road was nicely paved, she could find it without any difficulty. As she kept walking to the west, she could see a small house surrounded by a small garden. Does he live there? Martha furrowed her brows, as it was small and shabby compared to the structures in the main building. However, since the house she used to live in before she was adopted was way smaller than the annex building, it didn't incite any other emotion from her. She didn't care and kept walking towards the garden. Somebody is there. A blonde body was squatting down at the flower bed, digging the ground and planting flowers. Martha's eyes widened. Raon Zeegart? She'd thought he was a servant, but he wasn't. The one who was planting flowers was Raon Zeegart, who made her taste defeat for the first time. Raon dusted off his hands and stood up. It looked like he noticed her as well. What's the matter? Martha didn't respond, standing in front of the flower bed that Raon was taking care of. The flowers looked fresh and healthy, probably because he just watered them. He has this kind of hobby? She thought he was too precocious, so she was surprised at finding a childish side to him. What should I do? The reason that Martha visited Raon was simple. She wanted a rematch. She kept thinking about her defeat after reading her father's advice, but she couldn't remember how she lost. Since she couldn't remember, she had no idea how large the difference in abilities was between them, and whether there was any way of making up for it or not. In short, she couldn't reflect. Therefore, she needed a rematch. She wanted to determine the difference between her and Raon by fighting him with a clear mind. Martha sighed heavily and lifted her head. She carefully opened her mouth while looking into Raon's eyes, which were as calm as a lake. I want to try fighting you again. Not admitting defeat is a bit disturbing. No, I'm not refusing to admit to having lost so easily. I just can't tell how I lost, and I came looking for you in order to figure that out. Raon's eyes shone for a second. He seemed to think it was unexpected. Then, what's the offer? What? For a loser to challenge the victor once again, you'd have to give something away, wouldn't you? Hell no. You don't need a prize in order to fight. I do. Martha groaned lightly. This is why. Because he never wanted to come out at a loss. She'd felt like Raon wasn't actually a child. You don't have one? It's troublesome if you don't. Raon crossed his arms, showing that he had no intention of fighting. What shall I do? Martha thought as she looked at Raon, biting her lip. Then she looked at the flowers below. Shall I try stepping on it a little? Since he was taking care of the flower bed at that hour, he must have loved the flowers. If she provoked him by harming them a little, he would probably attack her. You must like the flowers, although that doesn't suit you. Martha secretly moved her foot towards the flower bed. Not really. Despite her expectations, Raon shook his head while tapping his trowel. What? I said I don't like flowers, and I don't understand why people like them either. I was only taking care of them because of my mother. Martha, who was about to step on the flowers, suddenly stopped. Why? Aren't you going to step on them? Raon tilted his head while smiling slightly. It seemed he was already aware of her intentions. Damn it. Martha cursed and pulled back her feet. Hearing that he'd been taking care of the flowers for his mother, who loved the flowers, she didn't feel like stepping on them anymore. Shit. She clicked her tongue. As she was about to turn around, The annex building's door opened, and a beautiful woman with her long hair tied back ran out towards them. Raon. Eh? Raon's eyes, which were as cold as ice, were suddenly flustered. Mother. I was wondering why I couldn't find you, but you were taking care of the flower bed for me. But who is this, a friend of yours? Her eyes were filled with curiosity. Is she Sylvia Sieghart? The woman who left the household in order to be with her beloved, then returned in order to save her child. She was the family's disgrace, and was said to belong in the trash. Maybe it was because she'd had a similar experience, but she didn't look like trash to Martha, but a courageous mother who lived for the sake of her beloved child. She's not a friend, she's nothing. I'll handle it here, so please go back. It was a rare sight to see Raon stuttering. She is also pretty. Black hair and black pupils? You're Martha. Sylvia smiled brightly while clapping her hands. Martha silently nodded. I heard you sparred with Raon. Were you hurt anywhere? Since they were similar to the mother that she missed so much, she could tell that Sylvia's rose-colored eyes held real worry about her well-being. I'm fine. Thank God. I was worried. Sylvia smiled lightly. I heard Big Brother Denier had brought in a very talented child, but there was more to it. She thoroughly examined her and told her that she was really pretty, too pretty. But what brought you here? I had something to tell him. I'll return since I'm done now. Martha bowed her head and was about to leave. Growl. The result of skipping breakfast after her daybreak training occurred. Martha's face turned completely red. When she was about to run away, something warm caught her hand. It was Sylvia. She flicked her finger while smiling. Let's eat before you go. She didn't know why, but Martha couldn't shake off that thin hand of hers. What was this? Raon furrowed his brows, looking at Martha, who was sitting across from him at the dining table. I don't even know anymore. He could understand Sylvia inviting Martha to eat before she left after hearing Martha's stomach growling, since Sylvia is a very kind person. However, for that crazy girl to be led to the table and modestly wait for the food to be brought out was something unimaginable for him. Maybe when she cut her hair, she also cut out her bad temper. Raon loves meat stews. That's why we always have at least one stew on the menu. I see. Sylvia kept smiling. Raon wondered what she was so happy about, and Martha kept responding with a lowered head, as if she was embarrassed. What is that girl doing? Wasn't her personality different? I don't know what's going on either. This was the first time since he'd been born into House Sieghart that he'd encountered such an unexpected situation. The food was brought out soon enough. They were stews, roast beef, vegetables, and baked bread. You are 1 year older than Raon, right? Yes. Are you having any difficulty with training? Not really. Sylvia kept talking to Martha while dining, and Martha also kept answering immediately, despite eating. Raon tilted his head. Seriously, what's up with her? The first thing Martha would do when someone talked to her was swear. He'd never imagined seeing her acting so favorably. Raon gulped down the stew, unable to tell if he was consuming it through his mouth or his nose. We are very good at cooking, but the quality of the meat is a bit worse than the main building. Make sure to chew it well to digest it better. Martha's hand, which was holding the fork, trembled upon hearing Sylvia's advice. Since she could start rampaging soon, Raon readied himself to stop her. However, she lowered her head once again and started eating. Raon wasn't knowledgeable about human emotions, but he felt like Martha's hands were expressing some kind of sorrow and yearning. Thank you for the meal. The awkward meal finally ended, and Martha stood up. How was the taste? It was tasty. I'm glad. Please be friends with Raon from now on. Sylvia stood in front of the door, waving her hand at Martha. Yes. Martha unexpectedly gave a normal answer and left the annex building. Seriously, what was that? She clearly came to pick a fight with him, so he couldn't understand why she'd suddenly started acting like that. Did she eat something off? Probably. Human emotion was really difficult to understand. As soon as she left the annex building, Martha bit her lip. She felt like she was going to cry otherwise. She looked similar. Her face, the color of her hair, the clothes she was wearing, and even her voice was different. However, those rose-colored eyes were too similar to her missing mother. That was why she couldn't shake her off when she caught her hand. Raon must have thought she was crazy. It was the first time she saw his eyes shivering so much. She'd considered leaving, but she was glad she stayed to finish her meal. Sylvia's gentle gaze and voice, and when she heard her telling to chew it well, which was the nagging that her mother used to give all the time, Martha really felt like she was with her mother. That was why she wanted to find her mother even more now. White blood religion, those sons of bitches. The ones that took away her mother were the white blood religion, one of the 5 demons. She was going to find her mother at all costs, even if she had to kill all those fanatics. Resolving herself over and over, Martha returned to the main building. My lady, where have you been? No way were you crying? Kama, who was sweeping in front of the door, widened his eyes. What are you ducking about? I would never do that. Martha wiped away her tears and shook her head. She quickly opened the door and was entered the mansion, but then she stuck her head out. Camel, can you get some quality beef for me? Beef? Of course I can. But what are you going to use it for? I need it for something, so leave it in front of my room once you get it. Martha responded, then immediately closed the door and ran up to her room. Haha, Kemma gently smiled while watching her. I wonder if she realizes she looks a lot better now than before. The next day, Raon was headed towards the training ground as soon as he finished his daybreak cultivation. Like always, he was the first one to arrive. His head was filled with various thoughts because of Martha visiting him the day before, but he decided to think of it as a silly dream. After a light warm-up, he started to train the combination sword. As the sun rose, the children started to enter the training ground one after another. While he was swinging his sword and listening to the trainees' idle chatters, everyone suddenly fell silent. When he turned his head around, Martha was walking in through the training ground's wide, open doors. The trainees were staring at her with their jaws dropped, probably because of her short hair. Raon Zekart. Martha stopped in front of Raon. I can't retrieve the words I have already spoken. I'm not going to try making up for everything I've done so far with some kind of sloppy apology. Her eyes were even calmer than the day before. They looked like a motionless lake. But I'll keep my promise. Promise? The promise that we made before the spar, that the loser would obey the winner. She turned around after saying that. Her eyes were saying that she completely admitted her defeat. It's bigger than I thought for her to change in such a short period of time. She wasn't the average narrow-hearted person. Although he still couldn't understand why she stayed for the meal the day before. Why the hell are you blocking my way? Fuck off! While Raon was tilting his head, Martha kicked away Dorian, who was awkwardly standing in front of her. Awa. So, sorry. Tesk. She clicked her tongue and returned to her usual seat. Raon smirked. It looked like her attitude towards him was the only thing that had changed. I knew that everyone here wasn't normal. Chapter 38. The new year had started. Raon's life at 14 years old could be summarized in one word. Training. He continued the life of a training demon that arrived at the training ground before anyone else and left it later than anyone. Runan's eyes were still blank, but the sharpness of her sword and the coldness of her water attribute aura became incomparably better. Burin, who grew up a lot mentally, had now captivated the trainees' hearts. He kept swinging his sword day and night in preparation for the day that he would reclaim the title of top trainee. As for Martha, she kept swinging her sword and cultivating her aura without rest in order to wipe away the stain of her first defeat. One problem was that her personality, which was already bad enough, became even more violent. Nobody even wanted to approach her anymore. However, she acted differently towards one person, Raon Zekart. Despite not even listening to the instructors properly, Martha obeyed whatever Raon told her without complaint. She even looked like a faithful servant to bystanders. The trainees knew that it was the result of the bet, so they thought her attitude wasn't going to last for more than several days. They were wrong. Even in the new year, Martha kept honestly obeying Raon's words. Everyone was surprised. They'd never imagined the foul-mouthed and ill-tempered Martha was going to keep her promise to Raon. As such, Raon made the last disruptor submit, and was acknowledged by every trainee in the 5th training ground. Gather. At Raon's call, all the trainees that were warming up everywhere in the training ground looked at him at once. Tesk. Burin clicked his tongue lightly, and came to stand in front of Raon. Raon trotted towards him like a puppy that saw its owner. Martha's eyes were full of bloodlust, but she stood next to them without saying anything. Since Raon, Burin, and Martha, who were the most influential people on the training ground, listened to Raon's instruction, the other trainees naturally followed them. Why did you ask us to gather? Burin raised his head and looked at the empty platform. We are supposed to do personal training this morning. No, it's regular training today. I hadn't heard that. The head instructor said he forgot to tell us. Raon sighed. Rimmer had visited him the evening before to ask him to gather the trainees in the morning. That man is just so. Burin grinded his teeth. He still seemed to dislike Rimmer. Anyway, wait here for now since it's regular training today. Just warm up for now. PFF. Why is he so forgetful? Is he getting senile? He was probably messing around and ended up drunk. I heard he went to a bar yesterday. It happens all the time. Let's just get ourselves ready. The trainees complained a bit, but they started warming up at the center of the training ground, following Raon's instructions. About 5 minutes later, the door to the training ground creaked open, and the instructors entered. Yo, Rimmer, who was at the very back, yawned so hard that he couldn't even hide his mouth with his hand and walked up on the platform. You are late, instructor. Burin raised his hand and shouted. It's supposed to be personal training today, but since the instructors arrived late because we were preparing for you all, we aren't exactly late. That has nothing to do with it. Well, since we are late, let's start training right away. Rimmer ignored Burin and waved his hand. Raon could hear Burin grinding his teeth from behind. Their relationship didn't seem to change. The reason we took away your personal training time today is in order to hand you the most important thing for a swordsman. The most important thing for a swordsman? What is that? A new swordsmanship? A secret technique? A cultivation technique? The trainee's eyes glittered, full of expectations. After enjoying their gazes for a while, Rimmer opened his mouth once their excited voices subsided. It's footwork. Eek! Footwork? Why is that the most important thing for a swordsman? Ha, I knew it. Hearing that it was about footwork, the trainees stamped their feet in disappointment. I knew it was footwork. Raon nodded calmly. Footwork was a way of walking. It was a systematic method, developed in order to make the swordsmanship or fist technique more offensive, defensive, or simply faster. I was thinking it was about time, since he got used to both swordsmanship and fist techniques, and the aura had already developed to a certain extent. He thought it was the right moment to start learning footwork. Many people learn intermediate-level swordsmanship before coming here, but it's very rare for them to have learned proper footwork. That's true. The trainees slowly nodded, unable to refute it. Burr and Raon and Martha remained silent. Since your goal is to become swordsman, swordsmanship is indeed important. However, Rimmer grinned and jumped down from the platform. His body disappeared like a blow, now candlelight. What makes the swordsmanship sharper and faster, and what will save your life in the future? It's footwork, also known as the movement of your feet. His voice was heard from behind. When Raon turned around, Rimmer, who had disappeared in front of him, was standing behind him with his hands folded behind his back. Huff! What was that? The trainees' jaws dropped. The way Rimmer had appeared behind them without making any sound filled them with amazement. You must have realized during the spar that training on your own and having an opponent to fight against are quite different. That's true. I couldn't move my body the way I wanted. The sword wasn't following the correct trajectory either. The trainees nodded, since they'd all realized during the spar that a real fight was different from training. If you want to do your best in a real battle, you have to train your footwork more than your swordsmanship. In my opinion, the most important thing during a one-on-one spar isn't swordsmanship or aura, but footwork. Even the head of house agreed with me on that. The head of house? Wow! If my lord said that, the trainees opened their mouths wide. Since Glenn, who was the most respected person to them, said that the footwork was important, they were immediately convinced, unlike when Rimmer said it. Footwork? Burn straightened his spine. Yes, if I could use footwork back then. His strengths were sharpness, precision, and speed. When he fought against Raon back then, if he could use proper footwork, then he wouldn't have lost so easily. I see. Burn turned his head, hearing a growling voice. Martha's eyes were shining while clenching her fist. She seemed to be thinking the same thing. We are the same. I thought Martha had become silent, but that wasn't the case. Instead of showing it on the outside, Martha has been burning with passion to defeat Raon on the inside. We will start with the river footwork, which incorporates the flow of a river. When Rimmer bounced his leg slightly, as if he were walking on a gravelly field next to a river, his body suddenly leaped to the platform. After getting into the posture to demonstrate the footwork, he murmured that it was bothersome and laid down. Skilled assistant, come forth. When Rimmer clapped his hands, the instructor who was standing behind him came up and started to demonstrate the river footwork's postures. Crack! Baron clenched his fist. He resolved himself that, by mastering the footwork, he would one day teach that lazy instructor a lesson. He would thoroughly remember the river footwork's postures. The river footwork only had 12 forms, and the postures were simple enough that the demonstration didn't take too long. This is literally the basics. Since Raon was rotating the ring of fire, he could grasp the form, posture, and flow of river footwork at a glance. Although it was his first time seeing it, it was faithful to the basics, and the flexible flow could be applied in any other technique. The instructors will move around and correct your postures, so try repeating the footwork the way you've seen and felt it. Yes, the trainees spread out throughout the training ground and started to perform the river footwork. However, Raon didn't move. Rotating his ring of fire with his eyes closed, he replayed the river footwork the instructor had shown in his head. 6 in defense and 4 in attack. As expected of basic footwork, the river footwork was evenly distributed between attack and defense. It was slightly more defensive, but there wasn't a big difference. The sequence is its strong point. The river footwork's characteristic was its flow, which was as smooth as a river. Rather than repeating it exactly the way it was demonstrated, it was more important to continue the flow, even if he'd end up losing the posture a little. Raon breathed out excitedly and opened his eyes, and everything about the river footwork came into his view. Tap! He first moved his right foot forward. Enjoying the sensation of pressing down on the well-prepared floor of the training ground, he moved his left foot. The moment the 2 feet naturally crossed each other, fluidity, the first form of river footwork, was performed. How? Grazing the ground, he rotated his body to his right. It was a movement to evade an enemy's attack, and to thrust one's sword. The second form discharge reverberated the sand on the ground. The performance was closer to perfection than the instructor's demonstration. Zizizeh! Raon smiled, a feeling of pleasure running up his shoulders. His feet renewed their flexible flow, as if his feet had known the river footwork from the moment he was born. Yaw, alone. Rimmer yawned so hard that his mouth looked like it would tear apart. I'm so sleepy. He didn't manage to sleep for a few days because he'd been looking for an appropriate footwork for the trainees, then supplemented it. As a result, his entire body felt exhausted. I guess I'm getting old now. He smirked and looked down at the platform. Raon, who was standing at the center, had his eyes closed without doing anything. It looked like he was imagining the instructor's demonstration in his head. That's a good way to go. Imagining a martial art in the head was indeed an efficient way of training. However, that could only be done once he was more qualified. Since he'd just learned about footwork, he should have moved his body rather than trying to imagine it. I should tell him to stop goofing around later. Rimmer murmured that he had something to make fun of and looked towards Burin. He's pretty good. Burin almost completely reenacted the river footwork's flow, and it looked like he must have experienced learning footwork before. He didn't grasp the true meaning, but he should have been able to master the posture pretty soon. And she is the same. Martha was also rotating her body with light steps, like someone who'd been learning footwork for a long time. Her posture was actually a lot better than Burin's. Ha! Rimmer smirked, watching Burin and Martha's footwork. They must be thinking about Raon. They were thinking about their spars with Raon, as they learned their footwork. It looked like he'd managed to convince them by telling them that the most important thing in a duel was footwork. And he looked at Raon, who was practicing river footwork on the right side. Her movement was different from the other two. A movement that seemed to assist rather than facing an opponent. It was pretty obvious who she wanted to help. After that, Rimmer looked through everyone, remembering the strength and weaknesses that he was going to tell them. Interesting. Since they were still young and pure, he could tell what they were thinking about just from watching them practice. Oa. Rimmer stretched like a bear that had just woken up from its hibernation and stood up. Sparkle. When he was about to give his comments to the trainees, Raon, who'd been standing still like a stone statue, opened his eyes and moved his foot to the back. Ah, he got goosebumps from the look in his clear red eyes, and his foot extended straight like a crane's. Raon's feet slowly advanced. The first form fluidity flowed across the training grounds floor, incorporating the flow of a river. How? He took the second posture. Advancing like a fire, his movement seemed to reflect the appearance of a sharp blade. Ha! Rimmer was at a loss for words. That guy. Raon's fluidity was more complete than the instructor that had taught him the footwork. After that, Raon performed the 12 forms of the river footwork without interruption. The posture was close to perfection, without a single mistake. Udabo, what is that? The trainees and instructors alike stood still and watched Raon's footwork. Did he just learn the footwork from his mental image? Rimmer's hands trembled, and goosebumps appeared throughout his body. When is that monster going to stop surprising me? Chapter 39 Huff. After performing all 12 forms of the river footwork, Raon exhaled lightly. That was pretty good. His body moved exactly the way he'd imagined, following the flow and posture he'd wanted. It felt like watching himself from a third person's point of view. It seemed that using the ring of fire to understand the flow before moving his body was going to be a pretty good way of learning martial arts in the future. Raon furrowed his brows. The training ground should have been noisy with everyone training their footwork, yet it was as silent as a library. Raon felt a strange gaze from behind and turned around. Crazy what? Burin and Martha were both out of their mind with their mouths wide open, and Raon waved her clenched hand. From the movement of her mouth, he could tell that she was asking him to teach her. It wasn't just the three of them. Every trainee and instructor alike had their eyes so wide that they were about to pop out. Why are you Raon? Raon turned around once again to the surprised voice calling out to him. Rimmer, who used to be lying on the platform, was standing in front of him. Did you know the river footwork? His green pupils were lightly oscillating, like a freshly strummed harp's chord. He was clearly surprised. No, that was my first time seeing it. It was similar to the shadow footwork he'd learned in his previous life, but he'd never even heard about river footwork. Then how? Rimmer skipped lots of details, but Raon understood what he wanted to ask because of his expression. How shall I explain it? Raon slightly smiled while scratching his neck. I could read the flow. Read the flow? Yes. When the instructor was demonstrating the footwork, I saw its flow, instead of the postures and their order. The river footwork had a similar flow to the shadow footwork he'd learned in his previous life. That was why he'd managed to figure it out rather easily. Instead of looking at a tree, I looked at the forest. That's how I managed to understand its flow. Huh. Wow. Rimmer simply grabbed his head and exclaimed. It looked like he was at a loss for words. I thought it'd take at least a week. He murmured that he didn't think the footwork he'd finally managed to find with such difficulty would be finished so easily. I'm sorry. No, that's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just surprised, that's all. Raon secretly licked his lips. Did I do it too fast? The moment he saw the footwork he'd felt exhilarated, so he reenacted it. He didn't think Rimmer would be so surprised by that. Well, I was also pretty confident in my footwork in my previous life. As an assassin, his might wasn't on par with a master, but his footwork was one thing that didn't lose to a master's. To be surprised by those mere steps, humans are really pathetic. Back in Devildom, The King of Essence created the ice flower step, in which a single step could freeze an entire mountain and ocean. Ah, sure. Raon tapped away wrath, who suddenly started boasting about himself. Clearing his throat, Rimmer turned around with his hands behind his back. Well, you certainly did well for your first time, but your posture is still lacking. The flow is fine, so pay attention to the forms. You can ask the other instructors questions, except for me. Understood. Raon nodded and turned around. Certainly, he felt like he could do a lot better since it was his first time doing it. What, we have to teach that? I think he is better than me. The instructors shook their heads with long faces, brows furrowed until it looked like their eyebrows were reaching their cheeks. After the river footwork training, Martha left the training ground alongside with Camel. That footwork looked pretty decent. Camel smiled while scratching his chin. It's suitable to serve as the basis for the footwork that the master will hand down to you. It would be better to learn it properly. I see. Martha nodded lightly, walking towards the main building. My lady, did something happen? Camel felt like she was different from usual, so he walked right next to her. Martha, who was staying silent, turned her head with a frown. How difficult was that footwork to learn? It was basic footwork for sure, but it's not exactly easy to learn. The flow was rather complicated. Camel closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again. Since my lady is also talented in footwork, 3 days should be enough to understand its flow. 3 days? Fuck. Martha shook her head with dumbfounded expressions. My lady? Then, is it possible for a trainee to learn it at once? A capable warrior would be able to copy it as soon as they saw it, but it's impossible for a trainee. They lack theory, knowledge, and experience. In short, their martial art is simply too shallow. But there's a guy who did it. What? What do you mean? Camel's eyes widened. Was that possible? Although the river footwork steps were pretty basic, its flow was still very refined. It was impossible for a trainee to grasp it right away, unless they were a monster that had been learning martial arts ever since they were born. He saw Martha, who still looked surprised. That expression reminded him of one trainee. No way. Did the young master Raon do that? Who else can it be except for that crazy guy? What? The camel covered his mouth to stop himself from cursing. Can you explain the situation? After the demonstration ended, everyone started to practice. He was just standing still with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes when the training was about to end, and then Martha described everything about that surprising scene in the training ground. Hamel shook his head. He is nuts. He stayed still for a while with his eyes closed, which meant he learned the river footwork in his head. He can use mental imaging at his age. He'd thought Raon was slightly talented, just enough to make the annex building receive a sliver of light. However, that wasn't the case. Raon Zegart was a monster that could become a bridge to connect the main building's light to the annex building. I have to report this right away. That was very important information. He needed to tell Denier about it right after walking Martha to the main building. He suddenly realized he couldn't see Martha anymore. When he turned around, she was following from behind with her head lowered. This guy was too inconsiderate. It hadn't been long since she'd lost to Raon, so he needed to be more thoughtful. My lady, the young master Raon and my lady have different kinds of talents. It's not about which one is better while comforting her. Camel closed his mouth after meeting her eyes as she raised her head. Those eyes. Martha's eyes weren't those of a loser. They were the eyes of a challenger. They were the eyes of a beast that would prey on whoever was running ahead. And they were the same eyes he'd seen back in the White Blood Religions branch office, where he'd first seen her. I'm glad. Martha smiled devilishly. The guy that won against me isn't a fake. The bloody smile appearing on top of her graceful figure was an ominous sight. I was mistaken. Camille swallowed. Martha wasn't disappointed by her lack of talent compared to Raon. She was exhilarated at the thought of beating Raon, who was stronger and more talented than her. Martha wasn't the kind of person he needed to worry about or be considerate to. My lady. Cam bowed his head, and Martha walked past him. Her small but confident back seemed to show him her future. The fiercely beautiful swordsman, looking down on the world from the throne. That's what happened. Does it make any sense that a child of his age learned the footwork in his head? My lord's grandson must be a genius. Rimmer grinned, looking at the Tiger Rock at the northern Grave Mountain where they'd usually meet. Are you his butler or something? You only talk about him whenever we meet. A dignified voice came from the top of the rock, and Glenn's expressionless face appeared. I'm just satisfying my lord's curiosity. Rimmer didn't stop smiling despite Glenn's cold atmosphere. Aren't you surprised that your grandson learned the footwork with mental image? It can't really be a mental image. You must be at least the highest grade expert in order to learn a martial art with mental image. Glenn waved his hand dismissively, but he couldn't hide the slightly vibrating corners of his lips. Just as he said, he must have read the flow of the footwork by looking at the forest instead of a tree. River footwork's core is the flow, after all. Even so, isn't that amazing? Who else could do that? Glenn didn't respond. With his hands clasped at his back, he kept staring towards the main building below the mountain. You must be overjoyed. I'm glad I came to tell you about it. Rimmer checked Glenn's expression with a furtive glance and smiled. Silence. If you finish talking, go away. You should pay more attention to the other children, like I've always said. Do you not trust me? I'm the Sword of Light. The Sword of Light. Of course you don't have to worry about it. What kind of Sword of Light is a dying man? Glenn shook his hand to express his annoyance, but Rimmer leaned his back towards the tighter rock instead of leaving. The servants in the main building look rather busy. Are they preparing for something? Rimmer whistled, looking at the people in the main building actively running around. It's not a preparation, but there will be some visitors. There are going to be visitors? The envoys from Owen Kingdom will be coming in a few days. Owen Kingdom's envoys. Rimmer furrowed his brows. As a kingdom located at the center of the continent, Owen was one of the 6 kings along with Zeegart. I see. Not many forces maintained a favorable relationship with Zeegart. That's why he thought it was weird for there to be a visitor. But it ended up being the Owen Kingdom, which was somewhat close to them. Who is the leader of the envoys? I heard it's the 3rd prince. Well, it should actually be Duke Tartan. Oh, that crazy bastard became a duke in the end. Rimmer smiled brutally, hearing the name Tartan. Oh, wait. Isn't the 3rd prince of Carton still pretty young? He should be at the same age as Raon or Burin. I don't know about that since I couldn't care less. I see. Rimmer nodded. Unless the king himself came as an envoy, there was no need for Glenn to care. Order the trainees to maintain a tidy appearance, since they could be seen at any time. Huh? Why? The 3rd prince is coming along with the knight trainees in the kingdom, and they said they wanted to witness the training of swordsmen and trainees. And did you allow that? Of course I did. Glenn's thick red gaze was directed at Rimmer. Being seen doesn't make Zeegart's sword weaker. We never hide nor run. I haven't heard that for a long time. Rimmer murmured that he used to hear that every day and smiled bitterly. Go away now that you are satisfied. You are the head instructor, so how long are you planning to be absent from the training ground? Glenn frowned, lowering the corners of his lips. Yep. Rimmer bowed after raising his hand, as if he were saluting. He turned around and started going down the mountain, then suddenly stopped. He licked his lips while watching the 5th training ground from afar. The 3rd prince and knight trainees, owing that the Owen Kingdom's envoy had people at Raon's age, he suddenly got a great idea. Rimmer turned around at Glenn and grinned. Your face, you've come up with some strange idea again. Glenn frowned as if he saw something unsightly. No, it won't be strange. Rimmer grinned like an old fox and shook his head. Because it will be helpful to the young Zeegart sprouts. Chapter 40. A silver line was flowing through the white snow, falling down like a torrent. It was the march of armored knights. Are you okay, my lord prince? A middle-aged man with a huge bear-like build looked at the boy, walking right next to him. I'm still fine. Trainees seem to be struggling because it's snowing more heavily than expected. The prince turned around. Unlike the composed prince, the knight trainees clearly looked tired. Is Zeegart still far away? It looks like we are almost there, since this heavy snow is getting worse. Almost there? Then do Zeegart's swordsmen endure this snow every day? That's not the case. The middle-aged knight shook his head while smiling lightly. The weather becomes worse the closer we get to the Zeegart, but as soon as he said that, the violent snow suddenly stopped, and the sun hiding behind the gray cloud finally appeared. The weather inside Zeegart is perfectly clear. Temperature is lower though. How the prince looked up at the sky in surprise. It was so clear that he felt like the endless snowstorm was just a dream. Wow. The snow stopped immediately. The other's jaws also dropped. Duke Tartan, what is this weather? It looks like magic, but it isn't. This strange natural environment is the reason that Zeegart is called a natural fortress. The middle-aged man named Duke Tartan smiled, pointing towards the huge rampart that could be seen further ahead. Although they had been broken through before. Since the prince knew about that occasion, he nodded calmly. Since they are waiting for us, let's enter first. Duke Tartan pointed towards the people waiting under Zeegart's rampart, in front of an enormous iron door, which was big enough to fit a giant. Swordsmen wearing red coats were looking towards them with sharp gazes. Okay. The prince nodded shortly and headed towards the iron gate, where the Zeegart's gatekeepers were standing. Raon, who was about to return to the training ground after lunch, stopped. What is that? From the direction of the front gate, he could feel the presence of many people. The sound of armor bumping into each other was a metallic sound that couldn't usually be heard in Zeegart. Soon enough, the foreign minister Elian appeared, and the knights clad in silver armor followed him. The Owen Kingdom. There was a lion's head drawn on the left side of their silver armor. It was the Owen Kingdom's emblem. The other trainees and swordsmen also stopped walking, watching the Owen Kingdom's knights passing by. They are the envoys of the Owen Kingdom. Dorian stood next to him and gently whistled. Envoys? They've been cleaning everywhere in the household because of the Owen Kingdom's envoys. Did you not know? I didn't. But their numbers are pretty small for an envoy. Raon furrowed his brows, looking at the small children walking behind the knights. Ah, they are the knight trainees that came along with the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom. They must be here to get some experience. You are knowledgeable. Because there were rumors about it. Look, everyone looks like they knew about it already. That's true. It looked like he was the only one who didn't know about it, and maybe Raon, who was usually just blank. Raon looked through the kingdom's envoys. They are pretty strong. The knight trainees were as strong as the trainees in the 5th training ground, as if they were proving they were from the 6 kings just like the Zeegards. Well, whether they are strong or not doesn't really matter to me, huh? When he was turning around to head towards the training ground, he met the eyes of the knight trainee that was standing at the frontmost. His sky-like blue eyes contained an unshakable spirit. He is pretty strong for his age. He understood it just by looking at him. That knight trainee was the strongest of them. However, that assessment was considering his age, and he still had a long way to go to be considered good for Raon. As expected, the blue-eyed child couldn't rid Raon's strength, turning around after looking at him for a moment. I have no time to pay attention to something like that. He was busy completing his footwork and swordsmanship. Since he wasn't going to meet the kingdom's envoys, watching them for a moment was plenty. Raon walked towards the training ground, only thinking about the footwork's flows. What is this? For the first time in his life, the 3rd prince of the Owen kingdom, Greer de Owen, felt a chill go down his spine. He slowly raised his head. The more his gaze raised, the more difficult it became for him to breathe. Everything was because of the man who that sitting at the top, the destructive king of the north, Glenn Zeegardt. The man called the strongest swordsman of the continent zapped all his strength from his limbs, just from being seen. Thank you for your effort on your trip. Thank you for your warm welcome. He barely managed to come to his senses thanks to Duke Tartan's voice from next to him. He looks exactly like the previous king in his youth. I can understand why he cherishes you so much. Glenn Zeegardt slowly nodded, watching his face. Thank you. He couldn't talk properly because his mouth was completely dry. His presence was too overbearing, despite not using any pressure. It was a completely different experience from when he met the kingdom's best sword. I have a letter from His Majesty the King. The 3rd prince took out a golden envelope. He forced his trembling legs to stand up. But while shivering, he approached the platform and handed over the letter. Upon seeing that, Glenn's eyes shone for a second, but quickly disappeared. As you've requested, I've arranged things so that you can observe the trainees. Putting the letter aside, Glenn slowly spoke. I've prepared an evening banquet, so do rest for today and visit them tomorrow. Thank you for your consideration. Then see you again later. Yes. The 3rd prince took 3 steps backward and bowed, then stood up. And the Duke, I have something to tell the head of house about. Please go ahead and rest. Duke Tartan closed his eyes while smiling lightly. I see. The 3rd prince nodded shortly, then left the audience chamber. He is a very talented child. He will rise to the throne of the sword, before the throne of the king. Glenn opened his mouth first, after a short silence. I knew you would realize it at a glance. The 3rd prince is called the kingdom's best sword in waiting. Certainly it is a rare talent. It's not just about talent, he also has a strong willpower. He also visited the south to witness Robert's swordsmanship. Duke Tartan smiled happily, looking at the door through which the 3rd prince had left. Glenn slightly lifted the corners of his mouth. Talent, effort and willpower. Thus by looking at the 3rd prince's eyes, he could tell what kind of talent he had and what kind of efforts he'd been making. He must have experienced various things and worked hard from a young age. However, Glenn knew somebody even better than him. Raon Zeegardt. Since he knew about Raon's effort and willpower, he wasn't convinced with the 3rd prince's greatness. Since you didn't come here to show off the prince, let's get to the point. The letter in Glenn's hand burned up. You burned it without even taking a look. Although the letter was burned up, Duke Tartan's expression didn't change. There's no way he would have entrusted an important letter to a child. I knew it. Duke Tartan knelt and respectfully lowered his head, unlike when he was boasting about the 3rd prince. I will convey the words of the king of Owen Kingdom, Lacrosse Albert de Owen II. When he raised his head, his eyes were completely serious. The 5 darknesses have started to move. How? Raon's right hand advanced as smoothly as a salmon swimming upstream. His left foot followed. His lower body moved as fluently as a deer running through the forest. It wasn't fast but smooth, not powerful but abrupt. The 12 forms of the river footwork that he was using looked as cheerful and free as a leaf riding the wind. Thud! With a step shaking the ground, he finished training the river footwork. Exhaling in excited breath, he raised his head, straightening his back. They are still watching. When he looked around, the trainees, who were watching him train, turned in surprise. Ever since the first day, they'd learned the river footwork. They'd been training while watching him instead of the instructors. Burin, Raon, and Martha weren't exceptions either. Burin and Martha snorted upon meeting his eyes and turned around. Of course Raon didn't avoid his gaze. Instead, she came closer to him and performed her footwork. That meant she wanted him to teach her. Oh well. Raon shook his head and pointed out what Raon was lacking in her footwork. Young master, can you teach me too? Dorian approached him while scratching his belly pocket, showing him his footwork. To begin with, your posture is too high. Get a bit lower. When he was pointing out his problems, the door to the training ground opened and Rimmer entered. Why is he here? Raon frowned, watching Rimmer trotting in. It was the first time he came to visit during break time. Does everyone know about the Owen Kingdom's envoy visiting us today? Yes, we do. Burns stepped up and responded. His round eyes looked surprised that Rimmer was visiting during break time. They are going to hold a banquet for the envoys this evening. Since they have night trainees, those of you who are the same age as them are also allowed to participate. Oh, banquet? The trainees' expressions brightened at the thought of meeting the Owen Kingdom's knights and becoming acquainted with the night trainees. However, Rimmer shook his head. You haven't even properly acquired the river footwork yet. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to participate, for sure. Ugh. That is, the trainees bit their lips to the unexpected words. Were you planning to participate? But you still have lots of training left to do, right? You haven't completed the swordsmanship nor the footwork, though? He hit out his face, and teased them as he looked through the trainees. God damn it, Hall. The trainees lowered their heads, speechless. There's only one person who is qualified to participate. Rimmer's gaze was directed at Raon. What are you gonna do? I'm not interested. Raon shook his head, and picked up his training sword. His river footwork was almost perfect, but he still had a long way to go until he could combine it with his swordsmanship. It wasn't time for him to make personal connections through a banquet. It was time to do his best in training. That's a good attitude. Rimmer smiled. He had a satisfied expression, as if saying that he knew it. Well, if you really want to go, I'll allow it. Does anyone want to? Putting his hand on Raon's shoulder, he looked through the trainees. He seemed to be asking whether they wanted to go when Raon, the strongest one among them, wanted to keep training. Nope. Martha and Byrne turned around and stepped away to train. Raon hadn't been listening to Rimmer from the beginning and had been practicing footwork. Well, keep training then. There will be plenty of banquets to participate in once you get stronger. I'm gonna leave then. Rimmer shook his hand, as if he were making fun of them, and left the training ground. Raon scratched his chin while watching him leave. Considering Rimmer's personality, he would have allowed them to participate in a banquet. It was a bit strange that he had stopped them instead. What is he thinking about now? The splendid lights were shining upon the main building's banquet hall, instead of the heavy snows. The third prince of the Owen Kingdom, Greer de Owen, sat at his designated seat while licking his lips. I'm tired. His head was spinning from greeting people from Zeegard for hours. He just wanted to practice his sword, since something like a banquet made him uncomfortable. The king's order wasn't the only reason that he was participating in something he didn't enjoy. Zeegard's sword, and the swordsman who practiced that sword. It was in order to observe them. Ha! Third prince gulped down the drink on the table and frowned. They are certainly amazing warriors. The pressures of Zeegard's warriors were proud and powerful. Their might didn't lose to the Owen Kingdom's knights, which filled him with excitement. However, the might of Zeegard's young swordsman was completely disappointing. If it was another house or kingdom, they would have been called extremely talented people, but they were a bit lacking to be called the Six Kings' trainees. They are even worse than Robert's. The head of the southern house, Robert, which he'd visited before coming to Zeegard, seemed to have better young swordsmen than them. I don't think I need to look around tomorrow. Glenn had allowed him to observe the training, but he didn't have any reason to visit, considering their levels. You look disappointed. Huff! He hurriedly turned around, hearing a light voice coming from behind. Elf, a red-haired and dark green-eyed elf, was smiling, his hands behind his back. Do you want to see the real deal? Chapter 41. What do you mean by the real deal? The third prince swallowed and took a step back. Because he was unaware of the identity and intention of the elf that had suddenly appeared, he started by keeping a distance. You don't need to be so afraid. I'm not afraid. He frowned, looking up to the red-haired elf. Answer my question first. What is the real deal? That's wait. When the elf was about to answer, Duke Tartan burst from the ground. It almost looked like he came out from the shadow created by the hall's lighting. Zeegard's Sword of Light, why are you here? Eek! Greer's eyes widened upon hearing the title mentioned by Duke Tartan. Zeegard's Sword of Light. He finally realized who the elf was. He was one of the Glen Zeegard's devoted retainers, whose sword is rumored to be as fast as the light. But why did he come to me? He'd heard about his retirement after an injury, but he didn't understand why he came looking for him. There's no need to be so tense. Rimmer shook his hand, expressing that he had no intention to fight. I've seen you acting like a madman over and over again. Of course I can't relax around you. As you see, I've changed a lot. Without withdrawing his pressure, Duke Tartan took a glance behind him. Your Highness, what did this crazy elf talk about? He asked whether I wanted to meet the real deal. The real deal? What do you mean? It'd be a bit awkward to say it here now. Extending his arm, Rimmer pointed to the surroundings. The banquet had become silent, and everyone was watching them. Well, I'm actually uninvited. Laughing off the gazes pouring down from everywhere, he turned around. The Prince of Owen. Rimmer stopped, then turned around while he was walking towards the exit. If you want to see the real deal, tell them you want to visit the 5th training ground when you are observing the training tomorrow. After saying that, he left the banquet hall. Once Rimmer, who even said that he came uninvited, had left, the music started playing once again. However, Rimmer's last words were the only thing that resounded inside Greer's head. The real deal exists in the 5th training ground, huh? Hubish. Raon frowned, hearing Rimmer's humming. Why is he doing that? Rimmer, who should have been lying down napping after telling the other instructors to teach, was personally giving directions with his eyes clearly open. It was making Raon feel anxious for some reason. What is wrong with that man? That's what I'm saying. Maybe it was something he ate? He probably won some money at the gambling house yesterday. Burin and the other trainees also kept glancing at Rimmer while swinging their swords. Head instructor, did something good happen? Dorian, who was curious despite being a coward, approached Rimmer. There will be guests. Guests? It was even more confusing now, because Rimmer hated annoying things. And yet, he was looking forward to the guests. I should just keep training. The elf was just so strange that it was impossible to guess his actions or thoughts. It was better to just focus on training. Raon drew on the burning aura from his energy center and extended his right foot. Stump. Starting with a groundbreaking sound of a stride, he performed the river footwork and combination sword at once. Between the footwork that flowed as naturally as water, a sharp, light sword burst up. Slash! Despite being a mixture between defensive footwork and offensive swordsmanship, it didn't feel unnatural at all. That was because both techniques focused on flow and combination. The flow was natural, as if he was using a single martial art to begin with. Healing the other trainees' gazes, which he had gotten used to, he performed the swordsmanship and the footwork until the end. Huff! Raon let his sword down, exhaling as he finished performing the swordsmanship and footwork at once. Still not enough. There were a few improper parts because he'd combined the use of his swordsmanship, footwork, and aura. He needed more practice before it became usable in a real battle. Again. As he was about to practice once again, he felt multiple presences from the training ground main entrance. What is that? The instructors reacted after Raon. Then the trainees also stopped swinging their swords. When everyone's gaze was directed at the entrance, a knocking sound could be heard. Go ahead. Yes. While smiling, Rimmer gestured to an instructor. The instructor, who was standing at the center, started to open the door to the training ground. A gentleman from the general administration. A neat young man wearing a uniform stuck his head out, and the knights wearing silver armor were waiting behind him. The people from the Owen Kingdom's envoy wanted to observe the 5th training grounds training. It might be sudden, but is it possible to attend? Please enter. Guests are always welcome. Rimmer came to the door in the blink of an eye and opened it wide. Thank you. Please enter. Jessamine bowed. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he guided the Owen Kingdom's envoy inside the training ground. Raon smirked, sheathing his training sword at his waist. Guests are welcome. Rimmer refused to show the information on their training, even to the swordsmen of the same household. Him saying that the guests were welcome was the biggest bullshit ever. When he looked around, other trainees were also rolling their eyes in surprise. The Owen Kingdom's envoys used their precious time to visit us. Show them what kind of martial art the Zegart's trainees have learned. Rimmer, who used to be at the door, suddenly appeared on the platform. He wasn't even moving like the wind at that point, and he was like a ghost instead. What does he want all of a sudden? Well, we should just act like always. Receiving the gazes of the Owen Kingdom's envoys, the trainees started creaking like a broken doll. Get a grip. You should calm down even more at a time like this and do your best. Burin was no different than usual. Or rather, he was moving even better, and led the trainees. It worked. As expected of someone who gave himself to Zekart, he knew what he was supposed to show. I don't want to be a clown. Martha snorted and crossed her arms. Emitting a pressure as fierce as facing an enemy, she glared at the Owen Kingdom's envoys. She looked ready to fight them if they wanted. She hasn't changed. Martha had only become softer to him, and she was still as fierce and bad-mouthed as ever. Raon wasn't interested in them at all. She kept swinging her sword using her footwork, without a single moment's interruption. I think she might be the strongest. Not losing focus in that kind of messy situation was a peerless talent. Raon skimmed through the Owen Kingdom's envoys one after another. The blue-eyed knight trainee was carefully watching Burin, Martha and Raon, one after another. He seemed rather surprised, with his mouth slightly open. And he still didn't recognize me. Despite noticing those three, he seemed unaware of Raon's might. Well, Raon smiled slightly and pulled out his training sword, his legs at shoulder's width. Shall I start as well? The river footwork and combination sword were both extremely simple in their forms and postures. It was a testament to their strength that they wouldn't get weaker once seen, so there was no problem with having observers. Swoosh! Without minding the gazes, Raon naturally blended in the flow of the sword and footwork. The third Prince Greer de Owen had visited 2 places before coming to the 5th training ground. The first was the 2nd training ground, where those who'd already received the title of swordsman were practicing. It was amazing. The swordsmen from the 2nd training ground were powerful, befitting the great name of Zigar. They weren't inferior in any way compared to the Owen Kingdom's knights in swordsmanship, pressure, body, and mind. However, the 6th training ground where the trainees practiced was rather disappointing. The trainees at the 6 training grounds were talented, but they lacked practice. He'd originally planned to request a spar, but he gave up since the result was too obvious. That's when I remembered. When he was going to head back, he remembered what Rimmer had mentioned. That question about whether he wanted to see the real deal. That was why he told the officer from the general administration, who was about to guide them elsewhere, that he wanted to see the 5th training ground. He seemed flustered, but he guided them to the 5th training ground without refusing the request. He actually didn't have high expectations. He thought the 5th training ground wouldn't be much different from the 6th training ground. However, that was a huge mistake. He understood the moment he entered the training ground that it was different. The talent and the amount of training they did was on a whole different dimension from the 6th training ground. The real deal was this place. Rimmer was correct. The trainees from the 5th training ground weren't any weaker than the knight trainees. The blue-haired boy and the silver-haired girl especially were one level stronger than the others. And the black-haired beauty who was glaring at them also possessed an overwhelming pressure. All 3 of them were as strong as himself, or Seton, who was called the strongest knight trainee. This was the real one indeed. Duke Tartan furrowed his brows while watching the trainees. It looks like it. Although it looks like there's not a big difference in talent except for a few. The difference is mostly with how much they've trained. Hemgreer nodded. The 5th training ground had a completely different atmosphere. He could smell the passion filled with the trainees' blood and sweat. Those 3 are particularly amazing. The knight trainee Seton's eyes shone with the intention to fight. He was also watching the 3 powerhouses he'd recognized. I want to try fighting them. Same goes for me. The 3rd prince and Seton licked their lips, watching the 3 people they thought were the strongest in the 5th training ground. How is it? Just like I've said, the real ones are here, right? A voice as cool as the wind could be heard from behind. When they turned around, Rimmer was standing there with the same smile as the day before. Certainly, I understand why you said that before. Greer nodded. You seem to be itching for a fight. How about sparring with one of our boys? Was that the goal? It's a rare opportunity to fight against one of the 6 kings' talents in complete safety. It will also help you. Rimmer pointed towards the trainees who were focused on their swords. Hemgreer turned around to look at Duke Tartan. Since he was the actual leader, he needed his permission. That sounds fine. Duke Tartan nodded but gave Rimmer a cold gaze. His face seemed to say that he would cut him down the moment he tried something funny. I just want some sparring. However, Rimmer raised both his hands and smiled. Are you fine with a small bet? Bet? Yes. After 20 duels, the loser rewards the winner. Do you think you can win against us? Oh, you are pretty confident, huh? Of course, because they are the elites among the Owens knight trainees. Duke Tartan was full of confidence as he looked at the knight trainees. I'm glad. Rimmer smiled. His eyes were clearly shining in dark green. Since I also trust my boys. Chapter 42. Attention, everyone. Rimmer went up to the platform and clapped his hands. Trainees that were focused on training lifted their heads. You can see them, right? He pointed towards the Owen Kingdom's knights, who were standing on the right side of the training ground. The guests from the Owen Kingdom have requested a spar. Aye, a spar? That's so sudden. Trainees dropped their jaws at the unexpected mention of a spar. Sudden? What do you mean sudden? I've always told you that a swordsman should be ready to swing a sword whenever, even when you've just woken up. Rimmer clicked his tongue and murmured that they still had a long way to go. But they are from the Owen Kingdom, wouldn't it be better to prepare before fighting? The trainees still seemed tense, despite Rimmer's advice. However, some trainees were thinking completely differently. Buren and Martha looked through the Owen Kingdom's knight trainees one by one, like beasts looking for their prey. Raon just kept training without paying attention to the people talking. After enjoying the trainees' flustered reactions, Rimmer looked at Raon. His eyes seemed to be asking his opinion. Raon turned his head to examine the Owen Kingdom's knight trainees. A spar? There could be some among the knights, but nobody among the knight trainees were on the same level as him. But the prince at the center wasn't a bad opponent to practice the synergy between the river footwork and combination sword. Raon nodded slowly, and Rimmer's smile became wider. Since everyone has agreed, we can start now. 20 people will participate, and Rimmer lowered his voice, so that his trainees were the only ones who could hear him. I bet my whole month's salary, so make sure you win. I'll really kill you if you lose. Pardon. What does that prepare for a match? The trainees' jaws dropped. They wanted to complain, but Rimmer turned around before they could, and started to give orders to the instructors. Yes, as if they knew about it already, the instructors moved the trainees away and started setting up the arena for the spar. Raon smirked at seeing that. So this was it. The reason that Rimmer had been acting differently for the last few days was because of this spar. He must have been preparing for a spar the moment he'd heard about the Owen Kingdom's envoy's arrival. That's pretty amazing. Although they were still children that weren't yet recognized as swordsmen or knights, sparring between the members of 6 kings didn't happen often. Rimmer, who was organizing the spar so naturally, was truly exceptional. Gather. Raon turned around and called for everyone. Raon, who didn't care about anything so far, stopped swinging her sword and approached him first. Tesk, Burn, Martha, and the other trainees also stood next to Raon. Every trainee of the 5th training ground gathered in a circle round Raon. As you've heard, we will have to spar. Since we need to select 20 people, raise your hand if you want to participate. I'm in no matter what. Same. I'll fight even if I have to blow everyone away. Burn and Martha raised their hands first. Is Raon also fighting? Yes. So am I then. Raon nodded and raised her hand. After that, around 10 trainees raised their hands. However, the other trainees were just looking at each other, unable to decide on participating. Are they scared? The Owen Kingdom's knight trainees were wearing armor, despite not having received an official title yet. While they were still not completely confident in their skills, it looked like their bodies and minds were frozen due to the intense pressure coming from the confident knight trainees. Tesk. It was annoying, but since he was the top trainee, it was his job to encourage the trainees. Do they look confident to you? Raon pointed towards the Owen Kingdom's knight trainees who were preparing for the spar. Well, a little bit. They look dangerous too. The trainees nodded timidly. Watched their hands more carefully. Following Raon's finger, the trainees' gazes were directed at the knight trainees' hands. It looks like they're shaking a little. It doesn't just look like it. They are actually shaking. The others are the same. The trainees' eyes widened upon watching the other knight trainees' hands. They are indeed wearing fancy armor, but they are just trainees that can't hide their shaking and nervousness before a spar. Which means that they are children your age, with similar thoughts. Raon turned around to look at the trainees. You don't need to be afraid. The training you've been doing isn't any less than the other 6 kings or 5 demons. You won't lose disgracefully as long as you use what you've learned so far. Oh, of course, nobody has trained as hard as us. The amount of blood and sweat we've spilled from training doesn't lose to anyone. Raon's serious recognition made the trainees' eyes burn with liveliness and passion. I'm asking this again. Raise your hand if you want to participate in the spar. Along with the sound of a sudden wind, every single trainee raised their hand. Raon nodded, and selected 20 trainees among them, including Burn, Raon and Martha. Whether they were selected or not, all the trainees saw the Owen Kingdom from a different angle. It's annoying. Taking care of children was more annoying than he thought. However, since he'd been sharing his time and space with the other trainees, he thought he'd gotten attached to them a little. He didn't completely hate it. Then, I'll decide the order. The first is Martha. Can you do it? I'll beat them up. Martha nodded. Since the first would affect the morale of the trainees, Martha, who was the second strongest person in the 5th training ground, was the best suited. And next, he decided the orders one by one. Raon was 18th, Burn was 19th, and he was the last. If you are done preparing, please gather at the center. Let's go. Raon walked towards the center of the training ground, hearing Rimmer's cheeky voice. Martha raised her chin at the sight of the knight trainee that was facing her in the arena. The nice, clean silver armor and his big build made him look like an official knight. However, she wasn't afraid. He didn't look big at all compared to that bastard who'd beaten her with sheer power. I'm Tars. The big knight trainee lowered his head while putting his hand on his sword sheath. Martha Zekart. Martha announced her name and stood with her feet at half-shoulder width. That immature body is trained tremendously. I'm looking forward to a good match. The knight trainee, who called himself Tars, identified her nature, without being distracted by her refined appearance and small size. It looked like he wasn't chosen as the spearhead for nothing. A good match? You'll end up beaten up anyway, so stop goofing around and fight. Martha snorted and moved her finger. Tars snorted and unsheathed his sword. It was greatsword, thicker than a common knight's sword. You are more foul-mouthed than you look. I hope your swordsmanship can match up to your words. You talk too much. I'll attack first if you won't. Martha kicked off from the ground and unsheathed her sword at the same time. The white blade slashed through the heated atmosphere. Idiot! Tars slammed down his greatsword with a cold gaze. A powerful wind pressure emanated from the dull blade of the greatsword. Whoosh! As the heavy wind was about to press down on Martha's body, her eyes shone. Stomp! Striding across the ground, she struck up with her sword. Like a salmon swimming up a waterfall, she saw through the wind pressure and clashed with the greatsword. Bang! With the sound of exploding metal, Tars's greatsword flew away and got stuck on the ground. Eek! Tars moved back in surprise, but Martha didn't miss that opportunity. She immediately followed up and hit his abdomen with the side of the sword. Phew! After being hit in his stomach, Tars was knocked back and foaming at the mouth. Despite relying on your strength, you didn't put everything in one strike. Pathetic. Martha smiled coldly and turned away after sheathing her sword. Martha wins. Rimmer smiled in satisfaction and raised his hand on Martha's side. Raon tapped his finger while watching Martha's back. She changed but also didn't. He'd thought Martha's swordsmanship would become softer after losing to him, but he was wrong. Instead of adding softness, she had increased the power and speed even further to make it more powerful. She was ridiculously simple-minded. An unbreakable will, huh? Her personality, which didn't compromise, would bring her to a higher level. It will be pretty fun. Fun? Is it fun watching a fight between young ants? It only looked boring to the King of Essence. Even ants don't stay young forever. Pathetic. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence gathered young devils and made them spar. Even then, they weren't as bad as this guy. Raon touched the flower bracelet to shut Wrath up and waited for the next spar. It's fun for me, so please shut up. Martha showed the best opening. But the Owen Kingdom's knight trainees weren't easy opponents. It looked like only the best had come, since they alternated between victory and defeat in matches against the 5th Training Grounds trainees. As such, the 5th Training Grounds trainees ended up with 8 victories and 9 defeats after 17 matches. The 18th was Runon's turn. Runon, it's your turn. Runon nodded and went into the arena. A female knight around the same size as Runon was standing there with her hand on her back. Adelia. Runon Sullivan. Runon and Adelia faced each other in accordance with the etiquette of a knight and a swordsman. Without even taking out her sword, Runon blankly stared at Adelia. I don't like those blank eyes of yours. Adelia frowned and dashed towards Runon. A red flame burned at the end of her sword, pointed like a spear. Whoosh! Aura of flame. Her move was displaying the reason that she came out on the latter part, despite her small body. I don't like fire. Runon pouted unnoticeably and unsheathed her sword. Whap! Frost even whiter than the silver blade covered the space. Easy. The moment the sword of flame and sword of ice clashed, white steam burst up. Using the river footwork, Runon hid her body between the frigid air and the steam. I can simply erase the cold air. Adelia swung the flame on her sword like a torch to get rid of the frigid air and the steam at the same time. There! Without overlooking the wobbliness in the frigid air, she thrust her sword. Huh? Adelia's eyes widened. The tip of her sword hadn't touched anything, and she had only pierced the empty air. Ugh! At the chilly feeling she felt around her neck, she swallowed and turned her head. Shush! Along with her cold gaze, Runon's sword was pointed at Adelia's neck. I lost. Adelia bit her lip and dropped her sword. Runon removed her sword from her neck and sheathed it. It was a good fight, huh? Adelia extended her hand, but Runon returned without even looking back and stood in front of Raon. Did you see? You got used to your footwork. Good job. Runon nodded and sat next to Raon. Raon smiled lightly, feeling Runon's cold pressure. She really used my footwork in real combat. The footwork that Runon had just used was the stealth version of the river footwork that she practiced when she was alone. He only had given her a few pieces of advice, yet Runon managed to create an application from the footwork. He felt a sense of satisfaction after seeing how she followed his advice so well, despite him not teaching her properly. 9 wins and 9 defeats from both sides. This is getting interesting. The 19th match will begin. Rimmer looked overjoyed as he kept smiling, calling for Burin and the knight trainee. Raon licked his lips. He is pretty strong. The knight trainee that stood in front of Burin had a stable posture, his eyes emitting a clear light. Except for the third prince, he was the strongest among the knight trainees that he'd seen so far. The two of them were similar in terms of might, to the point where one mistake could decide the outcome. It looked like the knight trainee they'd sent out this time could be called a secret weapon. I'm the knight trainee Seton Kazel. I'm the trainee Burin Zekart. The knight trainee and Burin bowed to each other respectfully and put their hands on their sword sheaths. The 19th match began. As soon as Rimmer finished talking, 2 of them disappeared from the arena at once. Thud! Burin, who'd kicked off the ground using footwork, clashed his sword with Seton's at the center. They know. The 2 of them were also aware. Since their might was equal, the fight would be over the moment they were careless. How? Burin's sword was fast and precise, while Seton's sword was heavy and powerful. The 2 swordsmen slammed down their swords, all while maximizing their best traits to suppress their opponents. It was such a close match that not only the trainees, but also the swordsmen fully focused on the match. Blood spurted from Burin's shoulder, and Seton's armor was split apart. The swordsman and knight didn't drop their swords despite the blood flowing or their flesh being torn apart. As if they were facing the opponent of their life, they thrust their swords towards the other's weak point. Tap tap tap. Burin, who was pushed back by Seton's heavy strikes, grit his teeth. Holding his sword, he brought up as much aura as he could. Having felt Burin's energy, Seton also started controlling all the aura in his energy center. Hop! Burin advanced, carried by the wind, and Seton slammed down his sword with his feet firmly rooted on the ground. Bam! With a collapsing sound in the arena, gray smoke burst up. With the sound of small rocks being split apart being heard, the 2 stopped moving. Whoosh! When Rimmer extended his hand while humming, a green wind pushed away the smoke from the arena. Burin and Seton were stopped at a distance where they could reach each other with a punch, and both their swords were broken in half, stuck in the ground. Huh? Yeah, that means it's a draw. Just as the trainee said, neither of them could keep fighting. Having exhausted their stamina and aura, their limbs were visibly trembling. The 19th match is a draw. Hearing Rimmer's declaration, Byrne forced himself to stand and left the arena. Damn, he frowned, gritting his teeth. Good job. That night trainee was the strongest on Owen's side. So what? I should have won no matter what, fighting under the name of Sieghart. Byrne slammed the ground with his clenched fist. Since he'd run out of strength, his skin was torn apart. Raon looked at Seton, who fought against Byrne. The way his calm expression had grown wrinkled, it looked like he was also frustrated. Honor Hudson's living kept his hands full, both in his previous and current life. He still didn't really understand what honor meant. Then let's start the last match, which will decide the outcome. He stood up, hearing Rimmer's cheerful voice. Don't worry. Raon looked back at Byrne, who was twisting his lips. Because I'll win. Byrne didn't respond. His expression seemed to mean that he trusted him in his own way. Raon turned his body and entered the arena. He didn't understand honor, but since everyone was working together, he would win it for them. No, he wanted to win. Are you a member of the direct line of Sieghart? The third prince, who'd been waiting in the arena, turned his head while tapping on his sword. No, I'm collateral. Tesk, I end up fighting a sacrificial pawn. The third prince's forehead wrinkled at hearing that Raon was a collateral. It looked like he'd still not recognized his might. I have a suggestion. The third prince turned towards Rimmer without even looking at Raon. What kind of suggestion? Those two. He pointed at Raon and Martha, who were looking at the arena. They didn't seem to have used all their strength. So how about I try fighting them again, if I win against this guy? And Rimmer scratched his shivering chin. His expression certainly looked like he was trying to stop himself from exploding in laughter. Well, let's do that. If you win, well then, tell them to warm themselves up, since it will be over soon. The third prince smiled in satisfaction and turned around. Indeed, it will be over soon. Raon's eyes shone with coldness. Because I will win. Chapter 43. Rimmer smirked, watching Raon and the third prince face each other in the arena. He was looking forward to it so much that he unconsciously started humming. And the rewards. He was also looking forward to the reward that he was going to earn from the bet with Owen. He wasn't even considering the possibility of Raon losing the match. You look like you are enjoying yourself. Duke Tartan came to stand next to him without showing his emotions. Of course I am. Watching young talents clashing against each other with everything they have can't be anything but fun. The crazy sword demon has changed a lot. A ruffian like you became a good-looking duke. Of course I've changed as well. Rimmer smirked at Duke Tartan. I'm assuming the reason you approached the prince yesterday was also because of this match, right? Of course. What's your plan? Why are you doing something so troublesome, which you normally don't like? Duke Tartan turned towards him and emanated a powerful pressure. He looked like he was about to cut him down the moment he tried anything strange. It's an opportunity for them to grow. Unlike the 5 demons, there won't be many chances to fight against one of the 6 king's children. Rimmer responded without looking back at him. It was a light voice, but it was also completely serious at the same time. Seriously? Yes. I thought you were joking, but you've really changed. Tartan licked his lips and turned his head back to the arena. The knight trainees that participated in spars today are all children supported by Owen. Those children are pretty strong to be at the same level as them. Obviously, who do you think taught them? He'll teach. Stop boasting. By the way, that boy. He pointed at Raon, who was warming himself up by rolling his wrist and ankle. I mean, who is that monster? I almost failed to recognize him with his extremely thin presence. The way he uses his sword and footwork together isn't at a mere trainee's level. I knew you weren't blind. Rimmer giggled and pointed at the third prince, who looked calm and composed at the opposite side. Then why didn't you warn him about it? The third prince seems to be thinking that Raon is a sacrificial pawn. His Highness will become the Owen Kingdom's future, but he doesn't know defeat yet. I figured it's better for him to experience it in a safe place like this. That was the reason that Tartan didn't warn the third prince about it, despite having identified Raon's might. He wanted to teach the third prince defeat, so that he could reach a higher level. However, the third prince is strong. Even that genius swordsman won't be able to win with ease. I wonder. Rimmer shook his head, smiling more confidently than ever. I think a lot differently. Your stubbornness hasn't changed. Shall we make another bet then? Again? Tartan frowned. You really love bets, huh? Then how about just a drink? Fine. But what kind of bet do you want? Rimmer raised 5 fingers. Raon will finish your hope in 5 strikes. Nonsense. I realize that he's strong, but it's impossible in 5 strikes. Tartan glared and clenched his fist. Then you want to take the bet, right? Of course. Bring it on. You are as wild as always. Rimmer giggled and rubbed his hands together. I'm getting free drinks for the first time in a long time. Greer de Owen, the third prince of the Owen Kingdom, licked his lips watching Raon and Martha, who were outside the arena, instead of Raon, who was facing him. They will be good opponents. From the moment he entered the training ground, he'd been only interested in those two and the blue haired guy who fought equally against Seton. On the other hand, he didn't have a speck of interest in the collateral facing him. He looked fucking handsome, but that was it. He felt like his might was just too plain. I should finish this quickly. Using aura against the collateral in front of him would have been a waste. He decided that he'd do his best in his next match after single-handedly winning against him using only his physical strength. If you are ready, let's begin the spar. Rimmer approached them and raised his hand. Last spar begin. Ha! The moment his hand went down, Greer unsheathed his sword. Thud. Kicking off the ground, he dashed in front of Raon. He wanted to finish it in a single strike. However, Raon, who was standing in front of him, disappeared in an instant. Where? Huff! As he was about to turn his head to find Raon, he could hear the dangerous sound of wind from the right. Sword. Greer felt the wind created by a sword, and hurriedly ducked his head. Whoosh! Raon's training sword grazed his hair, giving him goosebumps. Tusk. Greer rotated his body, and swung his sword to the right. Whoosh! It was a precise strike, calculating Raon's position. However, Raon wasn't there this time either. Sheesh. With the sound of a snake crawling the ground, he moved to his left. It all happened literally in a blink of an eye. What's that? Greer grit his teeth. Using the kingdom's footwork, he quickly followed after Raon. He struck down at Raon, who was stepping back. The sword plummeted down, containing a powerful energy. It's over. He was standing in the place that Raon would need to be in order to dodge the strike. There was no way he could avoid it. The moment he thought it was over, he met Raon's eyes. The stationary eyes, without any sign of agitation in them, sent chills running down his spine the moment he saw them. Smack! Raon's body advanced, bending like a reed, and his sword rotated in a half-moon shape. His world turned along with his sword. In the incomprehensible situation, he could just stay with his mouth wide open. He felt a powerful impact against his back. He unconsciously groaned. What is this? He lifted his aching head. Raon was standing way above him. Greer finally realized he'd fallen outside of the arena. The third prince tried to raise his head while withstanding the pain in his back, then froze. It's him. The third prince swallowed, hands trembling. He was the real deal. Oh my. Rimmer covered his mouth, as if he was stopping himself from laughing, and looked at Tartan. What happened? It wasn't even 5 strikes. It ended in 2 strikes. Tartan didn't respond. Instead of the third prince on the ground, he was watching Raon with his jaw dropped. And he wasn't the only one. Everyone in the training ground was astonished as they watched Raon. It took a long time for Tartan to finally exhale and straighten his back. What was that? How was his footwork so soft? The timing on his swordsmanship was also perfect. I didn't manage to identify everything. Tartan's gaze was still fixated at Raon. The footwork and swordsmanship he displayed was far beyond that of a trainee. What was even more surprising was that he defeated the third prince with an appropriate movement according to the situation, instead of overwhelming might. It looked like the Raon boy had a special talent, showing more than his best. I told you Raon would win. I also knew that, but I didn't expect the third prince to lose without even standing a chance. I'll make the reservation at a bar. See you again this evening. You know I only drink expensive liquor, right? Tusk. Wait. When Tartan clicked his tongue and was about to turn his head around, the third prince stood up while wobbling. And, not yet. It's not over yet. He entered the arena once again, unable to accept his defeat. Why, your highness. Oh. Tartan approached the third prince in panic, and Rimmer scratched his chin with an interested smile. You can't, Duke, I haven't done my best yet. The third prince walked past Tartan, who tried to stop him, and stood up. If I did my best from the beginning. Wow, what a fucking loser. The corners of Martha's lips twisted up, and she stood with one foot inside the arena. You call yourself a prince, yet you can't even admit defeat and keep dragging on. You remind me of somebody. She turned her head and looked down at Byrne, who wasn't doing anything. Since he did do something like that in the past, he bit his lip and frowned. Hey, Mr. Prince. I'm talking kindly right now. Get the fuck out before I start cursing. Without minding Byrne, who was glaring at her from behind, Martha laughed at the third prince. How dare you? Who do you think he is? If he is Owen's future king, I'm the direct lineage of Zegart. I don't lose in any aspect. Martha didn't step back, facing Duke Tartan. Stop. Rimmer entered the arena and hid the two people's faces with his hand. The spar is over, but we didn't hear the opinion of those directly involved. Let's hear it out first, Raon. Yes. Raon, who'd been silent, nodded. What do you want to do? Since you are the one fighting him, you decide. Raon slowly turned around and tilted his chin. I heard the instructor made a bet in the spar. I think the results are clear. There's no reason to fight anymore. The third prince's clenched fist shook. Your Highness, let's stop now and Lee. I admit my defeat. Shaking off Duke Tartan's staying hand, the third prince stepped up. I've been underestimating you without properly recognizing your power. I'm so embarrassed and ashamed that I can't raise my head. However, if I leave now, I think I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Please fight me once more. The third prince dropped his sword, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Why, Your Highness!" Duke Tartan tried to stop him, but he didn't move at all. Raon could see the sincerity in his blue eyes. He lowered his head. "Huh?" The third prince of the Owen kingdom. The fact that he was accompanied by Duke Tartan meant that he had powerful supporters. He didn't expect him to apologize like that after all. "Hey, third prince or what? Stop that disgraceful act and get Martha." Tusk. Martha clicked her tongue and stepped back as Raon called her name. Duke Tartan groaned at that sight. So, the might wasn't everything he had. The girl from the direct line, who even went against him, was silenced in a single word. The third prince wasn't the only one who'd underestimated Raon. "Fine." Raon nodded and went to the side of the arena. "But this is the last time." "Oh, of course." The prince didn't look down on him anymore. It looked like he was paying proper respect to him as a warrior. "Please tell me when you are ready." Rimmer grinned, as if he knew that would happen, and entered the arena. The third prince took out the lion-shaped necklace from his armor and stared at it. Then, as if he had decided on something, he grit his teeth and tore it apart. Whoosh! A powerful wind emanated from his center, and his pressure became almost twice as strong. It wasn't just his aura. The energy of his trained body could also be felt. Has he been hiding such energy? Huh. Burn and Martha frowned from the powerful pressure emanating from the third prince. Third prince. This isn't the time to be hiding my strength. I want to fight him with everything I have. The third prince raised his sword, wind flowing out between his teeth. The expression seemed to say that he would go all out from the beginning, without being careless anymore. "What an idiot, you didn't even know your opponent was hiding his strength. I can still win. He has a lot more aura than you, and his body is also way more complete. Yet are you saying you can win? Do you want to bet?" Raon tilted his chin. Of course. Bring it on." Wrath snorted, and the wager message appeared at the same time, suggesting a bet. Condition: victory against the Owen Kingdom's third prince, Greer de Owen. Success: all stats +4 fail, creation of 10 points of emotion. "I accept." Raon accepted as soon as the message appeared. The doormat is here again. If Rimmer was the doormat of Sieghart's gambling house, then Raon's doormat was Wrath. Holding back the smile trying to leak out, he unsheathed his sword. He'd known from the beginning that the third prince had been hiding his strength. He'd accepted the second challenge because he thought it would be useful for his training to fight the third prince that disclosed his full power, craving victory. He didn't expect the doormat to come along. Then, here I go. The third prince focused his power on his leg and stepped forward. Destroying a sector of the arena, he dashed towards him like a savage beast. "This will be more interesting, because there's something to gain." Raon advanced and struck down the spinning sword. Smathak! The third prince's sword, surrounded by a sky-blue aura, and Raon's sword, engulfed in a red flame, crashed together. Chapter 44 Screech. Raon and the third prince's sword screamed as their pressures crashed against each other. Plank! The power that came up from his ankle was incorporated in his forearm muscle. A heaviness like carrying a boulder exploded on the sword side. Both of the third prince's hands, which were holding the sword, started shaking. This is crazy! He'd realized that Raon was powerful from that one defeat, but he didn't expect his might to be so overwhelming even when he faced him properly. The third prince grit his teeth and gave a shout of concentration. He swung his sword with everything he had, as being pushed back would result in his defeat. Slam! The two training swords crossed, and the third prince was pushed back to Raon's left side. Ugh! The third prince regained his posture by turning his body, using his left foot as axis. A quick and structured movement, he seemed ready to take on any kind of attack. However, his opponent exceeded his expectations. Thud! Raon moved at the same time, regaining his posture using the river footwork. Moving as if he was sliding, he appeared at the third prince's back. Since the third prince was also doing his best, his reactions had gotten faster. He stepped back and thrust his sword. Clank! Raon tilted his sword to push back the third prince's strike, which was aimed at his wrist. Not yet. Third prince's sword bent like a living snake, thrusting towards his chest instead of his wrist. His eyes were full of his thirst for victory. Bam! Raon's eyes didn't waver. Rotating his training sword in the other direction, he countered the rotation on the third prince's sword. Third prince stepped back while groaning. He looked like he couldn't believe it, his chin trembling. How? I've already experienced it once. Raon glanced at Burin, who could be seen behind the third prince. He just cancelled out the rotation in his sword, just like when he'd fought against him. Are you a monster or a genius? The third prince lowered his posture while biting his lip. Holding his sword with two hands, he turned it diagonally. Even though it was the same posture as before, his pressure felt different. The fierce swordsmanship. It was fierce swordsmanship, which was only taught to the Owen Kingdom's future. As swordsmanship was left behind by Fears, the continent's strongest swordsmen a few hundred years ago, it was an advanced martial art that could attack and defend at the same time, containing the flow of the sky. The third prince gave a firm shout of concentration and stomped on the ground. He dashed in like a tempest and struck upward with his sword. Damn! Without confronting the third prince's sword, Raon used the river footwork. Like a twig fluttering in the wind, he grazed the sword. The third prince followed up by striking down the sword that went up. It was a clean application of aura that allowed fast yet balanced movement. Plank! Raon stepped back while deflecting the third prince's sword using the combination sword. I won't miss you any longer. The third prince kept chasing Raon, all while using a more completed fierce swordsmanship. Just as it was supposed to contain the sky, the blade was filled with a majestic and profound energy. Not bad. Raon smirked, feeling the third prince's sword graze his forehead. He is different from before. His might and willpower were both different from before. I guess that's to be expected from a prestigious kingdom. The Owen kingdom was one of the 6 kings, and there was a good reason why it had acknowledged him. He was perfectly aware of the most important thing in a fight, despite his young age. There was a possibility that he would fight the Owen kingdom one day. That's why he wanted to witness the kingdom's advanced swordsmanship, and it was indeed an excellent learning experience. Moreover, the third prince kept thinking and adjusting his movements while fighting. He was an interesting opponent. Bang! Raon fiercely parried the third prince's sword as it twisted into his neck. It was a sharp strike, but he'd already finished analyzing it. Since he'd been using the Ring of Fire while fighting, it wasn't difficult for him to analyze the swordsmanship. Any technique that the third prince used was being accumulated in Raon's memory. Bang! Bong! Raon wasn't using footwork anymore. Firmly standing in place, he deflected all of the third prince's strikes. Ha! That's crazy! The third prince's eyes widened, and Duke Tartan's jaw dropped. Huff! The third prince exhaled a long breath and took a step back. Straightening his shoulders, he tightened his grip on the sword. It's not over yet. I still have the last method. Saying that, he lifted his sword, a high posture, as if he were supporting the sky. He kicked the ground just like that. Is it a secret technique? Raon narrowed his eyes. Advanced swordsmanship had secret techniques, befitting their names. It looked like the third prince was about to use the fierce swordsmanship's secret technique. Swoosh! The current exuding from the third prince's entire body pressed upon him. It was a rush-type swordsmanship that struck down after preventing an opponent's evasion. I'll take it on. Raon pulled his sword to his left, behind him. Since he'd witnessed enough of his swordplay, it was time to finish. First flame of 10,000 flame cultivation. Vortex. The red flame that appeared from the tip of his sword rotated like a cogwheel and pierced through the arena's heated atmosphere. Ha! The third prince didn't withdraw, despite seeing the flame burst from Raon's sword, because he trusted his aura and his sword. Easy. Flame rushed out in a thin line, piercing through the third prince's aura. Ha! Between the pierced blue aura, the third prince's widened eyes became visible. However, he wasn't the third prince of the Owen kingdom for nothing. Using the last bit of his aura, he filled the gap in his aura. Pointless, Raon firmly announced, swinging his training sword to the end. Not yet. My sword is, ha! In trembling, the third prince stopped the sword that he struck down. No, he had no choice but to stop, because his sword was already broken. Raon's vortex hadn't only cut through the third prince's aura, but also his training sword. Ha! The third prince sank to his knees. He stared blankly at his broken sword. I was superior in terms of strength and speed. Stepping back with footwork doesn't necessarily mean that strength is lacking. Sometimes one steps back on purpose, in order to grasp a better opportunity. I certainly felt it. The third prince stood up with a sigh. After taking the broken sword and tidying his armor and hair, he stood in front of Raon once again. Thank you. I felt a lot of things thanks to you for accepting the second match. The saying was true. It's an endless world. He lowered his head as he said that. It was a courteous demeanor befitting a prince. I've learned a lot as well. Raon bowed towards the third prince as well. I'm sorry for looking down on you in the beginning. Please consider it this foolish man's lack of insight. It's fine. How old are you? I'm 14 years old. Ha! I've lost to a swordsman younger than me, both in sword and in personality. The third prince laughed dejectedly. His expression showed his original personality. I think it will be fine if it's you. Putting his hand inside his armor, he took out a tablet with the drawing of a blue shining lion, and the name of Greer was written on its back. Please accept it. This is its proof that the third prince of Owen, Greer de Owen, will accept any request. What? Raon's eyes widened. The item that he just received from the third prince was a tablet symbolizing the prince, one that could grant his request. Why are you giving this to me? I've lost, but my mind has become clear. This is the first time I've ever felt this way, like I've been enlightened. Third prince murmured that the tablet was cheap compared to what he'd gained. Raon reluctantly accepted the tablet. We will meet again in the future. Please stay above me until that time, since it will be fun catching up to you. The third prince smiled brightly. Stepping out of the arena, he stood in front of Rimmer. Instructor Rimmer, we have lost. The reward from the bet will be given accordingly. Understood. Rimmer nodded with the same smile as before. Duke Tartan. Yes, let's go back. I remembered something I needed to do. Yes. The third prince and Duke Tartan left the training ground alongside the night trainees. Humpish. He kept putting on airs until the end, so annoying. Martha snorted with displeasure, kicking the collapsed arena. Putting on airs, Raon shook his head while watching the third prince's back as it disappeared from view. The third prince's eyes were completely clear. Probably not. He had changed, and would continue to change. Just like Byrne and Martha. And Raon licked his lips, looking at the tablet in his hand. He'd only accepted the spar for the sake of his training. He didn't expect to receive something like that. How curious. Because he'd only done assassinations without any reward in his previous life, he couldn't get used to such a sudden reward. He couldn't understand the purpose and reason behind the gift. However, one thing he understood was that he didn't have any bad intentions. This life is also different from what I expected. The third prince visited the audience chamber immediately. When he announced his departure earlier than scheduled, the door to the audience chamber opened and the head butler Raon stepped out. The Lord says you may enter. Understood. The third prince swallowed and followed Raon into the audience chamber. Huff, facing Glenn's gaze, which didn't seem to have changed at all from the first time he met him, his breath was taken away. Your eyes have changed. As he was about to kneel, Glenn's low voice resounded. It looked like he was already aware of everything. It's shameful, but I thought I was the best. I thought I could defeat any talented people from 6 kings, not just in the Owen kingdom. The third prince continued, raising his calm eyes. And that was the same here, in Zeegard. I looked around the training grounds, but I couldn't find anyone that met my standards. It was the same when I went to the 5th training ground. There were 3 powerful people, but I thought I could win against them. However, the third prince rubbed his right wrist, which had been beaten up by Raon. There was a powerful person that I didn't even recognize. Raon Zeegard. I single-handedly lost after underestimating the might of a trainee younger than me. I insisted on a second match, and also lost that one. The third prince raised his head slightly at Glenn's reaction. It felt like the audience chamber's atmosphere had suddenly gotten softer. It was as if he was telling him to keep talking. I visited and sparred in 3 places among the 6 kings, but I've never seen any trainee like Raon. Might, personality, and mind, he looked like a warrior that was complete in every aspect. Since I lost to a boy like him, I didn't feel bad at all. I felt enlightened instead. The atmosphere in the audience chamber warmed as the third prince kept talking. There was a lot to learn from him, despite being younger than me. Is that so? Yes. That's why I want to go back now. I want to immediately apply everything I've realized from watching him. I see. Tell the king that I've received his kind letter. Thank you. After a polite greeting, the third prince left the audience chamber. Inside the audience chamber, where only 2 people remained, the sound of someone holding back his laughter could be heard. Raon was covering his mouth, looking at Glenn. Why are you laughing? I couldn't help it after seeing my lord's smiling expression. Smiling? Glenn tried touching his lips with his hand and grimaced. My lord has been smiling ever since the third prince of the Owen kingdom mentioned young Master Raon's name. My lord must be overjoyed that his grandson was praised by another kingdom's prince. You're mistaken. Glenn cleared his throat for no reason, supporting his chin with his left fist. Don't laugh. Yes. Raon leaked out an even bigger laugh, but he closed his mouth completely at Glenn's order. Rimmer's bad habit has transferred to you after spending time with him. Glenn sighed and closed his eyes. The smile on Raon's mouth didn't seem inclined to disappear anytime soon. Your Highness the third prince, we are ready to leave. Duke Tartan approached when the third prince came out of the Lord's manor. Thank you for your effort. Since I've said my goodbyes, I think we can leave right now. Understood. Everyone, stand in a line. Yes. The knights and knight trainees lined up behind Duke Tartan, following his orders. Let's go. The third prince walked at the front, and Duke Tartan licked his lips as he walked next to him. Do you have something to say? When you sparred with the trainee Raon, I was thinking it might have been excessive to have used your hidden strength and the fierce swordsmanship. It would have been better to hide your power. I know, it was certainly excessive. Yes, fierce swordsmanship is the kingdom's highest tier swordsmanship. Nothing good will come from showing to in public. Moreover, giving away the godly tablet was too much. That's not true. The third prince stopped Duke Tartan's words with his hand. Raon Zeegard showed favor towards me. He treated me with respect, despite me looking down on him in the beginning. I was only showing my respect towards him in return. Moreover, he also showed me a swordsmanship that could be called a secret technique. That's true. And giving out that godly tablet was an investment. By investment you mean? Duke Tartan tilted his head. He has such a might, personality, and mind at that age. Even though he is a collateral, he will certainly become an important figure in the future. One whose name will be known throughout the continent. Being acquainted with such a person might be beneficial for me in the future, don't you think? I see. Reading that far into the future in the spur of the moment, that's pretty amazing. I've been raised in a kingdom where people live with a knife in their tongue and chest. I would have already died if I couldn't calculate that much. The third prince smirked and walked ahead, and Duke Tartan scratched his chin. His expression was filled with cold-heartedness, unlike when he talked with the third prince. He's certainly changed. The third prince's arrogance, based on his ability, had completely disappeared. What could be seen from his eyes now was his eagerness to improve. I really should buy him some drinks. Duke Tartan smirked, looking at the 5th training ground, which could be seen from the side. We meet again later, that is. And his eyes grew serious as he thought back to Raon, who would be inside the training ground. I'm curious about what kind of monster he will be the next time I meet him. Chapter 45. The trainees didn't move even after the Owen Kingdom's envoys had left. They kept staring at Raon's back, as if they were out of their minds. Since they'd been watching Raon, they knew he was strong. However, since he'd been always moving softly, they'd never imagined he would move so quickly with such powerful strikes. Was he that strong? Why is the difference getting larger? When the trainees couldn't come to their senses, a cheerful clap could be heard from the platform. Good job, everyone. Rimmer grinned, sitting at the edge of the platform. Thank you for doing your best in the sudden spar. You're welcome. Thank you for creating an opportunity to spar with the knight trainees of the Owen Kingdom. Trainees lowered their heads, expressing their thanks in return. I'm glad you think that way. Rimmer grinned, fluttering his feet in the air. He looked to be in a better mood than usual. Well, since everything is over, I should tell you a few things. First of all, you know the knight trainees that fought against you today? They aren't normal knight trainees. Pardon? What are they then? When he stopped speaking, the trainee swallowed. They are the elites that the Owen Kingdom is training properly. They are the talented people that will become the royal or silver knights in the future. Eek! Royal knights and silver knights. I knew they were too strong. The trainee's jaws dropped. There were only the elite of the elites among the royal and silver knights of the Owen Kingdom. Royal knights were the shields that protected the king in the castle, and silver knights were the swords that threatened their enemies. It wasn't an understatement to say that the 2 knight orders were the most elite troops in the Owen Kingdom. The trainees couldn't hide their surprise at the fact that they'd fought equally against the knight trainees that would belong to such orders. Having fought equally against such children is certainly something to be praised for. Give a round of applause for yourselves, everyone. Yeah. Wow. We won. The trainees raised their hands and shouted with joy. Head instructor. When Rimmer was enjoying the cheers, a hand was raised from the center. Byrne was standing while still staggering. Can I fight them again in the future? Byrne's expression was as wrinkled as if he was facing an enemy. You look like you've lost or something. If I didn't win, it's not different from losing. Personally, I like that attitude. Rimmer smiled and nodded. The knight trainee that you fought against has been called the future captain of the Royal Knights. If you keep improving yourself, you will meet him again, even if you don't want to. Of course, when that time comes, he will be a knight instead of a knight trainee. Then, I will have to become a swordsman. A heated haze appeared in Byrne's green eyes. Exactly. One more thing. What is it? If the knight trainee I fought against was the future Royal Knights captain, what was the third prince? It wasn't swordsmanship that just any royal blood would have. Byrne's question was justified. The third prince was ridiculously strong, despite the fact that he was 15 years old. I heard the third prince will be the kingdom's strongest sword in the future. Eek. Wow. The training ground was filled in silence at Rimmer's response. The trainees turned around to look at Raon, their eyes wide. Their expressions were full of wonder about the kind of monster Raon was, that he could easily defeat the guy who would become the kingdom's strongest sword. Today's training is over. Since you've spent more stamina than usual, go back and rest. Rimmer clapped his hands and disappeared from the platform. However, the surprise directed at Raon didn't disappear from the trainees' eyes. Leaving behind the astonished eyes of the trainees, he left the training ground first. He would have normally stayed in the training ground to practice, but he was quickly headed to the dormitory because he had something to do. Upon entering the room, he sat on the floor and tapped on the flowery bracelet. Whoosh! Blue ice blossomed like a flower from the bracelet. However, the coldness was trembling as if it was filled with anger. Damn it! How could he lose to you with that kind of power? I trusted him because he was royal blood, but he is so stupid and inferior. Wrath grit his teeth, filling the entire room with coldness. If the King of Essence was in his position, you would have been ripped to shreds by now after becoming a block of ice. He's called a prince, despite not even being able to use his power? How pathetic. It looked like he felt some kinship to the prince since he was a monarch of Devildom. He looked really frustrated at losing the bet, to the point that he was angry and talkative at the same time. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence could beat down stronger enemies with a smaller amount of mana. Then, during fights between monarchs, okay. Stop there. When Raon tapped the bracelet, Wrath stopped talking. I have to stop that at all costs. Whenever he said back in Devildom, the King of Essence, it was a sign that he had to stop him immediately. If he kept listening to him, he wouldn't get his reward until the next morning. You can talk later. Give me my reward first, okay? This is rigged. I didn't know he was incapable of using the power he had. Actually, the third prince had fought well, but the 10,000 flame cultivation was just too powerful. regardless of the amount of aura he had. So are you saying you won't give me my reward, despite being a monarch of devildom? What do you think the King of Essence is? A human that tells lies habitually. I keep my word, even if it is rigged. You have won the bet against Wrath. The reward for your victory is being distributed. All stats have increased by 4. At the same time as the stat increase message appeared, his whole body shivered, as if he had been electrocuted. The exhilaration of his body and mind growing at once was so electric, he would never get used to it. He'd perform any mission if that was for that reward. Clench. He tried clenching his fist. With his stats increased by 4 at once, he could feel a clear difference in his grip and muscle strength. Status window name: Raon Zekart. Title: First Victory. State: Curse of Frost 6, Strands trait. Wrath, Ring of Fire, 4 stars. Water Resistance, 4 stars. Perception of the Snow Flower, 2 star. 10,000 Flame Cultivation, 2 stars. Coldness of the Frost, 2 stars. Fire Resistance, 2 stars. Strength, 47. Agility, 47. Stamina, 48. Energy, 36. Perception, 58. It wasn't just the rewards. Thanks to his continuous training, his stats had increased a lot. The bigger numbers filled him with joy, just from looking at the status window. Tusk. Wrath clicked his tongue while glancing at the status window that he couldn't even see. It looked like he was extremely unsatisfied. Are you happy? I'm happy, Raon responded without hesitation. Well, you shouldn't be. No matter how strong you get, you are just a possessed body for the King of Essence. There's nothing in the world that the King of Essence can't accomplish. While murmuring that the time was near, he emanated coldness. Okay. The temperature had gotten so low that frost fell on his skin, but he didn't feel cold at all thanks to his water resistance. Do your best. He pushed away Wrath by shuddering lightly and stood up. Don't underestimate the King of Essence. Even if it takes 100 years, your body will end up becoming mine. All right. Gupta. When Wrath's coldness started to erupt like a volcano, he opened the door and went outside. Underestimate him? Of course he wouldn't. Wrath was an enemy, and the most dangerous one at that. The reason that he cultivated Ring of Fire every day, and that he trained his body and mind, was so that he didn't lose his body to him. Although he acted relaxed in front of him, he was never careless. Dying in vain once was enough. He had to become stronger in order to survive, and for the sake of his revenge. Raon left the dormitory and went back to the training ground, where everyone had left. He swung his sword the whole night. 3 months had passed since Raon sparred with the 3rd prince of the Owen kingdom. He easily defeated the 3rd prince, who was called the future strongest sword of the kingdom, but Raon only focused on training, as if his victory was left in the past. He recently obtained the nickname Training Ghost, or Training Genius, from the trainees, though they only called him by that when he wasn't around. I can't even properly see his sword anymore. Doesn't that guy look even stronger now? His swordsmanship and footwork have gotten even more natural. He doesn't just look it, he must be stronger. That's too much. The collateral trainees were filled with amazement, watching Raon keep training like a person possessed. I thought I caught up to him a little, but there's no way. Same. Though, I also trained until the soles of my shoes became rugged. The trainees were already impressed, and had increased their training time when Raon managed to beat Martha. It wasn't just after the spars with the Owen kingdom. They'd thought the difference between them and Raon would have decreased a little thanks to their training, but it wasn't the case. This is, difference in talent. Yes, the talent we are born with is different. We can't help it if effort can't bridge the gap. Do you really believe you've done your best from one pair of shoes getting rugged? The trainees turned around when they heard the sharp voice. Eek. Lord Burin. Burin was twisting his lips, his arms crossed. It's easy when you just praise him with a cool word like talent. You can convince yourself that you can't do it anyway, even if you do your best. However, walking past the trainees, he continued. You can only say that after breaking 10 pairs of shoes, rather than just one. His words weren't directed to the trainees, but to himself, the one that had been jealous of Raon without knowing how hard he'd worked. That's right. Sorry, you don't need to apologize to me. It's your life after all. Burin picked up the training sword that was behind the trainees and headed towards the center of the training ground. Young Master Burin, doesn't it feel like he's become softer? He would have completely ignored us before. Hey, someone is coming. Shut your mouth. Hup. The trainees closed their mouths, seeing Martha approaching from the left side. Tap. Martha took out a training shoulder and put it on her shoulder. Fluttering the short hair that barely reached her shoulders, she walked towards the training ground before she stopped. He became softer? She glanced at the trainees with clear disdain. He is like a volcano right before its eruption, yet you call him soft. Your eyes are worse than a rotten orc's. Martha sneered and walked towards the training ground. Raon and Raon moved their bodies without any break, and Burin and Martha swung their swords without losing to him. Wow, it's so breathtaking. Trainees sighed, shaking their heads. Monsters lived in the 5th training ground, and there were 4 of them. Well, that's true. But one of the trainees was looking at his training shoes before he raised his head. Isn't this the best place to increase our abilities? That's true. You're right. The other trainees nodded. They'd certainly been improving a lot faster ever since they arrived at the 5th training ground. We should start as well. Finishing their short break, the trainees entered the training ground once again, wielding training swords. How nice. Rimmer was sitting on the tree behind them with a smile on his face. With the pillars holding on so well, the rest follow. He looked at Raon, Burin, Raon, and Martha in that order as they swung their swords in the middle of the training ground. Since those 4 children, all with different characteristics, were doing their best, those who were behind naturally followed. The 4 of them were actually contributing to the children's growth more than the instructors. Rimmer curled his red hair as he sat on the tree, then nodded. It should be fine to have them participate in a real battle. Chapter 46. Raon dashed forward and his sword. The burning blade mercilessly ripped apart the evening air. Creak! The aura's reverberation, after splitting the ground, gouged the floor of the training ground like a beast's claw. It was a dash-type sword technique, created from combining the star-combining sword and the last movement of the river footwork. Not bad. Raon nodded, spinning his sword. Even if one saw through the technique, it would have been difficult to block it because of its great power and speed. And of course that's not all. It was a surprise attack that could be used whenever or wherever, like a knife hidden in the back. Couldn't be helped that he kept thinking about surprise attacks, since the temperament of an assassin still seemed to remain. He turned his head around, hearing a humming sound. Raon was watching her sword with blank eyes. However, the bottom of those blank eyes were shining slightly. It was an expression full of expectation. It seemed like she wanted him to teach her the technique. Hop! As if she was copying him, Raon kicked off from the ground and thrust her sword in the air. Without any speed, power, nor the principle of a surprise attack, all she was doing was copying his posture. However, since her talent and abilities were excellent to start with, the movement was going to be pretty difficult to block. Is this right? Raon swung her sword a few more times, then tilted her head to ask him whether that was correct. Rather than that, with the legs like this, since he thought she might end up killing someone in a spar, he corrected her posture a little. Whoosh! When Raon's posture was mostly corrected, a cool wind came over the training ground's walls. Rimmer had arrived. When he arrived on time, he entered by kicking open the front door. When he was late, he came in over the walls. That meant that it was already past the end of training. Rimmer sat at the edge of the platform and looked down on the trainees. Instructor, you are 10 minutes late. Good job on your training today. Ignoring Burin's remark, he turned his head. 10 minutes are enough time to swing a sword 10,000 times. Ha! That's going too far. Ugh! Rimmer frowned after answering Burin's ridiculous statement. He seemed to have realized that was his purpose. Anyway, I have 2 things to tell you today. The first is about the 6th training ground. The 6th training ground? What about it? It's where those who failed here went, right? The trainees tilted their heads, asking why he was suddenly talking about the training ground where the dropouts went. Apparently their pride was hurt, because of the way that the Owen Kingdom's envoys belittled them, and only asked to spar with the 5th training ground. They are now training until they bleed in order to catch up to us. Rimmer grinned, saying that he was proud of the 6th training ground's trainees. The direct line and the collateral that dropped out due to injury also joined them recently, and they are training using the most difficult method, so you shouldn't be careless. Do your best every moment so that they won't catch up to you. Yes. Well, it's not even possible to catch up. The trainees pouted. Since they'd made a huge gap already, they didn't seem to feel the necessity to be careful about them. Rimmer nodded, as if he had already expected that reaction, and told them the second bit of news. There will be very special training next week. What is it? Dorian, who was already scared, started trembling. Special training, huh? What is it? What else is left to do? Since Rimmer had done many strange things in the past, every trainee felt uneasy, not just Dorian. Of course it's a secret. Instructor, you have to tell us in advance what kind of training it is so that we can prepare ourselves. Burin raised his hand and argued with reason, but of course it didn't work against Rimmer. It's not fun if I tell you. No matter what it is, you'll be able to do it if you train hard enough. Since he wasn't wrong, Burin pouted and lowered his hand. But if I were to give you a hint, Rimmer raised one finger and smiled. Unlike his usual light or cheerful smile, it was filled with an intense fighting spirit. It's a real battle. A real battle? That was unexpected. The trainee's eyes widened at hearing that it was a real battle instead of a spar. It's not unexpected, but it was about time. Since you said you would prepare, I'll tell you one thing for sure. The craftiness around in his expression started to disappear. His smile was instead filled with a frightening amount of seriousness. You should be prepared for bloodshed. After training, Rimmer left the household and went to the entertainment street located in the western suburb. He walked down the street while humming and entered the pub called the Wooden Lotus, located at the eastern end. Unlike its elegant name, the pub was old-fashioned and messy. The seats were full and deafening noise was coming from the people talking all over the place. Rimmer nodded, apparently enjoying the messy atmosphere, and approached the middle-aged man sitting alone on the right side. "You're early." Sitting in front of the middle-aged man, he grinned. "Because magicians have enough time to waste." The middle-aged man was wearing a black robe. He was reading a book when Rimmer spoke to him, and he nodded. "In a while, Sir Rimmer. How have you been, my dear drinking companion?" "Well, I've been living well, and idle." "You look relaxed thanks to becoming the Vice Master of Magic Tower." "Ha! Isn't Sir Rimmer the one with plenty of time to spare? The title Salary Thief was created for you." The middle-aged man grinned, closing his book. "Since I've been pretty busy recently, I miss the days when I used to do nothing but drink with you. I heard you spend a lot of time with the trainees, that you look after them with utmost care." "Well, it's not that much." Their conversation went as smooth as velvet. It looked like they were close acquaintances. "Verbin, what have you been doing recently?" "Since Sir Rimmer doesn't come out to drink anymore, reading books has been my only joy in life recently." The man named Verbin shook the book he was holding. "Since researching and reading books are the only things to do in the magic tower." "That's true." Rimmer nodded, looking at the magic book in Verbin's hand. "So, why did you call me out today?" "Judging from your expression, it wasn't simply to have drinks together." "I did want to drink, but I also have a request." "A request?" "Since my students have become pretty talented, I want to let them experience a real fight against monsters." "In that case, you could have made an official request." Verbin tilted his head. Letting trainees fight the monsters was one of the official curriculums. There was no reason for him to visit him personally to make a request. "I'd like to add a few things." "What would you like to add?" "Since my boys are pretty strong, the normal monsters won't be helpful at all." "Ah, I heard they beat up the night trainees from the Owen Kingdom." "Well, yeah." Rimmer grinned with a sharp noise. He was in a good mood, almost as if he was drunk, from receiving compliments on his students from an old friend of his. "I want to strengthen the monsters that would fight against the trainees at around an advanced sword beginner level." "It's possible. The guy who entered the magic tower a few years ago is specialized in summoning and controlling monsters. He can even make a worm have the power of a dragon." Is that even possible?" "That was a joke." "Ah, seriously. Well, a worm can't become like a dragon, but it's pretty easy to make an orc an advanced sword beginner, although we can't strengthen many of them at once, and it's only limited to one at a time." Verbin murmured that it wasn't really a difficult task. "Thank you. And one more thing." "What is it?" "Can you use the hallucination magic to make the monster look like a human?" "That's also an easy task. Since they are children that haven't even reached an expert's level, one artifact with hallucination magic would be enough." "Great. Please do that too." Rimmer flicked his finger and gulped down the beer on the table at once. "But wouldn't the trial become too difficult to overcome for the trainees if strengthening and hallucination magic are used at the same time?" Verbin furrowed his brow, caressing his glass. "It will be difficult enough for them to fight against an orc with strength and physical abilities. If they saw it as a human, they won't even be able to swing their swords properly." "Hell yeah, this is the taste," Rimmer exclaimed, slamming down his glass of beer on the table. "What did you just say?" "I said it would be difficult for the trainees to win. Monster strengthening is one thing, but it's really difficult for little children to kill a monster that they see as a human." "It's fine, because my students are swordsmen, not little children." Moreover, Rimmer grinned. Anticipation and joy were mixed in his dark green eyes. "They are strong both in body and mind." The magical lamp chased off the darkness in the 5th training ground. Most of the trainees had returned to their homes, but some children still remained, swinging their swords. Raon Sulliam was one of them. Staying in the training ground, she practiced the stab that Raon had shown her. "Hang!" Raon lowered her posture and thrust her sword. A fast and powerful strike pierced through the air, but it didn't feel right. "I can't do it well." Raon's stab was smooth and relaxed, rather than powerful. It felt so natural that she didn't even realize he was about to stab. No matter how many times she watched, she couldn't understand how he'd done that. She looked towards the indoor gymnasium. Raon was currently doing his muscle training, and she didn't want to bother him. "Let's try a few more times." Getting ready once again, she thrust her sword into the air. She tried changing her posture, but the strike wasn't really different. "One more time." The sound of a blade piercing the air changed slightly. The speed and power were reduced slightly, but the edge of the sword seemed a bit relaxed. She stopped moving her hand when the moon rising from the east moved by the size of 2 creases on a finger. "Ha!" Raon visibly nodded. It worked a little. She still had a long way to go before catching up to Raon, but the last movement of the star combining sword had clearly changed. Despite its strength and speed being reduced, its combination and smoothness had become far better. The combination sword will be referred to as the star combining sword from this moment on. Raon looked at the indoor gymnasium once again. The light was still on, and shouts of concentration from Raon, Burin, and Martha could be heard. While she was wondering about what to do, She remembered what her mother had told her. I'll have the beet ice cream ready for you, so come back early on the weekend. I gotta go. Raon immediately returned the training sword. Deciding to ask him about what she was lacking next week, she left the training ground. It was when she was about to run towards the training grounds outside in order to quickly return to where the maids were waiting that it happened. A man's shadow was visible in a dark alley. Run on! As she was about to pass by and ignore him, the shadow took a step forward and called her name. Raon stood still. Her eyes, which were always blank, were shaking as if they were hit by a wave. The man appeared. With short silver hair and dark purple eyes, he was a handsome young man with an appearance similar to Raon's. Brother? It's been a while. Raon took a step back with trembling lips, and the man took 3 steps forward, smiling softly. Sirius Sullivan. He was Raon's older brother, and the man who put his name on the 12 stars of the continent as the biggest genius in the history of House Sullivan. However, Raon, who'd seen Syria after a long time, was as white as a sheet, as if she'd encountered a powerful opponent instead of her older brother. Raon, didn't I tell you to not make that face? Syria smiled. His smile was relaxed, and his speech was soft. However, if one looked at his expression carefully, they would have felt terrified, because unlike his mouth, his eyes weren't smiling at all. Raon clenched her teeth and lowered her head. As if she forced her turbulent emotions to calm down, her trembling purple eyes settled down in the darkness. Yes, that's how you should be. Syria kept smiling and approached Raon to stroke her head. It looks like Rimmer's training is pretty good. You become stronger than I thought. He bent over and met Raon's eyes. At that moment, the mask on Syria's face was dropped. His expression was as stiff as a rotten tree, and the light disappeared from his eyes. He looked like an emotionless monster. I hope you won't be doing things like going onto a battlefield, or dueling with your life on the line. His voice also changed. It was a terribly dry voice, like the desert's north wind that dried lives up to death. Raon's shoulders trembled. Grabbing her own hands, she stepped backward. Did it become weaker? I need to carve it into you again. Syria put his hand in his coat's inner pocket. He took out a round, dyed squirrel. Was Ruby the name of the squirrel you used to raise? Brother? Raon stopped stepping back. She extended her hand towards the squirrel, trying to grab it. You will remember now, the way Ruby died, and the reason you became afraid of blood. Wait. Syria smiled with his immobile eyes, and put force on his right hand. With a blasting sound, his hand that used to hold a squirrel in it only had a handful of bloodstains remaining. Hark! Raon screamed and sank to her knees, but nobody could hear the sound because of the energy barrier that Syria had put up. Raon! Syria approached Raon, who was on her knees. He whispered in her ears with a lifeless voice. You are mine. Until that day comes, don't do anything dangerous or difficult. Just keep breathing until I need you. Bang! As Syria was about to brainwash Raon, a thundering noise resounded throughout the alley. A blonde-haired boy appeared through the dust rising from the crumbled ground. His red eyes were staring at Syria. Who are you? Chapter 47. After finishing the strength and agility training in the indoor gymnasium, he went outside to the outdoor gymnasium. She isn't here. Since he kept hearing the thrusting sounds of a sword, he thought Raon was there. However, he couldn't see her. Strangely, it looked like she'd left first. It's annoying when she's around, but I miss her a bit now that she's gone. Raon would always wait for him to finish training, then leave after saying goodbye with a nod. It didn't feel like anything special, but now that he didn't get that greeting, he missed it a little. How come I'm missing that? Was I brainwashed? Raon smirked and left the training ground. Since Burin and Martha were still in there, he didn't need to clear up like he usually did. How pathetic. What? It shouldn't be the time to think about such a thing. What do you mean? Wrath didn't continue. Without saying anything, he just stared towards the west. What's up? Raon turned his head towards the direction that Wrath was looking. Even though he couldn't sense anything, he had a strange feeling. Just in case. Rotating the ring of fire, he used the aura from the 10,000 flame cultivation. He also activated the perception of the snow flower to spread his perception wide. Tick. Something was caught up in his perception nearby. However, he still couldn't sense anything, which meant someone has used an energy barrier. An unknown person had used their aura to block sound and their presence. I should go check. He normally wouldn't have cared what they were doing, but he figured he should check it out because of Wrath's reaction. Using the shadow footwork to completely hide his presence in case he needed to run away, he ran towards where the area energy barrier was set up. Inside the dark alley, without any of the house's swordsman guards, 2 people were standing. One of them was Raon, and the other was a tall man. Why is she there? And that expression is... He thought Raon had returned home, but she was grabbing her hands right in front of him. Her expression was normal, but her eyes seemed frightened. He looked at the man. A handsome man with silver hair and purple eyes like Raon was standing there with a greatsword on his back. Sirius Sullivan. He'd heard that name in his previous life. He was the genius of House Sullivan, who'd put his name on the 12 stars of the continent, Who are the 12 monsters that are expected to become the 10 heavens of the continent in the future? Why is she afraid? Despite seeing her older brother, Raon didn't smile or look happy. Instead, she was as scared as a rabbit that had met a savage beast. Syria was saying something to Raon, but he couldn't really hear it. He suddenly took out a cute squirrel from his chest and offered it to Raon. Then, the moment Raon extended her hand, he crushed the squirrel. Arg. Although he couldn't hear the sound because of the energy barrier, he could at least tell that Raon was screaming. With a terrifyingly dry expression, Syria approached Raon and started to whisper in her ear. I have to stop him. He didn't understand what was going on, but it felt like he couldn't let him continue. Raon advanced, fully utilizing the aura from the 10,000 flame cultivation. Bang! The ground collapsed and a thundering noise burst out. He could see Syria frowning, stepping away from Raon. Who are you? Without missing his opportunity, Raon stood in front of Raon. Tilting his head, he glared at Syria. Who are you to be bullying Raon? He had to pretend he didn't know him. If he knew that Syria was Raon's family, he couldn't interfere. After all, he was her family. However, if he pretended that he didn't know, it became possible for him to interfere. If you are asking for someone's name, shouldn't you give yours first? Syria smiled leisurely. That's not something you should say when you set up an energy barrier in an alley like this. Are you a thief? Syria frowned as Raon mocked him. However, it felt like he was acting as if he was pretending to be angry when he was neither flustered nor angry. I know the type of person that would act like this would be Darius Robert, who'd killed him in his previous life. He'd smell the same stench from Syria. Ah, I guess you could misunderstand like that. But I'm neither a thief nor a stranger. I'm her older brother. Syria pointed at Raon, who was behind Raon. Blocking Syria's gaze, Raon took a glance at Raon. Her expression was still blank, but it was a different kind of blankness than usual. She looked like she was immensely shocked, with her shoulders trembling so much that he felt sorry for her. She looks like she's scared. Are you really her older brother? Ah, I played a prank on her, since we haven't seen each other for a long time. Now she's like that. Is crushing a squirrel in your hand a prank? Ah, this isn't real. It's just a toy. When Syria swung his hand, the bloodstains in his hand and floor turned into ash and were blown away. He completely melted the flesh and blood using his aura. There's no way I would have really killed a squirrel, right? A terrifying pressure emanated from his entire body. It was a stench of death, similar to the scent he'd gotten from Darius before dying to him. Insolence. How dare a mere human threaten the King of Essence's possessed body? Raon didn't respond and pulled up his pressure. Just as Wrath said, he was threatening him. He was warning him that he should withdraw, since he could kill him exactly the same way. However, he hadn't come without any preparation. Raon, you bastard, did you just damage the house's property? Burn, who was on the training ground, ran out. The swordsmen that were standing guard were also running towards them. He could also hear Martha cursing from afar about her training being disturbed. Raon, you were Raon Zeegart. I see. Syria's eyes turned completely dark, like a bead covered in a black ink. Raon's hair prickled because his eyes looked like his emotions had been rubbed out. It really is a misunderstanding. Since I received a long-term mission right after I've returned, I just wanted to give my little sister some snacks. He took out a rectangular box and put it on the ground. The shape and design were slightly different, but it was a beet ice cream box. Run on! Syria's eyes changed once again. They were the eyes of an older brother looking at his beloved little sister. You have a great friend. Keep getting along with him in the future. I'm sorry if my pranks were excessive. Please take care. See you again next time. He waved his hand and disappeared, as if he became the wind. No way. Was he actually the Syria Sullian from the 12 stars of the continent? Burn gasped, looking at where Syria used to be. His atmosphere is different. He isn't one of the 12 stars for nothing. Indeed, he is different. Raon nodded. Since he was called a genius and a hero, he'd never thought he was such a crazy bastard. Run on. He turned around to look at Raon. Her expression was the same as always, but her eyes were shaking. It looked like she was still scared. Let's go. I'll see you off. Since Syria said he had a mission, he wasn't going to be at home. Okay. Raon nodded slowly and stood up. Did something happen? Burn approached them, holding the beet ice cream box in his hand. Nothing special. Raon accepted the box instead and shook his head. Is that so? Burn didn't press any further. Tell me if you need any help. As a fellow trainee, I'll do whatever I can to help you. After saying that, he left the alley. He really has grown up a lot. Burn had changed so much, to the point that it made him proud just watching him. But the King of Essence still doesn't like his eyes. Thank you. What? It was thanks to you that I could save Raon. I'm not sure if I really managed to save her though. That girl is the King of Essence's ice cream girl. I only told you about it because it felt like I couldn't eat any more ice cream if something troublesome happened. That's exactly what I'm thanking you for. Then ask her to give some of that ice cream. I could have seen you in a different light, if you hadn't said that. Raon tapped Wrath away with his hand. That damn monarch really couldn't rid the situation. Let's go. He brought Raon to where the people from House Sullian were waiting. Raon didn't say anything as he walked next to Raon. It was someone else's family, and he didn't know their exact circumstances. He was well aware that trying to awkwardly comfort her wasn't going to help in any way. When Raon's steps became slow, he did the same. He stopped when she did. He just silently walked next to her, keeping his pace with her. It didn't take long until House Sullian's carriage and maids came into sight. Raon watched until Raon got on the carriage, then handed her over the ice cream box that he was holding. "Thank you." Raon left after speaking the words glumly, where she had once said them with a cheerful voice. When Raon arrived at the mansion, Rock and Sullian came out to meet her. "Raon, good job on your training." Raon nodded and left the carriage. "Did you meet your older brother?" "He went to you, saying he wanted to give you a present personally." After taking a deep breath, Raon showed him the ice cream box. Her eyes were blank as usual. "It's your favorite ice cream. He seems to always think about you, despite being busy with missions and training." Raon murmured that he didn't get any presents for him and burst into laughter. Raon clenched her jaw. She considered revealing everything that happened, but she felt like everything she'd been protecting would collapse. "I'm going to rest." Swallowing her words, she went up the mansion stairs. "Of course. You must be tired. Rest well." Raon gestured his hand to go ahead. Raon nodded and went to the second floor. Once Raon entered her room, she sighed and settled on the ground. Biting her lip, she opened the ice cream box. It was her favorite ice cream, but she didn't want to touch it. She could only remember her older brother's face. He came again. He is the same as before. Sirius Sullian hadn't always been like that. After he came back from his second mission, where he was the only survivor, he'd changed. It was as if he was a completely different person, and only towards her. For everyone else, he was still the kind and polite genius swordsman. But to her, he'd become a monster of obsession of unknown origins. Ruby, the Ruby that he'd spoken about, was a red-dyed squirrel that lived in a nearby tree when she was younger. Since they got along, she'd named her Ruby, and used to play with her every day. But one day, Ruby scratched her hand. Ruby was stressed out during her pregnancy, and had caused a very small injury. However, Syria, who'd seen it, caught every squirrel, including Ruby, in the area. Then he'd crushed them in front of her eyes. That was when he told her, "You are mine. You can't get hurt. Just keep breathing and live on." If she told her father or mother about it, the house would be broken into pieces. He threatened that he would burn everyone except for her. After that day, Raon stopped speaking. Since someone else could fall victim, she didn't get close to anyone, humans and animals alike, and spoke as sparsely as she could. She'd been living alone like that, and one day she met a loner, a boy who looked even more lonely and full of suffering than herself. Raon. At first, she was just curious about how he could grow so quickly, and how he could endure with his bad constitution and stamina. Simple curiosity. She'd approached him because she was a little bit curious about his growth. That was how she was able to learn. She learned what kind of person Raon was, how much effort he'd been putting in, and the kind of hardships he went through. Looking at the boy, that changed other people's gazes with effort, she thought she could also change herself, and actually started to change. Thanks to Raon, and the trainees from the 5th training ground, she'd started to forget about her fear of Syria. As she had been reminded of that fear once again, Raon kept staring at the ice cream inside the box until it completely melted. "It's just me." Lowering her head between her knees, she murmured in a wet voice, "Everything will be okay, as long as I endure it." It seemed like she couldn't eat the ice cream ever again. After Raon saw Raon off and went to the dormitory, wrath burst from the bracelet. Was he really human? What? The one supposed to be the ice cream girl's older brother? He was a weirdo for sure. Raon nodded. Syria certainly had a friendly and soft atmosphere, but he also felt terrifying, like facing darkness. In particular, his eyes when he was threatening were devoid of life, like a dry, doubt leaf. It sent chills down the spine just from looking at them. However, his acting was top-notch. If he didn't see him crushing the squirrel and threatening Raon, he would have been tricked as well. He's a crazy bastard, just like Darius. Syria didn't seem to feel human emotions. Unlike Raon, who'd been taught that way, it looked like something was broken in him. But since he said he is on a long-term mission, he won't be back for a while. As long as he is the ice cream girl's older brother, problems will keep happening. That's true. Even if Syria didn't return for several years, he would end up meeting Raon over and over in the future, as he was her family. No, maybe he is still keeping a watch on her. What was contained in his dry eyes was clearly an obsession. "Give me your body. I'll kill him and return it to you." The King of Essence returns the favor twice and gets back at an enemy tenfold. Since the girl showed me a new world called the Bee Ice Cream, I can do this much for her. You've got to be kidding me. Raon sneered and shook his hand. "I'm serious. Even if you are serious, that can't happen." "Why?" "He traumatized Raon. Even if you kill him, the trauma won't disappear. At worst, she might end up being even more suffocated. In this case, she has to stand up on her own and—" Raon tapped the ground with his finger. "If it's about killing him, I can do it too. In his previous and current life combined, Raon was a stranger who was the most considerate towards him. Since he received a huge amount of help, he could kill Syria for her. You've really lost your senses. You won't be able to win against him even if there were 100 of you. He is already a master. Wrath frowned, telling him to stop his nonsense. He certainly is strong. If you know that, why are you sprouting nonsense? Because that's not the reason why a blade can't cut his throat. Raon tapped the sheath of his sword, emanating a chilly pressure. There is more than one way of killing somebody. Chapter 48. Even though House Seagart mostly consisted of swordsmen, it also employed a magic tower because of various necessities. Although the magic tower's magicians were treated pretty well, since they couldn't become the main members of the family, they were often looked down upon by the swordsmen. Jake was a fifth circle magician of Magic Tower that felt bad about the situation. Salary, free time, and research funds were all top-notch, but the fact that they were looked down on by the swordsmen and that they weren't the key members of the family felt suffocating. While he had such thoughts, he was invited to the Central Martial Palace for the first time, where one of the most important members of the house, Karun Seagart, resided. Jake swallowed hard and raised his head. He felt an intense pressure from Karun Seagart, who was looking at him. His throat trembled. Why did he call me? Their status was as far apart as the earth from the heavens, and they weren't related in any way. He couldn't understand why he had called him. I heard that you will be supporting the 5th training ground for actual battle training next week. Ah yes, that's true. Jake lowered his head with a trembling voice. He was supposed to support the 5th training ground's actual battle training, following Verbin's command, as the Vice Master of the Magic Tower. I called on you because I have a request. A request. Karun was one of the influential figures of Seagart. Granting his request would certainly help him immensely in the future. Please tell me. Stuttering a bit, Jake lowered his head. In this actual battle training, I heard an orc was going to be summoned against the children. That's right. About that orc, can it be strengthened? That was already requested by the 5th training ground's head instructor. He said a normal orc wasn't suitable for the drill because the trainees are too good. Ah, not just that, but I'm asking if it can be strengthened to a point where they stand no chance of winning. Should they have no chance of winning? Jake swallowed. Is he targeting one of the children? It looked like Karun was planning to either kill or hurt one of the children from the 5th training ground. It's possible. If you tell me which trainee is your target? That's some strange thing to say. Karun's cold voice resounded throughout the extensive Central Martial Palace. Excuse me. I need to be careful since my magic sometimes goes awry. Which trainee should I be paying attention to in particular? It's Raon. Karun, who seemed satisfied with his wording, slowly nodded. Raon Seagart. Jake's eyes shone. He knew that Raon had defeated Burin, who was Karun's son. He could finally understand Karun's intentions. He is targeting Raon. After winning against the 3rd prince of the Owen Kingdom recently, he'd been praised as the very best among the trainees. There was no doubt that Karun's target was Raon. Despite it being a drill, it's pretty common to get injured during actual battle training, and there are rare occasions of that injury being permanent. That's true. I've seen that happen a few times as well. That's why I've prepared a decent monster. When Karun snapped his fingers, the butler that was standing at his right side brought along an orc over 2 meters tall. Jake swallowed hard. He could immediately tell since he was very experienced with dealing with orcs. Even though the orc in front of him looked plain, he was at an extraordinary level. It's an orc from the Dalan Mountains. Dalan Mountains. The Dalan Mountains were a vicious area where many powerful monsters resided. An orc living there would have been at a completely different level from a normal orc. I'd like you to look after him by sending out this orc, so that no misfortune will happen to him. Karun rolled up the corners of his lips. He told him to look after him, but he meant to give him a permanent injury using the orc. And if by any chance, the orc ends up causing trouble, take care of it immediately, so that it won't cause any problem afterwards. If you properly complete this job, I'll recommend you as the Vice Master of the Magic Tower in the future. Thank you. You should leave. Yes, I'll obey no matter what. Jake bowed until his nose almost touched the ground. Saving the orc using the save monster magic, he left Karun's room. Did anyone see him come here? Karun turned his head to the butler that had brought the orc. Since he took a detour to the inner part, there's no one that knows the magician came to this place. He has quick wits. Support him once he successfully handles this matter. Shall I support him until he becomes the Vice Master of the Magic Tower? Of course not. Just enough that he will do anything to get more. Understood. The butler smiled. He bowed his head and left the room. Raon Seagart. Karun murmured Raon's name in a low voice. He won against his son Burin, defeated Martha, and made the 3rd prince kneel even though he was called Owen's future. As the master of Central Martial Palace and division leader of Striding Steads, it wasn't a big deal to him. However, his activity was becoming an eyesore. More importantly, he was getting father's attention, albeit slightly. He wasn't going to be an obstacle to Karun becoming the head of house, but getting rid of annoying things as fast as possible was the correct course of action. I should get rid of him before he grows up even more. That was the way he'd grown up, and the method he was taught in that cold place. After finishing his night training in the training ground, Raon returned to the annex building. He walked through the hallway silently because it was late at night, yet Sylvia's door burst open. Raon! The door collided against the wall. Sylvia dashed out, a red light radiating from her eyes. Ugh! Did you just say ugh from seeing your mother? Ugh? No, that's... Did you promise to stroll through the garden with your mom or not? Raon's jaw dropped. I forgot. Because of what happened the day before, he was so focused on training that he'd completely forgotten about it. You forgot. You definitely forgot. That's not it. What are you saying? This is the first time in 3 days that I'm seeing you awake. Sylvia walked towards him and raised her hand. Mom? Raon stepped back, frowning. Why do you think I asked you to promise me a stroll? Training is great, but resting is also important. Because rest is part of training. Sylvia smiled softly and started patting Raon's head. Since you are training at the training ground every day, please rest when you are here. At least for half a day. Okay. Raon lowered his head. I don't know what to do whenever I'm in front of her. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids. It wasn't that he disliked them. If he actually disliked them, he would have run away already. Since he was afraid of his affection growing even further towards those who'd been taking care of him since birth, he was forcing himself to keep a distance from them. Are you hurt anywhere? You say that whenever I come back. Of course. I have to ask since my son's goal is to become a swordsman. Even before hearing the answer, she started to check different parts of Raon's body. Ignoring him, even when he said he was okay, she only released him once she confirmed he was alright. I told you I wasn't hurt. I'll be going then. Not yet. Sylvia shook her head and hugged Raon tightly. I stink of sweat. Since he'd returned after training without washing his body, he was in terrible condition. But Sylvia didn't let him go. It doesn't stink at all, so don't worry. It feels great to hug my son after such a long time. I can also tell how much you've grown. She let him go after hugging him for a long time. Her eyes shone happily, like a star. Did you eat already? Of course I did. It was before I came back. Good job with your training. You can go back and rest. Sylvia murmured that she would have a sweet dream, having hugged her son after a long time, and went back to her room. When Raon was about to return to his room while shaking his head, he met Helen's eyes as she stood at the end of the hallway. Young master, I'll fill up the bathtub. Please take a bath before resting. She smiled before disappearing sideways like a ghost. He could hear her laughing along as her footsteps got further away. Whenever he was home, he was unable to control his ability, nor his emotions. However, since he didn't dislike it, it was just awkward. Feeling even more tired than when he trained, he went back to his room. I'm so tired. As he was resting for a bit in his chair, a knocking sound could be heard, and the door opened soon after that. Young master, the bathtub is ready. He thought it was Helen, but it was Judiel who stuck her head in. All right, I have something to tell you. As he was about to stand up after nodding, Judiel entered the room and closed the door. It's about the Central Martial Palace. Central Martial Palace? The Central Martial Palace was Karun Zegart's castle, where Judiel was sent from. Continue. Raon sat back in his seat, his red eyes gleaming. Yes. Judiel knelt in front of Raon and lowered her head. They looked like a king and his retainer. I've received an order from the Central Martial Palace to grasp and report everything young Master Raon does once he returns to the annex building. It must mean that they are plotting something. That seems to be the case. Is it about the real battle? Raon murmured the words that Rimmer told him that day. By real battle, you mean Instructor Rimmer said there will be actual battle training next week. I think he will make his move there. Judiel suddenly lifted her head. Now that I think about it, trainees sometimes get to fight monsters during their actual battle training. I heard about that too. He remembered Dorian screaming that they would probably fight monsters at the end of the training that day. Then he probably took measures on the monster, or on the magician who will be handling the monster, or Raon closed his eyes and continued. It might be both. The next Monday, Jake went to the 5th training ground 1 hour earlier than the appointed time. I have to do well. In order to succeed in this damned place, connections were necessary. Until now, he'd never even gotten the worst possible connections. But what was offered to him this time wasn't just a decent connection, but one strong enough to lead him to the heavens. For the sake of his future, he needed to inflict a serious injury to Raon no matter what. That was the only way to gain Karun Zegart's favor. I don't even need to worry about the aftermath. Raon Zegart's background was almost non-existent, and Karun was a man that could become the next head of house. It was already decided who he needed to act for. Jake caught his breath and opened the door to the 5th training ground. He could see the trainees practicing their swordsmanship through the sandy dust. Since it wasn't the appointed time yet, he went to the outside border and watched the trainees. That boy is Burin, and the one next to him must be Martha. Jake recognized the important trainees that he needed to not mess with, using the descriptions that he'd heard before. The one over there is Raon, the youngest of House Sullivan, and finally, his gaze was directed at the golden-haired boy that was swinging his sword at the right side of the training ground. Is that boy Raon? He looks incredibly handsome. The way he was moving his feet and swinging his sword looked like a beautiful picture. I'm sorry, but I have no choice. I won't kill you at least. Jake bit his lip and sent a small amount of killing intent towards Raon. It was weak pressure that he was unconsciously emitting, too small for even a perceptive swordsman or a wild animal to sense. However, one person reacted to it. Raon, who had been focused on his sword, directed his gaze towards Jake. Eek! In a fright, Jake bumped his back against the wall and collapsed. He felt his heart tighten the moment he saw Raon's red eyes. Cug as if he was standing naked in front of a savage beast. He couldn't move a single finger. Who is that guy? Chapter 49. How can a brat's eyes be so? Jake's teeth chattered. He wanted to get up, but he couldn't move a single finger. When didn't know what to do, he heard frivolous footsteps. Did you come from the magic tower? Wow, you came so early. His head, which was frozen stiff, moved towards a voice as light as the footsteps. There was a red-haired elf smiling at him. Head instructor Rimmer? Correct. Please come this way. I have things to tell you before training. Rimmer tapped his arm and pointed towards the head instructor's room. Okay. He answered and turned his head back to where Raon was. The boy was swinging his sword, as if he wasn't interested. Jake took a deep breath and stood up. If Rimmer was any later in coming up to him, he would have pissed his pants. Are you feeling unwell? No. Let's go. Yes. Following Rimmer, who nodded lightly, he entered the head instructor's room. Unlike his neat appearance, the room was so messy that there was nowhere to sit. Please sit down. But there's nowhere to sit. That's true. Rimmer smiled lightly and stood from his rocking chair. Well, it won't take a long time, so let's just do it like this. Are you already aware that you need to use strengthening magic on the orc that will be facing the trainees? Of course. Because of my excellent teachings, the trainees are stronger than they should be at their age. A normal orc won't be of any use for their training. His head went blank to his sudden boasting. I'll tell you how strong each of those children are, so please use the strengthening magic according to that. Is that possible? It's a difficult thing to do since I'm specialized in summoning and handling monsters. I guess since the Vice Master of Magic Tower, Verbin has also complimented you. When Rimmer talked about the Vice Master of Magic Tower, Jake's expression was strangely distorted. And one more thing, about the hallucination magic to make the monster look like a human. That can be solved with this. Jake lifted his right hand and showed him the ring on his middle finger. It's a hallucination artifact given to me by the Vice Master. Casting hallucination magic on the trainees is a simple matter using this ring. Oh, that's perfect. Rimmer whistled in satisfaction. Then please take care of it. Once everything ends well, I'll buy you and the Vice Master a drink. After saying that, he left the head instructor's room. My job's gotten easier. Since Rimmer entrusted him with everything about the monster, it wasn't going to be difficult to summon that orc to inflict a deadly injury to Raon. He'd run away afterward while making excuses. That guy, Jake recalled Raon, the boy he saw a moment ago. He was reluctant about injuring a boy he didn't even know at first, but he wasn't anymore. The damn brat that humiliated him had to be wounded even more seriously. Clench. Jake clenched his jaw and left the instructor's room. Raon calmly watched the middle-aged magician head to the instructor's room behind Rimmer. Even though it was only for a split second, he could feel killing intent from that magician. Rather than killing, he wanted to harm him. It was something that anyone other than him wouldn't have been able to perceive. You were so hated at such a young age. What have you been doing with your life? Back in Devilldom, every single devil worshipped the King of Essence. Shut up. Raon used his feet to push Wrath, who was laughing at him, away. He must be the one. Karun's dirty trick that Judiel mentioned seemed to be that magician. To be unable to hide his own pressure, he's worse than a kitten. At least a kitten is cute. A guy like him is completely useless. Raon swept his hair back, looking at the instructor's room. He will strengthen the monster. Following Karun's order, the magician was certainly going to enhance the monster that was going to fight him to an abnormal degree. He will try to either kill me or inflict a serious injury. He could only laugh at how pathetic the plan was. His son was too good for him. Pathetic. When he turned around while clicking his tongue, he met Runun's eyes as she entered the training ground. Her eyes, which he hadn't seen for the past 2 days, were the same as always, just tightened for some reason. Dad told me today's training was about fighting monsters. She started talking about the day's training, as if she didn't want to think about what happened back then. Is it? Runun visibly nodded. She was obviously forcing herself to act like nothing happened, but he couldn't tell her anything since she seemed to want to forget about that matter. She went to the break room, after telling him she was going to prepare for the training. Aren't you going to ask her about it? I don't know what to say, and it's her family's problem. He wasn't sure how he could give advice about her family when he didn't even know anything about his own emotions. However, he at least knew what Syria did to Runun. He could solve that problem with the correct opportunity. Why, young master, did you know about it? As he was bitterly licking his lips, Dorian approached him while restlessly rubbing his stomach. About what? Today's actual battle training. It's not just about fighting a monster. Then what? Apparently, we have to kill a monster. We have to shed blood for real. What do we do? Biting his fingernail, he rolled his eyes. Bloodshed, yes. Ending their life is the training's objective. It's really crazy. That's great. Yick. Leaving behind Dorian, who was screaming, he looked at the break room that had Raon entered. Let's try breaking the curse. Everyone, attention. Rimmer, who went to the instructor's room, was already standing on the platform. He clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Do you remember that I told you to brace yourselves, since there would be actual battle training today? Yes, the trainees answered as they gathered in the center of the training ground. Their expressions were full of anticipation. It looks like you are starting to trust me. Your eyes are glittering. The trainees giggled at Rimmer's joke. It seemed they started to understand Rimmer's true intentions after spending so much time with him. Although you already know most of it with the hints and information spread by some instructors, I shall still explain. Today's training is an actual battle against monsters. His voice, which had been completely mischievous until a moment ago, grew calm. The entire training ground's atmosphere became heavy. There's no mercy in a monster's axe. Unlike a match between you or with night trainees, they will never stop. Don't be careless or nervous. Keep your usual composure when you face them. Yes. Trainees clenched their fists and shouted their heads off. This is the Magic Tower's magician Jake, who will be helping us with training today. Give your greetings. I look forward to your kind cooperation. I'm also looking forward to your cooperation. Jake bowed in response and quickly sought out Raon with his eyes. It's fine now. The strange gaze that squeezed his heart earlier wasn't there anymore. They were normal eyes that he wouldn't have noticed if he met him in the street. However, there was no way the pressure earlier was a mistake. Considering he was Karun's target, there was something special with that boy. Then, Sir Magician, please take care of it. Yes. Jake nodded to Rimmer, who was waving his hand, and went to the front of the platform. Summon monster. When Jake hit the ground with his staff, after the incantation, a magic circle was drawn on the training ground's floor. A green light burst out of the blue letters forming in a circle. Whoosh! The light disappeared slowly, and an enormous humanoid shape appeared. Over 2 meters tall with robust muscles, protruding front teeth, and green skin, it was an orc. The most common yet most dangerous monster. Drrr. Eek. Ugh. The orc ground his teeth while lifting his axe. The trainee swallowed, facing the wild bloodthirst and stench. Since it's still under my control, you don't need to worry. Once Jake spun his finger, the orc turned in the same direction. The monster you will be fighting today is this orc. I knew it was an orc. Is it finally time for a real battle? Ha. Trainees looked up at Jake, expressions mixed between nervousness and excitement. Just as the instructor said, you shouldn't be careless because it's an orc. Since I can't stop it sometimes, you should always maintain your focus. And Jake pointed at the orc with the ring on his right hand. The magic circle surrounding the orc was twisted like a vine, and shone with 5 colors. Then the orc's appearance started to change. Protruding front teeth went back into place, and the green skin burned with white. It only took a few seconds until the orc became a plain, middle-aged man with brown hair holding an axe. A human. What's this? Why is there a human? You won't be fighting a normal orc, but an orc that has been transformed into a human through magic. Jake moved the orc's axe and pointed it at the trainees. Eek. Ugh. It's just a human. The trainees were surprised at the sudden change and stared blankly at the orc that had become a human. I'll tell you one more thing. Rimmer walked up in front of Jake and raised his finger. The fight today isn't about winning against the orc or neutralizing it. It will only end once you cut off its head. With his raised finger, he pointed at the human-appearing orc. The panicked trainees could only look at each other without being able to step up. Most of the orcs that were caught by magicians have already killed a human before. Since there's no need for mercy, do your best to fight and win. Rimmer said in an unusually heavy voice, then stepped back. Dorian's information was accurate. Raon nodded. It's not bad training. Most swordsmen were unable to make the finishing blow in their first real battle. In fact, many unfortunate geniuses had died like that, unable to overcome their first actual fight despite having excellent abilities. In order to prevent that from happening, today's fight wasn't only about fighting a monster, but also about preparing them to fight humans in the future. And Raon looked at Raon, who was sticking next to him. Her lips were trembling after hearing that she had to cut its head off. It's a perfect opportunity to break her curse. Rimmer was probably unaware of it, but it seemed he could undo serious brainwashing on Raon thanks to this training. Are you not even paying attention to that scum magician? Of course. Raon nodded. The best thing he could do was strengthen some slightly ferocious orc that he got somewhere to try fighting him. It wasn't even worth being nervous about. Removing the engraved fear from Raon's mind was more important right now. Then let's start right away. The first person to fight will be, I'll do it. Byrne raised his hand before Jake even finished speaking. You must know him, right? He is the son of Central Martial Palace's master. Please strengthen the orc a lot for him. All right. Jake licked his lips upon hearing Rimmer's explanation. Of course he knew about him, since he was the son of the person who gave him the task. Loop agility, loop strength. Once he uttered the incantation to increase the agility and strength, blue light fluttered around the orc, and his yellow eyes became even more violent. Go. Once Jake extended his finger forward, the orc stepped up with heavy footsteps. After clenching and opening his fist a few times, Byrne unsheathed the real sword he had been supplied with. He nodded at Jake, signaling that he was ready. Then let's begin. Once Jake flicked his finger, the letters surrounding the orc disappeared. Grrr. The orc kicked the off from the ground with a thunderous roar. Running like a beast, it slammed its axe down at Byrne's head. I can see everything. Byrne lifted his sword as he used his aura. Flash. As a rusty axe and polished sword collided against each other, red sparks appeared. Hug. Byrne raised his eyes sharply. The hand that was holding the sword trembled, as if it were creaking. What is this weight? He'd never seen, nor fought against an orc, but he thought he could easily cut through him with how strong he currently was. However, the weight of the orc's axe wasn't something he could handle easily. It wasn't lacking in any way when compared to the knight trainee of the Owen Kingdom he'd fought last time. Ha! Powerfully turning his wrist, he deflected the orc's axe. Grrr. The orc stepped back a couple times, then dashed back at him even faster. His eyes glowed yellow, full of intent. It wanted to tear Byrne limb from limb. The trainees that were watching were surprised by the bloodlust, but Byrne wasn't intimidated. How dare you? Instead, he furiously lifted with his sword. Wham! Wham! When the orc pummeled down his axe as if it was facing the enemy of its life, Byrne's sword pierced into its opening. Stab! Red blood spurt from the orc's shoulder and thigh. Hooah! However, it kept coming at him with an even fiercer roar. It looked like a complete beast now. I'll end you. Getting under the orc, Byrne slashed upwards. Flank! The moment he was about to cut the orc's head off after pushing back its axe, Byrne's sword was turned to the right. Instead of its neck, it cut through more than half of the orc's forearm. Byrne bit his lip, unable to finish it off despite having the opportunity. Hooah! Orc kept forcing its way into him like a bull, despite being seriously injured in its shoulder and forearm. It had become weaker, but its vigor remained the same. Whoosh! Byrne used his footwork to get to the orc's back as it slowed down. The moment he was about to cut off the orc's head by horizontally, his sword stopped once again. Damn it! Byrne stepped back while cursing. The tip of his sword was trembling, as if he was terrified. Byrne! Rimmer, who was watching the fight from the platform, raised himself. Even though you know that what's trying to kill you is a monster, and not a human, you still can't kill it, right? His voice was peaceful, as if he already knew it would happen. It's because you are good-natured. Since you see that monster as a human, you can't move your sword properly. However, Rimmer continued, pointing at the orc grinding its teeth. Like I said before, that orc has already tasted human blood before. Most of the monsters that magicians possess have already killed humans before. He's right. Jake nodded, confirming what Rimmer said. It's okay to be unable to kill it now, as this is just a practice. However, if your hand stops on the battlefield, the swordsman or monster that you were unable to kill will end up killing your ally instead. While deflecting the orc's axe, Byrne listened to Rimmer's calm advice. And you can't stop now if you want to catch up to your target, can you? Hearing that, Byrne turned his head towards Raon. After meeting his red eyes, his sword was clad in a heavier aura than before. Grrr. How dare you? The moment the orc's axe dropped vertically, Byrne stretched his knees and pierced into its space. Ha! With a shout of concentration, his sword drew a semicircle. Slash! As a red line was drawn into the sky, the orc's head fell and its body collapsed. As its life ended, its human appearance returned to its original orcish form. Huff! Huff! Byrne gasped for breath, sticking his sword on the ground. However, he didn't look away. He kept watching the corpse he'd created. Good job! Rimmer smiled and Byrne looked at him for a moment, then turned his head. It was the first time that their eyes met without frowning. Byrne took a glance at Raon for the last time, then returned to his place. Snap! When Jake snapped his fingers, the orc's corpse disappeared. However, the blood covering the training grounds floor still remained. Well then, next is me. Martha stood up, confidently raising her hand. There was no hesitation in her footsteps as she walked up to the orc. Raon looked away from Martha's confident back and looked at Raon. Ugh! Contrary to Martha, Raon's lips were trembling as she looked at the blood-soaked floor. Her face looked as white as a sheet. Raon's eyes grew gloomy. Raon had been avoiding shedding blood as much as she could. When she sparred against other trainees, or the knight trainee, she'd only suppressed them without actually injuring them. He didn't really think anything of it back then, but now that he looked back at it, it seemed she decided to fight like that because she was afraid of blood. So, it was the blood. Syria Sullian carved fear into her while showing her blood. Crushing the squirrel must have been to remind her of that trauma. Frightening coldness covered Raon's red eyes. Serious Ullian. I'll break the curse you've cast on Raon. Chapter 50. Please make it stronger for that arrogant girl. Rimmer pointed at Martha, who confidently stepped forward. All right. Jake nodded and summoned an orc. It was bigger and looked even more violent than the one that fought Burin. Loop strength, loop agility. Using a bit more mana than with Burin, Jake increased the orc's strength and agility, then released its control. Hooah! The orc roared and pounced on her like a bull. A mere monster. Martha clenched her teeth and kicked off from the ground. She struck with her sword, aiming at the orc coming at her. Hoo-oh! The orc also swung its greatsword, at a comparable speed. Slam! Slam! Along with the thunderous noise of a boulder being split apart, the swords crashed countless times. Hooah! Fully utilizing Titan's aura, Martha twisted. GRR! Deflecting the orc's greatsword with the steel on her shoulder, she sliced with her sword. Heck! A definite strike. Martha's sword seized the opening and cut off the orc's head in one fell swoop. Ha! After glaring at the orc's corpse collapsed on the ground, Martha straightened her back and breathed out. Did it really take you the whole day to kill something like that? Don't tell anyone you are from the same place as me. You're too low. Ugh. Burin shut his mouth as he listened to the words Martha let fall as she went back. He couldn't say anything after seeing the way she broke through the orc with her strength and ended its life in an instant. Martha. Raon called out to Martha as she walked to the back. Go get your shoulder treated after training. There might be after effects. Martha pouted and turned her head. He did give his share of advice as the top trainee, so the rest was up to her. Raon also turned his head. Snap! The orc's corpse disappeared at Jake's gesture, but the red pool of blood was seeping into the ground, and the stench spread throughout the training ground. Grunon's trembling was getting worse and worse. Her pink lips were turning completely pale. Why aren't you doing anything if you are going to break her curse? Because it's not the right time. In order to heal a deep scar, it was necessary to let it fester until it rotted. Only then could the scar be completely removed. Raon tapped his finger, watching Jake summon the third orc. It wasn't the right time to pop the bloated blister yet. The fight to death between trainees and monsters continued. Thanks to Burin and Martha's great opening, the trainees didn't run away despite being nervous. It took a while for some of them, but they all managed to finish off their orc after aiming for its head, heart, or through a desperate fight. Raon watched the arena as the sun began to set. Dorian was using his footwork while screaming. Hua! The orc followed him with a horrible roar, but it couldn't catch Dorian because his feet were simply too fast. Ha! Shouting that he was scared, Dorian swung his sword. The orc's back was cut instead of its neck. Eek! Hua! Dorian was even more surprised than the injured orc and started running away. The orc was infuriated and pounced at him with a dreadful shriek. What is that? When is it ending? It's already been 30 minutes. 30 minutes! His stamina and speed are great at least. There's only Raon and Raon left. They will finish even faster. The trainee sighed and watched the chase between Dorian and the orc. Raon licked his lips while watching Dorian's feet. If only he had a bit more guts. Dorian was nimble on his feet and his sword technique was sharp, but he was too cowardly. If only he could fix his scaredy cat nature, he could be ranked right after Martha, Raon and Burin. Rustle. He turned around at the sand's crumbling sound. Raon was grasping the sand tightly, to the point that her fingernails were bleeding. Her face was completely pale. Her lips were covered in bruises after being bitten countless times, and her hands and feet were trembling as if there was an earthquake. It was a typical appearance of a person who wasn't simply scared, but completely terrified. Rimmer, who was on the platform, furrowed his brows and looked at Raon. He must have been wondering whether he should send her back. That won't do. After all, it was the best moment to pop the blister that had completely matured. Raon stood up and went next to Raon, making her shivering ease slightly. You must be scared. Raon didn't turn around or respond. Blood is scary for everyone. A trainee who's using the sword for the first time, and an experienced swordsman who has gone through hundreds of battlefields, must feel the same way about that. Raon's chin turned slightly. Same goes for me. Dorian, who is fighting right now, and those who have fought before are all scared. Really? Raon spoke with a dry, doubt voice. Yes. However, do you know what's even more scary than that? She slowly shook her head. Being too terrified to do anything. Raon's eyes glowed viciously. The nature of assassin Raon, rather than Raon Zegart, was leaking from him. If I just stand still because I'm too scared or afraid, nothing will change. Nothing will be solved like that. He was actually afraid. He was afraid that his desire for revenge against Darius Robert would subside because he was satisfied with his current life. He was also afraid that his revenge, his actions, would bring undesirable consequences on Sylvia and the maids in the annex building. He was scared and afraid, but he didn't intend to give up on any of them. He was going to take his revenge against Darius no matter what, and find a way for Sylvia and maids to live unhappily. Resolving himself once again, Raon turned around to Raon. You must also have something like that. Raon chewed his thumb to create a wound. Tap. As the red blood gathered on his thumb fell on the ground, Raon stepped back and her teeth chattered. Ah, don't run away. You won't be able to overcome it if you don't do it now. Raon. Raon. Blood is scary. However, Raon approached Raon and grabbed her hand. She had stepped back to the point that she was almost lying down. The blood flowing out of his finger colored her white hand in red. It's also nothing special. The blood won't harm you in any way. Huh? Raon's eyes widened, seeing the drops of blood flowing down from her hand. She looked flustered, realizing that the blood wasn't hurtful, saddening, or heavy. I don't know exactly what your older brother did to you. However, the more you are afraid, the more his shadow will be cast over you. The trembling on Raon's hand started to visibly subside. If you keep running away because you are scared, you will have no choice but to be dragged around for your entire life. Raon Sullivan, you are the one who can protect yourself and your family. That was Raon's heartfelt advice. Raon looked like the Raon from his previous life, when he was dragged around by Darius Robert. Arg! I thought I was going to die. Dorian, who returned after barely managing to cut the orc's head off, sank to his knees. It was really difficult. I almost died. Sniff, he murmured while wiping his tears away with his sleeve. Do you have a squirrel? Raon looked at Dorian while standing up. A squirrel? Even I don't have everything. Wait, I have one. Murmuring, why do I have this? Dorian took out the wooden squirrel sculpture from his belly pocket. It was a cute squirrel with impressive red eyes. Take this. He gave the squirrel that Dorian gave him to Raon. She accepted the squirrel with trembling hands. That's it for my advice. I'll tell you the rest with my sword. After saying that, Raon walked towards the arena. It's so unusual for you to step up. Wrath sneered, murmuring that he didn't even know his place. You can think like that. Raon nodded. It was just like Wrath said. It was unusual for him to step up like that. It was because she was the first stranger in his life that was considerate towards him. But that wasn't the only reason. She reminded him of his previous life. Because she looked similar to himself in his previous life, where he'd been brainwashed by Darius Robert, he unconsciously spoke and acted. This is the last time. He already finished explaining with words, and he was about to show her with his sword. If she couldn't free herself from the brainwashing of that blood despite all that, then that was her limit. You idiot. Worry about yourself first. It's pretty obvious you will struggle just like the other worms. Listening to Wrath, he had a great idea. Then shall we make a bet? Bet? Yes, and it will be very advantageous for you. What is it? If I can't cut down the orc in a single strike, I'll take your wrath. A single strike. A single strike? Are you serious? Of course. After giving some advice you read in a book, you are now looking down on killing. Wrath giggled and vibrated the bracelet. All right, it's a single strike. 2 strikes, and it will be your loss. The message appeared as he stopped laughing. Wrath proposes the third bet. Condition. Cut off the strengthened orc's neck in a single strike. Upon success, all stats +2, a random trait. Upon failure, creation of 10 points of wrath. I accept. He expected Wrath to take this bet, since he didn't know he was an assassin in his previous life. The doormat is here once again. Secretly smiling about Wrath, Raon went to the arena. Oh, you aren't the last person this time. Rimmer whistled. His eyes were wavering like he was having fun. He must have heard everything he told Raon. He is the strongest one here. Please take out the strongest orc you have. All right. Jake firmly shut his mouth. Nodding with a determined expression, he chanted the spell. Whir. Along with an outbreak of a blue magic circle on the floor, a new orc appeared. Its shape was similar to the other orcs, but its muscles were more distinct, with its body was full of scars. Although it was unable to move its body due to the magic circle, it was still expressing its ferocious instinct. Whir. Green, red, and blue magic circles covered the orc's upper body, and its pressure increased exponentially. When Jake extended his hand, the orc's appearance changed into a rough man. Be ready for the match. Raon nodded. He was about to warm up his right wrist after lightly spinning his left wrist. Clank! Jake's magic circle broke like glass, and the orc broke out. Grrrr. Rushing while screeching, it struck down with its blood-stained axe. Its power and speed were on a completely different level from the other orcs. What? Stop it! Damn! Everyone panicked, but Raon's eyes were even calmer. It's because I knew about it all along. He expected this would happen the moment he saw Jake's excited eyes. Rustle. Raon unsheathed his sword from his waist. One flower blossomed on top of the blade. The golden flower shimmered like a haze upon receiving the evening glow. The 10,000 flames cultivation, first flame. Flame spirit. The flower petals fluttered and cut through the ground. Under the evening glow, another evening glow was drawn, and the orc's movement stopped. Grrrr. Without being able to swing his lifted axe, its head fell to the ground. Thud. Red blood gushed out under the overlapping evening glows, and the orc's heavy body collapsed. Cruelly beautiful, it was a spectacle that would make the best painter in the continent snap their brush. The instructors that were running towards them to stop the orc, the trainees that stood up in surprise, and even Jake who was controlling the orc were at a loss for words. Using the expertise from his previous life, he suppressed Jake. Facing an assassin's pressure, one whose life was all about killing people, Jake grabbed his neck and sank to his knees. Yorr. His eyes turned inside out. He wanted to continue, but Raon's turn was after his. After threatening him moderately, he removed his pressure. Wish. Shaking off the blood from his sword, he turned around. Hug. Damburn ground his teeth so hard that the sound could be heard, and Martha twisted her lips with furrowed brows. They both looked extremely frustrated. Wow. The trainees' mouths were so wide open that bugs could go inside. They were trembling violently, as if they were hit by a sea wave. Sea crazy. What technique was that? A single strike. The instructors were standing dumbfounded. After taking a glance at everyone, he looked at Raon, who was at the very back. Her eyes were no longer soaked in darkness. He nodded to her. It's your turn now. Watching Raon, who went into the arena, Raon hugged the squirrel sculpture. Does he know everything? She purposefully avoided talking about it to avoid harming Raon. She relaxed her eyes, pretending it was nothing. It turned out all right. She thought that was the end of the matter. However, he talked to her like he knew everything. Raon's calm voice felt like it slowly untied the hand that was squeezing her heart. When he extended his bleeding hand, she was scared. She wanted to run away immediately. However, when she grabbed that hand, even though her hand was soaked in that blood, she wasn't scared or afraid. It simply felt warm, like a small fire. That was when she finally realized. The blood itself wasn't scary. It felt like the black shadow tying up her heart had become more sparse. Raon looked at Raon, who stood in the arena with a calm breath. His back was small, but for some reason it looked wider than anyone else. While she was nervously watching that back, the orc's magic circle suddenly disappeared. Tua! The orc pounced at Raon with a fierce roar. No! The moment she stood up with a trembling chin, Raon unsheathed his sword. A golden flower blossomed on top of the silver blade. A beautifully radiating flower drew a line, following the evening glow. The moment the two evening glows overlapped with each other, blood gushed from the orc's neck like a fountain. Beautiful. The blood she'd been scared and afraid of since childhood. The drops of blood that shouldn't have ever looked like that beautifully embroidered the space. Raon shook off his sword and turned around. His eyes spoke to her. It's your turn now. Raon stood up. Her hands were no longer trembling.